There you
Oh,
go.
can
We're
I
live.
can I
We're
be here? Can I
live,
be in it?
everybody.
Are we live?
We are live. We're riding down here on the roller coaster at Southside Gaming.
Oh, we just pulled up.
Oh no, here we go.
Let's go.
Live.
Oh,
Let's
we
get
are
in there.
live. Oh,
We are live. Yay!
whew. All right. That was a good drive.
Oh man, we
I
made
like
it.
that,
We
man. I
made
like
it.
the drop. I like the drop there. I like that.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Southside Gaming $1 billion tournament. It feels like 10K tournament, guys. Today, $10,000. We are your commentators and crazy crew for today. My name is Mike Skinner. This is Mr. Gabe.
I'm Gabe. That's right. That's me. Illuminati, baby. Let's go.
And then some guy you guys probably don't know at all, right?
You guys have no idea, but greetings. Haha, I'll introduce myself. Greetings and salutations. It is me, your boy JDZ, and I'm back here with the Southside crew. I've been dying to get here, man. I've had the opportunity to chop it up with both you guys in different forums. You know, the ICL, we had different tournaments that we've worked with together, but being here in the Southside Dojo is a true experience, and I'm happy to be here. So thank you guys for letting me be here with y'all today.
Of course, we're happy to have you. You're always welcome, as we mentioned, and it's going to be a crazy day. We have a lot to look forward to. We've already done a little bit of a walk around the room. You know, we got some Zan in the house. We got some No I'm Nots in the house.
R&B is here.
R&B, Mr. Bivens.
Bivens is here.
So it's looking like a little stacked out there today. So I'm hoping we get some fun games, some exciting games, and what do you guys think? What do you are we gonna see? What are we gonna see a lot of today? What do you think?
What do I think
we got Zan?
What?
You said we got Zan in the building again. Does that guy ever take a break? Does he have
No,
any
he
chill?
just lives flying around.
Yeah. I can respect that hustle, man, that go out and get it mentality to chop it up, because he just won a tournament that I was covering in the Lucky Llama back in Arkansas last weekend, and he's back on the road again, getting loose. Getting active. I can't think of another player that's playing as much, man. But what are you guys thinking? The vibe? How can you talk to me about the vibe? How's the feeling down there? I can't be. I'm at my own house, but how is it? Can you just describe that to me?
Yeah, its vibe's been great. I've been walking around. Everybody sees in good spirits. I think everybody's ready for not so long of a day. You know, we're used to doing like these 9-round top 8 things. I'm pretty sure it should be only like 7 or 6 rounds today.
We're looking at
So it won't be so crazy for us. Thankfully, it'll be nice. But yeah, vibes are good, man. Everybody's excited. I'm curious to see what some of these players are bringing. Is it going to be, is No I'm Not going to be on his staple Ruby Amethyst? Is Zan running it back, or is he breaking a new Metafy out for us? You know, like what are we going to see? Mr. Bivens is out there. Is he on Amber Steel, or is he on some sneaky? You know, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see the different decks that are brought today, and yeah, it's looking to be a really exciting event. What do you think, Gabe?
What do I? So here's what I think. I think that we are in the weekend that is going to be meta defining. I think that we are seeing the fruition of like all of the work that everybody's done, everything that's been kind of coming together, kind of percolating, so to speak. And what we're going to see this weekend, and yes, obviously we're sitting here at Southside Gaming, but across the board when it comes to all the events that are happening, I think this is a major weekend. And I think a big part of that meta and understanding how do we roll into Reign of Jafar? How do we wind out, and how does Arcasia's Island kind of end? We're going to see that today
for sure.
And I mean, I think should we talk about what we think will win, like what deck combinations we think might win, or where you want to go with that?
Yeah, I mean, we could also talk a little bit about amazing mats that are going to be distributed today.
Oh my gosh!
So things first.
Here, you hold one side.
Look at that. How can I get one of those? I gotta come down there and win. How do I get these mats, man?
The word, brother. We'll take care of you. Look at this. They got
Come on, man.
One of our very own, Mr. Ray. He sketched this up and came out beautiful. And then shout out to Matified, who went ahead and helped us print and get it all foiled out and bling it out for us.
Beautiful, man. You guys do it the best. Southside Gaming absolutely does it the best, man. And like Gabe said, I'm super excited to see this, because if you guys didn't know, set champs start today. Everyone and I'm telling you right now, if you don't think that the results of this particular event will reflect what's going to happen in your own personal metagames and what happens in your own personal set championships, you're mistaking yourself, because the game's greatest and best players are in the building right now, about to put on the show for you guys. So make sure you stay tuned, keep it locked, get laser focused. I'm going to be here as much and as often as I can to join Skinner and join Gabe, and I'm ready to go, man. My seat back is up. Are you guys tray tables stowed or what?
You'll be here plenty, trust me. And I also wanted to mention, I don't have one in my hand to show, unfortunately, but there are also bounty mats, which are absolutely gorgeous. Do you have one on you, Kylie?
Kylie.
I think we got the hookup right now.
we got Southside Gaming's manager here. He's about to show us.
So check this out, brother.
Kylie, get in camera, man. If you let people see who you are,
Mr. Kylie. He's the man. Oh, it's going to be hard to fit everybody in here because we're in the little.
Get in where you fit in.
Let's go.
Bounty mats.
Look at this.
I gotta hold on to it though.
Yeah. So if you lose, if anybody in the SSG staff loses, they got to give up the
2-0. It's a 2-0.
It's a 2-0.
Yeah.
It's got to be 2-0. Okay.
2-0.
2-0.
Clean 2-0.
So clean 2-0. You take the mat away, and you don't have to worry about holding it down for the rest of the tournament. It's yours.
That is
you
awesome.
take the mat away, and
so is it you don't then turn into the bounty, do you? After
you don't become the bounty. You claim your bounty, and you put it in your bag, and bounty success.
We should. That'd be a cool little stipulation. Like you can play with the map, but then you're saying that it's your bounty.
Yeah.
That would be really sick if you did that.
That would be cool. Yeah, but it's all right. It's better to just.
We wanted the people to they're gonna be excited. Like you need Bivens.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
For sure.
Yeah, so there's going to be 6 out there. So there's 6 of these bounties that are going to be on the field. And you'll know that you're in bounty range because that mat will be coming out. They'll be playing with that bounty mat.
Yep.
And that's how you'll know that bounty's live.
Who all has a bounty though? Do you guys have just everyone on Southside has one?
Right now it's Zach Bivens.
Okay.
It's Hector. We know Hector.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's Ghosty, aka Jack. He'll have one. Owner of Southside Gaming, Devin, and then manager of Southside Gaming, Kylie, who just stepped in here. And I believe those are and Ray, another member of the Southside Gaming team. So the SSG team, they'll all be rocking their mats, and I'm hoping to see them keep it, but I'm also kind of hoping that somebody gets to walk away today with some goodies.
Take it. I don't feel for any of them. Let them have it. Let them take it.
That 2-0 stipulation might be tough. Like these guys will lose. They probably go down, but 2-0 is very, very difficult to do. You're not 2-0 a lot of these players.
You're gonna earn it though. You gotta earn it
for sure.
It's like the Elden Ring. We're not doing no regular.
No, baby.
We ain't doing no reg. We got to do crazy mode. No hit run.
Yeah, exactly. No weapons, no armor, just a naked run. We'll do it. We got
naked run. So talk to me, JDZ. What are you most excited about today? What are you looking forward to seeing today?
I just want to see some nice, clean play between the lines. I think this meta is wide open, as indicated at that Lucky Llama tournament, with the removal of Hiram Flavershan, with the removal of Fortisphere. I think it opened this set 7 meta up to a format that I don't think we've seen thus far. I think that opportunities are endless, and I think that it allows these players to craft. Like I said, we just saw Jafar Will win a tournament. We're seeing Churner Dogs are still winning tournaments. We see this Ruby Amethyst evasive strategy that's coming about. We see Emerald Amethyst is back. Like literally anything is playable, and if you're willing to craft and you're willing to diagnose what your personal metagame could be, anything can happen. So I'm fully expecting. I'll put it like this. I think that there will be 4 different color combinations in the top 8 of this tournament today. Put a pin on. That's my bold take of the day. I think there'll be four different color combinations in the top 8 of this tournament today. That's my bold take because I think it's that wide open.
I like that. And if you had to pick, JDZ, I know I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Okay.
Who's taking the crown? Well, what if you had to not a person, just a deck color?
If I had to call it in the open, I'm saying Steel Song takes it. I think Steel Song right now, I think it's the best deck in the game. It does have its own weaknesses, but the weaknesses that it has is going to be itself. It just breaking and imploding. But if you can make a nice, consistent Steel Song strategy, I think it has nice, clean matchups across the board. The Ruby Sapphire strategy doesn't hit it as hard, and it has games to everyone. And if you got that skill to support it, I think Steel Song is going to be the deck that takes this tournament down today. I think that's super bold and super great prediction. What do you think, Gabe? If you had to pick one, what are you picking?
So I'm kind of 50-50 right now. I was leaning towards that Steel Song. I think it's between Steel Song and if I had to pick a second choice, to get a little bit of diversity amongst us, I'm gonna go with Ruby Amethyst. I think is another strong contender to win.
That's a good pick.
Ruby Amethyst, kind of in the opposite vein of what you just described, JD. Very consistent. You know what to expect from it. And you're going 7 matches, which if you take all 3 games, that's 21 games. Then you got to factor in top cut. Consistency wins at large numbers here, and I think that there's something to be said about that. So I got to say, I think it's Ruby Amethyst that takes it
for sure. And it's funny that you guys picked those 2 decks because that's pretty much where I stand as well. I was leading Amber Steel, but I think if anybody puts up a torch to the Amber Steel deck, it'd probably be Ruby Amethyst. I hope to be surprised. I hope to see blue-green aggro take down the format and we shake up the whole, shake everybody up.
Hey, you're saying that, and it almost kind of sounds like a joke a little bit, like, oh, that could, but I think it could happen. Like, I really don't know. Like, I would not be shocked if someone rolled up in here with some bending my will under the sea ward aggro deck and just wins. Because you literally just do not know, and there's just not enough time to put those quality reps in and really, really explore what this set 7 meta could be. Because every week you get onto the ink table or you hear something that's happening and someone's coming out with this new thing. And it's very viable, and I still don't think we've completely unlocked what this meta could be, and I'm excited for it, man. These are the best players; they can do it. Hopefully, they've been playing a lot and putting that research in, and they put on a great show and bring these things out because these tournaments do, as I stated, shape the meta. But are you guys ready for set champs too? Are you guys going to get into the dojo, into the octagon, and get out there and get your set champs on this weekend?
This weekend ain't going to happen because we're pretty locked in here. We'll be back tomorrow as well, so. This weekend, set champs not looking too sharp for me at least.
Yes.
But I'm hoping to get to play some in the next coming weeks. Not sure what I'm going to play yet. Probably green purple in some capacity.
Okay.
It's just that's my bread and butter. I did think about ruby amethyst as well. But I don't know. I've been testing a couple different green purple lists.
Yeah.
And I've been really enjoying it. It's very much my play style. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we'll see what happens.
Back. It's back too. I think that strategy's back. I think they got a couple
different versions that are back. So
I was
like, okay. So
dude, I love this game.
It brought me a lot of success in the last set champs. I ended up taking home two Scar playmats with the with green purple. So hopefully it holds true this time. We'll find out. We'll see.
Yeah. For me, so I'm not revealing the sauce, and I'll tell you why.
Ooh, secret sauce.
JDZ knows
you
why.
can't be holding the sauce, man. We talked about this before. You can't come. That is your responsibility as a broadcast booth.
No, hold on. This is different, JDZ, because I gotta reveal something that's late breaking news, right? Because last time at the ICL, you called me out. You said that I was skirting. You said that I was dodging. Okay, and what I told you then was I have a team to showcase.
I did,
but because you called me out. This Wednesday, I will be performing on the ICL. Okay, I will be performing the deck for which we will be playing. That's the reason why I can't.
All right. So now keep your secrets. I'm gonna make sure that I'm in the ICL booth because I got to see Gabe locked in and laser focus in the dojo.
Yeah, he
I
gets
gotta
locked
see it.
in. Yeah, he gets locked in.
I gotta see it. I'm ready. I'm ready. But what do we look like numbers wise? I mean, in the event, do you guys have a melee bracket that we could pull up or something?
I don't have one quite yet. We're getting actually pulled away real quick for the player meeting.
Okay.
I believe we're at 72 last time I checked, but I'll get a final number.
Yeah, we'll get a final number.
But I believe that's what the signups were at. We'll see. Sometimes there's some no shows or some last minute signups and stuff. So we're gonna go double check that. JDZ.
Yo,
I know you're the master here.
We're gonna hold it down. We're gonna hold it down. You guys go do your stuff. I'm a rock and roll. I got the chat. It's me and the chat in Southside Game. We're about to turn this thing up to the next level. So
get yourself some Uncrusties. Do what you got to do, and we'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah. All right. Hey, it's not time for the Uncrusties yet, but we'll pop one in a little bit later. But hopefully, you guys are out there getting ready, getting loose, getting active, stretching out. We got the Southside Gaming 10K. Okay, that is $10 dollars coming to the players down there in this prize pool, man. I think that's phenomenal, and I'm so glad to be a part of this in any way that I can because Southside Gaming, I think they do it the best in this. We call it. Someone coined it. I forget who it was. I want to make sure I give them their duest of diligence. They call it the lull kana during this little break that we've had in the past couple of weeks and in months that we haven't had any major events. And shout out to Southside Gaming for coming in and filling that void, man, because it's been a really, really great thing for the community. And a lot of people have latched on to it. So if you guys are just finding this stream, stay tuned. Keep it locked. It should be starting here very soon. They're just kind of going around and getting the atmospheres, getting everybody signed up. And I'm looking forward to see what the storyline is going to be. Is Jonathan Williams going to be there? Will he finally win one of these things? Is Mr. Bivens back in action? We haven't seen Mr. Bivens in a tournament. I did have the pleasure and fortunate honor of sitting down with him a few weeks ago. And he said he hasn't really had a lot of time to dedicate to the craft. But now that the World's Tournament has been leaked and or has been revealed, the dates have been revealed, I think now it's going to be the opportunity. You got to get out there and start cutting your teeth and getting loose and getting ready. So I'll see what Mr. Bivens is doing. You guys can see my poll. I'm gonna have to crop this out. Can you guys see this? Or is this just me? Is this my vision? I don't know if you guys can see this poll right here, but I gotta clean that up. I can't be out here with my poll showing, hey yo, no pause. You know, what up? Yo, Inkfinity, what is up? JDZ, what is up to you? What is up to all of you? Give me that green steel. Rise. You guys can see it. Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see my whole life right there. Let me get that thing zoomed in just a wee bit there. Okay, you guys can see this. You can see my boxes over there. You can see my I don't need y'all seeing all that. Let's zoom that in. There we go. How about that? Boom. There we go. Hey. What do you guys think are going to win today? Like I said, I think Amber Steel is in a great position in the metagame. I think that Green Steel is in a pretty good position in the metagame. I don't know if people are going to play Green Steel because Diablo is just a menace right now. And a lot of people are tuned in and they're tuning their decks and they're dialing their decks up to take down Diablo. So I don't know if Green Steel is going to get it done. RA Vasives going to shark it up. Maui half shark. Okay. What's this guy sitting at on TCG Player? I don't know. It should be a $75 card. Card's that good. Okay. And I would love to see a little bit of Maui Shark come on here, freeze dry these boards, start recurring some actions and getting loose. I think Maui Half Shark is going to be the card of the day. I do think that Amber Steel, if they play a multitude of Zeus, can negotiate through the Maui Half Shark fairly well. They can flood the board, play strength fairly well to keep that shark at bay. And I think that is what's going to be the difference maker. They're also playing a nice medley of World's Greatest Criminal Minds, which is a clean answer to Maui Half Shark. But everyone else who doesn't have access to those cards, you got to fear the shark. And it's going to be a long day for a lot of people. So RA Evasives, I would like to get we might have to make a poll or something to see what people are thinking, because I'm thinking there's going to be 1 Amber Steel, 1, 2 Ruby Amethyst in the top 8. Okay, 1 Amber Steel, 2 Ruby Amethyst, 1 Ruby Sapphire, 1 Emerald Steel, 2 Emerald Amethyst, and then 1 what are we thinking? Purple Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Steel. That's gonna be my top 8 right there. Put a pin in it. I just nailed it. I'm pretty sure I just clipped that. Take it to the bank. Okay. Take it to the bank. We got 1 Ruby Sapphire making it in today in the Southside Gaming 10K top 8. I think it's going to be Blurple. Blurple's getting cooked. Blurple's not going to make it. Okay. Blurple's not going to make it. Blurple's not going to make it. Blurple's going to get chewed up by all the Amber Steel that's around. They're going to get there. They're not going to make it. They're going to get cut. Dragon John on Ruby Sapphire. I would assume so. I would assume that Jonathan Williams is going to be playing Ruby Sapphire. That's their bread and butter. That's what he's been doing this whole time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It is broke. And I guess you do got to fix it. It is broke. I guess you kind of do. You do kind of got to fix it. I would suppose, with Hiram going down and all that happening. So you got to make some changes. But I'd still be interested to see how you adopt. Do you go more all in on the items? Do you start trying to go like to this mid-range conversion kind of thing and play more Kitas or something like that? We saw in the ICL, we saw a few versions of that strategy last night in the ICL. We saw that one Inkerbell showed up with the item version, which is quite cool. We saw Hamza, who's back in the dojo as well, getting his game on. He played more of like a amalgamation version, like a best of both worlds split item and shark deck, and it seemed quite cool. Granted, he did go over 60 cards to pull that off, but maybe there's an approach you can take to it. It's just so many different opportunities you can explore. Blue Steel would be amazing if they did. That's a sneaky pick. They call it Kiwi Birds. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that very aggressive curve style strategy. I think that could potentially make some headway. I think that deck is a surprise pick. People may not have put those quality test matches against that strategy because, like I said earlier, and like Skinner and Gabe were talking about earlier, this meta is way too wide open, and you just don't have that amount of time to test every potential matchup that you could face. It's impossible, and it's impossible to build your deck to cover everything. So a deck like Kiwi can come in, and you may not be familiar with the lines of play because you haven't tested against it. And it has ward. It has the ability to slow your opponent down a little bit. I mean, and get very aggressive. and kind of bog up their plan, I think it can beat people. It can definitely beat people. Non-will Jafar will be great to see pop off. That would be I think that would you'd be kind of limiting yourself there with a non-wheel Jafar strategy. And that's like the power play. That's like the best thing you can do. Unless you're doing like a blurple Jafar deck, lean on the lamps, lean on the friends, lean on the rabbits, Chernabog, brooms, things of that sort. But that Jafar wheel for just a nice 7-piece, dang, I don't know. It seems good. It seems like a good way to go. So it's gonna be a nice tournament. I'm always locked in on these Southside gaming events, man. And I can't wait. I can't wait to be a part of it. Yo, Betchy, nice to see you. Nice to see you as well, Betchy. You guys, this is not the Quest World stream. We're on the South Side. South side. So if you guys are ever in the Miami area, Dade County, I believe they're in North Miami, I want to say. I could be wrong. My geography, you guys know that's one of my biggest weaknesses. My Florida geography especially, it's quite subpar. So we'll see how they got that going on over there. But if you're in that area, look them up, get over there and support it. I've heard I get so much FOMO about everyone who comes back from these Southside events. Everyone, because they talk about it so highly. And I'm like, dude, I want to go so bad. I want to be there so bad. I'm like, oh, dude, man. Oh, man. Hey, dude, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, bro, dude. Oh, man, dude, check it out, dude. I was in Southside Gaming this weekend. And let me tell you, dude, it was so much fun. I'm like, dude, really? Yeah, dude, they had it all, man. We had this. We had a little bit of that. I'm like, dude, really? Yeah. It was like a waterfall and it had elephants. Really, dude? Yeah. Dude, it's not even it. Oh, we got boxes. We had side events. Oh, freaking Marge Simpson was there. Oh, the president was there. Really, dude? Yeah. It was so good. Southside, man. Oh, I can't wait to go back. And I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't live legitimately 4,000 miles away. Okay. It's not even kidding. Like I am 4,000 miles away from Southside. I can't go. I would love to go, but it is what it is. Maybe someday we'll keep it rocking and rolling. Glad to see JDZ doing this tournament. Yeah, I'm just supporting Skinner and Gabe. They are going to be in the building doing all the heavy lifting, and I just get to show up, cook with them. I've had the opportunity of broadcast with both of them. Very, very talented individuals. I love their approach to the game. I love what they have to say about these calls and what they have to say about these decks. I like to hear their insight. I think they have great voices. They're also quite handsome. You know what I'm saying? So it's a win-win-win for everybody, I think. So there you go. There you go. But what do you guys think is going to win? Let's get a prediction out there. I want to write down some predictions. Because I'm going to have my notebook here and I'm going to write down just a few predictions coming in from you guys. And we're going to hold your feet to the fire because a lot of times I wrote down my predictions. I got Amber Steel winning. And if I'm wrong, I'll have to stand on that. I'll have to stand on business, dude. I have to stand on it. If I'm wrong, I'll support that if I'm wrong. But I don't think, and I'll double down. I don't think Blurple's gonna make it. I don't think there's gonna be a Blurple in the top 8. I'm doubling down, even though that deck is so good. Oh my god, Blurple's so good. Sapphire Evidence is so good. But the matchup with Amber Steel is just so obnoxiously one-sided that I just can't trust it, dude. I'm all about having a bad matchup and dodging. But Amber Steel, you're not dodging Amber Steel. It just ain't gonna happen. You're gonna play that deck at least 2 or 3 times. And that deck is just that matchup is just so obnoxiously unfun one-sided to play. I'm like, it is just not good, man. I don't want to do it. Yo, Amber Emerald discard, says Dolphin. I'm writing that one down. That's a good pick. That one slipped through my radar. That's a good pick, dude. That's a good pick from Dolphin. Emerald discard from Dolphin, dude. That is a great pick. That one slipped through my radar. That one slipped through my radar, man, because I think that deck is rock solid. It doesn't have that many bad matchups. I think Green Steel is super hard for that deck. When you're discarding the discard, they kind of get clapped. They get clapped up pretty bad by that deck. But that deck is very, very good. And it's so annoying. Oh my goodness. I hate that. You're talking about banning cards. Let's get that out of there. I'm calling it. We will see the rise of Dinglehopper. Let me check out Dinglehopper one more time. I know what it does. I just want to check to make sure you guys know what it does. Let me check that one out. I know what it does. Don't test me. Don't test me what Dingle Hopper. How do you spell that? Dingle Hopper. Let's see. It's going to say remove up to 1 damage from chosen character. That can't be it. That can't be it. You're trolling. Dingle Hopper can't be it, right? Maybe. I don't know. It's Amber. Dingle Hopper meta. Are we there? Glacial Rain. Are we there? I don't think that's the. I don't think we're there. That can't be it. That can't be the meta breaking tool. It might be. I don't know anymore. You think you know a guy, okay? You think you know something, and this game, Lorcana, I'm telling you what, you think you might have it all figured out, and then boom, out of nowhere, the next thing happens, and you're just cooked. So I'm not even going to pretend like I know, because I don't know. If you show up with Dingle Hopper, some kind of heal matters deck where you're healing, and is there something where you can heal and do something else, like heal and then heal, gain some lore, heal and damage? I don't know all. There could be something there. There could be something there. I will never tear down anyone's idea of what could be. All right. It's after midnight. I should be sleeping. Yeah, get some rest. Get some rest. It's gonna be a long day. How about you go to bed now, and by the time you wake up, or just wake up and lock in, okay? Don't go to sleep at all. Just tune back in, because I'm here now, but they're just setting everything up. They're doing the player meetings. They're running and gunning. I can't hear everything that's going on over there, but I'm certain that they're getting it done. And you guys are stuck with me for right now, just for the interim. And this is better than a Be Right Back screen, because that's what it would be. But I'd like to kick it, man. I'm sitting here anyway. I might as well just kick it with y'all and get the chat, get the room rocking as we're about to get this thing underway. So long day of Lorcana. I believe we're going to have about 7 rounds of Swiss into a top 8. I want to say into a top 8. I want to say, and I think that's going to be how we get this thing solved today. $10,000 going out to the top 8 of this tournament as Knives Nerd Corner, Sunflower Luminary's finest. Knives, Neve. I can't read. I'm sorry. Knife? Is it not? It's I know who you are. Okay. Knife. Or is it Neve? Not Neves. You are Neve, and it is the nerd corner in which you are located. There it is. I'm not a legend. I'm just a guy trying to have some fun with my friends, dude. Knife. Like knives. There we go. I nailed it the first time. Knives Nerd Corner. Sunflower Luminary's finest. It's in the building, holding it down. Yeah. Who do you guys think is going to win today? Who do you guys think is going to win? Who do you guys think is going to win? Do you think it's going to be, let's put some spreads on it, okay? A little bit of like gamble. Okay, kidding. Not gambling. Okay. We'll say, how about this? Zan, Zach, Hector, Ghosty, or the field. Zan, Zach, Hector, Ghosty, or the field. The line is 50-50, and it's a push. What are we taking? How much are we putting on it? You're taking the field. Army Boy is taking the field. I think that's a good bet. I don't know. The field. You're taking the field. We got Zan, Syed, Zach Bivens, Hector, Ghosty, or the field. 70 plus person field. No, we put No I'm Not in there too. No I'm Not is there. No I'm Not is in the building. So 5. No I'm Not, Zan, Zach, Ghosty, Hector, or the field. You're still taking field? We got everyone taking field. We got one person taking the power 5. Okay. I want to see how many of those players are 1 million on Zan. Yeah, I'm not betting against Zan, dude. I can't do it. I'm such a Zan stan, bro. I'm just a Zan stan, dude. If people hate me for it, it is what it is, man. I try to hate. Like my hate goes in waves. Okay, it starts out as pure hate. Oh, I'm a hater, dude. I'm a hate. This guy, look at this guy. What are you doing? He got the whatever, dude. And then it slowly goes to hold up now. That's where my hate goes round 2. I'm like, hold up now. Hey, this might be. And it turns out, oh, hey, wait a minute. Look at this dude. To Stan. That's how it goes. It goes from hater to Stan real quick. RMB is going to win it as RM Bay is in the building. I forgot RMB is there too. There's a lot of talented Lorcana individuals in the dojo today. RMB back at it again. I love to see that. I know he was having some you know, identity crisis with Hiram going down and Forrester going down. He's another player that got tremendously affected by that. He made a lot of fame and fortune off of those two cards, and they were stripped from him. And he had to go back to the lab. He had to do some internal reflection, really dial it up a little bit, really think about what am I going to do, go through these whole things. And now he's back on the saddle. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I like that. A little bit of, hey, this hurt me. I'm affected by this. I'm going to take some time and I'm going to come back and I'm going to keep grinding, man. So I think R&B can make a deep run. The great players back at it again. This is a very strong region, man. South Florida area, just Florida in general, I think is probably one of the bigger hotbeds of Lorcana in the country. Florida has this region. There are some regions like in Toronto that are really, really super powerful regions. Like that whole southeast area is just like on a whole nother level, man. Between Atlanta and Florida, forget about it, dude. It is like ridiculous. I don't know what they're doing over there. Maybe it's because they're so close to the Disney HQ. So get those picks in. We got 1 million on Zan. RMB is calling for RMB. We got we got who else we got? I think it's gonna be a great tournament. Resilient MB. I like that. The R stands for resilient. Never give up. Maintaining a prepared to land attitude. A never give up attitude. Always flexible, stay motivated attitude. Look on the bright side attitude. We need that. We need that. We need that. It hit a lot of people. It hit a lot of people in a bad way. And hit R&B in the worst possible way because that's a deck that they've been playing the whole time. And it's been tier 3 or tier 2 the whole time. And he's been playing it still very consistently the whole time. And then you finally give him a little taste of tier 1 and you rug pull him, dude. Ooh. 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 Feels bad. Feels bad. Yes, the Southeast is insane. I don't know what's going on in the Southeast. I really don't. I really don't. Yo, what up, Harley? We out here. I got no Uncrusty today, big dog. So I got some in the freezer. Maybe I can pop one when I need it. And the thing about the Uncrusties, you can't just lean. You can't go ugly early on the Uncrusties. You gotta stall them. You gotta really titrate those. It's like I don't know if you guys are familiar with Dragon Ball Z, right? It's kind of like the Senzu bean. You don't just lead Senzu bean. You got to really put in the grind first, get the fatigue going, and then when you really, really need it, you pop the Senzu bean, and then you keep going. You don't want to start there because it just won't have the same effect. That's how the Uncrusty meta works. If you guys ever want to try it, just give it a shot sometime. Get really tired, get like really, and then just like, oh man, I just really need to in your back. Excuse me. Excuse me. But we still got it going on. Thank you guys for being here at the Southside Gaming channel. And if you guys have a follow, I don't even think I need to talk to whoever's running their Twitch because I don't even think they have their subscriptions on. Like I was totally going to donate some currency into the program a few times, and they just don't even have the ability to accept. So just give them a follow at least at a minimum. Let them know that you're here. Thank you guys. I do appreciate you guys being here and supporting Southside Gaming because again, they're one of my favorite tournament organizers. The passion that they have for this game is so visible. Like you can just see it. And sometimes a lot of people, oh, I got to do this. It's a money first kind of thing. Like I got to have this much money, and it kind of mucks up the stuff a little bit. But when you have something like this, clearly this is a huge passion project. Clearly this is not for the money. This is for the community. And I think that is extremely important to keep these kind of things off the ground. Because if you guys tune into my streams, I always say that all the time, is that it's going to start like these things, like Disney can only do so much. Disney is, and Ravensburger, these corporations, they're trying their best and they want everything to be great, but they can literally only do so much. Because they have their own limitations. They have these checks and balances and these loopholes they have to go through. And things are always going to be slow on their end. But as a player or someone who's a part of the community, if you just sit around and just point up and just blame and naysay and wait and like, just, sit idly by, your time's going to pass by and you're going to miss out on something that you could have had an active hand in and help make it great instead of I'm just gonna wait and then blame and then nitpick and ridicule when things don't go the way that you want. Whereas an organization like Southside is like, hey, I see that there's a void. I see there's a need. I have the ability and the means and the follow through to fill that need. I'm going to do something. And this is what they decided to do. And it's been such a godsend to the community. It's not just them, it's all these other tournaments that happen all over the country as well. It has been amazing. It's been a phenomenal thing to keep the game healthy and going. And it's going to be an absolute vibe. Just got top 4 in a midnight set champ of 34 players. Let's go. Getting loose and getting active in a 34-person midnight set championship. I can't grind like that. I can't even give it up like that. Shout out to you, though. I'm glad that you're able to give it up like that with a midnight grind, showing up, getting loose. 34 other players as well. Were you fatigued, though? Was that? Can you talk about that? Was you? But you're a late night owl anyway, so it probably fits that you're able to stay up that late, Ninja Harley. You probably had a competitive advantage, actually. Yeah, you probably had a competitive edge. Uh-oh, I have some production.
Oh, goodness gracious, we're here.
Yo,
we're back.
We're back.
Thank you for holding it down, JDZ.
Of course.
Thank you. A couple of things that came out of that player meeting we want to make sure we let everybody know. So first things first, Zach Bivens, as we've mentioned already, is in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are again in our
triple screen.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go on our roller coaster ride one more time. Roller coaster. Number 1, roller coaster.
All right.
So so Zach Bivens is here. This is Zach Bivens' first official SSG event as a player on the SSG team, and as a result of that, Devin, the owner of SSG, has put up for raffle an Enchanted Elsa. First set Enchanted Elsa.
Yep.
So that's currently on. That's going to be for raffle. The way the raffle works, if you're here and you're part of the event, you get a free ticket in. On top of that, for every, I think, what was it, $25?
Yeah. So if you follow on social media, you get an entry. Any of the social medias, each one gets you an entry into the raffle. If you spend $25 in the store, you get an entry into the raffle. If you trade in $25 worth of stuff to the store, you get an entry into the raffle. Tons of ways to enter the raffle. At the end of the day, we're going to go ahead and choose one, and that person will get an Enchanted Elsa from set 1. And not only that, we're doing bounties, we mentioned earlier. We have giveaways and raffles in between the rounds. So everybody's going home today with something, all right? Yeah. So we're going to make sure we take care of the people. And yes, look, we got 77. That's the final number.
Let's go.
Yeah, so nice. So we're used to seeing 150 plus in here. So it's a nice, the air conditioning feels nice today. Mm-hmm. It's a little cooler in here. But there's a bunch of killers out there, guys. Yeah. Bunch of really good players. I see a lot of world-class card jackets out there. I see the peoples, we got a lot of stuff going on. So it's looking to be a great event today. And first up, I know we have Mitch, who was a winner of our last event. He will be on camera for round number 1. I don't know his opponent quite yet, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. And how are things going, JDZ? Thanks for holding down the fort, by the way. I know we left you a little long here, but I know you know.
No, it's fine, dude. I'm never alone. We got the Southside Gaming chat rocking and rolling early, dude. They showed up early, dude, and I really enjoyed it. We were talking about that too. You guys talking about these raffles and these giveaways and these door prizes and all these things. I was just saying, like, hey, the FOMO is so real with these Southside Gaming events because you just never know what's going to happen. Like, I would love to be there. Can I get an Elsa? Can I get a couple of tickets into the raffle and get my? I
always try to tell people, like, they see the pricing on the poster, but there's always an asterisk there. There's always a little something extra surprise at the end. So yeah, definitely always worth it to come down here. And we're looking forward to a nice $10,000 Merlin 10K today.
Shit.
So somebody's going to be walking home with some money.
And we did confirm the initial conversation was that we would be hosting the Top Cut tomorrow, depending on size. But because it's a smaller group, we're going to run through this whole thing today, baby. We're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do it all in one shot.
Let's do it.
It'll be a good old-fashioned Delulu run. We're going to go crazy.
A little barn burner for us.
We're locked in, man. Well, is a round. How much time do we have until the round 1 is about to begin?
I believe they're pairing right now. We just did the player meeting, so I would say within the next 5 minutes or so. I would think. Okay. I would imagine something like that.
All right. So the question that I posed for the chat, the gambling line. We're not gambling. Just a little light mental gambling. Okay, a little gamesmanship, if you will. Here's a line. Okay, so you have Zan Syed, Zach Bivens, Hector, Ghosty. No, I'm not. or the field? Who are you picking to win this thing?
Ooh.
This is like the 100 men versus a gorilla kind of thing going on.
It's basically the same thing. 100 men
one
versus
gorilla
gorillas,
versus 100
but
South
five
Floridians.
players
of the
versus
gorilla.
5 versus the rest of the 77 person field. So 5 versus 72, one the field. Which one are you picking?
I'm taking the pros.
You're taking the pros? Pros versus the field.
Yeah, I'm taking the pros. I mean, there's always anything could happen. I mean, look at Mitch last tournament, came in here, beat JDZ in the finals, spiked the tournament. So you never know. But if I had to put my money where my mouth is, I'm taking the gorilla, aka the five peeps.
Yeah. Actually, I got to tell you, my money's got to be on the 100 men. Okay, so I think it's actually going to be one of the people that we haven't named, not of the quote unquote pro group. Every time we've done this, there's not been a pro to have won this event.
Yeah.
The odds are actually against them, and I'll tell you why, JDZ. I'll tell you why, and you don't want to know why?
Yeah.
Because I'll put every breath of my life into this. This South Florida is the place to be if you want to get better at playing. Not just Lorcana, any TCG, but Lorcana especially. We have the best players. We have the most competitive locals. Our set champs are basically DLCs. These people have been trained. Like, you talk about going to the dojo. We got Cobra Kai down here. Okay, that's what we got. We got Cobra Kai running this place. So I say it's 100 men.
I concur. Like, I do concur. We did talk about that as well in the little time I had here. And like, I don't know what the hell is going on down there in South Florida, but you guys are on a different level. Like, the level of strength, the power level of the South Florida area, and even just the Southeast in general. Like, even from Georgia to Atlanta to the North Florida to South Florida, like, it is insane the amount of golden Mickeys that are in that little belt of players, man. So I wouldn't be surprised if the field can do it. Like I said, you got R&B, who's also in the building. I didn't even add him to the pro player list. You have some other names, other golden Mickey earners who are just floating around. And if they don't make it, you're like, wow, what's going on? Because I was in Arkansas, you had Zan and Mo show up. Not saying that the field was of the players weren't as talented or whatever. There's still some strong players there. Absolutely. But you had 2 of the world's qualified players meeting in the finals as an indicator of how stronger they were compared to the rest of that field. But
all right, and I think we're good to go for round 1. I'm getting a little chat here saying we are ready to go. So JDZ, if you want to take a little BRB, everybody, I promise you'll see his beautiful face very soon. We're going to be rotating around here. And JDZ, we thank you so much, number 1, for being here today, and number 2, for being such a cool dude.
But first, don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. Get your seat backs up. It's time to go. We're taking off. Southside Gaming underway. Let's do it.
Let's go. Transition. Stefan, do the thing. Stefan, do the thing.
Do it, Stefan. Hurry.
Weird.
We're going to look weird.
Stefan.
Why do we pay it's getting weird, Stefan. It's getting weird. Get me out of here, Stefan.
And now we're
Stefan, get me out of here.
Hey, we did it. See you later, JD.
All right. And you'll notice, I got to shout out production here. Notice the upgrades. There's no more phone. The phone's gone.
No more phone. We got cards on the side now. We got lore totals. I believe Bobby McCoo was asking earlier if we're using his lore total app. I'm not sure if we are. Stefan he's the guy who pushes the buttons. We're just the guys who talk. So he might be. And if he is, thank you for that.
Yeah. So really, just I like revealing the things that we're doing in the background, because I think that's part of what makes SSG so cool, is that we're just kind of, everybody's just chilling here. Everybody's just hanging out. So yeah, the players are pushing buttons, but it's going to actually update on screen.
For sure. And cool. we do have Mitch, as we mentioned. Mitch did win our last event here and took it down with Red Blue. And it's going to be interesting to see. I see Storm Rage on in his hands. So we have departed. No more Hirams in the format. So Mitch deciding, I guess, I'm done with Red Blue. They've broken up, and he is now in a relationship with, it looks like, Amber Steel.
Yeah.
I can't tell exactly. I do see Storm in his hand, but green steel.
Emerald Steel.
Interesting.
Here we go.
Okay, so Mitch versus Eric. Eric also inked a Steel Jafar, so I think he may be on Amber Steel. Yes, Amber Steel. So he plays out of Lilo on turn 2. And going to be interesting to see. Look at the effects.
Oh,
Stefan.
my goodness!
Look at you, Stefan. You're beautiful.
This is so fancy.
Putting the cards on the screen for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're so spoiled here.
And of course, that's the Escape Artist. That is actually the promo that you can get from, I believe it's Costco.
Oh, it looks like Mufasa. We're playing Amber Steel Mufasa. Okay. All right. So he actually does it. He does hit a song here, which is pretty interesting, because a lot of these Mufasa decks are very low on songs and actions, if any at all. So very interesting to see that he was able to snag that
Yeah.
that spell, or excuse me, that song there.
Yeah, yeah, and that Ursula, of course, now Mitch knows that Ursula is very low value in this matchup. So you got to wonder, coming up in game two, normally if you're playing Emerald Steel, you're looking for that Ursula. That is like a hard mulligan option, depending on what your matchups are. Seeing that we're up against Steel Fossa, as it's known colloquially, Steel Fossa.
For sure.
That Ursula now has very little value.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean,
yeah.
we did get a hit off of it, and we know for the future that
Yep.
it may not be our best card in this matchup. But Mitch looking over his turn here, deciding how he wants to go about getting rid of Eric's hand, which is the name of the game here when you play Green Steel. So let's see what he. Okay, plays himself a little morph, sets himself up for a potential shift option, whether it be Pete or Beast. I'm not sure if he's playing Beast or not, but we go ahead and get in there for one with Ursula and pass it back.
Yeah. And as we're seeing the beginning of the game, the beginning of every game is this establishing period. What's going to stick? That dock is a bit of a problem because that dock represents a lot of value. It's about to get off its first kind of ramped character, I guess we can call it, or a cheap character.
He could run out Mufasa. Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing.
Would you look at that? You called it, Skinner.
Yeah.
Congratulations. We have our father of the year. Mufasa's here.
There he is. It is the big daddy, Mr. Mufasa, holding it down here. And Eric's board looking pretty scary right now. I mean, he's got 2 lore questers in play. We don't have a direct answer to this Lilo or Doc quite yet, depending on what Mitch decides to shift in here, if anything. I do see a lot of options there for Mitch. I mean, we see Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. So if he does play a character, he could sing potentially, and deal 2 damage if he decides to shift on top. Could also be Robin Hood. I'm not sure if he's playing those, but there's a lot of different shift characters that could potentially be problematic here. But I'm thinking Pete right now. I see he's hovering over the Pete.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and there's a lot of options available. Deciding what to mulligan, or rather what to ink, of course.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
And this is a scary Pete. This one, there's really 2 parts of this thing that makes it scary. The first one is that it just hits things, and it's just going to keep hitting things because it's so big. Yep. And it has resist whenever it turns itself sideways. That's cool.
Yep.
The other part of it, of course, affects the ability to sing songs and to be. It's kind of like the Sea Witch Queen Ursula, where it stops singing of songs. Not that that's necessarily an issue in this particular matchup, but still could be a factor.
Sure, absolutely. And we'll see. We'll get in for 4 more, and just a bunch of lore just dumped onto the field here. We have Piglet, Doc, and Daisy, all joining the gang here, and it's looking pretty scary here. Yeah. I mean, we have a very wide board. All these characters questing for more than one, except for the Doc. I mean, everybody's in here to get some lore in. And if this Mufasa does happen to bite the dust, we're going to get yet another character in place. So pretty sticky predicament here for Mitch, as Eric is already at 10 lore, and Mitch still trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah. I think if we weren't so far ahead in lore at this point, this could still be Mitch's game. I'm not ready to call it yet, because there are cards that exist in Emerald Steel that can certainly solve this problem. We've got things like Muses. If we can sing some songs that target characters and then bounce characters back to hand, that could help level out this playing field a little bit. My concern, of course, is just we're so far ahead in Eric's case. It may be too little too late, and we're going to find out. So, yep, as we see, we are hard casting songs to not remove Daisy in that one shot. That is not good value necessarily. We are singing. Is that a grab your sword? Yeah, this is a grab.
Oh, he plays grab the sword.
Okay.
So that's a game changer right there. So
this does change the complexity of it. We just took away 3 of the 5 characters from Eric's side of the board. Crazy.
We're gonna get a Mufasa trigger here, and he's back.
Hey, Daddy's back.
Long live the king, as they
Daddy.
say. Yeah, grab is that's actually wow. That's like a card that not a lot of people are including. Obviously, a card that many people have stopped respecting, to be honest. I mean, many aggro decks are running amok, knowing that grab your swords is pretty much not included in so many steel lists. But Mitch seeing the value of it here and coming in very clutch for him, as he's able to clean up a bunch of these characters in one go.
Yeah, Eric is certainly trying to keep that board state with pressure, opting to use Escape Artist's effect of being played from the discard pile and bringing another dock into play, trying to continue to get value, play characters at low costs, minimize how much you have to ink, so that way you can keep the answers in your hand
for sure
to do things with.
And Mitch, I haven't seen him so far his green deck has looked pretty fair. I haven't seen him do any of the ridiculous stuff that Green Steel is known for. We haven't seen Diablo shift stuff. We haven't seen discard shenanigans. We haven't
Oh
seen
my god,
Prince John.
we
Did
just
he just
ripped
get a
another
third?
Mufasa on Mufasa.
Conga
Oh
line.
no, look at this. Well, you know what? That's one persistent dad. That's a father who won't go to the supermarket and not come back. So that's good.
He's like, I'm not going down. You could try and try, but he's like 50 Cent, dude. He just he got shot 9 times, but he's still back.
He's still back, baby. We're
He's
not
back.
going.
That is quite clutch here, and we do see the Robin Hood come down. So Mitch is on the way. But I was saying before though is he's in an okay spot right now. I mean, he's got okay stuff in play, but he needs to figure it out very quickly because Eric is not stopping anytime soon.
Eric is in the phase of the game now where he just needs to limp across the finish line. We're at 13 for our lore count. We just need to garner like 3 or 4 more times where we can turn a character sideways, go on that quest, collect that lore, and then this game is over. So Mitch, being so far behind, needs to figure out ways to just dominate. And we see Penny hit the table here, which of course gives resist, will heal a character for a little bit as well. And so yeah, Penny's a good one. Penny's cool. She's also quest for 2.
Yep,
which is very cool.
She's a solid addition for sure, especially to these aggro archetypes.
Yeah, so Eric's still fighting the good fight. Eric's still saying, no, I'm still in this. Just because you played that grab your sword doesn't mean look, we're back to 5 characters.
Another 5, wow.
We're back to 5 characters on the table in so much time.
Yeah, Mitch is going to be able to hit some of these things here, but depending what this Mufasa flips, it's going to be tight. I mean, we already have 4 lore readied in play, so if Mitch can't deal with those 2 readied characters, he just dies immediately. But if he does manage to do so somehow, he still has to worry about whatever the Mufasa flips over. So pretty tight spot here for Mitch, unfortunately. And Eric being on the play here, huge advantage for sure to be able to just hit the ground running.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think to really the point here that we're going to see, I think what the story of this game is, we didn't see Diablos. We didn't see Prince Johns. We didn't see any of the things that really make Emerald Steel just that monster of a deck.
Here we go, Gabe. Here we go.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, look at
oh, let's wrap it up. Mitch is like, nah, bro, we're good. You got me.
Mitch with the instant reset button. He's like, no, we're not doing that. Chimpo, what a flip. Wow, those Mufasa triggers were some of the best I've seen.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Mufasa triggers and then a Chimpo. Just to seal the deal there.
Who wins in a fight? Is it 1 Chimpo or is it 100 men? Who wins in a fight? I'd have to go with the Chimpo. I think Chimpo wins every time.
Chimpo or the gorilla or Chimpo or the 100
men? Chimpo and the 100 men.
I'd say the 100 men would probably take him out too.
Okay. Are you sure?
We're gonna run out of fatigue. He's in a fatigue. He's a big guy.
He is a big dude.
He might body the first like 15 people.
Yeah.
But then after that, I don't know. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, it's downhill, and hopefully you're not number 16.
Exactly, because then you're
Yeah. I have to admit something too. I was just having a conversation about Mufasa out there on the like I was talking to somebody about Mufasa decks. We were talking about Ruby Amber, and I said, you know what the worst card in Ruby Amber is? Mufasa. And now that I feel like Eric was brought here to SSG to make me say, hey, maybe shut up a little bit. Maybe don't think you know stuff.
Yeah, honestly, when you're playing this kind of shell or this aggro shell, and you have some good RNG on your side, Mufasa can be quite the problem. My Mufasas always tend to flip like one cost characters, unfortunately, but Eric's Mufasa's putting in some heavy overtime for this one.
Yeah, actually, you're not kidding about that. And so we are watching this mulligan happen right now. We've got kind of just setting themselves up. So, of course, my favorite question to ask is, what are they looking for? And they know what each of them are playing. So what is Eric looking for? What is Mitch looking for? What do you think?
So Eric's on the draw now. So Eric is going to have to play a little more defensively. I mean, his deck obviously is still leaning towards aggression. So he's still going to be looking for his curve, but maybe, just a little different. Maybe not Daisy on one. Maybe we're trying something else. I'm not sure what other 1-drops he's playing, but maybe try something a little more defense. And then for Mitch, I mean, obviously he's just looking for the pieces. I mean, he just wants to be able to play his strategy, which didn't really come to fruition in the last game. So hopefully he's able to find some more of the pieces here. Again, I haven't looked at Mitch's list. I'm only assuming that he's on Diablos and discard and all that stuff. He could just be on some kind of green steel beatdown deck. I mean, who knows? But we didn't get to see any of the fancy stuff in the last game, so it's still kind of a mystery as to whether or not he's playing all the extra stuff here.
Yeah.
He could be opting not to play Diablo. I know a lot of people are playing like Diablo decks without Diablo now because there's just so much hate for Diablo.
Yeah.
So it's possible. I did see a green steel list very recently with no Prince Johns and no Sudden Chills, if you can believe that. So
Wow.
I mean, there's definitely so much room to innovate. So we'll see if Mitch is able to snag it down this time, as we do get a daisy for turn 1 on Eric. And this hook is not going to be able to cleanly answer it. So
no, it's not. I mean, three of the 4 that you need to take down the daisy is not bad, but it's not the full picture. And when you're playing Amber, there's always the looming threat of that long-haired lady,
sure,
that Rapunzel, just kind of sneaking around and letting you draw a bunch of cards. So you got to watch out what you do with that hook.
Right. Yeah, we definitely do see some songs in Mitch's hand, which he will be able to use to kind of clean up the daisy if possible. But we don't have any good singers at the time right now. So does he want to use 3-hole ink in his whole turn to potentially kill the daisy? Possibly, but it's going to be interesting to see what Mitch decides here, as he does.
Yeah.
He does find a song yet again.
And I have to point something out here. Look at Mitch's hand. Mitch is playing a whole new world.
Okay.
Mitch is playing a whole new world.
So he might not be on Diablo. He might just be on green steel good stuff.
Yeah.
Which is, I support it. We see Captain Hooks and stuff. So yeah, very indicative of just like a mid-rangey green beatdown deck. So it looks like a cool list. Last game didn't work out too well, but I'm confident that Mitch will figure it out and put up a fight this time for it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, a lot of songs here. There's a lot of songs on the other side too. So both players are playing Steel Song. I know we traditionally will associate Steel Song as an Amber strategy. We just auto assume Amber when we say Steel Song, but in the current meta, we can't just assume that anymore.
Nope.
You have to specify now, because Steel Song means many things. I've seen Amethyst Steel Song. We're seeing what appears to be Emerald Steel Song, and just. Maybe we need to think about that as we think about how we consider the meta and this game.
For sure. Yeah. We have somewhere like a green song, or something we can, I don't know. I don't have a clever name for it at the moment, but it's something along those lines. And Eric playing a very aggressive Mufasa steel deck. No, I haven't seen any diggy holes or anything like that. It looks like he's just opting to go with just bodies. And I'm guessing just the Raging Fire is just for, a little bit of removal option there. But very surprised that Mitch has found a Raging Fire both times that he's played Ursula, considering the deck he's playing against. So yeah. I almost would have inked it if I was Eric, because I know he's on Ursula's. But yeah, unfortunately he does get hit by that. But Mitch's board starting to grow and looking a lot more, looking a lot more presentable than it did in the first game. Oh, yeah. Look, he's playing Storms as well. Very interesting.
Yeah. So I'm saying, even this is still using elements of Steel Song. I mean, it may not be on a whole new world beat, but when it comes to the removal spells, certainly we're seeing that, which would indicate to me, like, if you're playing those removal spells, or those removal songs rather, you've got to be playing Cinderella as well, I would imagine, in a deck like this too.
For sure. Yeah, as he loads up a Doc onto the table, which will reduce the cost of his next drop. So also quest for 2. So Doc used to be in a lot of decks, man. I remember Doc in the OG days. Doc was a real problem. Docs and lanterns and all that kind of stuff. But Doc is doing some great work here. 2/3 body, making it very difficult for Mitch to just go ahead and take it out right here.
Yeah, and we're seeing now this game is a lot different. It's a lot slower on Eric's side. Eric's not moving as quickly.
Nope.
We do see that Mitch is doing a pretty good job of maintaining a fair board state here. We've got Smeeze, Smeeze doing stuff, and we've got characters still building. We're still building a state here for both sides.
For sure. Yeah, both players pretty neck and neck here. I do see Eric potentially getting low on cards here. Oh, as I say that, he draws yet another one, so that's good for him. Because we haven't really seen any way for Eric to draw cards here. Ooh. Minus the Storms.
An interesting move here. So Doc, you generally think of as a character that's used to cheat out larger characters early. Eric said, "You know what? Instead of doing larger characters, let's do 2 characters.
Yeah.
So we'll get one out real cheap, and then we'll pay one at the fair price. We'll pay market price for the
I'm about
one.
it. Yeah, you got to get. We got a lot of inflation going on here, so you got to get the discounts while you can. So Doc happily obliging and giving him a little discount on the Calhoun package there, as a Beast does join the table.
All right, potential card advantage for Mitch.
Beast is definitely an engine that will start drawing some cards here for Mitch if left unchecked. And I bet Eric is wishing he would have kept one of those Storms right about now, because that would be pretty clutch here to turn this beast to just a human.
Well, a really angry 7 strength.
Well, I guess he's still a beast, right? He's just an angry
Yeah.
beast instead of a sad beast.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, we got piglets coming down, and Doc's always on. It's always Doc, right? The last card's always Doc.
It always is.
I feel like it's always Doc.
We see, oh goodness gracious, we see a daisy coming down. All right, some questions about stuff that's happening. All right, we're deciding with Smee. We're going to go ahead and start questing. This board state may have just gotten too far out of control for Mitch, and this may be the beginning of the end.
Well, he does play Grab Your Swords, and we do have a singer here, so Mitch is going to get to peek at 2 new cards here. I see a Beast. I see a Whole New World. I see Storm. Whole New World, not great here. Obviously, you do not want to give Eric a stack of 7 back to him, considering that he's already dumped his whole hand down. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky here for Mitch to try to maneuver his way out of this as Eric just continues to plop down threats and continues to pressure with this lore.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And you know what? Maybe the storm isn't the worst thing in the world. If we can storm into a sword, Grab Your Sword, that can help to reduce some of the problems here. So, you know, maybe not the worst thing in the world if you get the pieces that you need.
Right. But even if he storms here, I mean, Calhoun's got the resist. Doc's got 3 toughness. Both Docs have 3 toughness. And the Daisy's a 1/4. So, you know, as back in the day, if you had an aggressive field, usually a good old Grab Your Swords would do the trick. But we're living in a world now with 1/4s and 1/3s. So it's just going to be pretty tough to close this out. So let's see Mitch grinding his gears here, seeing if there is a way as he chooses to Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus is good. Zeus will take care of some things, and we do see opting to take damage by attacking with the beast, put in a position where he has to.
Yeah, and what's he gonna do? You know, this is pretty much his only option.
Yeah, so opting then saying, hey, you know what? I'm gonna have to forego my draw engine. I've got this big dude now that every time it's my turn, it gets to do a total of 7 strength worth of challenging. We see we see a quest
little
with
sing. I like that.
And so we see the questing with the that wasn't a quest, that was a singing with the Doc.
Yeah, he sang with Doc and then he quested Daisy and other Doc, and yeah, he's up to 11. And Mitch, looks like the card in hand are dwindling. Oh wait, no, they're not dwindling anymore. They're on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have yet another beast, a Hook, and a Robin. So we're both just kind of loading up the table here. However, Eric's at 11.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to Mitch to be able to stop him from hitting that 20 lure.
Yeah, it's you know, to the point that's being made, Mitch is doing a good job of swatting away problems, but the thing is that they're existing long enough to peck, to just go on a quest here, go on a quest there, and all those little peckings, those little grabbings, those little quests, they add up. And so we're seeing that Eric is saying, you know what, we are at critical mass. I'm going to turn these characters sideways, and we are going to get as close to that 20 as I can. You now, Mitch, need to do something, because if you don't, I win next time.
As they say in Magic the Gathering, math is for blockers. So Eric's just going to turn everything sideways and say, Mitch, you figure out the rest. This is what I got. Can you kill it?
Yep.
So Mitch going to have a pretty big turn here, whether or not he's able to clean up all these characters. I mean, we do see some decent attackers on his side of the table that might be able to do some of the work here, but it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to clean up everything. Because, any 2 lore that gets in here. And the problem is, even if he does attack into all these and clean it up, that Calhoun can trade right back and gather up that last 2 lore. So it's a very tricky spot for Mitch here.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's going to be a big part of it is, can we do this clean? And it's not looking great for Mitch. Mitch is thinking through, deciding all the options. Mitch is in the tank right now, deciding, hey, can I do anything?
Yeah.
Is this over? Do I have a shot?
It's looking pretty grim here. I see, nothing that I've seen in his hand has been super helpful. A Whole New World, a Robin. I mean, there he inks the Robin. What are we doing? We're going to just Whole New World and pray? That can't be the answer, right? I mean...
Yeah, maybe it is.
Your opponent's at 18 and you're going to give him 7 new cards. I mean, I don't think that's going to be it. I think Mitch is pretty much in a bad spot here.
I think so too. I mean, I think you still got to play to your outs regardless of what happens here. And we're going to decide, do we sing it? Do we sing A Whole New World?
The thing is, if we sing it, right, we lose an attacker, and then you just got to pray that you have like a bunch of songs to just remove the whole table. I mean, it's going to be It's going to be tricky.
No, I'm not saying it's going to be good, but it's going to be a thing, and we got to to everybody that's out there listening. Always play to your outs. Pretend like the best thing in your deck is waiting for you the next card, and operate that way.
Yeah, but what are the outs is the real question here, right? So
fair enough.
Play to your outs, but is there an out? You know?
You got to have an out.
Yeah, is there one? I think I saw an Ursula 3 in his hand. That's not going to help. Yeah, just not looking good for Mitch. This is one of those situations where like you stare at your hand and you just want something to make sense. You want something to be the answer, then it's just not the answer.
Yeah.
But Mitch does go for the only line possible, which is to sing the whole new world. And he looks somewhat okay with what he got there, but I do see a grab your swords up at the front.
Yep,
but
I see a Tinkerbell as well, kind of a follow-up, but you can't do both. I don't think you have the ability to do both here.
No, you can't Tink swords. That would be really nice.
That'd be so sick.
But even Tink Swords doesn't kill Calhoun, which is kind of crazy.
Right. I know, isn't that wild?
Which is kind of crazy. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty much blouses here for Mitch. I think it's gonna be really tough.
Yeah, Mitch just in the tank now. Mitch has got time. I mean, we're in the second game.
Oh, he's definitely got time.
So
but
I
just
to think but to your point, what's there? What really is there?
It's gonna be tough, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the combination of cards with the ink presented that could deal with all these attackers and the Calhoun. And I don't see it. I don't see it. So Mitch is just taking a look there. I see an I'm still here in his hand. That's not going to do it. I see grab your swords. Obviously, that's not going to really do it. Yeah, it's tough. And Eric just patiently waiting to see if he could turn his card sideways as he stares at 7 new cards. So Eric says pretty much, yeah, if you do manage to somehow delete my board, I'm more than happy to spam the board again next turn.
Would you like to see some new friends I have for you?
So
thanks for bringing them to me.
Yeah, best bet, force of will. Yeah, that's pretty much the only way to win here is if your opponent somehow has a card from a different card game and and plays it. All right, let's see. Mitch exerting 3 ink here. What's the play, Mitch? What are we looking at? I'm still here. So he'll give +2 resist to Ursula and draw a card. Mitch just looking for an extra card here. But yeah, now we have 3 less ink. And we're down an attacker because we sang. I mean, and these characters are still sitting in play. Like, there's nothing we can do about them. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So Mitch, rough turn of events. As you can see, this is the way it goes. You could spike a whole tournament and then come to the next tournament and get 2-0 round 1. I mean, you never know in Lorcana. You have to always respect the different meta. Obviously, Eric running a deck that not a lot of people are probably playing. Amber Steel, very popular color, but I really like Eric's build here. It's Mufasa, but it still plays actions, which is very cool. And it seems like it has a lot of powerful options in terms of aggro. So props to Eric for taking a clean 2-0 here and starting off his day 1 win closer to the $10,000 prize pool. So congrats to Eric and Mitch. I'm sure we'll bounce back. Mitch is a great player, obviously, and I'm sure he'll find some good matchups later on in the day. But just a really exciting round 1. What did you think, Gabe?
Yeah, I mean, it was good to see. I mean, we saw what's interesting is at the last event, we saw a number of players that had left kind of their perennial color combination, and they opted to play either Sapphire Steel or they opted to play Ruby Sapphire. Mitch was one of those players. Mitch was a player, opted to go to Ruby Sapphire in that moment, and we're seeing Mitch kind of coming through and deciding to do that. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to run outside because we're going to do quick interviews with these players.
Okay.
All right. So if you hang tight for me, I'll be right back. I don't know if they're going to have you. You're going to hang tight. You stay here and you look pretty.
What do you want me to do? You stay here. You go do the thing.
I'll go do the thing. You talk to them.
I'm going to talk until you start to talk.
Okay.
How about that?
I like that. That's yes. We'll do that.
All right. Go get them, beautiful.
Thank you,
guys. It's just you and me now. You can't escape. I mean, I guess you could escape, but just please don't. Just hang out with me for a little bit. As Gabe heads out into the interview area to chat with Eric and get some feedback from him on his match. And thank you guys again for joining while we wait for them to come back to us. Just wanted to give a special thank you to all of you guys for hanging out today as we are at the Merlin 10K down here in Margate, Florida for the Southside Gaming event. We have a fun-filled weekend full of Lorcana. We have a 10K today is followed by a 1K tomorrow and then a high roll 5K, which is, I believe, $100 entry, but it is a very, very small pod. So essentially a very high chance of you winning. But of course, because of that, it is a higher entry. So if somebody's really feeling a little Vegas-y, instead of going to the Hard Rock, you could come over here, put up $100, and maybe walk away with 5K. We'll see. So very exciting. We also, like I said, we have bounties going on today. We have raffles. We have all sorts of things going on. So hang tight today. We're gonna be a day full of adventure here. And super special shout out to the man, the legend, JDZ, who is with us today. He will be popping in and out in between rounds. And we're super excited to have him. Definitely been on my bucket list for a long time to get to have him here for an SSG event. And although he's not here in person, we're still happy to have him here. And I hope that one day we can get him down here and know what kind of cologne he wears and smell him. So we're just kind of hanging right now, waiting for Gabe to pop in with the interview. And there we go. Here it is.
All right. So if Skinner was talking, he's no longer talking. Hey, Eric, how's it going?
I'm good.
First of all, thanks for making it out to Southside Gaming. How was your trip down here?
It was good. It was only like 2.5 hours. We drove at night.
Okay.
So,
all right. It's good to hear.
Okay.
Well, so you made it here. It was a 2.5-hour drive. We're one step closer to getting to the grand prize, to being the winner here. So you got to be very proud of that. You were able to secure that victory. So congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
So talk to me a little bit about your deck choice and why you chose it. We saw that you're playing a Mufasa build, Amber Steel. Mm-hmm. So talk to us a little bit about your deck choice and why did you opt to play that deck?
I'm originally a red-blue player. Ever since the ban, it's
Okay.
kind of hard to adjust. Not a big fan of DKB version, so I couldn't really play it. And this deck helped me get first place champ for set champs. And it's not a lot of thinking.
Okay.
All you do is turn right.
Okay. Listen, that's a strategy. Sometimes turning characters sideways is the way you win the game.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. Now, we do know that what was really fun watching in the games was you had some pretty awesome Mufasa triggers.
Yes.
Like Mufasa into Mufasa style triggers. So, and there was one moment that because we do have, I know you mentioned that you were a little bit nervous being on camera, so thank you for letting yourself be on camera. But we got to see your face when you flipped over that Mufasa, and it was another Mufasa. And then I think you did it a third time, like you revealed the third one?
3 Mufasas and then the Chenpo. Oh my goodness. Even in playtest, I was just telling him that never happened.
Yeah. I bet Mitch loved to hear that. I bet Mitch was like, oh yeah, thanks. I'm glad it was me and nobody else. Yeah, we'll talk to Mitch in a little bit too. So what was your feeling as you did that? Talk to me about some of your feelings as you were seeing the cards working in your favor. What were some thoughts going through your head?
Of course, being on camera is very nerve-wracking. When I mulligan, I try to mulligan for 1-drops. I have 8, but the second game, I was able to top deck 1. So that was great. Seeing the lines, I'm trying to remember, because I try to listen to other people that play the deck, certain ways you mulligan, but then, I saw the lines, I just played whatever I had in hand. My friends were all saying, hey, just have fun, because I was in between decks to play. Yeah. And I'm like, I'll just play this. Hopefully, let's see how far I go.
Yeah. It's interesting to hear the stories of people who make it far. A lot of them show up and they're like, I wasn't even expecting to win. I just came here and I had fun. Yeah. And then you have the ones that we know, the grinders, the world, these people that all they do is travel to play these things. Yeah. And of course they're just, and it's I'm just here chilling, bro. Right. What's the big deal? Is this your first event here at SSG, or is
this is my second?
Your second one. Okay. So what was the first one that you made?
I think the last one you guys had.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Well, we're glad to have you here. Yeah. So again, congratulations. Thanks for doing that. Hopefully we'll see you again on stream, and we'll help you break the nerve thing that you got going on. Yeah. We'll figure it out for you. You're doing all right so far, so good job on that one.
Thank you.
All right, and so just we hope that you have a good time, and we'll see you later.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. All right, yeah, sure. Let's go.
All right, thank you, Gabe and Eric, for an amazing little interview there. And I don't know if my production can hear me. Are we gonna pop over to me? Are we gonna take a little breaky? Are we gonna bring in the man, the myth, Mr. JD, man in the booth? Give me the good news. Give me the good news. In the meantime, guys, thank you for hanging again. Welcome. If you're just stepping in here, what are your guys' predictions? What decks do we think we're going to be seeing in top 8 today? I know Gabe, JDZ, and I were all talking a little bit about Amber Steel.
All right, cool. Skinner again. I think Skinner was talking, and if he was, I'm glad. Anytime I can interrupt Skinner, I'm in for it. Mitch too.
Big fan.
Huge fan of interrupting Skinner. So, first of all, Mitch, I want to say congratulations for the event that you won last time.
Oh, yes,
and
thank you.
what we like to do here is we like to bring, of course, the winner of the last event. We like to tell a story here.
Yeah.
SSG is all about stories.
Yeah.
And today, first part of the story was you weren't on Ruby Sapphire, which was your winning deck last time.
Yeah. I mean, there's really not a lot to say about that. I didn't want to play red blue again. I just like didn't. Hiram's banned. I did my job, and I don't want to play red blue. I mean, I built a really fun red blue list, but ultimately I kind of was just like wanting to explore other colors, and I kind of noticed that Steel Song and other like song style decks were seeming to rise to the top, and I know that the red blue deck that a lot of people are playing right now is very action based.
It is.
So I wanted to play Pete, and then I thought, what's really good against Steel Song? Well, Big Pete is very strong.
Yes.
And I feel like Steel has risen to the top of the meta, so I just really wanted to play Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Just wanted to mess around with that, and I started off as a blue steel player way back in set 1, so I was like, I want to play wheel again. Let's see if we can make it work. So I'm just trying something, really.
Which was funny. So it was interesting. We were watching the game. We opted not to review the deck list. We kind of made a conscious choice not to do that.
Yeah.
Because I want to be surprised by what's out there. And boy, oh boy, did you do that for me. Especially and the chat too, as you drew, I forget which turn it was, but there was one turn you drew a whole new world, and we were like, where's Diablo? And then we saw the whole new world, and we're like, there's Diablo. Not there.
Yeah, so, I don't think Diablo is very strong right now. Again, Steel being it's a very strong card, obviously, but Steel being a ridiculously popular color, everyone's playing Storm and Strength and all these other cards. It's just like the meta's too set up and ready for Diablo.
Yeah.
I don't want to play that card. I don't want to play Prince John. I like that I can play a bunch of other more powerful uninkable cards. So I just opted to try something else.
And something else that was called out too. You played Ursula in the first game.
Yes.
That's when we realized he was playing a Mufasa build. We saw that Mufasa reveal himself, and I immediately, as a gut instinct, told everybody, "Oh well, Ursula's low value." And now Mitch knows that, because why would you play actions in Mufasa? And yet it got multiple hits. So even in a low value situation.
Well, so game 2, I was looking at my mulligan. I almost shipped the Ursula, but I remember at the very end of the game he was playing Cindy still. So I felt like, okay, he's probably playing. I don't know how many I saw in game 1, but I was like, he's probably playing Storm and Strength. Yeah. Maybe he's playing a couple copies of Zeus, not sure. I was like, but the main thing was I need to protect my shift targets to try to get off an early shift. Obviously, that didn't end up happening, but the goal was to try to protect the shift target. So even if I whiff, it's like I just need to know that the coast is clear. But Mufasa.
That was something, dude.
I could the first one that hit the Mufasa, I was like, okay, I mean, variance, it happens. The second one, I was like, okay. And then the third one hit, I was like, let me just hit the Mufasa real quick, see what happens, because I had a storm in my hand. I was like, maybe there's something stormable that I hit off the Mufasa, and then he hits Chempo, and I'm like, okay.
We saw the auto scoop.
Yeah, I was like, all right, I mean, that's just variance. And I mean, he's a good guy, he's a good player, so that's just going to happen as part of card games.
100%, 100%.
You got to be able to eat those.
Yeah, and I want to say thanks for being a good sport. It stinks to and I've been in the situation where I've had to stand up here and talk about a game or a match that I didn't do well in. But here's the good news, Mitch.
What's that?
It's round 1.
It is round 1. This is my favorite thing to do. Everybody that knows me knows very well that I initiate what's called the slingshot. I lose round 1 and I slingshot to the top usually.
I am the same. So. Yes. I actually want to lose round 1. I'm almost like, let me give this to you.
Whatever. It sounds good to me. Also, the format is just so much better now that Hiram's gone. So I'm just having a good time. I'm here to have fun, and the event's awesome. The playmat's awesome.
Yes,
everyone here is awesome.
That's cool. Mitch, thank you again for being a good sport.
Likewise.
Thanks for playing. We hope to see you again on these tables.
I'll do my best.
I know you will, my man. I know you will, and we'll see you there.
All right. Thank you so much, Mitch. Not so much Gabe, because, Mitch is cooler. And we are back. Oh, there's Gabe. Hey, Gabe, I definitely wouldn't say anything negative about you. I would never do that.
Well, listen here. I'm going to tell you something about being married. Okay, folks, if you're not married, here's the thing. I'm used to being
Stefan, can we get back on the screen? Yeah. We're not being right back. We're here.
Yeah, we've been here. We've been here.
Can you lock in, please?
I should have. I never left you. Yes, we're in the booth.
We're in the booth.
We're in the booth. We're in the booth.
Yes.
We're locked in. We're locked in, bro. We got the Uncrusties. We're locked in. I've already greeted and salutated, whatever that means, okay? All the things that JDZ says. So
get over here. What does he say? Oh, JDZ. I forgot JD could see this too. All right. What's going on with the VC? Is it hot in there? Okay. Get me on screen.
Yeah, get us on screen, bro.
Lock in.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, sorry. We're chatting in the back. Listen, again, one of the beautiful things about Southside Gaming, a little bit more flexible. We like to have a good time here, and that includes saying really mean things to our producer.
Hey,
JC, you're back, buddy. Can you?
Yes,
I hear
I'm
you?
back. I can hear you. There it
He
is.
is back. He is back. Okay.
Yo,
here we
shout
go.
out
We're back to the
Steven,
roller
man.
coaster.
Listen,
We're back to the
listen.
roller coaster.
Let me hop in here too, man. Let me get some of this. But we did this tournament. I did the tournament at Lucky Llama. Shout out Shark Gaming as well, out in Arkansas. I mean, they're on their way to be the next Southside Gaming, but in Arkansas. You know,
Okay.
no beaches,
Shout
just
out to
rolling
them.
hills. But shout out to them. We were doing this thing. We didn't have a Steven, okay? It was just me and Dan, okay, from the Mid Mountain. You guys need to cherish Steven, okay? Because you got somebody down there who's riding for you guys. You got to treating him so poorly. Steven, call me, okay?
It's Stefan.
It's
Stefan.
Stefan.
Stefan, my bad. I'm sorry, Stefan. Stefan, business card coming your way.
Stefan is the man. Stefan, guys, anything you're seeing on screen besides our faces was produced by Stefan. Okay. So
well, even part of that, I think, is probably his
Stefan might be my father as well. We don't know.
We haven't figured that out yet.
But he is he's the man with the plan. And sorry for a little bit of I think the audio was fine on the interview, a little bit of a lag there as we continue to always try to work on stuff here at SSG. Every time I come in here, like there's new cables plugged in and new screens and new things happening. So always a work in progress, but we appreciate y'all being so patient with us. JDZ, did you happen to catch the first round there?
What'd you think? Man. That was an incredible match, dude. I was over here super duper hype. I saw that grab your swords and I was like, hold up, man. Wait a minute. That blew me away. And then the Mufasa on Chi and Po gang. I was like, dude, what is happening here? We're starting this thing off with an absolute
triple Mufasa. The triple Mufasa into Chempo. Yeah, that was quite
that was a phenomenal match. But I did have some time when I was sitting over here in the booth. I was able to look at those deck lists and start getting a little count. I think I might be off a little bit, but can you guys guess what is the most represented deck here in the field today? If you had to guess.
I don't have it even in front of me, so you're more prepared than I am. But if
you
had
to guess just based on pure speculation with no information.
Off the top of my head, I would say Amber Steel would be my guess.
I would say I think it's going to be Amethyst Steel if I had to guess.
Amethyst Steel or Amber Steel, I think both of you guys are close. It is actually Emerald Steel. Emerald Steel. Green and Steel is the number one represented deck, at least from the numbers I saw. Again, I don't know how accurate that deck list registration was. I think I might be missing a few decks here or there.
We'll get graphics up for you in a moment. Like we're working on graphics to put up for the broader event.
Okay,
and, yeah. So we're gonna get that nailed down for
you. This is like that early too close to call prediction. You know this, but I saw Emerald Steel was coming in at quite a few decks. Amber Steel is second, and then we had Amethyst Steel bringing up the third as the most represented deck. So a lot of steel. So whoever brought the deck that can beat some steel is probably going to be the person that makes it the deepest. And I think that Mufasa deck is actually seemed like it's well positioned to kind of run in headlong with some steel. And it
like I was telling Gabe, like even Grab Your Swords, which used to be like a pretty big menace against these aggro strategies, like didn't do much. Like, I mean, it did clean off some stuff, and then next turn it was just like, here's 4 more dudes, like good luck. So that deck looked pretty good, and I gotta admit, even on the draw, I mean, he looked like he was pretty favored there. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he could keep hanging on. I do like the inclusion of the songs. I know a lot of Mufasa decks tend to just stay character based, so he had some removal in there as well, which I think is a good choice. So I'm really interested to see if that kind of deck continues to rise to the top, and what kind of green steel decks we're going to see going on today. Like I said earlier to Gabe, I noticed there was a list, I saw it online, I don't remember where, but green steel list playing no Prince Johns and no Sudden Chills. We did see Mitch obviously playing a green steel kind of good stuff deck, no Diablos. So it's interesting to see how people are taking what we thought was like a locked in deck and just finding ways still to evolve it and kind of shape it to the meta, since there are so many answers right now to Diablo and there are so many evasive threats. Just being able to shift it around. So I'm curious to see what these green steel decks look like, and I'm sure we're going to see some spice today for sure.
Yeah, I did see that as well. I think just having like a mid-range deck, I think like Mitch was saying, it can be very hard on Steel Song. They have a lot of high willpower characters, a lot of Petes. They can kind of shift the Pete, and it kind of really hampers what that strategy is trying to do. So, and also what it can do is like throw your opponent off a little bit as well. Like if you sit down and they see you ink an Emerald card and they see you play a Steel card, they're like, okay, I know what's coming, and they start inking and altering their hands accordingly. Well, then boom, they just play right into a whole new world, get blasted vigorously, and then you could just have an immediate advantage. So just a little gamesmanship. And we were talking about it earlier. You just never know what you're going to see here at the Southside Gaming. Green steel, no discard, no Diablo, no Prince John.
That's what I'm saying. You know, like what you think you know what's going on, and you don't know anything at all. So,
boom.
All right, Gabe, what are you doing here, Gabe? Just pushing buttons, making things messed up here on our screen. All right, Gabe, we're good. What did you do?
I don't know.
Gabe hit a button, and things do not look right anymore. But it's all right. We're gonna wing it here, and we should be getting ready for round 2 in a little bit here. I know. We did have a pretty good quick round there since it was a quick 2-0 there. So I'm sure there are some players out there still battling it out. But in the meantime, we'll hang out here. How's chat doing? Everybody good? I saw some predictions for Ruby Amethyst in the chat. People thinking that's going to rise at the top. One person said Wochuk, specifically Wochuk.
Wochuk.
Shout out to Wochuk.
And there's actually quite a bit of Ruby M in there too. I think from what I saw in my counting, there was 11 copies of Ruby M of varying strategies. We saw like there were some invasive builds going around, the more standard builds. I saw some builds with Flynn Rider is back. What do you guys think about Flynn? Is he back?
Is
Flynn
can't
be back?
I don't know. There's just he dies to all the same stuff Diablo dies to and more. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people are off of Sisu's now.
Yeah.
So he does have that going for him. Thanks, bud. You can get right in here. He does have that going for him, but as far as like survivability, I'm not sure. If I was registering a red deck right now, I would not be playing Flynn Riders.
I would not either.
I would not. But people know stuff that I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's been great for him. Maybe Flynn Rider's the answer. Maybe he's been cooking. I don't know. But I just, I see him as a 2/2. And if I can't play Diablo right now, I can't see how you could play Flynn Rider.
No chance.
So,
no chance.
Yeah.
We got Sky in the building saying, "Hey, is there any bleen? Let's get it on the stream. A little bit of bleen.
Ooh,
there is some bleen. I did see when I was looking at the decks, there were at least 2 players that showed up with the bleen strategy. What do you guys think about bleen, and how do you think it fits in this meta right now?
Yeah, I mean, Mitch, who was just on camera, he's a big bleen believer. Before he played Red Blue in our last event, he was actually quite the bleener, if you will. He was he was playing lots of blue green, bend to my madness, bend to my will craziness. So
dude.
Yeah, he was doing the whole thing, but he slowly fell off of it. Obviously, we lost Hiram, so I'm not sure where that deck stands anymore. I haven't done enough testing with or against it to know if it's still a deck. But I would love to see it. I mean, it's a combination that I think has been a little underappreciated for a long time. I would love to see somebody hit me with a Hero Hamada deck out of nowhere and top cut.
Yeah,
it's just shifting and warding and evasives and But I don't know.
Talk about a shifted Baymax that's both warded and evasive.
That's it.
Insane.
And then your set champs cards are all high value, and then oh my goodness. That's gonna be sign me up.
But the problem is, with these evasive, like I would love to. Trust me, nobody wants a Hero Hamada deck more than I do. But living in this world full of Iagos and Peter Pans and
Genies
and Mauis and Elsas, and it's a tough time to be an evasive character right now. So we'll see what happens in the future if Hero Hamada finds himself a home. But for right now, I think he's more of just a pet deck kind of guy. He's
he can catch you lacking though, man. He can catch you lacking.
He'll catch you lacking.
Bill Ward and evasive being shifted in. He can catch you lacking, bro. He can. There's no shame in my game. If I got to lose to Hero Hamada, it can happen, and I won't take that.
I'll take it. And then got Ink Geyser, which I know was a huge thing that people thought was going to be like destroying everybody, and people talk about quitting the game because of Ink Geyser and. Oh my goodness! How could Ravensburger do this? How could they print this card? And I haven't seen an Ink Geyser.
Talk about that. Talk about that for a little bit, Skinner. Let's talk about the most overhyped card in the universe in the history of this game. Ink Geyser's top 1 for me. People, people were belly aching when they revealed that Ink Geyser, and it didn't do anything.
People
Ink Geyser hadn't done anything.
People starting to they were threatening to quit Lorcana because of Ink Geyser.
I did see a few posts saying, "Oh, they're doing this. I can't believe it. I don't want to be part of this game if they're going to be printing cards like this." And I haven't seen it yet.
No. I'm talking. That was probably one of the biggest overreactions to anything I can remember in the history of anything. Like people were up in arms. And I know Sapphire Coil had a big following like that too, and that kind of lived up to the hype a bit. People were
Yeah.
pretty pissed off about the Sapphire Coil, but now that Hiram's gone, Sapphire Coil kind of isn't as nearly as impactful as it once was.
I feel like every set we see a preview that out of context just seems absurd. I remember when the 5-drop Uninkable Bell was previewed, the 3/3 that if she gets attacked, if she banishes if she gets attacked, right?
Yeah.
Your opponent discards their whole hand, and
Yeah.
people were like, "Oh my god, the game's dead.
Yeah, it's
the
dead.
game's over." Like how are you ever gonna beat this 3/3 that discards your opponent's whole hand? Like this is how could Ravensburger do this? And clearly, that didn't end up being a card at all. So you never know. You always gotta take these kind of overreactions with a grain of salt because until the meta's fleshed out and until we see the decks that these cards go in,
You know what?
it's never guaranteed.
It's just you're worse than my wife. Let me tell you something here. I'm sorry.
What are you doing?
What am I
happened?
doing?
Are you about to rub my shoulders or something? What's going on here?
Oh,
Are you
man.
moving here?
There you go. Why
There
do
we
you
go.
need 75% of the bed, honey?
Because I'm a
What do
big dude.
ugh.
Oh,
there
here
it
we
is.
go.
Look at
So, 70. Okay, so we have 74. I thought 77, but I guess 3 people didn't make
Yeah.
it from the parking lot.
They're still sleeping in the car.
They fell asleep at the wheel.
Didn't make it in. But here's a little recap of what we got going on today. Obviously, we're competing for 10,000 buckaroos today,
Let's go.
which in a 74 player room, that's a pretty good chance. I mean, I won't lie, that's not bad odds for you. So somebody will be walking home 3K richer. I believe first place is like 3,000, and then there's a breakdown going down the top. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting. As you can see, it's right here in front of me. If I would just read, so first place $3,000 and a playmat. Second place $2,200 and a playmat. Third and fourth place $1,200 and a playmat. And then 5th through 8th, we're not going home empty-handed. Here's $600.
Nice.
So yeah, great EV if you're able to convert into a top cut here. And yeah, like I said, there's a lot of killers out there in the room, and I've seen like I said, a lot of pro, nice world-class jackets. I've seen the SSG jackets out there. We got Freedom Gaming in the house out there.
I actually did a fusion dance with R&B out there, by the way. We both touched bald heads.
They put their bald heads
And
together.
then, funny, JDZ actually appeared for a half second and then disappeared. It wasn't a strong enough connection to summon JDZ to the location.
As I'm fully hatted up right now because my baldness. I'm in that bad phase of baldness where I can't.
You and me both.
Okay, yeah,
everybody's like, "Why are you dressed so nice with a hat?" And I'm like, "It's like my barber was out of town. I can't be raw. You'll think I'm 90 if I pull my hat off right now, dude." You ever see Shogun? The people with the bald head and then they have like the hair in the back. That's what I look like right now. So
we don't want it.
We won't. Yeah, we won't do that to the people. I don't want to.
Yeah, and here we are. We've got the color code, the color breakdown. What we've got is, and JDZ, you nailed it right in the head. Your math was not wrong. The majority of the players that are sitting in this room, 13 of them at least, so that represents 18% of the entire field is going to be running Emerald Steel or is running Emerald Steel. We have Ruby Amethyst. Look at that, second most represented. Well, actually, I should say tied, right? So it's technically tied with Amber Steel.
Okay.
Both at 15%, both represented by 11 players. And then we've got Amethyst Steel. Oh, I call that one too. 8 players, 11% of the field. And then we've got Ruby Sapphire, not to be shut down because of a Hiram ban. 7 players are out there still playing it. I'm willing to bet it's probably DKP. And then the remaining 32%.
32% playing other stuff.
Playing others.
That's a big percentage.
That's huge. I was gonna mention that. Like 32% is a lot of percent there.
32% is they're brewing. They're out here locked in. They're just out here cooking.
I do have some of that. There's some sapphire still in there. There's some emerald is in there. You have amber ruby. You got a Mufasa in there. You got the Churna dogs are in there. You got the blurple is in there. So that 32% is making up some serious decks that you might need to that could potentially break through. That's a huge portion. If you look at a pie chart, that's a lot of a percent to be off of there. It's over a quarter of the field not representing on this chart.
Absolutely. Which means it's anybody's game, like we mentioned. Although we do see the top decks being clearly represented here, I mean, anything can happen. 32% of the people, like we mentioned, are cooking. So, oh shoot, I thought we had a nice white screen for a second. Then we got
to go back in the roller.
We got thrown back into this TikTok screen.
How do we do it? How do we? Is there a way? There's no way we can't fix it.
I
don't know. Stefan, we're on a magic carpet ride. Hold on, I think. Okay, hold on. I think he figured it out. I hope so. so that Gabe will stop touching me.
And I got Gabe singing though. Gabe sounds amazing.
He's beautiful.
Beautiful
he's
singing
an
voice.
angel.
I'm
By the way,
jealous.
you want to run the next game with JD?
Anything that gets you out of this room, I'm in.
Sick.
Dang.
All right, so next that way I can do the little interview out there since you got an interview in already. And then we'll swap back. It sound good?
Yeah.
Is that cool with the people?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're not quite there yet. We'll let you know. But yeah, JD, you'll be taking over with Mr. Gabe. So best of luck on that.
Back. We're so back. Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Best of luck,
Excuse me.
dude. You don't know what you're asking.
Hold on.
Oh no, he's doing the thing. You know,
no.
Don't encourage him. Don't do
I'm
this.
encourage. No, pump him up, dude.
Don't.
Let's go.
Do you know
Let's
what these
go.
are, dude?
Let's go,
baby.
Oh man.
All right, my question for those of you who were not here last stream, Gabe says that when he goes to an ice cream truck, it's leaking. This is disgusting. This is why are you? What is this juice?
It's vinegar and other spices.
Get this away from me. There's a mat here, a brand new mat.
Here, you want one?
Do not get your damn egg juice on me, dude. That is disgusting.
You want one, brother?
No, that is so disgusting.
It's so good.
That is not disgusting.
The smell.
I'm with it, dude. Oh, Gabe.
Oh,
sign me up, dude.
So
Sign
Gabe's been talking about these red eggs that he gets at the ice cream truck. I don't know why the hell you would ever go to an ice cream truck for those, but Gabe, he got so.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're putting the static in my face.
I'm squeaking. Sorry, that's
squeaking.
my fault. I'm squeaking.
So Gabe was so hyped up of JDZ scarfing down Uncrustables in his last stream. Which, by the way, guys, if you haven't seen it, I did clip it on my Twitter. And it is a feat, let me tell you. I want to know, JD, when did you figure out that you could one shot an Uncrustable? Like what was that day like?
Listen. And I talk about this all the time. That is so natural for me. Okay. And I have this
I'm
theory.
a big boy and I can eat fast. I can eat a lot. I've never tried to one shot on Uncrustable.
I have my own theories, okay, my own ways, my own codes that I live my life. I live my life quarter mile at a time. All right. Very similar to Vin Diesel. Okay. Very similar. Same vein, I would say. And I truly believe that biting is suboptimal. Okay. I look at alligators. I look at crocodiles and other animals in the animal kingdom. They're not biting and chewing and tasting. It's suboptimal.
It's
you take the food, you open your gullet, and you put it in. And then you chew it and get it done because you're not. People are like, "Oh, I'm a foodie. I like to do my little nibbles. I got my little bites. I'm tasting all these things, all these flavors."
You got to swirl it for aging.
That's suboptimal. No, we're not swirling. We're not tasting. This is not a damn charcuterie board. Okay, this is energy. You're trying to take that energy from its base form, put it into your gullet, get it into your bread basket, and get this thing boiled up and turn it into energy.
We gotta get JDZ into some competitive eating or something, dude, because that's. Like Forbidden Mountain, Mr. Dan in the chat saying a death by hot dog is a worry. I could see JD putting they dip the buns in the water and they just
that's it.
Actually, let me. By the way, just so you all know, death by hot dog is actually less likely than other meats because it's cylindrical. Like it slides right down your gullet. Like you got nothing to worry about. It's the perfect shape to not choke. In fact, chewing it is the problem. When you chew it, you break up the text. Like you make it textured, and there's more of it in a wider area. So swallowing it whole is actually safer than chewing the hot dog.
Who knows?
That's just my take.
I agree. I'm telling you, chewing when chewing is good. Biting, because you take a bite and your bite might be too big, and you gotta, But if you got so much in, you can't. I think you're more likely to choke on a bite than you are on a complete engorgement, dude.
Yeah,
there
interesting.
It is. A complete slammage.
Also, side question: what's your favorite flavor of Uncrustables?
It's got to be strawberry. Strawberry. That's it. Just keep it basic. Keep it simple. This is not like if you watch that stream back, if you go watch that whole again, huge shout out to Dan. Huge shout out for Forbidden Mountain Dan. We rock
in the chat. We love you, Dan.
That was an adventure. That was a multi-hour stream adventure.
Yeah, you guys looked pretty delusional at the end. I thought Gabe and I looked pretty crazy at the end of our streams. You guys were wilding.
I was one-shotting Snickers. I was one-shotting beef jerky. I was one-shotting Uncrustables. Like there was no time to sit there and let me just eat all this food and take 45 minutes. What are we talking about, fellas? Put the food in, get it out.
Let's get out. Yeah,
get it in and on. You're not sitting here. You're just fork and knife. No, you grab it and get it in there and move on with your life. Try it out for a week, and if it doesn't save you, if it
There's some
doesn't save you
empanadas
at
out there. Maybe
least,
I'll try to one-shot one later. I'll try to stuff an empanada in my throat and see how that goes. If you guys don't see me again the rest of the day, I'm probably in the emergency room. Death by empanada.
but
But
I do always have to put a caveat there that I'm a non-fiduciary. Okay, I am not a medical advisor. Please be safe. Do not hurt
Yes.
yourself. And I read someone in the chat. I'm sorry we glazed over. They said I can't fit. I have a very small mouth. You just got to roll it up. Roll it up. You can get it
Yeah,
smaller
roll it up.
and
Roll
get
it
in
it
there.
all goes
Get
the
in there.
same way anyway, right? We don't
There you go,
put
man.
it all together. Mesh it up together.
Yeah, seriously. So you heard it here first. Chewing is negative skill differential. All right.
No, chewing. You got to chew. Biting. We're not biting.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. But yes.
No bites.
Get it in. Pile it in there because it's faster. You chew it up.
Thank you.
You get on with your life. We're not sitting here eating. Like the whole idea of eating. I mean, we've been humans for how long? What, 30,000 years, 40,000 years of human? I don't know how long humanity has been in society. Why are we still eating? Like, let's figure that out.
Why are we still eating?
Why are we still
What are we
eating?
doing?
Get it together.
We need to upload software, folks. We
Like,
need
what are we
upgrade.
doing? Like, come on. Why are we eating? Let's cut all that.
I like
Get it
Mr.
in
Dan
there.
Regal in the chat. He's like, "Where's the opinions of these casters are not those of SSG Ticker. We need like a banner. Warning, warning. Do not listen to any of this advice. None of this is legitimate medical advice. Please do not. We need something. We need to come up with a little banner that scrolls across
Okay.
for us.
That's fair.
I believe next round we have Mr. Devin himself, who is the owner of Southside Gaming.
Wait a minute. Hold up. How is the
he's
owner
perfect.
of Southside Gaming in the dojo on some straight up hold my
He's
cake,
always-
hold
he's out
my
here
crown type
slinging.
beats?
He's slinging, dude.
Yeah.
It's like the gym leader, you know, when you get to the Pokemon gym, you got like the dudes you got to fight at the front door, and then and then you got the boss at the end. You got the
What
gym
if he
leader
wins?
himself.
Is he eligible to get the prize?
I doubt he would keep it.
Yeah,
knowing Devin.
knowing him, what would next event will be a 20K.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think there's any possibility of him keeping money. I know he would just give it away somehow.
Yeah.
But he likes to get in there in the thick of it. He likes to feel the heat of competition. He likes to get in there and sling in with the best of us. So shout out to Devin. I don't know what he's playing today. He's a wild card. Sometimes he's on Blurple. Sometimes he's on some random stuff. So we'll see what he's playing today. I think he might be playing Blurple, but I don't know. Oh, he's playing against Mai, who was a fan favorite from our last event. Mai was playing Purple Steel last event and did really well on camera and made top 8. So Mai, she'll be joining us in just a minute. Miss Mai versus Devin. So that should be a very fun-filled match.
Let's do it, man. That's exciting, man. Shout out to Devin for everything he's doing for the community down there, too. I did give my shout outs earlier to Southside Gaming and how much this means to me and the rest of the community. Everyone comes out for the Southside Days, as this tournament is going to be something that people are going to talk about heavily for the next coming weeks, man, because it's a whole vibe down there. And seeing Devin taking off the crown and cape and hopping into the dojo and getting loose. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, people bring the heat and don't try to pull no punches. I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate that.
Also, guys, just a heads up that we did talk a little bit about it earlier in the player meeting, but the next event here at Southside Gaming will be May the 31st, and it will be a Reign of Jafar release event weekend. Here at Southside Gaming, the meta tends to, kind of start to build itself out at our events. So May 31st, if you want to clear that date up on your calendar, anybody in chat, if you want to come join us here for an amazing weekend full of brand new Reign of Jafar. I believe the entry will be $30, and I believe they say it's going to be scaling.
So it's going to be scaling. Starting off as a 4 case, every 5 people that joins the event will add a box to it, and there's a potential for it if we max out to go even beyond what we've advertised in the past. To being I think it was like a 14 case or something crazy like that.
Something crazy, yeah. I always lose track because we start off as one number and then we throw in like another number, and then at the end of the thing we give away another number. So it's just lots of stuff. So if you're coming down for Jafar, definitely come hang out with us at SSG.
Yes,
and we'd love to have you. It's going to be an awesome event.
Yep,
and Gabe just continues to push buttons he's not supposed to. Okay, there we go. We're back.
And that's really cool. I've noticed that's one thing I have noticed about the Southside Gaming. It's like it never ends up what it is usually advertised as. It's always going to be something additional, something more is getting added on, man. And I cannot express enough how much I enjoy that as a viewer and as someone who is just I've never had the opportunity to be a participant except for now, but I'm loving it, man, and it's always a vibe.
It 100% is. It's my favorite thing about being. It's there's always a surprise. There's always something cool. Just because you're seeing something written on a poster or on a post somewhere on X,
Mhm.
like you have to like add 10% or 20%. Sometimes it feels like to the thing that you're seeing, because that's generally what it feels like is about to happen when you walk in here.
For sure.
And just like the energy is infectious, and Devin is just such a cool dude. I mean, just the whole crew is honestly
Everybody here is
like
really cool people.
from production, of course, we got Stefan, To crew. We've got Justin, who's To. I mean, just the whole crew here is just so passionate. They're so invested in the success, not just of like their store, of the players, of Lorcana. Like the whole reason why we're here, the whole reason why these events started was to bring that big game feel to all the players that wanted practice outside of just having to travel to a DLC or having to travel to something. It gave our players the ability to really lock in and play on a stream table, get the pressure, feel that pressure, put bounties on people. If you win this, you get big stakes. That was all by design. It was all by design. It was all for the passion of the game.
I could go for a big steak.
Yeah,
It sounds delicious.
Wait, who's offering up steak?
But I'm not biting it though. I'm just swallowing it.
Someone say steak. So, yeah, one shot of steak,
All
dude.
right.
I mean,
Yeah,
you might have to just, you got to know your limits though. You got to train this. This is not something you can't just come off the street with it. You can't be in street clothes.
Yeah. You gotta get that
quality
training in
reps
for sure.
Quality reps. If you start going straight up 16-ounce porterhouse, you know what I'm saying, you might definitely need some medical attention shortly following that.
Need some medical attention.
You might,
All
for
right,
sure.
my brother. I will depart. Gabe,
Yes.
JDZ, behave yourselves,
Absolutely
and
will.
we'll see you in a little bit.
No, we will not be behaving. In fact, the opposite, because Devin would be upset if we behaved.
Let's go. And we got him in the building right now. Southside Gaming's finest. Devin is in the building, holding down with that bounty. Matt, he's hanging on to it. And Mai is trying to be the first one that claims one. Has anyone lost a bounty so far that you know of, Gabe?
Not that I know of. I've been out there. I'm going to ask production to post something in the chat if they know of anybody who's lost their bounty yet. We'll do a double check after this round, and we'll see who has or who hasn't. But we know that Devin hasn't. Devin has held on to his, and we know that because look at that beautiful mat.
I see it right now. Both of those mats are absolutely gorgeous. As Mai rocking the amethyst and steel. Devin on the patent pending blurple. Yes. There was not as much blurple in this tournament as I thought. I did look at the meta reports so far behind the scenes. I don't want to spoil too much, but there's not that much blurple representation. And I think that deck is much stronger than it has been represented. I did mention that in the pregame that the steel song matchup is so abysmally bad that it might encourage a lot of people not to bring the strategy. But Devin saying, you know what? I'm going to be brave. I'll do what I got to do as we alter 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me tell you something. I saw, having hung out with Devin for quite a bit now since we've started these events, Devin loves this color. He loves sapphire amethyst. Like he's tried other color combinations. He's a very skilled player, very great player of just card games in general. And he's been playing all kinds of different strategies, different decks. He just keeps getting brought back to this. And you're going to see some of the craziness. He loves the popsicle and the bell. He thinks that's great because what he wants to be able to do is shift the purple, the amethyst bell on top of the little bell. Like he just loves the synergy of this deck. We're going to see some of that in it, hopefully showcased here.
And I have noticed that about the Blurple crew, as Sapphire Amethyst typically known as Blurple. A lot of players, they are definitely true to this strategy. They'll stick with it. They're very loyal to their colors. As we do get that turn 1 popsicle, inking that beautiful enchanted full art. Let it go. Love to see it flexing on everybody.
Oh yeah, expect nothing less than full max rarity from Devin's deck. By the way, that includes the big Elsa, by the way. Just for those, you're gonna get. There's gonna be a lot of shock of like, oh my, why would he play? So just get that out of the way now, folks. Just get it out of the way because I'll tell you, you're gonna see him.
Okay, Ballin' Outrage. I would expect nothing less as we're gonna lead Chernobog followers here. Let's see if we can match that energy. A little bit of ramp on 2. You find it in the form of Sail the Azurite Sea. So this Chernobog will be able to hit the board uncontested, it seems, unless Devin can drop a 1-cost character here on 3, and you cannot. So a free quest by Chernobog looking good for Mai.
It is now, granted, it feels good now, but being ahead of the curve when it comes to your ink count is a very big deal in Blurple. Now, the goal, of course, with Blurple is, and one of the big draws to it is I can play a Genie 1 turn early, which means therefore I get to play an Elsa 1 turn early, and a Genie plus an Elsa, that strength combination equals taking down an opponent's Genie in one shot. So it's a big deal. Like that one ramp difference, that one ink difference is huge in this game.
For sure. Just winning that evasive war, winning that genie war. But we know that this amethyst steel deck can have a different type of varieties in which this deck can be built. It can be built a little bit more mid-range. So I'm interested to see how Mai has put this thing together. We are getting those one-cost characters flooded to the board, double broom, Chernabog, and now you're going to get all that checked down by this rabbit. What do you think here? Are you cashing in this board and zapping this tempo, or are you just going to serve up some things for this this potential fox to come in next turn?
That's a great question. So I'm looking at Mai's hand. Mai's got some okay options. We see a couple of songs that can deal with problems, and then some of those songs, well, specifically strength, the strength raging on. What's important about that one, of course, is we want to have a large board to be able to target large characters. So Mai with this hand is kind of de-incentivized from popping those characters. If you want to kind of get rid of this rabbit right now. So if it was me, I don't feel enough pressure yet to do it now. I like what she's got in hand. I probably would hold on to them if I can.
For
I
sure.
would try to get rid of this rabbit and then just try to keep questing out with these characters for one or two more turns before I turn them in for something.
I concur. I think I would even almost thought about just leaving that Chernabog there and just getting a super down tempo strength, just clear this rabbit. And if you got the Elsa, you got the Elsa, and just roll the dice that way. But they always have the Elsa, and she's probably going to be coming in. So we're gonna go ahead and get a double pop here. You will zap a tremendous amount of your tempo out that way, but I guess you felt the Elsa threat was too strong, and you had to clear your own board in order to make room for some new cards added to your hand. Your hand's quite healthy as you're going to pass back on over to a single rabbit.
Absolutely, and you made a point about Elsa. I think that's if the fifth spirit is such a powerful card. And I think we give her some credit. We give her enough credit. But the thing about Elsa is she is a card you have to respect, even if you have not seen her yet. You have to trust that she will be there because she creates such a problem in the math for you when it comes to playing your characters. Like, just the respect on Elsa is crazy and is well deserved.
Absolutely, and they always have it. They never don't have it. That's one thing I've learned about Disney Lord Con is that if you think they don't have it, guess what? They always got it.
Right, they got three of them
for sure. As we are going to take another sale of the Azurite Sea, the rare and indigenous double sailing. Typically, this Blurple strategy, this Sapphire Amethyst strategy, will just ramp the one time. But Devin, I'll be interested to see if he gets another card down to the Inkwell. Maybe trying to turbo down this Elsa, or maybe get into these Hades turns a bit early, and we will double ramp here. Thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean, the double ramp, big deal, because as we're seeing, you are able to. Oh, give me my apologies. Oh, yeah. You with the double ramp, I mean, just like that's like the key differentiator here. The one thing that keeps us in line with each other when we're playing a game is there's a couple things, right? It's the tempo, and the way I lose that tempo is either you draw too many cards, I can't do anything about it, or you get way more ink than I do. Now, generally, how that happens is I'm not able to ink a card. The other way is play Sapphire. That's the other way. And we're doing that. Devin is definitely playing Sapphire with to the strongest effect that they can. We're seeing all kinds of answers in hand, and Maya, I would say, is not in a fantastic spot, even though her lore count kind of indicates not horrible, but it gets away quick.
I would totally concur with that assessment. You're looking at Devin's Inkwell, it's jacked. You look at his hand, it's jacked. You look at his board position, it's stacked. You're not outflanked. Typically, this Blurple strategy, when they get outflanked, when you have more characters on the opposite side, that's when they start to worry. Or if that hand gets two cards, one card, that's when they need to start to worry. But this is a very comfortable Blurple position. But looking at my side, this this Amethyst Steel deck, I'm looking at it. I'm seeing docks involved. I'm seeing like the snakes involved. So maybe you're playing like more of this this version with the cobras and the goats, so you can get a little bit of reach in there. So if you can get up to 15, I mean, maybe you can cross the finish line with this deck. So it's never going to be over. But right now, I think your position is starting to falter a bit.
No, I mean, here's the thing. So what Mai just did is extremely indicative and is very telling. Devin is a very smart player and knows what's going on because Mai just played two docks back to back without activating its effect. So that tells me that she was choked out on these docks. She's got, if I had to bet, she's got one more. And we fortunately for us, unfortunately for Devin, but Devin's probably going to make that bet too. We get to see Mai's hand, and we see that she does have a third. She does have another character there. So yeah, that dock, playing 2 docks, not activating them, that's not a great place to be. Not a great
Man,
place to be.
that is a very unfortunate group. Those docs do run in packs, man. They come in pairs. As we are going to get the Infernal Schemer, we ramp to him, and we do break up that potential Singer as the White Rose goes down to the Inkwell. That will help advance her position a little bit, but still, I think that is just a devastating blow because you could have potentially got a nice little dock chain, potentially saying that strength, remove this genie and vibe there, but this is going to set you back so strong. And this Hades is also potentially setting up a nice questing character with that 6. It's going to be very difficult for her to clear this
Yeah.
6 as well.
Yeah, and even worse, like we see the Hades. The Hades was a problem. Look at Devin's hand. 2 more Hades are lying in wait, and a
Mm-hmm.
Fox to keep the pain alive. Like this is not going to be a good sequence. These next few turns, it's just going to be a lot of board advancement on Devin's end, sending characters into the Inkwell on the other side of it to Mai, until we get to a point where Devin's sitting with 3 Hades, a Fox, a Genie, and Mai is just sitting there with a lot of ink and potentially not a whole lot to do with it.
Okay, but she's still slowly starting to tick up in the lore count. Devin has not turned on the questing ability. He's still just been slowly trying to turn this corner. I do feel the current corner has been turned. I think if you can clear this last board, I think you're on your way to a nice clean game. Number 1, you can start questing. I believe this Hades might be imminent coming into the field of play. Pete is up and active, so you can't get that friends on the other side saying, I think this might be the time to start turning the corner here if you could do so with this second Hades.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have the ability. He very easily. Devin can take care of that dock if he so chooses. Opting, it looks like, instead to quest out with those characters.
Mm-hmm.
Identifying the dock is not really a problem, and then deciding, well, what do I do? I've got 7 ink left. Using all 7, of course, to play one of his trio of Hades that are between the board and the hand, and choosing
I
to
think
send somebody.
for sure. I think I got to go after that Pete again. I think that's
Yeah.
an excellent heads up play. You are continuing to ramp your opponent again, but you're keeping that seeing option set up to keep that tempo inverted, I would say. So now you got an interesting choice here. I think you might almost be forced into this Cobra discard dock ink strength play dock play, which I know feels terrible, but I think
Yeah.
that's your only line coming in from Maya. She's thinking deep about it. Devin has to be feeling very comfortable with his position that he set up for himself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you kind of see Mai's kind of indicating that, right? Like she's kind of arranged her ink in a way to, and I do this too. I'm an ink arranger. I like to
Nice.
visualize in my mind's eye what will the board look like after I'm done putting everything down, and that includes the ink. And sometimes that gives away your position to your opponent. But if you're going to play these cards anyway, it's not that big of a deal. You just want to
Mhm.
make sure you're making the right plays. You're doing so smart. The worst thing you can do is play too quick, play too loose. You make a mistake. You get a judge called on you. You did things in the wrong sequence. You don't draw what you should have drawn. So I always encourage you to make the best play, the smartest play, and just don't slow play, but just take a little bit of time and think about what you're doing.
They call that a little pregnant pause, what we called it back in the day. I don't know if that's still a thing. I don't know if that's politically correct if I can say that, but a little pause, just a
Yeah,
quick
yeah. There you go.
just a slight pause to make sure that everything is on the up and up before you just send it. I think it's one of my biggest weaknesses in my own game. I just send it way too hard. As we are going to send this dock back to hand there instead of the Cobra, I think that might be a heads up maneuver,
Yeah.
trying to keep the fuel rolling. And now that's something Devin's going to have to consider.
Oh, you're not kidding. I mean, that dock is a problem. Getting yourself 2 more cards and just keeping the chain aligned, keeping the chain alive here. The dock chain. I know Katie talks about the daisy chain. We got to think about the dock chain too. You snake a dock, you fox a dock, and that means 2 more cards. And so that is you're right to say it's a heads up play, and Devin knows it, and Devin's got to be considering it, especially that Maya is more than halfway to her goal of that magical 20 lore that you need to win this game.
100%. So, and honestly, Mai's position is still it's starting to stabilize a bit as Devin is starting to count the numbers, and now you're getting to this point where if you get a couple quests in, another Cobra comes in, those goats start flowing. If you get a huge dock chain and you can't answer these ready characters, and you're not able to challenge anybody to set up your bail plays, this might be starting to fall apart a little bit for Devin now, who is going to have to think deeply about these next few turns. You have that other Hades. Maybe you're trying to get maximum value out of that third Infernal Schemer. I'm not sure how many you're playing in the strategy right now.
Yeah, I mean, we know there's one more in hand from what we can see on screen here. At least one more. Actually, it looks like I believe I saw a second one actually in hand. I
Hmm.
could be wrong about that. So we're playing the
Oh.
full 4x loadout. It looks like of Hades.
Oh wow. So yeah, this is looking great. And you got that bell as well. So you could even send this Hades in, get some combat going, get that bell going, pop some more characters. This could be huge. The reverse Rapunzel trap, Bizarro World Rapunzel trap here
Yeah, here you
with this
go.
with this bell, the accomplished mystic coming on in. And you got
Yeah,
bounce too. Ooh, yeah, this is looking
yeah,
great.
exactly. You've got the balance. The Hades can keep coming back. Hades is the most effective removal tool in Blurple's toolkit,
Hmm.
and just being able to bounce them back. Conversely, when we think about why we play bounce in a color combination like Amethyst Steel, it's generally more about bouncing back things like Peats, like Docks. Peats are less effective against Blurple, but that Dock, if we can chain them up, can create a very uncomfortable board state. Now, speaking of uncomfortable board states, though, Devin, boy oh
Oof,
boy, we've got three blue flame-headed devils.
that's tough.
Yeah,
I don't know if my can I don't know what they can do to clear 6 willpower in this strategy effectively. I know they can't play Zeus, they can't play Strength, but you are now outflanked by the
yeah, you're not kidding. We gotta talk about crabs, and we gotta talk
inked,
about
out
snakes and
resourced.
foxes and all the crazy things that
Yeah.
happen when it gets to like bouncing around and stuff like that.
Hmm. And still, most of the time, those aren't that clean because you're going to probably lose some cards in the process. I'm talking like where you can clean it like a 1-for-1 or a plus value, take out a Hades. It's very, very difficult for this Amethyst Steel strategy to do that. And it's looking like this one might be going uphill. You're going to have to get this dock. It's going to have to pull some phenomenal units off the top of this deck, I would say. A series of goats and a series of bounce potentially is your only way you're going to have to win this game within the next few turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my is kind of in a frozen state right here. No pun intended, of course, with Amethyst. But Maya's got to consider whether it's worth turning characters sideways. Now, this is an interesting decision. Opting to play the library, it looks like it's a diversionary tactic. It's something to throw in the way of Devin to maybe think that that's more important. And this might not be a horrible play considering where Mai sits in her count for lore.
Hmm.
Being closer in lore count, a library as a diversionary tactic might be the thing you need. You've got Dock down, and we've got 2 fresh cards. And Mai is saying, you know what? I've already got a little bit of a lead. Let's run these jets, and let's see what else we can do with it. We do see that there is still some ink available. Maya's deciding to play a character. Yep, deciding to play the fox, bouncing
Okay.
the dog. There you go, bouncing the dog back.
Back
We're gonna
again.
we're gonna do it again. Yeah, tag team back again.
I would have loved to see. Now, I think that might be a slight misplay from Devin in that last sequence because he did have that bell. I would have loved seen that bell move that damage off of that Hades and take out another character that turn instead of going second Hades because you would have
Yeah,
cleared that character and you wouldn't have ramped your opponent and they would not have made that dynamic turn that they did. So he did leave a slight window open. I still think you're in a very comfortable spot, but you're going to probably want that one back because that Hades could have survived
yeah.
as you left him exposed.
That's a very fair point. You got to wonder. There's always like a matter of value when we think about why we play the cards we play and when we play them. We know that we have a finite number of any particular tool, so you have to
Hmm.
consider: is this worth it? Is it worth it to use the bell now? Will there be a better moment later to use bell? Will I have the opportunity to do it? So there's always these factors at play, and we always get to look back. And that's the cool thing about these games is you get a lot of hindsight. You get a lot of hindsight. You get
For
to look
sure.
back and say, boy, oh boy, I shouldn't have done X, Y, or Z. And everybody who watches the game, of course, they're all going to say the same thing. They're going to say, I bet I would have never done that. No, you don't. You
No,
say that. You don't know that.
yeah. And
You don't know
being
that.
being in the being it's way I'm way better in the broadcast booth than I am in the field of play. I'm telling you right now, I can see because you can see so much, especially when you see the other person's hand and you
Yep.
see everything. You're watching games all day, but when you're actually from your own field of view, is just so much smaller. As Devin is still trying to play this thing absolutely accurately, you're in a very commanding position, but you know how this Amethyst Steel deck can go, and I'm sure Devin knows how this thing can go. They started This Is My Family, the Dwight Rose, freaking I don't know, and the game is just over. A goat off the top with a bounce. So you really have to continue to play these turns that you're going to get a heavy quest in. It looks like you're going to try
Yep.
to run the race.
Running the race, clearing the board, saying, "Hey, you know what? You can if you get one more next turn because I leave that library alive, I'll take that because I still have 6 lore worth of characters to turn sideways. Unless you can do something about it, And hopefully that doc doesn't net my any ways to deal with these answers. That's got to be what Devin's thinking for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because next turn, Devin can get to 16, and from 16, Mai's in a world of pain if she cannot figure out how to like collect a board state that does something for her.
But this Amethyst Steel player with that much ink, I don't think I've ever seen an Amethyst Steel player that inked up as 4 Hades is going to kind of advance your spot a little bit. So you can completely flood this board again, get another dockening, get everybody into the library, and
Oh,
sorry, I'm
we
on the wrong one. Let me zoom back to the right stream. I'm looking at the wrong visual over here. Here we go. Yeah, we're flooding and we get the huge strength off. So this actually
this just changed the whole complexion of where we were going. This is insane.
This is everything. I think she might have turned it around.
I think so. Yes, I think she did.
This is going to be tough unless you can get like and all the characters are ready as well. So this might be tough. Well, actually, we got that Spirit of Winter in hand. So let's think about this because you got 5 that you need to worry about. So you tap down 2, or you can put down the Smee and one of the other things. You can challenge into one of them with the Hades. I don't know how much ink you have. I can't tell, but if you have that 12 or 13 ink, which you might be close to, you can go bail here as well and clear the board. So let's see how Devin breaks this down. You have options. I'm not sure how much ink you have available. I can't quite count. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think you have 13. So you can go Elsa and Belle this turn. You can exert the Smee, clear the Smee, pop the other White Rose, blast the Chernobog, and you got to start putting some hits into this library because you got to start clearing this board.
Yeah, we are. I mean, Devin is on a timer. Whether or not these characters are dealt with, which to your point looks like will be the case. We do have that Spirit of Winter that can certainly really change the complexity of this game and make the 2 of these characters unusable effectively for 2 full turns. But yeah, we still have a clock. That library is still a clock. Devin's got to deal with that clock either way, because the closer we get to that 20 number, like with Amethyst Steel, to your point, as you were talking about those goats, those White Roses, all in the families, all these cards that just give us reach, that allow us to collect on some of that. Oh, and
that's a Fifth Spirit.
That is a
Fifth Spirit. Tapping down the Chernobog here.
Yep. So Devin is opting to slow the play down. Devin is saying, you know what? I don't think I need to immediately drop down this. Now, interesting.
Look at that.
What an interesting option.
Look at that.
So Devin decided to capitalize on the shift ability of that Spirit of Winter, use the first effect, the first Elsa, in order to tap 1 character, using the additional effect of Spirit of Winter to tap 2 more characters to apply a pressure that is untenable. And I think this is the end of the game. That was a very strong play by Devin.
But you do have a Cobra off the top, and we're so back if you're mine. What did she draw? Cobra wins here because you can't quest. You gain 1 from that library, and Cobra will walk off with this thing. So you did leave that out a little bit open. Like you said, you always got to play to your outs. I don't know what she has. She has the ability to draw a card here and potentially find that Cobra. I think you can get out of this. Let's see if she could do it. Hey, it's a crab. Never mind.
We see a crab. Okay. Interesting choice here. Opting to send the dock into the Elsa. So try. Mai is trying to create a spot where Devin is no longer unlethal.
But she got no card to discard.
Yes, she needs one more card.
Can you get somebody into the library?
That's the trick. Yeah, she's gonna have to send somebody to.
But you can't.
You can't because the characters are tapped down and the crab is wet. The crab is wet, so crab cannot do anything just yet.
Oh, that is insane! You needed 1 more card away. Look at that! What a game! What a game, man!
Heartbreaking.
Wow! Holy!
Wow!
Flipping game, man!
That was down to the wire. Oh my gosh, JDZ. What the heck did we just see?
Dude, she was close, man. Dang. But still, I think both players played it super well. I think you had to understand the position line and Mai not giving up. I know a lot of people getting rained down on Hades like that, just getting absolutely outvalued by those guys, might discourage a lot of people, but she stuck with it and almost found a way to win it. And it's going to be what it is.
So unfortunately for Mai, that means that the bounty is off the table. It has to be a 2-0 in order to clear that bounty. At this point, what Mai is fighting for is well, not even for, not necessarily for her life, because one loss is just not likely to get you knocked out of here. But you want to be put in the best position that you can, and we want to make sure that we can leave this clean. So Mai's going to have to figure out. I need to be able to win on the play, which she's going to get a chance to do then. And she needs to also think about, okay, well, going into a game 3, because obviously Mai wants that game 3, she's going to have to figure out how to do it then on the draw as well. And
Yeah.
that's
I
where
think we might have missed something. How did we miss that? I think that Elsa should have been banished in that previous challenge. Shout out to the judges there. I'm not on the scene. I don't know how the judges called it, but I think that Elsa should have been banished on that crab dock challenge, because Elsa challenges the Chernobog, takes 2 damage, and then gets hit with a 4-piece, and it should have been down, and it didn't go down. And
that's a good
Devin would
point.
have quested up to 4. I'm not certain what happened there. It might have just been overlooked. I think I can't quite see the dice from my position. And we'll have to get with the floor judges on that. But I'm certain it was just a mistake. Something could have so it could have just come up there, and accidents do happen. I'm certain it wasn't malicious
Yeah,
at all.
of course not. Of course
But
not.
it's just one of those things that we just had to get missed there.
Yeah. So we'll certainly see if we can get more information on that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Excellent.
For sure. And
Okay.
it's both players' responsibility to maintain that game. And I'm certain it
Yeah.
was an accident of something that just kind of goes down. But
For
it is
sure.
what it is. I mean, Chernobog Broom, we probably thought it was just a 1 damage kind of thing, and you just kind of missed out on it. But I again, it's just a slight mistake. It is what it is, and we're going to
Yeah.
have to short-term memory. If and I'm sure if it comes up later, I'm sure we'll try to rectify the situation. But still, it's taking nothing away. I still think that game was great, and I'd
Yes.
be excited to see how now Mai knows what the matchup is and how to negotiate this matchup. I think that maybe she could do something a little bit different. So what do you want to see from Mai to combat what this Blurble strategy is trying to do?
Now that Mai knows what's up, I feel like her mulligan's going to be much better. I'll tell you, I've played her a few times. She's a local here. We see her all the time. She's part of Team Chili. And we're friends as well.
Mhm.
Mai is a very, very observant player. She learns, like, she watches. The game 1 for her is like a moment to watch and to learn, and then game 2 and game 3 for her is just like that lock in. Like the Jets flip and she locks in. Like she's beaten me 2-1 many a time where I took game 1 and she's like, great, now that I know what stupid thing you're doing, I got you. And then she just turns it around on me. So I can tell you from experience that game 1 is very impactful for her, and if she can help it, and she has the capability, she will not let that fall. She can take this 2-1, just simply by making sure that she handles and is aware of the potential dangers, right? Like getting into that ink 8 or that ink 6 with the Elsa in play, with the Spirit of Winter at play. You got to be careful. It's kind of like playing against a be prepared, and being cautious about what you lay down, what you don't lay down. How do you expose yourself in terms of what's on the
Mhm.
board and what you might want to keep as a solution for after some of the more crazy things happening.
Absolutely, and I think this is just one of those matchups too that is just quite. I think I've always felt that Blurple or Amethyst Sapphire is the apex predator of the Amethyst strategies, in my opinion. I think
Yeah.
it goes hard. Any deck that wants to do combat type battle in meeting the dojo, I like to say, when they meet in the field of play and challenging and banishing, I think Blurple reigns supreme in that. So maybe if Mike can find another alternate path, maybe use some of your steel removal, maybe if you can get like play these evasive wars or try to do something like that, or flood the board and try to reach and just try to find a different way to win instead of trying to get into this fox crab game, because I just don't think that you can win that fight, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. And we see already, just as we're starting to do this board establishing thing, right? We got the popsicle into the bell, and then we played a tipo. So on Devin's side, we are collecting some characters, some glimmers to save us. Mai
Mhm.
is saying early on, hey, before you get too wild there, and you want to, I see how much you like singing about your friends that are on the other side. Maybe not next turn. Maybe you won't be doing that, as Pete comes down and slows the play down a little bit for Devin.
Absolutely. So it looks like we do have the P set up. We do have the SME set up, and we are not going to exert the SME. We're going to leave him ready, probably trying to set up for this super up tempo strength of a raging fire turn that they like to do. Bring out the Pete, bring out another character, blast something. So I'm sure Devin is tracking that line of play, and let's see how you either try to avoid that or will you not play into it at all. Maybe you don't put out as a beautiful enchanted finders keeper goes down to the
Oh
ink
yeah.
well.
Absolutely, yeah. We do love a good enchanters here. The rabbit coming down, Merlin rabbit, of course, the theme, on brand as we are playing at the Merlin 10K. So Merlin rabbit, perfectly on theme here.
Nice, nice. I like it. You got the whole the Merlin, the Arthur. You got the Madam Mim. You got the Fox Man. I think it's very thematic tournament. I just noticed it. I didn't notice. I did notice it, but I didn't realize how on brand it was.
Yeah,
And
everything we do here at SSG, JD, is everything's on purpose. I promise you. No, just listen. Some of it's chaotic as all get out, and we're trying to figure it out. But at least some of the cool things are are planned for, and that's certainly one of them.
that is really
All right.
awesome.
We
As
see the genie, the beginning of a genie war, as we start to sing away that bell, singing
interesting.
strength. Yeah,
So we do go strength here and hit the bell. What are your thoughts there? I'm taking that rabbit. If I
yeah.
see a blurple player leave their rabbit exposed, you better believe that rabbit's got to get out of here.
100%.
Go.
My may have overvalued her board state here. What she's thinking about is, well, if the rabbit comes into the peat or the smee, well, it'll take out the smee. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It'll be forced to go into the smee and take it out. So she's overvaluing the board state versus valuing the fact that, maybe Devin starts bouncing that rabbit and all of a sudden the hand
Yeah.
gets out of control. I'm with you. I would have dealt with that rabbit first, but let's see if Mike can figure out a way
For
around.
sure.
And maybe we're wrong. Maybe we don't know what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Maybe she's got another plan too. And maybe, like you said, you just want to get that bell off. But Rabbit can also sing the friends. Rabbit can sing all the tunes that Bell could do. Rabbit can clear all the characters that Bell could clear, except for that Pete. Maybe you just really value that Pete being around, bouncing the Pete back to your hand. But even bouncing Pete in this matchup isn't that great because they don't play too many actions. So I'd love to see that Rabbit off the board because now Devin is going to be able to probably get some more value out of this rabbit as the game goes along, unless he's just trying to clear some of Mai's lore off and just use this rabbit to clear the Smee. And he's going to do that. So I'm taking that too.
So my, opting to do that, that is good for my, a lot of the concerns that we had about that rabbit is not there now. Does that necessarily make that the right play? What Mai did, not necessarily. I think that's a good lesson for players that are watching this game, especially if you're newer players. Just because something worked out in your favor doesn't necessarily make it the right play, and I think that's an important thing to learn about trading
Absolutely.
card games.
Yeah, if Devin goes around and sings friends with Rabbit and plays Snake and bounce Rabbit to the hand, it was absolutely the incorrect play.
Correct.
I'm just going to say it straight up, just like that.
Yeah.
But it worked out. It worked out great this time. As we're going to go ahead and hit a little bit of Crab Trap. Tipo gets the base boost required to clear the Pete Games referee and leaving Genie on crab action right here as we got 5 in hand for Devin.
Yeah, we call that a high value play, right? Anytime that you can get rid of a lower cost character that you played to get rid of a higher cost character, that in the world of trading card games is a good value. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for good value trades, and the more good value, if you can get more good value trades on your opponent than your opponent can get on you, there's a pretty good shot you end up winning that match. So it's something to think about as we move forward and we see this board state. We got a Genie on my side, we got a Fox and a Tipo, and a lot of ink sitting on Devin's side.
Yeah, he's on his way. And the thing about Mai's board, she's only comfortably sitting at 3. You love to be at like 10, 9 or 10 right now. You're still sitting at 3. You haven't really exerted any of your characters. Devin's got to be absolutely loving that position because your ink is doing its thing, your hand is doing its thing, and your board is still fine. You're not completely outmaneuvered yet. You do have these 2 evasive threats on the board in the name of Genie, Wish Fulfilled, both of them up and active. But it's still not that much, not that bad. You're still getting to the top end of your deck. As you saw last round, you had 4 Hades, 1 in hand right now.
Yep, absolutely. And we're starting to see some of these answers starting to collect themselves, deciding whether inking it is the right place. So we are inking that bell, and we're playing that Hades. Hades is good to deal with a Genie, and just kind of establishing that board control again. And we are in a position where Hades are on the table. We're getting pretty close to a place where we can start bouncing the Hades and replaying Hades and just be creating a lot of panic and chaos over on my side of the board.
But we saw what happened last time that went
Ooh,
down as we get a huge hand flip. Triple
oh,
dock again. You got to
trio
shuffle
of
that.
docs.
Shuffle that
Hey,
deck, big dog.
color.
Holy.
I see you in the chat. Do me a favor. I need you to quickly Google what do we call a group of docs? What's the right answer for that one?
I
Let
think
me
it's
know.
a group of docs. What is that? Dang, what is it called? A symposium? I don't know.
Yeah. Let's go with a symposium of docs. Let's do that. I love it.
A
We're receiving it.
symposium. I don't know, but that happened in back-to-back games there for Mai, as she's fully docked, multiple docks on the board. We did get value from one, and we did see her get those docks start bouncing around too, which is a pretty, a pretty good use of some bounce and get those docks redeployed. As
Yeah.
Devin is kind of doing your job for you, refilling your inkwell with some of these characters, and your docks can go a little bit further. But man, that is so brutal to break on these things back-to-back games.
It is. Yeah, that's so tough. I mean, that is not that this is the equivalent of getting 3 whole new worlds, or this is the same thing, right? You don't want to see it. You want these things spread around. The perfect ratio of docks is one dock and then two cards later another dock. That's
There you
what you
go.
want. When
There
you
you
play a
go.
dock, there should be a dock in the next two cards that you draw.
And
That's
I'm telling
the
you right
right
now,
ratio.
that game, I'm sure you've been on the other side of that. That is a brutal feeling when someone get those perfect dock lineups, when they go dock, spam, spam, dock, spam, spam, dock. And you're like, oh my goodness, can
No,
you chill?
yeah.
Please, I need you to
Listen, I'm
relax.
about to spill some pickle juice on this table and ruin the cards. Is what I'm about to happen. I'm about to flip this table. You play triple docks on me in the right moment.
Oh, when they come,
Disgusting.
like, when we go dock, boom, boom, dock, boom, boom. It's like a freaking, like I don't know. It's devastating.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
worse to me. That's worse than getting hit with Rapunzel for 3. I think when you're
yeah.
getting docked for ability.
Or even worse, it's like a dock, a one drop snake. Bring back the dock. Or,
Oh my goodness! Now we're cooking.
yeah,
Now
there
we're
you go.
cooking. As Devin is thinking about how you're going to engage with these docks, maybe you're afraid of them getting bounced back to hand, and you kind of saw what happened to you last round, as your opponent was able to start to bounce these docks back and get tremendous value again. As you're going to start bouncing the Hades here, Madam M. Fox can't really challenge and engage with anyone, as Peak Game Referee is now added to the hand. Do you have some bounce? Let's see if you can get to it. No bounce.
Yeah.
Seen.
No, now's the time to get them. If you got them, lay them down and start using them, because they're going to add some value. We see White Rose, more of those cards that give Maya that reach a little bit more there. We do see these docs kind of staring at each other, a bunch of smart individuals with PhDs, as we drop down a games referee, and say, hey, we're going to pause you on your actions here. Now, the thing that makes Devin scary is not the actions. It is this ability to just send away characters into the inkwell. It's primarily single target threats. So my going wide here, having a lot of characters, is certainly not something Devin wants to see, because Blurple has a pretty hard time when it comes to dealing with multiple threats in a single action.
And already, again, looking at my score total, her lore total, she's sitting at 12, which is anything over 15, anything over 10 for this deck. They can come out there and get it. We haven't seen any goats yet thus far coming in from Mai, so they're got to be due. I'm certain if you're playing White Rose, you got to be playing goat, as we are going to go ahead and ramp up this Genie as well, as Devin is working hard, trying to turn the corner yet again. We'll clear a couple of these docks to break up that potential bounce line. And now the corner is slowly starting to be turned yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Mai is kind of in a race mode. I think that's one of the cool things about Amethyst Steel, is that it generally can run a race a little bit better than some other color pairings. You're kind of allowed to say, you know what, you keep dealing with me. I'm just going to keep turning sideways and keep reaching for the stars here as we try to win. And we see, it looks like there was an error of play. Mai kind of okay. I guess Mai wanted to do it in a different order, but so far,
okay,
we've got Helga, which is a great threat for that deals with evasives pretty well. We see Diablo at the table. There was a little bit of thought there. I guess I don't know if there was maybe a concern about the ordering of that, but yeah.
Okay, so we got everybody up, and now this is a decision that you have to make. I think if you're going to quest, I think you could quest maybe the Rose and the Pete, or challenge. I'm sorry, challenge in with the Rose and maybe quest, maybe just a peek. But I'd leave that dock ready just in case you can get to some bounce, or you could just pass all. But passing all does set you up for another potential Hades bounce solution or another Hades coming in.
Yeah.
Looking at the hand, I can't quite make out. That is a
Oh,
This Is My Family?
this is my family. A card that I'm sure Maya is hoping to see instead,
Okay.
which allows you to gain a lure and draw a card.
Talk about that card. The spice of life is in. Why's that card in the deck? I love it.
Devin is all about the spice. Listen, of all the people that I know, Devin is one of the greatest chefs when it comes to trading card games. He loves a good spice. He loves a good one of. He likes sneaking things in that you wouldn't know are coming, and that is definitely one of it. Anybody would say, hey, "Look at that, a second one played."
Look at that.
So we played a second one. So we gained another lore. We drew another card. We're just continuing the chain. And as now we're seeing a turn of 4. Was that 4? Yeah. Yep, it was 4. Yes, it is, because that's how much Genie costs. We see Genie hit the table.
That's pretty awesome, man. I like that. Just a little bit of spice. If that card were inkable, I think it would be played at a significantly higher level. The fact that it's uninkable, but it's a song, you could just rip it. I think it only costs 2, so yeah, Tipo can sing it, giving Tipo a little something else to do. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty
Exactly.
cool, man. I
Yeah.
think it's pretty cool.
Ooh,
As
did we just
Let It
sing
Go.
We just sing a Let It Go. And that's the fancy Let It Go too.
It is.
We
Who are we
love it.
letting go here?
So
No
a little bit
chance
of
we let go.
lore, a little bit of
Sorry, go
lore
ahead.
about that Let It Go. That Let It Go was actually won by Hector, and
Mhm.
so that was one at a DLC by Hector Harris, who was a member of SSG's team. And Devin was like so proud. Devin actually bought the Let It Go from Hector and asked Hector to sign it. So what he's playing with is a Let It Go signed by Hector. The one
Stop.
that he won, yes, the one that he won at a DLC.
That is awesome, man.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff, man. I like that a lot. Just signing a $900,000 card, no big deal.
No big
And
deal.
play it. That's crazy. I
Yeah.
wish I can't ball out like that. As
Well,
you are going to be exerted. So you did not gain any lore that time, but you are still trying to combat this board a little bit, singing a ton of songs, gaining some lore, and then passing it back on over to your opposition. My sitting comfortably at 12. We will finally remove the world of this Tipo, but you're going to have to start gaining some lore here, and you will do so in the form of 2, as PN Diablo will get an exertion in. Madam M Fox can bounce. So actually playing that Let It Go on that dock was huge there.
Yeah, it was very big. Yeah, that was very, very big.
That was huge because you could have got the dock back with the Fox. That was a top deck, and that could have actually changed the game a lot. So my stance, Pete back up. No songs this time, as we'll kick back on over to Devin, whose hand is still looking quite healthy. Was that Elsa? I think Elsa might be devastating.
It's flipping through the cards. It's hard to see. I didn't get a chance to see if that was or
Mhm.
not. But we do see. I'm thinking right now. So Devin's kind of doing the math. Devin's figuring out what do I gotta pluck from the table here. What do I need to do to make sure that I control what is happening? And it's just thinking through this process, and it's an important one to do because we're kind of in a sensitive part of the game here. Mai is, at any point could be just one turn away from winning this game.
Mhm.
One turn away.
So here it is. It all comes down to this turn. I think this is a very critical turn. Do you clear this Diablo? I think Helga is just an easy target. You can snipe that with almost anything on your board, pretty much risk free. But you can send this Madam M Fox and another Infernal Schemer coming in, raining down, popping the. What are we hitting here?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, there's just so many to think about. It's just I could. Oh, okay. So we're choosing that. Yeah.
Okay.
We're choosing the Diablo. Not a bad target. Banishing it traditionally would get Mai an extra card. Maybe opting not to let Mai get that extra card, and instead saying, hey, you know what? I'll let this be ink because it's not being banished.
Mhm.
Therefore, you don't get a card.
I agree. I think just clearing it now, a nice easy out to it. It is a 7 cost on a 1 cost. So I mean, if you're playing that whole cost equivalency game, maybe that doesn't feel the best, but just stopping your opponent, just cutting your opponent off from resources, I think might be super important. As we do have another top deck, it is going to be another Madam M Fox, so you can continue to rechain these Pete's and just do this thing 2 lore at a time, it seems. As we can play Pete out again and freeze the board. No more actions this turn. So if you are setting yourself up for that potential, well, you can't even top deck the Cobra again unless you can get a friends on the other side into a top deck Cobra, and this Fox has to live. So a lot of variables here.
Yes, yeah. There's a few things that need to go perfectly here in order for this to work the way we need it to work. Unfortunately, we do see, and Devin's in the tank here. Devin's making sure we're making the right calls. Devin's opting to quest with that Hades. All right, let's see how else we collect this.
Another bounce here, a bounce into another Hades. I think it just might be a little bit too overwhelming. There it is. The Madam
Oh,
M
there it
Fox is
is.
down,
Yep.
and yeah, you can clear 2 characters here, and you'll do so. Fox into Fox, bring back the Hades, clear the Pete if you want, or Fox. It doesn't matter. And I think that just might get it done for you, as I think you're also presenting Lorthel on the crackback if you quest all Glimmies right here and kick it back on over to Mai, who has to draw the best card ever created. Do you
Yes.
have it?
Do you has it? And my face says
Regeki.
oh.
No, it doesn't.
no Regeki. Sorry.
No Regeki.
Better look next time.
No,
But definitely no Regeki.
No Regeki, as Mai does go down. It looks like we're going one-way ticket to Scoop City as the hand comes out, as Devin, owner of Southside Gaming, comes out and puts on a nice display of Lorcana craftsmanship, gets to the dub over Mai. Taking nothing away from Mai, I think she played incredibly well. But that matchup is very, very difficult on Amber Steel. How does that go in your experience? What do you think when you see Amber Steel versus Blurple?
When I see Amber Steel versus Blurple,
Oh, it's not Amber Steel. I'm sorry, not Amber Steel. Amethyst Steel.
Oh, Amethyst Steel. You're so. I think for a lot of the same reasons why Amethyst Steel is a problem for Blurple. I think there's a few of those that exist for why it is. I'm sorry, for Amber Steel. Like normally Amber Steel is an issue. You've got problems when it comes to like those removal songs that deal with your threats. You've got characters that can do it. Amethyst, I would think, would be better. I mean, that's not a matchup I've played a lot of. I have played Blurple. I haven't played against Amethyst Steel a lot with Blurple, to be fair. So I'd imagine that's probably a little bit closer than like the Amber Steel matchup, if I had to guess.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm just looking at some of the chat. A lot of people are pointing out some things that could have gone different, but I like to encourage people to just stay as positive as you can, because these decisions are tough. We have the ability to be at the comfort of our own homes and watching this thing live and having those decisions. But I'm sure that when Maya gets back in and looks at the film, or when Devin gets back in and looks at the film, you're going to be like, oh man, I really could have did this different. But I still take nothing away from the players being in the dojo, being under the lights, under the stage. You got Gabe over here intimidating, Scowl calling your plays. I mean, you might not be at your peak physical performance, but taking nothing away from either of them, I thought that match was phenomenal. And hopefully we have more. Hopefully that's just an indicator of what we have coming up for the South Side. We're going all the way into round number 3 already. Let's go.
Yeah, we're getting ready to. We're going to be heading over to the interview in just a moment. So at any moment, we're going to get the cameras shut off on us, and the Illuminati's going to come sneaking in here and pushing us to the other side of it. So.
And they just don't even tell us either. They just rip it. Hopefully it's mid sentence. Like right now, I might be saying something, and then boom, it just
then boom,
cuts away.
Exactly. And I'd be totally fine with that. That'd be really cool. Just like out of nowhere, like totally. We call it guerrilla journalism.
Just rug pull us. I'd be down with that. I'm down. I'm down.
Listen,
I'm down.
Yeah. So if you don't pull this away from us, there you go.
All right, we are here with the man behind the magic, Mr. Devin himself, owner of Southside Gaming. I would welcome you here, but this is your home, so you're holding down the fort today, and with your little Blurple deck.
I did my little Blurple deck.
Your little Blurple
today, running. I'm running a little good today.
I see that.
I can't lie.
You've been a Blurple lover for a hot minute, though. I've seen you crafting around with Blurple. You love yourself an Enchanted Elsa.
Oh yeah.
So talk to me about your decision today to play Blurple.
Well, first off, it's a flex, right? I have to be able to play the Elsas.
What's got the most expensive cards? That's the deck I'm going to play.
Yeah. But most importantly, I love playing because I have access to Let It Goes.
Sure.
And I have the championship Let It Goes.
Fancy.
Because our sponsor players, they each one of them sign one.
That's awesome.
So like it gives me like a little.
Not a lot of people will let somebody marker on their card. So you're
actually on the card.
That's extra special for sure. So. And talk to me a little bit about, obviously, we had Mai on a stream last time. She's a local here. Everybody knows Mai. She's a savage on that purple steel. So were you nervous when you sat down and you realized you had to play against that?
Absolutely. First I read my opponent. I'm like, okay, I don't know who this is. And then I sit down and like, oh, you're playing Mai. I'm like, not only am I playing Mai on stream, but I know she has, first and foremost, shout out to Mai. I mean, excellent player. Excellent.
I agree.
Crushes me.
And it's not because Mai's sitting behind the camera.
No, listen, it is exactly why. No, I'm just kidding. No, crushes me during locals, right? Makes me want to play Purple Steel every single time.
Yep.
And then, I just ran very well. I think that my opening for game 2 was just insane. I had the perfect curve.
Sure.
I had the popsicle into the bell, into the to friends. So.
And Quad Hades game 1.
Quad Hades.
I mean, come on.
And I almost lost it. I almost managed to lose that game, right?
And Elsa. Quad Hades and Elsa. And you still.
Because I mean, you know, sometimes I have an issue to where like I just don't know when just to go for it to quest, and that one turn can make such a difference, especially against Purple Steel, where they have access to Cobra and all these other cards where they could just gain lore so quick, right?
Absolutely.
But,
yeah, knowing when to be the aggressor and when to be the defender, a huge part of the game. So being able to identify that. Big heads up on that.
Yeah, but
for sure. And I saw some interesting inclusions, like this is by family in the deck.
Like that, right?
How's that been treating you?
I'm gonna be honest. I chose to take those out, and I removed the 1-drop turner box for it. And the reason why is because I just like to draw. Okay. You know, it gives me that access to that lore, and there's nothing for me. It just feels great when I draw. When I'm able to sing with Tipo.
Sure.
And it feels good.
Yeah.
You know, it feels good, and there's a little tech that I get into it. And sometimes I find that when I have my, you know, even with the, you know, during some of these games where they go a little bit longer, I don't have goats in my deck.
Sure.
So like at some point, like let's say a game, and I have no lore, right? So like at least this gives me the ability to draw, and I gain a lore with it, so it keeps me a little stabilized. But that's why I chose it. It's been working well so far. So
yeah, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you have a lot of reps on the deck, so I'm sure you're going to continue to perform well today. And not only holding it down for the store, but holding on to your bounty mat.
That's all I cared about. Like, you know what? As long as I don't get too old. Well,
some people have already been handing them out there.
Yeah.
I've already seen some people, unfortunately, handing out the bounty mats out there, man. So I know you got to.
I can't say anything. You know all about the community, but come on.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
It's all love. That's what it's for, though, so everyone has the ability to get one. Right?
Of course.
And first of all, it's beautiful. I think it's one of my favorite mats.
I believe it is my favorite mat. Yeah, it's top tier mat for sure. Yeah. Well, congratulations, Devin. Obviously, no stranger here, and I hope to continue to see you on the camera later on today. Congratulations on your win.
Hopefully, I get a little bit more interviews.
I think you will. You're a good-looking dude, so I don't see why not.
As good as you. My brother.
GG's, brother.
Thank you, brother.
All right, we're getting ready for another interview coming up with Mai. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you all, friends, for being here. Much love as we pass it over to the next interview.
All right, and we are up here with Mai. Hello, Mai. No stranger to the stream. We had her at her last event. She was a fan favorite. Everybody in the crowd cheering, Mai, go, Mai, Mai, Mai. So Mai is back, and unfortunately, didn't go your way this round, but it's okay. There's still a lot of rounds left, and you're still very much in contention. So you're playing your Purple Steel deck, which you've been playing for quite some time.
Yes.
So talk to me about, you decided to stick with it. You already knew how to play it, so just go with that.
Yeah, I was super excited when Hiram got, like...
Oh, yeah.
Hiram
You got the axe.
I was like, okay, maybe this will be my, I can probably take it over before Jafar Reigns comes out.
Sure.
But then now, with Blurple being back on the rise again, and with Green Steel, this card doing so well, I'm like... Man, it's so hard.
Yeah,
it's definitely difficult.
It's tricky.
You have to like with Purple Steel, it's like so like a different gameplay. Like when you play like Green Steel, like you can play like the John and then you play Sunshine, whatever. But with Purple Steel, you have to like make sure you do every single move perfect.
Of course.
Or else it's just not gonna.
It falls apart.
Yeah, it falls apart.
For sure.
Yeah, the Elsa getting me in the first round.
Oh, I know. Not only the regular Elsa, the enchanted Elsa. I was like,
I was like, oh. I mean, at least I got to see the pretty card.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely a tough break there. And are there any changes that you thought about making before coming in here, like to prepare for like what did you expect to play against today, essentially?
Definitely a lot of I definitely thought Diablo was definitely gonna be back in again.
Okay.
So that's why I put in the Helga.
Okay, I saw that. Yeah, she's definitely a good, really good in this evasive meta for sure.
Yeah, and me and my boyfriend were playing the same deck right now.
Sure.
We definitely
shout out to Zeke, by the way. I saw him out there.
We definitely thought we were gonna play against Red Purple more too. So we put in a different amount of cards.
Sure.
To tech against that.
Of course.
Much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going okay so far.
Good,
so
yeah. What'd you play against round 1?
Green steel discard.
Green steel. Okay.
I was on the draw and I won.
There you go. You see
and
that?
I
Well, there's a lot of green steel on the. I've walked around. There's a lot of green steel here, so I hope you continue to get those matchups and winning them. So
Thank you so much.
of course. Well, it's always a pleasure, Mai, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you later on today. And
Maybe.
can keep doing a great job today, and we'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we're back.
Well,
great interviews, great players, great energy out there. By the way, a lot of the vibes are immaculate. JDZ, wish you were here so you can go out there and chat with everybody.
I would love to, man. I'm a terrible interviewer though. You guys do way better interviews than I think I do because I like to bring up all the negativity in the interviews. And I'm like, the first question I would ask, I'm like, how did it feel to brick on Docs in back-to-back
Right.
games? Do you love Doc or do you hate Doc? Are you going to cut Doc? And I like to bring up the painful memories immediately to right up front, like right there.
Yeah, you're like,
dang.
so you lost. Why do you suck? Tell me more.
Like, yeah, man, Doc, huh? Back-to-back games. I mean, do you know how to shuffle your deck? I'm kidding. But
No.
huge all shout out to my man and taking nothing away from Devin, of course. I thought it was an incredible matchup, man.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to it. Like that, if these two matches that we've seen so far to start the stream off, granted they both have been 2-0s, Gabe. We're gonna need some more game 3s though. I gotta say, that's my one fix. We got to start working some game 3s in there. But if this is any indicator of what we got coming up, I am very excited to see what the remainder of this tournament has in store. Also, do you have a Melee link? Is there a link available so we can start following some of our favorite players and get some updates?
It's funny that you say that. I was just about to pull one up. If we give production a moment, what they'll do is they'll throw that in the chat for us.
Yeah.
I was actually working on pulling that up. Yeah, because I know some of us are looking to see. I did hear that a couple of our players did lose their bounties. So I know that Sisu, for any of you that follow Freedom Gaming, he also plays in the ICL. We know that he was able to claim a mat, I believe, from SSG Ghosty actually. So I think SSG Ghosty gave up a bounty mat, and we'll find out more about those as well. But IT Dark, I think that's thank you in the chat. I believe there's a melee link that we're seeing dropped in the chat.
I got it. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
So thank you for having done that. Thanks for having our back, buddy. Even though Stefan's like out there doing 1,000 things, it's always, you know what I love about Twitch and about any of these streaming platforms. I gotta tell you, my favorite thing is that the chat always has your back. Like they always have your back.
Well, your guys' chat, my chat on my own personal stream, they do not have my back. Notoriously, okay, they are the opposite of that. They turn on me all the time. I got like it's kind of like Pokemon, where you have like the badges. And if you don't have a certain level of badge, then they just start turning on you and like not doing the thing that you asked them to do. That's my personal JDT Quest. Your guys' chat is on fire, dude. I love what you got over here, but the Quest World chat, they would love to see me fail, and it's fine.
That's messed up. That's so messed up.
It's fine. It's fine. It's like I'm a substitute teacher, and you're just like throwing spitballs at me, and I'm like in dangerous minds. How can I reach these kids? Type energy is what I'm
There
on.
you go. Wait, so does that make you Michelle Pfeiffer? Or like, what are we talking about?
I'm Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm Michelle Pfeiffer, and they are the inner city kids of the chat, and I'm trying to reach them through different types of poetry and things of that sort. So it's a vibe. It's a love relationship though. It's all love. Yeah. But I love the Southside Gaming chat. They're helpful. They're on time. They're kind. It's a vibe, man. We got a nice little show behind you there happening. I'm all in on what's happening.
On purpose. I'm trying to like let that thing be a show back there. We're just letting it happen.
This is beauty incarnate. Whatever's happening behind you, I'm tuned in for that. That should be the stream. Forget the tournament.
I'll tell you right now. Yeah, we don't need a second stream table. We'll just put that on stream the whole time, and then we'll call it a show from there.
I'm down. I'd watch about 24 hours of this.
I bet you would. I bet you would. I get to it. The thing is, I get to just take a little drive down to Miami and see whenever I want. That's the best part.
Hey, I heard you guys are having fun without me.
We are.
No, not true.
I got a little upset, so I came to join you guys. How you doing?
Not true.
How was that round, guys?
It was quite good. I was hoping you'd ask about those breaking on docks, man. I had to know how did she feel about that.
Yeah, bricking on docks. I did miss a little bit of the game, so I might have missed the bricking on the dock.
Okay, it happens.
It happened a few times. There was a number of times.
Yeah, she bricked on dock multiple times.
Yeah, like there was one moment where she turned 6 ink sideways, and we were expecting like this like banger play, and it was like 3 docks. We're like, wow. Oh, goodness
I was
gracious.
too busy trying to one shot the empanada to see that part of the game, but I did happen to walk over during 4 Hades, and then Enchanted Elsa, and that was kind of cool. So
nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, just I come with some information. It looks like next round we will be seeing Mr. Mikey, aka Hayes, Freedom Gamer.
Let's go.
And he will be playing something that I think you're going to be very, very surprised to see.
Is it not Blurple?
It is.
Okay.
But Blurple with an asterisk.
Yeah. Blurple?
Okay.
Question mark?
Blurple.
Okay.
Maybe. So yeah, it's definitely Blurple, but I'll let the surprise kind of simmer. I'll let the deck do its own talking.
Interesting. I like that. Who's gonna be in rotation? Am I still here or am I out of here? Am I cooked?
If you don't mind, you could stick around with me.
I would
for one more round.
Let's do it.
And then
so that'll be a rotation.
And then we'll rinse and repeat the morning.
I like that.
Is that good?
That's perfect. I'm so
you get a back to back banger, and then you get yourself a little break, and then do back to back banger, and a little break, and so on and so forth until the end of time.
I like it, Di. I like it. This is it. This is fun. This is
it.
I'm excited.
You should have more than enough time to go eat, use the bathroom.
Yeah.
You won't have to worry about scarfing anything down.
I don't have to. I mean, see, I got a breakfast burrito here. This is how you do it. I'll demonstrate. You have the breakfast burrito.
Oh, don't do it, JD. JD,
get a leash on this man.
JD.
Oh, God.
I need to talk to your doctor, dude. There's got to be something wrong inside of you. There's something wrong, dude. Yeah. Just
Okay.
Just one shot. That's it. With a little sippy sip to help lubricate the the process there. Don't joke. No jokes. Wait for him to finish, guys. No jokes. But is it spicy? People need to know. Is it spicy? Oh, you got to get the Cholula sauce. It's not real if it's not the Cholula. But get away from me with those eggs, dude. Get out of here. This guy is just dying.
If we're having lunch together, we gotta enjoy some lunch together. What's going on right now?
My lord, what is that nasty?
That's how you do it. Okay, you lock in. No time. All right,
JD.
Look at that.
I don't think I eat pretty fast, JD, but I think you're taking it to the next level, dude. You're like X Games, like Olympic level, like above me when it comes to scarfing food into your mouth.
You get it in and get it done.
Yeah. Get it in and get it done. Actually, while I was on my break, I took a quick peek at X, and I hadn't seen Liam from the Illuminateers also doing the Uncrusty challenge, where he was trying to one-shot the Uncrustable with you, and that was a good laugh as well. So I'm glad to see you. I don't think this is what you meant to start a trend on. Like, I'm pretty sure this was not your intention, but you've somehow become the competitive eater of Okada.
Yeah, we need this is a side event, right? These are side events at DLCs now. It's gonna be uncrusty downings.
I have so many memes, in my streams. I never would have guessed the Uncrusty meme would be the thing. Okay?
Exactly.
That's what it is. That's what it gotta be. I have a ton of memes.
Yeah. Well, people want to know what's in the jar.
Nobody wants to know what's in the jar.
People want to know. Your Cardboard Kingdom wants to know what's in the jar.
Don't ask it the questions you don't want answers to.
Yeah. So this, my friends, we talked about this. This is why I'm known as Eggman now. This is the infamous pickled egg. I found them at a Walmart, and let me tell you what,
Big John's pickled eggs,
yeah, baby, spices and vinegar.
Oh, it smells like straight vinegar, dude.
So here's the thing:
it smells like a locker room in here.
The eggs. So not to get political here, but eggs are expensive. Okay, that's just the facts. This jar was like $25.
Are you serious?
Yeah, look how many eggs are in here. Look
at the ingredients.
Hey, how many? All right, I got a serious question. How many gifted subs would it take for Skinner to pound 2 of those?
2 of these?
Yeah.
Oh man.
How many gift dog matches do we got to commit to have Skinner pop 2 of those right now?
Dude, these are disgusting, dude.
All right, what about a Gabe V Skinner 1v1, 1 egg versus 1 egg? How many gift dog matches do we got? I don't think you guys have the ability to receive gifted subs. You got to turn that on. I don't know who the
I don't think we can.
I don't think we have subs, so thankfully for me.
Well, maybe we just do it for the love of the game, Skinner.
Yeah, let's do it for the love
of the thing. Oh, guess what this has in it? Something that's banned.
What's
Red 40 and Red 3. Great.
Oh, that's good. That's good for your blood, dude. Right?
That's good. Ingredients: eggs, citric acid. Okay.
Perfect. I love
vinegar.
That. Oh yeah.
Salt, spices. Red 40 and Red 3.
Yeah. And the thing about the Red 40 and the Red 3, it's only to put that red tint in there. That's it. They could completely cut that out and it would be the exact same thing.
The 40 wasn't enough. They had to hit us with the 3 too.
Would you like one, sir?
What's up with the double red, dude?
Here, grab one.
Let's lock in. Hey, let's
What
lock
is-
in, fellas.
what-
You guys got to
How
put
do
2
you
of these
even
down
eat-
right now.
Dude, they look like. How do you even eat that?
It's a hard-boiled egg. You just eat it like you would eat a hard-boiled egg.
One shot.
There's-
If you're taking bites of this egg, I'm cutting the stream off, dude. You got to put that thing. You got to send it.
What?
Yeah.
What is going
Gotta
on?
send
Do
it.
you need me to show you how to
Send
do it?
I want you to show
Gabe,
me how you
send it.
eat.
Okay, you ready?
A
You ready?
red egg.
Like this, like
Oh
this.
God.
Oh my! Oh,
Oh,
no, Gabe, no.
Don't show it.
oh my! It even the way you're chewing it even looks disgusting, dude. I don't want any of that, dude. Those are all you, big dog.
No, that's 10
I
out of
don't know.
10.
40
Gabe.
ounces of disgusting pickled eggs.
Let's go.
All right.
All right,
How
all
many
right, Skinner,
subs? For,
you gotta
how many
match that
subs
energy.
for Gabe to drink the juice at the end?
Oh
Just
no. No,
Just-
please. All right, you're talking about death. Okay, we're not. Don't,
Cardboard
Gabe, no,
penis, the
please,
red
no,
43
Gabe,
is
no,
crazy.
please.
Gabe, oh, this brother, my
That's
brother, my brother. We're never getting Ravensburger to talk to us again.
Oh,
We're damaging JDZ's reputation right now by drinking this nasty stuff on stream.
dude,
Just straight red 40 to the dome.
This is great. Look, and no shade to JDZ.
You look like you're struggling, dude.
I downed this faster than he downed it in Uncrustable. Okay,
You're looking like you're struggling.
It's
I would
salty
do
as
it.
all
If I
heck.
would, listen, Gabe. If I was there, I would be smashing those eggs with you because
I know.
when you originally told that story, okay, and everyone was making their jokes, getting their jokes off about the ice cream truck egg situation. I resonated with that because I fully remember my ice cream man selling deviled eggs and not deviled eggs, but pickled eggs and like chips and nachos and stuff and like hot dogs at the ice cream truck guy. It's basically like the first food truck before food truck meta took off. The ice cream guy was a food truck. And he was cooking. He was killing it.
Yeah, and it's funny because like since I've shared that story, like the number of people who have talked to me and connected with me on the pickled eggs, and not just pickled eggs, but pickled sausage and pickled pig's
pickled
feet.
egg connections.
And here's what I'll share this. The common connection is that this generally happens in poor neighborhoods. So like I grew up not great. I grew up kind of poor. And so, like in poor neighborhoods, is where you get this. So
I'm still poor, and I've never seen.
well,
ice cream truck with
if
a
you
pickled
eat
egg.
one of these, you'll definitely get yourself out of that neighborhood.
All
I'll
right,
tell you what.
guys. Maybe
Yeah.
after the next round.
Gabe just drank
Xanax-
petroleum.
our
since
next
I was
round.
kidding.
Oh, we
Our
just
next-
heard news, folks. So we talked about Mikey, right? On potentially on what we're calling Blurple with question mark. We forgot to leave we were burying the lead.
Okay.
Okay. Because who wants to take a wild guess who his opponent is?
Who is his opponent? Is it?
His opponent is somebody you might know.
It starts with
It
Z.
starts with a
It
Z,
ends with An.
and last name rhymes with Mayed.
Oh,
We've got
Zanderson Syed, dude.
Zanderson Syedson is going to be playing against Mr. Mikey Maloof, and it should be.
Is that
Yeah,
Xanathy?
yeah.
I think Xan is short for Xanathy, dude. If I recall
It is.
correctly.
Xanthony.
Yes.
Anthony.
All right. Well, you guys go ahead and enjoy this game. I'm kind of jealous.
Dude, we're not even 5 hours in. We got it. We can't let the wheels fall off. We're not even 5 hours into this.
We got to lock in, JD. We need to lock in.
You owe me an egg, but I'll take that later.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
If Mikey 2-0 Zan, I'll eat an egg. All
Okay,
right.
there it is. There it is.
All right,
As
there it is. If
Zan-
not, we'll have to go from there.
But Zan Syed, I'm looking at that color. He's on the Emerald Steel. He's back on the horse that got him there. Putting the Jafar Will away. Winning a tournament there, not riding it back up, just locking in with Emerald Steel as Hay is going to be on that Amethyst Sapphire strategy as he is known to be. Another Blurple player who's true to this, not new to this. You know that this deck, when it's tier 3, they're going to play it. So definitely going to play it when it's basically tier 1. I love to see it.
But Hayes, he doesn't like doing anything easy. If you know Mikey, he is the master of adding some kind of spice that you'll never understand. he actually was one of the ones that played the 7-drop genie that when you exert stuff, it doesn't unexert. I don't know if you know which genie I'm talking about. But
I know the one you're talking about.
he brought that to an event and did really well with it. So he's always playing some funky stuff, and it's not going to get much funkier than this. So I'm not going to spoil the surprise here, but Zan is rocking his green steel, which we know Zan has many reps on this deck and a lot of experience in the past with this green steel. And clearly it's going well for him. He's already 2-0 in the tournament. And not only is he 2-0, but I saw some of his buddies that he came with that were playing Jafar Wheel. So I'm guessing, he passed down the torch and decided to go with his tried and true. So let's see how it plays out here for him.
But I did have the fortunate pleasure of sitting down with Zan and talking to him about interviewed him as well, and just kind of get his approach to the game and like pick his brain and talk to him about it. And I have met him; he was at the Lucky Llama as well.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I know he prides himself on is being ahead of the game. So he'll he'll try to make the next meta breaking deck, and then he'll bring the deck to beat the deck that he just made because he knows that he's trying to stay one step ahead. So maybe
Absolutely.
this iteration of Green Steel or Emerald Steel is probably going to be designed to beat the Jafar Will deck. We already saw that his deck is having the Robin Hood shift line. You don't see that too much in the Emerald Steel with discard. What do you think about that?
I think it's a great choice. I think right now there's a lot of steel decks running amok. And I think Robin Hood is just a great 6 defense character that you can play in the face of, pretty much any steel card. Also really good at just chomping up Smees and things like that. So I think Robin Hood, great addition right now for any steel deck, to be honest. As Mikey starts us off with the Popsicle, does not find the bell. I find that although we're only playing 4 Popsicle, 4 bells, somehow Blurple always has Popsicle Bell on turn 1, but Mikey does not. So
they open Popsicle Bell more than Sapphire Steel open Popsicle Bell with Force Field around. I'm telling you, there has got to be a conspiracy for
literally.
Sure.
When I first saw Mikey playing this, I told him, "How are you going to play Bell with only 4 Popsicle?" And he always hit it. So if you're good, you're good, I guess.
I mean, at the same time, I mean, people who play Diablo Shift, they will hit Diablo Shift with only 4 of the small green Diablos. So the Maleficent Scout or whatever his code name is, as we are going to lead that Robin Hood. So looking at Mikey's hand, you're not kidding. He's on some items in there. It looks like we have a Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, and we have that lamp. Jafar's so we got a little bit of spice.
The puzzle's starting to unravel a bit.
Look at
so
that.
What do you know about cards like the lamp? What deck is that normally associated with?
Are we going Jafar? Are we Blurple Far? Are we going item Jafar Blurple? I'd love to see it.
We are going the full Blurple, and we've made it. When I first saw it, I told him you should have just given me the entry prize and just hung out. But somehow we are in round 3, 2-0 versus Dan Syed.
Nah, and that's one energy, Skinner. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm personally, I'm getting out of that complete mindset completely. If someone's showing up with an unorthodox strategy, I used to be like, "Hey man, don't do it, just cut it. You're wasting your time." Now I'm like, "Bro, send it, please do it," because you literally don't know what we don't know. There is so many unknowns in this current meta that we find ourselves. I think you just have to encourage people to continue to send, as it looks like we have. Is that a croquet mallet? Good. Wait a minute, dude. We are in the spice bag deeply.
Guys, when I told you it was not going to be the conventional Blurple, I was not joking around, guys. We have Croquet Mallet making its competitive debut here.
and Croquet Mallet, if you don't know, I believe that's a card. You can pop that one and you will gain Rush for the turn. So it does have some application, and it only costs 1 to help fuel your Tamatoa. We did kind of lose a little bit of our bandwidth there, as we are kind of rocking about 80 frames per second right now. I'm sure it'll clear up here in just a second so you guys can see that. But yeah, Croquet Mallet getting some play out here.
For sure, yeah. I'm wondering what Zan's thinking right now. He's sitting across. I'm sure he expected Blurple. I mean, most people know Mikey loves the Blurple deck, but when you see Croquet Mallet and the lamp across from you, you must be like,
right.
What is happening here?
You have to know something, because Zan didn't even blink. He didn't even flinch. Maybe that's some gamesmanship. He didn't even pick up the card and read it. There's no chance Zan knows what that card does. There's no chance. Well, unless he does. Hey. Maybe he has tried this deck before. He did mention that he has been trying a little bit of Blurple items himself, so maybe he has a deep knowledge of what. I'm sure he knows the card pool, but just not knowing what a card does and just seeing it and not even flinching a little bit, I think that shows a little bit of sign of your poker face. So I'm definitely picking that thing up and putting some eyeballs on it just to make sure.
There you go. Check out your croquet. You'll get your Croquet Mallets out of their bulk boxes as we play a 4-drop Jafar, who we haven't seen in a hot minute. And we will go ahead and draw 2 cards off the lamp, and we'll get a little croquet action as Jafar comes rushing into the Robin Hood. Wow, what a turn and a heal. So we're just taking all the items out. So we're going to rush, we're going to draw, and we're going to heal.
Look at that turn. What?
Jafar is he's trucking. He's trucking along. He just ate all those items. He ate those items faster than you could eat an Uncrustable right there. He just scarfed them down, one shot all the items, and one shot that
That
Robin Hood.
was insane. Talk about, I mean, you did lose a little bit of your card value, and it costs a lot to do that, but that was an incredible turn. And I'm sure Zan is stunned a little bit to see that turn go down the way that it did. You healed, you croqueted, you drew some cards, and you were able to clear a shifted Robin Hood. So that is technically a +2 value in that exchange. And this Jafar says this character gets +1 for each card you have in hand. So he is quite buff right now after that Jafar's lamp goes off.
For sure. Definitely unfortunate to have him against discard, considering that discard's going to try to keep your hand relatively low. But yeah, I think that it's still a really cool addition here. And I wasn't able to see if Mikey has a Tamato in his hand, but if he does, he will be getting back whichever of the items he chooses from his last turn. So let's see.
And he has
Forbidden Mountain says, for what it's worth, Zan did say he was testing Blurple items with Lamp. So okay, so maybe Zan's just a step ahead. He's this is his next week's deck that Mikey just happened to pick up a little sooner. So
a little bit early. So you do have that Happy as a Clam that's up now, but you're probably thinking about, I think, how much ink do you have there? I think you have enough ink to play the popsicle, pop the popsicle, and then ink and get back 2 popsicles next turn, or you're just going to send it right now.
Oh, look at him. What a play. So he actually, instead of playing the popsicle, uses it for ink to play another croquet mallet, then giving rush to his Tamatoa to take advantage of that exerted Prince John, since that doesn't happen too often. And now Zan's left with nothing on the table, facing down a Tamatoa, happy as a clam. So, Hayes looks like he's still got a healthy amount of cards left in hand. And a very interesting challenge that Hayes is presenting to Zan right now that I'm sure Zan was not expecting when he sat down here.
Speaking of not expecting when you sat down here, I never would have guessed in 1,000 years that croquet mallet would be popping off at the top tables of a tournament in this year. I just never would have guessed. Come on, Skinner.
And the Hades is another amazing draw here. Or not, I don't know if he drew it, but amazing play here, considering that he's able to put that Robin Hood straight into the inkwell, which means Zan will not get to draw a card off of it, which is quite good here. Essentially just giving him no value off that Robin Hood.
Absolutely. And you're able to use Tamatoa Happy as a Clam to set up another lamp for free. Your hand is still quite healthy as you've outmaneuvered your opponent in terms of ink. Zan's hand is still quite good. You have some options, but you haven't really had the opportunity to set up your discard plan thus far, as Hayes has just been one step ahead this entire time, it seems.
For sure. I'm curious to see I don't have Hayes' list pulled up, but I'm curious to see what his uninkable count is, considering that we've got lamps, we've got Hades, we've got croquet mallets. I would imagine he's playing genies. So, that's a lot of uninkables. And so far, it looks like he's been navigating pretty well, hasn't had any issues with inking, but definitely something to consider. All these cards, although they are really cool, they are uninkable. And there's the genie we just referred to as it draws him an extra card here.
Look at that. Look at this tempo that you can get loose with this genie to reset this Ursula. I was wondering how you're going to clear this Ursula off, and you could do a double whammy. You got a super lamp coming in as you're going to be able to bounce the Ursula and get the cards in. Wow. Tempo all over the place for Hayes as you can get a nice quest in. Let's see if this Tamatoa can keep the value train rolling if you can jam another item into play, and it seems like you cannot.
Yeah, Zan looks like he's just not able to get anything rolling quite yet. I mean, he started off pretty strong, but now just on the back burner as he's facing down evasives, he's facing down Hades, Tamatoa, and a Jafar. So this could potentially be bad news for Zan. And if Mikey is running, I would imagine he would be the big scary evasive Jafar. He could just burst some lore out of nowhere, which is also very scary. So. Zan, I'm sure, considering all his options here.
For sure. Granted, there is no whole new world in this color combination, but you can probably get some friends on the other side. You do have a ton of singers set up.
Purple has no issue drawing their cards, so he'll find it.
But that is another Peak Games referee, so you won't be able to do it in the form of an action. But guess what? It's not an action. That lamp is not an action, and it does say draw some cards as well. So we do pump out another lamp here. Shift Jafar if you want. And you can, since you have Genie up, you can also bounce that Ursula back to hand and just continue this party train. It looks like you are going to go ahead and get the Jafar in after the quest. I love that. So you get your 2 lore as well, and you get another 2 lore here. Bounce, draw 2, gain 2. What an incredible turn for Hayes. He's absolutely cooking right now.
I'm so happy to, even if Hayes happens to lose the next 2 rounds here, the next 2 games here, I'm just happy to see the deck pop off on stream at least once. Like, sometimes you see these cool creative decks and then they get on stream and they don't do the thing. Mikey's doing all the things here. I mean, he's done the
Yeah.
croquet mallets, he's done the Jafars, he's done the Tamatoas, the lamps. I mean, he's done the whole work here. And yeah, it's looking pretty powerful at the moment.
Yeah, this one just might be this just too much tempo loss for Zan, who has that Ursula bounce back 2 turns in a row. You
Mhm.
have we don't talk about Bruno, but Hayes' hand is still quite bulky. You're gonna have to send 2 cards back to hand. I don't even know what the biggest threat here at this current time is, as Prince John is gonna be down, followed by a hypnotize, which
Little
I
draw
think,
2 here.
yeah,
Okay.
I
But is it
think
enough? You're out of ink,
you
and
do
there's still
maybe you get a
100
double
seconds.
strength here. Maybe you had a
Mhm.
song that you've been trying to get off with this peak, but I just don't think it's enough to clear that amount of lore off the
No,
table.
it's too
So
much.
and you could probably get a challenge in, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to clear this board. As Zan is just doing a little bit of fact finding expedition before we go on into a game 2, as a
Mhm.
scoop is going to come in. So wow, whoo, what a
For sure.
freaking game!
What a deck, huh? So,
Yeah.
yeah, super heads up move from Zan there just to, take a peek in the discard, familiarize yourself. Okay, how many of these is he playing? How many of these did he play? And that's all very important information, especially when you're playing against a deck as unconventional as this. You need to know what you're playing against. A lot of
Mhm.
Lorcana is knowing what your opponent has and how to play against it. So, just knowing, okay, this is how many copies of this I ran into, knows, gives kind of sets the expectation. How many croquet mallets is this guy playing? So
Mhm.
but yeah, definitely awesome game there from Mikey, and the deck really showing what it's made of, and very cool creation on Mikey's end. I don't know who he used, who he built the deck with, but Mikey's a great deck builder and always creating concoctions, and it's cool to see one of his concoctions come to life here.
Absolutely. I think that's just one of those things, man. And you just, again, always be trying, dude. Always be experimenting. I know the Freedom Gaming team, they are in the lab, they're deck building, they're play testing, they're theorizing. They're not just sitting around, they're hitting the road and they're trying to play these things and having the courage to say, hey, I'm gonna bring Blurple to this thing. And oh, by the way, it's gonna be Blurple items. Oh, by the way, I'm playing Croquet Mallet and Jafar. People might be like, nah, dude, what are you doing? Stop. Why?
So when I first looked, okay, so when Hiram first got rotated and everybody was talking about item decks and stuff like that, I was like, okay, what 1-drop items does Purple have, right? Because
Mhm.
Blurple, items could be a thing. And I saw Croquet Mallet and I said, never mind, we can't play this list because all we have is Croquet Mallet, so it's not going to work. Mikey said, challenge accepted, and he says we'll play the Croquet Mallet. And not only
Yeah.
did he play the Croquet Mallet, it came in effect twice this game and created for some rushed characters out of nowhere and
Yeah.
absolutely turned the game upside down. So Croquet Mallet earning its keep in this game.
And another sleeper. I mean, that Jafar, that lamp. I mean, when you get the
Mm,
the tempo loss from that, from just bouncing the card back to hand, and then the plus value from drawing cards. In addition, if you got the Jafar and the genie set up,
mhm.
that's a devastating. And to have that happen 2 times in a row, I think is very, very difficult to recur from that. Just
Yeah.
wasting your turns over and over again while your opponent is advancing their game state. So I think what is Zan looking for here? Do you play a little bit of Emerald Steel? And if you are playing Emerald Steel, how are you going to combat what Hayes was trying to do there?
So I'm not the most Emerald Steel guy. Definitely not anywhere near Zan's level of Emerald Steel. So I would imagine he's just going to try to hang on to cards that are going to help him drain Mikey's hand pretty quickly. Usually these blue decks, when they start doing their ramp effects, they do kind of go low on their hand from time to time. So Zan most likely going to be trying to catch that while he can. However, it is going to be tricky. Purple does draw so many cards. It's not like normal
Mhm.
blue decks where they go really low and then they have to wait a minute before they can Tala and do all this other stuff to get cards back in their hand. We have friends on the other side, and we have lamps and things like that will draw us cards. So interesting. I mean, I don't know much about this matchup, to be honest. I don't know who would be favored, especially in this kind of concoction. So
I
um
mean,
yeah.
if every game goes like it just did, I can't imagine a world where the Emerald Steel player is favored because, like you said, you're drawing, you got answers for evasives for days. Like you have the ability to refill your hand. Like you can, if they exert, you got the ability to rush in now because you got this Croquet Mallet. You got the
Mm,
ability to play Hades, so you can get through Space Pirate Pete. You got answers to whatever they're trying to do. If they discard you, you have the ability to draw. You can quest too. You got heavy questing guys. These Jafars are questing for 2 as well. So and the genies are questing for 2 as evasive threats. So you can get aggressive and just win the game, or you can play this out value game. So I like Hayes' spot here, but I will never bet against Zan because I do think he's one of, if not the strongest player in Disney Lorcana right now, and
Sure.
he's doing his thing. So I won't bet against him. But it's going to be an uphill battle, I feel, as we start turn 1 Diablo, getting a sneak peek of the hand. That hand looks great. Oh my goodness, that hand looks good.
Yeah, it does look like a great hand, and Zan, I'm sure, recognizing that as well. As you can see, Zan trying to do a little jingle in his head so he can memorize the cards there, since there are no note takings in Lorcana. But he does get a good peek here, which is important. I think information in this matchup is going to be the key for Zan. I think game 1 may have caught him up, caught him off guard. Obviously Zan didn't draw that well either, but just not knowing what your opponent's doing is definitely something that can catch you by surprise. Zan a little more ready for it this game, right? He knows what's going on. He gets the peek with the Diablo. So now it's just a matter of, can he, pull off his plan here? Can he do the shift? Can he do the whole Hidden Cove? It looks like Hidden Cove is in his hand. So he's gonna put the Diablo in, and does he have the shift package? I don't know if he does.
I don't see the shift line, but Hayes being very heads up, switched on, putting that friend on the other side down to the inkwell just to play around a potential Ursula on 2 into a shift Diablo into the Cove. Now that shift Diablo into the Cove, shift Diablo probably wouldn't have been as bad, but shift Diablo in the Cove is going to be tough, and it's singing a sudden chill. So your Genie Elsa combo, we're gonna probably have to team up to clear this Diablo a little bit sooner than expected, as you're thinking about what you're going to discard.
The 15 card combo here. He hit the turn 1 Diablo into the shift, into the Cove, into the Sing the Song. So that is as good as an opener as you can ask for if you're Zan. So let's see if it pays off for him. It might take Hayes a little bit of time before he's able to deal with this Diablo, and the Diablo is just going to be ticking up on cards and giving Zan more and more answers. So going to be interesting to see if Mikey's able to maybe croquet mallet his way into something that can maybe take care of this Diablo here.
For sure. As we'll just still have to take a turn to sell the Azurite Sea, we will be giving Zan a little bit more cards, as that does say draw, as we'll take that remaining ink to set up this croquet mallet and not the popsicle. Probably not trying to feed Zan yet another card with that Exerted Diablo. So this spot is looking much, much, much better for the world's qualified DLC champion, who's on his way. Let's see what we do here next. Going to third turn, maybe get a Pete down and just kind of keep these actions off the table. I'm not sure what actions this deck can play, but just having those stats on the board might be pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy what a turn 2 shifted Diablo and a Cove could do, right? I mean, this is just going to be absolutely a powerhouse against Haste here, as he gets another lore in from this, or gets a lore rather, the other he's saying last turn. So he gets a lore in from Diablo, gets a Pete down to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on there, and then draws himself a new card now, as goes back over to Hayes, who potentially could play. I don't think he's playing Peter Pan or anything like that because of Uninkables. So even if he did, actually, I'm realizing that Diablo is a 3/3. So it's going to be it's going to be tricky to see if Hayes could deal with this fast enough before it gets out of control.
And Croquet Mallet does not give any type of enhancement. It just gives a rush. So even that Genie coming in cannot reach into the Cove to grab that Diablo out of there. You can put some damage on it, and then you'll probably lose your Genie next turn. But I still think it might be, you're going to give Zan another card, but potentially just setting up that Genie right now to kind of give yourself a chance, potentially. Or you could potentially get the lamp set up into a Genie, into a bounce Diablo, perhaps. I don't know. It's going to be a tough spot, man. Diablo and Cove is very, very difficult and still super obnoxious and annoying.
Okay, so there's the Genie. As some people in chat mentioned, had it not been for the Cove, Genie could have rushed in there and dealt with Diablo, but being that Diablo is a little bigger than normal, Genie will just have to sit there and watch as Diablo gets to ready yet again, and Zan gets another turn with a Diablo healthy in play. So it's going to be a lot of cards here for Zan. I see him flipping through quite the selection here, and I'm not sure how many cards Mikey has in hand, but I would imagine they're starting to dwindle.
Oh, and another Hypnotize comes in. We're just going to rip. I believe that's Jafar, the tyrannical hypnotist. I believe that's his code name or something like that. The big one, the big evasive guy. I think just goes into
one.
The big one. The big one.
It always reminds me of Toy Story every time somebody says the big one. When he gets the rocket in the mail and he's like, "It's here, the big one." So we pass it back over here. Oh, excuse me, we don't pass it back over here. We're singing a song here with people. Oh no, we're questing.
No, we're just gonna quest. You get a nice quest in with both of these glimmers here as Pete and Diablo will quest again, as Diablo will get yet another card, keeping this advantage train rolling. This is where it looks like Diablo is bannable when he's in these types of spots, hanging out in the hidden cove, doing his absolute thing. So now you do have an opportunity to clear this Diablo finally, in the name of Elsa. I believe you have Elsa the Fifth Spirit is in hand. You can go Elsa Genie into Diablo. I think you got to get him out of here. He's been doing way too much heavy lifting. And if you want a chance, I think it starts by clearing Diablo here.
Yeah, it's definitely got to start there, right? Diablo is just the longer he sits and play, the harder this game is going to be to win. So we definitely need to close out. That cove needs to go away, and so does the Diablo. We can't deal with the cove quite yet, but we will just go ahead and take out Diablo. And fortunately, stack 3 damage on each of our dudes here. But the Popsicle will help us clean up just a little bit. So now we've got some evasives in play that Zan is not able to deal with right away. So suddenly, Hayes not looking so bad. Now he's got some threats in play that can quest, and it's back in Zan's court whether or not he can, appropriately respond here.
For sure. But we are kind of working ourselves into this shift Robin Hood sing, or potentially set up this Ursula Deceiver you have in hand for a potential song later on.
Yep.
But I think shift Robin Hood, you got Bruno in hand. Hayes is getting kind of low on resources. So this is an interesting turn that we're going to kind of identify that might be a critical decisive action, as the game state is semi-neutral. I would say Zan is favored, but I still think the game is quite neutral. We will go for 3, get the Robin Hood down, and he's going to prepare to sing something. What's the song? Maybe it's the Zeus to clear that genie.
It is, yep, absolutely the Zeus, absolutely, and it does take out that genie, which is great. Now Hayes, if he was planning on maybe adding a lamp to the table here, will not be able to use the effect to get that genie effect, and obviously no Jafar quite yet either. So Mikey not seeing the pieces he needed like he did in game 1. I do see a McDuck Manor get added to the hand here. I'm not sure how good that'll be in this position, considering that Cove is just boosting up everything. It's going to be real easy to clear that location without having another character in play. So, yeah, Mikey, tricky spot here. He's going to go ahead and sing "Let It Go." That's a good place to start.
You are gonna double ramp Zan in that process, but I think it might even be beneficial just to kind of get your hand expunged right now. Just set up both of these cards and not even worry about it. Put that lamp out. I don't think you have to ink to put the lamp out. My bad. As you're gonna have one in hand, hypnotize or sudden chill. Here is the slight punish, but it is what it is at this point. As we're gonna get another quest. No, we're gonna sing it to clear the Elsa.
Sing and clear the Elsa. Draw us another card. That's always good. And now we have all the ink of our turn to do whatever we like. Zan starting with a Diablo. He wants to check things out. Ooh, it is a lamp. So he's like, all right, do I feel like discarding that or not?
And talk about a dockening.
The dockening.
The dockening has happened.
The dockening is happening. And it looks like he drew into a Ursula and potentially a Diablo shift, I believe.
So Ursula and Diablo are going to be in hand. And you're going to pass back on over as you have this very threatening Deceiver of all up. And Hayes has to be feeling quite bad about it. I think this game might be a bit untenable. I can't see your ink, but you're not even at the top end of your strat. You're kind of cut off here before you can continue to advance. So you might have to just take a few turns off, literally just inking cards and passing. But you get a great top deck in the name of Friends on the other side, which is beautiful for you. I think you might have to ink and just keep the Friends rolling potentially.
Yep. Friends goes into the inkwell and we pass it right back. And Zan scare us. His table's looking pretty scary, as we say, what happens in the cove stays in the cove. And there's a lot happening in the cove right now. There is a whole party going on in there, and Mikey is not invited as he gets the last card of his hand discarded to this Hypnotize, which will draw Zan yet another card here. And Mikey is in Zan's world now with no cards in hand and just staring down a very menacing board on Zan's side.
With one little baby manor that is just sitting there doing not much of anything. You can even put all these characters into that hidden cove that you have, base boost them, and I believe that should be enough to clear this McDuck Manor, and you will do so here as the Ursula finishes it off, and you'll play another Ursula just for good measure. Both players are empty-handed, but Zan's board is massive as he's got a ton of cards on the field of play.
Yeah, so this is the total opposite, right? Hayes, game 1, did all the tricks, all the things, and Zan kind of just had to sit there and watch, and this feels like the reverse of that, right? Zan is doing everything that this deck is meant to do, and Hayes just not able to find the pieces to to compete this game as Zan just continues to have his way with Mikey's table here and continues to clear everything, clear the hand, clear the table. And it's looking like a pretty bad spot here for Hazed
For
as
sure.
Zan gets to take another turn here.
What is the time like? What timeline would you start considering just scooping up to save time? Because we have 24 minutes left. You will be on the play again, and this
Sure.
thing you could drag this out. Zan's only sitting at 5, but I believe this position is lost, and we know that time. No one likes to go into time and losing time. But what are your thoughts on that? I know a lot of people have different ways of thinking about it.
Of course, yeah, I'm a firm believer of like when it's over, just let's get it moving.
Hmm.
Mikey does have the advantage of maybe seeing a few more cards out of Zan's hand, although I don't see Zan playing anything like super unconventional, so I don't know how much that's going to help in that sense. But yeah, I mean, Mikey pretty much, I think, not to be rude, but he could pretty much scoop it up at any point here,
Hmm.
and I think it would be acceptable. And I feel like we're getting, yeah, there it is
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, we
Okay.
were getting to that point, and he heard you through the commentary and said,
Yeah,
"All right, you're right, JD. Let me scoop this up and get on to game 3." But
for
we
sure.
have Hayes now taking the play, which may or may not make a difference in this match. I'm hoping that we get to see both players do their thing instead of just one or the other. So I'm
Hmm.
hoping this game 3 is a little closer on both ends. But what do you think, JD? What do you think of this Blurple deck so far?
I like what I'm seeing. I'm already waiting on this list to come out because I might sleeve this up and take this to my set championship tomorrow. I think I'm gonna go play in one myself. I might
Looks like
just
a lot
load
of
this
fun.
deck. It seems like a whole lot of fun. It seems spicy. It seems creative. It seems neat. And I'm definitely gonna take this thing right on to Net Deck City right before I get to Scoopville. I think I might be scooping a lot because I might get cooked because it seemed like something that's not very intuitive. It might be something you have to be in
Sure.
line with. I don't think there's a guide that exists for it. I might just grab it and just see what happens. It looks incredibly fun. But I do appreciate the scoop from Hayes. I thought that was a heads up as well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Get into
Hmm.
this round number 3, going on the play with 22 minutes left. I think is super optimal because you do not want to go into time to lose this or get some kind of draw situation.
For sure, yeah. Neither of these guys are looking for a draw here, and Mikey, he knows what's up. He's a great player. He's a very respectable player down here, and he's not going to drag this on longer than it needs to. I think that we'll have no problem resolving this game in the next 22 minutes or so.
Hmm.
Both these decks are a little on the slower side when it comes to their win conditions, but I'm pretty confident that both these players are going to play at a reasonable pace, and we'll get it
Absolutely.
all taken care of here. We
And
will have
and
a
yeah.
victor.
In the constraints of time. And it seemed like both of these players, they're not playing slow at all. I mean, they're playing at a nice, reasonable pace,
For
and they're
sure.
getting it done. They're having a good time. I love these face cams so you can see the reaction. You see there's no malice or real intent or anything like that. And that's one thing I really love about these communities and going to these tournaments. There's no bad blood. It's all just good energy all around. Even when
For
you're winning,
sure.
even when you're losing, it's all just good vibes all around. And I absolutely love that. As Zan is getting those quality shuffles in, hopefully, if I'm Zan, I'm just want to do exactly what I just did that last round.
Oh yeah,
Get
that's the way to go. I mean, if you could hit the 5 card opener, that's definitely a good day for you. Let's see if Zan. I believe he pitched his whole hand last game, but I saw somebody in chat said they pitched the whole hand. I don't know if it was Mikey or Zan, but one of them pitched their whole hand here. So if it was Zan, then wow, that's a hell of a pitch.
yeah.
And if it was Mikey, then hopefully he finds a better combination this time around. So let's see what
I mean,
happens here.
these green steel players, they live and die by this throw 7. They'll throw 7 like it's their job, dude. They're looking for that shift Diablo. They'll hold a baby bird, send for the big birds, set up. They want it bad.
I've seen
And
Zam do some pretty sick mole sevens in his career, at least on camera. I mean, he's I forget what tournament was that he also mold 7. I think he was also playing green steel, and I mean, he was just cooking people
he's
like
going for
mole
it again.
7.
Look at that. We got a 6-piece coming up right now. It looks
Yeah,
like.
a 6 piece. There it is. A
Look at
little
that.
little 6 piece tendy right there. Boom, boom, boom. All right, you would imagine the card he kept is some form of Diablo, which you can see
Oh,
it is.
look, he might be punched there
And
a bit as you got three big birds and no little bird there. As that, I think that's what
mm,
happened there.
yeah, looking like a whole lot of Sesame Street going on there in Zan's hand. And unfortunately, that's not going to quite get us there. Let's see what Mikey had. A little hard to see what he's got. Sorry, I'm working with a smaller screen here. Let me see what he's got. Let me look in here.
Same thing.
What you got, Mikey? What you got?
I'm in small mode. I think small mode is working for me as your hand is looking fairly decent over there. You have the ramp. You don't have that turn 1 popsicle, but you have the bell. So this is going to be
Okay.
an interesting chain of events. It looks like Zan might be holding triple Diablo. No, he's not. He's not. It's just okay. It's just double. It's
Mikey's
just
got
double.
Great Stone Dragon in hand, which is a great card to call out here in this matchup, considering that You would think a lot of cards will be in Mikey's discard, playing
Hmm.
against Zan's. Oh, he actually just inks it. Okay, well, there goes everything I was going to talk about.
Yeah.
But I would think that it'd be a great card in this matchup just because you're able to consistently churn out your ink when your opponent is discarding your
Hmm.
characters out of your hand. But Mikey using it for ink here, deciding that he just wants to go ahead and sail, and he values the rest of his hand a little more. So interesting play there.
And it does
And
fit
Zan
your
does understand.
item motif as well. It is I'm pretty sure you're probably not playing Scrooge or Queen or any of that kind of stuff, but you are
Mm,
playing those Tamatoas, and just shifting one in, maybe getting it early like this is probably not the best thing, but getting it late, I mean, you could just continue to get some resources, like you said, when your opponent's discarding you, you're fine with it. As we do get the Diablo down here on 2, you have the shift in hand. You could potentially do it, but it would be kind of pointless. You're thinking about how long this thing is going to stick around without that hidden cove.
for
You got
sure.
because next turn, Genie is inbound.
Oh yeah, Genie's coming, and Elsa's right behind him, and we even
Hmm.
have Bell package. We've got all sorts of stuff going on here. So Zan, seeing that that's the case and deciding he'll just kind of give it a second here, as Mikey does run out the Genie, which is a great turn 3 play here, one of the strongest I think you can do right now in the game, and that's going to hold down the fort for the evasives for quite some time, unless Zan is able to find a cove, which we see that is not currently in his hand. And Zan's hand looking a little clunky. I mean, he's got Ursula. We obviously do have the Diablos, but Hypnotize is not going to quite do it. You don't want to spend the whole turn just,
Yeah,
discarding one card. So we have
especially.
Prince John that we could develop, but yeah, it's just a couple of options here for Zan as he fiddles through and figures it out.
Yeah, I think if anything, you might have to take this Prince John approach if you're gonna do anything. I
Hmm.
think that's the play, or you can even have this shift Robin Hood line established if you want to go ahead and go there with it. So
Yep.
you do have some options, but they're all
Oh
not
yeah.
that great, honestly.
Yeah. They're all
Versus
great,
this situation.
but it's just not great against the evasives, right? And we know that
Correct.
Elsa's coming next turn. So, if he wants to play that Elsa or Bell, he can tack into something, then play Bell. So, Zen, thankfully, with the perfect information here to know what he's playing around, but just trying to figure out what's the best solution here. And he does go for the Robin Hood line and just
Hmm.
goes ahead and takes his 2 lore and says, "All right, you can have your Genie, but Genie can't really do much into my Robin Hood, so we'll just go back and forth on the race here."
Now the question is, do you send this Elsa into this baby bird, or do you preserve it to try to engage with this Diablo or potentially something else? I'm not sure. So you do have your singer established though in the form of Robin Hood. You'll be able to get your we don't talk about Bruno off after your Prince John. So that is going to be another plus that you can get next turn and take a little bit of tempo away from your adversary.
Mhm.
That's a very common thing. Robin Hood seems quite good in this deck now. He was there
Yeah.
for a while and he left, and now it seems like he's
Well,
quite back.
he wasn't great into these coil decks or these
Hmm.
Medusa decks, those decks where Medusa was just absolutely, destroying Robin Hood. So
Absolutely.
now that these red decks are kind of slimming down on these Medusas or even just red decks in general, it is prime time for Robin Hood to make his reappearance in this steel meta. So I think it's a lot more decks are going to be seeing playing Robin Hood for the time being until we roll around
Oh,
to
for
Reign of
sure.
Jafar. But yeah, definitely a great inclusion.
Yeah, Coyle was feasting on the champion of
Mm.
Sherwood Forest too, man. It was
Oh yeah.
absolutely dominating Robin
You
Hood
go
for a
through
long
all this
time.
work, you shift them out, and they're just like, "All right, play a card, it's dead." So, yeah, it's pretty bad. But we do see the Lamp joining the table here. Lamp unable to bounce both the Robin Hood and the Prince John here, so no current value that we can get off the Lamp. But if a Jafar joins the table at any point, we will be able to go ahead and draw 2. So
And you
Hayes
can tell
quests
that's
up.
what Hayes is thinking about here.
Yeah.
I think you're thinking about potentially setting up that Jafar to come in now to potentially bounce his Robin
Ooh,
Hood back to hand, and you
interesting.
will.
He bounced his own genie
Oh,
back to hand.
no, you didn't. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong feed. I gotta lock in, dude. I'm over here sleepwalking. Let me put this over here. I'm
You're on the
looking at the
wrong you're watching a different game.
I'm
Yeah.
on the wrong feed, dude. Here we go. We got the right feed up now.
Come
Skinner, I'm
on,
so
man.
sorry. I'm
Come
locked in
on,
now.
man. Lock JD, come
I
on,
gotta
dude.
lock in, dude. I am so
Lock
sorry.
in, dude. But yeah, we bounced the genie back to hand since we could not target the Robin Hood or the John here. So but now Hypnotize will take a card away from Mikey as well as give 2 new cards to Zan. And we do see some removal making its way into Zan's hand. Some Storm Rage some Strength of a Raging Fires in hand, which will be good if Zan's able to build up a wide board here. But right now, Zan out of ink for the turn, so I don't see him able to play much of anything else. Maybe just ink something and pass.
Mm.
and that's
Because
what he's thinking about.
he did not ink the last, I want to say the last 2 turns. He's still kind of trapped at 3 ink. He hasn't
Hmm.
inked in since that Robin Hood turn, and you still have
Hmm.
this Bruno set up. So you could put no, I think you got rid of the Bruno. So now I don't think you have that. Yeah, you don't have the Bruno anymore. I'm sleepwalking over here as you are going to ink the strength of a raging fire and just continue to pass, showing a
Yeah,
lot of tactical patience, man. This is what it takes.
yeah,
Just sit there and stall a little bit until the game develops a little bit more in your favor, trying to clear the way for this Diablo to get into the field.
for sure. Yeah, you definitely don't want to quest here with your Robin Hood, considering that this Jafar could just get so huge out of nowhere. I mean, every card in your hand is a strength for him, so we don't want him to just go ahead and trade into our Robin Hood. Very heads up play from Mikey to bounce his genie, gets him another card here, which is really nice, and he's going to go ahead and be able to play himself maybe a crab here. Is that what he's looking at? Yeah,
Yeah.
so crab.
But put the up tempo crab, not even a surprise attack crab, just trying to continue to flood the board in quest
Yep,
as you're identifying that Zan is not aggressing you. So maybe you can start putting the pressure on Zan, who
for sure.
finally gets to that hidden cove. You don't have your shift line available any longer, but still cove could be some value to help protect some of your characters. Your hand
Mm.
is bulky though. What do you think the play here is for Zan? This is tough, man.
Yeah, Zan's just kind of dealing with a lot of I mean, he started with a lot of uninkables. He's finally finding ink, but just not the cards you need. Like Ursula here, Mikey, not heavy on actions, if any. I mean, he's got friends on the other side, but other than that, don't know what actions Mikey would have in his deck. So that's gonna be a whiff there. And that's 2 ink gone, right? So you got
Hmm.
2 more ink, potentially a third ink if you ink one of these cards in your hand, but you've got 2 Diablos that are just clunking up your hand. Yeah, it's tough for
Yeah,
Zan
they're
here. I
dead.
mean, it's
They're DOA too. They can't really do anything, especially when you see that accomplished mystic is just in hand. You cannot exert at all. You just kind of
no.
gotta sit here because if you exert any of your characters, you can get completely bamboozled by anyone else and get that that Bizarro Land Rapunzel play to come off and blast another character that you have on the board. So very, very, very tough spot. Zan's gonna have to do a lot to negotiate to this as you get another strength of a raging fire. I think that might be a good tool to use to help clear this board a little bit.
Oh
But
yeah,
if Hayes can keep piling these threats, man, I think he's going to be in a comfortable spot to just seal this deal as you're sitting at 6 lore.
for sure. Yeah, and this crab is making a big difference as well, right? Like if he decides to do anything with this Robin Hood, the crab could always attack into it, pump something else. So it sets up a lot of ways to deal with his board, which is unfortunate for Zan. And as he continues to play these evasives, it's going to be tough for Zan to try to deal with all of them. Obviously, we do see he's trying to just right now build up a board that will allow him to strength of a raging fire something here.
Hmm.
Get him a little bit back on the board. But right now, Mikey getting another turn to just have his way with Zan, and there's a lot of ink on Mikey's end here. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he's able to put some pieces together. We see Popsicle, Tamatoa. So those are all things that I don't want to see if I'm Zan.
Correct. I'm taking your play a lot, Skinner. If I'm Mikey, I'm flooding this board. I'm continuing to put as many threats into the field of play as humanly possible, and just force Zan to start engaging with me as you bring out the happy as a clam,
Oh
and
yeah.
then you can play the lamp here.
Oh
You
yeah.
can. Who are we bouncing? Are we bouncing at all? We're just going to quest up.
He might bounce the crab and then give the crab buff to something, which is actually super crazy.
Look at that.
So bounces the crab back. It's not useful at the moment, but still a really cool trick. Cool
Yeah.
little party trick there as he bounces it back and gets himself a free lure there essentially from the crab. And now he's got a bigger crab in play, and
Little
that crab is going to be quite problematic here.
little crab formation, a crab transformation there as
Absolutely.
you do a little bit of ninja shadow clone pop in as crab for crab. But still, I think that was a little bit of a low tempo maneuver on your own end, but that crab does represent a threat in hand as
Mm.
Zan just cannot exert for anything. Like all of his characters have to stay ready. Maybe if you have music or something, you can start bouncing your own stuff as a second copy of Prince John is about to come into the field of play, it looks like.
Yeah, I think the line he's looking at here is Prince John, and then use the Robin Hood to sing Bruno.
Hmm.
Whether or not he's going to hit the Tamatoa or one of the evasives remains to be seen, but that will draw him 2 cards and remove a threat from the board. So I think that might be what Zan's looking at, but there's not much more you can do after that. But this play will draw Zan 2 cards, which is 2 cards deeper into the deck.
For
And
sure.
right now, that's what's keeping Zan afloat. These extra cards he's been drawing off of Prince John have been really putting in overtime for Zan to keep him in this game.
And you do have a nice full value strength of rage and fire too that is set up. So you
Mm,
can, in theory, blast this board. You can Bruno this
mm.
genie or this Jafar to help change that up a little bit. So preventing a potential shift line. I guess you got to break that up. And you can also sing some strength here to take out another threatening character, but you will expose that Prince John. I don't know if that's going to be worth it.
Number 4.
Oh,
And it is
it's
a
a lamp.
lamp, which not terrible feeling for Mikey, considering he has ways to get that back. So
Hmm.
although I'm sure he would have liked to have that lamp, it's not the worst case scenario. So he will have an opportunity to replay that Jafar if he needs to. And you can see in his hand, he does also have another lamp. So definitely worst, best case scenario for Mikey in this situation for sure. And yeah, Zan's just the cogs are turning in Zan's head. He's just trying to creep his way out of the situation. Obviously, it hasn't been looking good for Zan on the table, but Zan doing as Zan does and just taking every little crumb he can and making it into a whole meal, as he
And
would.
finding a way, and you are going to go ahead and rid the world of this genie by singing strength of rage and fire with the Prince John. He will be exposed for a potential crackback challenge, as we'll ink the little baby bird. Who we putting out here? Hard cast, another strength.
Yeah, a couple of options here. He can play the removal, run out a Diablo if he so chooses, but I think he's going to be using some removal here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all of a sudden,
Yeah,
not looking too shabby.
you've kind
It's
of
crazy what a couple of Strength of the Raging Fires will do, huh?
Oh, for sure. You've reclaimed the power position of this board as your board has been expanded. You have now been able to ink quite freely. Looking at Hayes' hand, that Jafar is in there. Maybe get a croquet mallet, send that Jafar in on a little bit of
Never
a
thought
some.
we'd be calling for the croquet mallet draw, but yeah, it would be pretty clutch at the moment. Absolutely.
It would be nice, but I think you gotta start clearing down this board. But you're kind of falling into Zan's game just a little bit. Oh, you got that bell set up too. You can do some cool stuff with that. Let's see what you got here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. These two Prince Johns just cause such a nuisance. Like you can attack into them right now if you need to, but you wouldn't be able to attack the Robin Hood and then transfer the damage to the John or like anything cute
Yeah.
like that because that ward is gonna keep it protected. But Mikey just going ahead and starting with a Jafar here. Still has 4 ink available. And
And
okay, I think he's gonna take his draws here.
okay, just to get a few more cards into the hand. Now you have 2 ink left. Are you just going to get more cards? You could sell the Azurite Sea if you felt so inclined.
Hmm,
But I still think you got to take this last print, this exerted Prince John. I think you got to get him out of here. But it might just be playing right into Zan Syed's game. And I'm sure Mikey's not trying to fall for it. You will get another card. Taking another sale. Is it just seeing now? I don't know, man. These decisions are tough, tough, tough.
for sure. And as we mentioned, both these players playing at a very reasonable pace, and we're getting down to the wire here. We got 6 minutes left on the clock here, and both these players, although they are back and forth, none of them in a clearly dominant winning position yet.
Hmm.
So this really could still go either way. Hayes is up on lore at the moment, but Zan's slowly crawling back. These Prince Johns really keeping him in the game as he just hypnotized into hypnotize and just slowly clawed his way back into some cards here, which got him some removal. And now we're pretty much playing fair ball. But Zan's hand again not looking super impressive here, but that
Hmm.
hasn't stopped him before. So let's see what he ends up with here.
For sure. As
Okay,
we are going
double
to get
Diablo.
another flood, big Diablo flood coming in. Notice
Yep,
Hayes didn't really do anything with that Tamatoa happy as a clam, leaving him upright and active. And now
yep.
your board is complete massive. What do
That's
you got
tough.
over
Yeah,
there for Hayes? Do you have something that you can do to kind of get loose on this board? I mean, a Hades or something. You need something to kind of get after these characters because Zan is trying to outmaneuver you as he has established 2 Diablos and his Robin Hood, I think, is still a threat. Hardcast friends. Dang.
yeah. And it goes to show patience is the name of the game, right? Like if I was in Zan's position, I would have thought I lost a long time ago, to be honest.
Hmm.
And Zan just keeping calm, keeping composed. He's been in this position 100 times already, and just slowly building up his board. As you can see, he's not questing. He's not trying to rush this game. He's just trying to take his time, make good trades, make good decisions. And so far, it's been working wonders for him as he continues to truck away here. He just draws a storm into another storm,
Storming the storm, man, just
which
like he
is
drew it up.
that's rough. Yeah,
T-
that's rough right there. But
t-
we have another John in hand, a Robin Hood, and an Ursula. So no more discard, which is nice to see, considering that those Johns just drawing so many cards. But he's going to go for it right now, and he's going to
Now
try
we're
to see.
triple
Oof.
Johnning and Ursulaing. Ooh, 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 man, this is looking. Zan, I think Zan is slowly starting to turn the corner. 5 minutes left in the round, 4 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. So we still should be able to get a photo finish here. But it seems like Zan is getting from a down position to a now a down bad position to an up good position. Diablo drawing two, a discard off the
Mm,
tizzy, and you're on your way back in. Hayes is getting a little bit stunned. He's got to make something
for
happen here
sure.
soon.
For sure. Yeah, Hayes is definitely not feeling the way he was feeling a little while ago. I mean, slowly, like I said, Zan just crawling back into this game. And now it's bad. Now, when the Johns start turning sideways for lore,
Mm-hmm.
that's a bad sign. That means that Zan sees an opening here, and he's going to go for it as he just goes ahead and quests up to 11. He's going to get multiple draw triggers here off these Diablos,
He
and
got some
all of a
discard
sudden,
too.
yeah, it's not looking. I mean, Hayes finally finds himself a Hades, which would have been so good many turns ago to deal with this Robin Hood, but unfortunately, now he's got a lot of lore in play with these Diablos, these Johns, these Ursulas. There's so much that Zan has in play, so it's going to be tough to see. And if he does play this sudden chill that he has in his hand, he's drawing 3 now, so it's absurd. So
Okay.
we'll go ahead and crab and take out that Robin Hood, which will draw yet another card for Zan.
This is
Oof.
tough. I think
Yeah,
you gotta start peeling off these Prince Johns because they quest for 2 and they're gonna make this sudden chill draw 3. You cannot risk that. I think this Tamatoa Heavy as a Clam has been sitting here as a feature of the board for a while. He hasn't really done much. We'll just ramp one of these Diablos with this Inferno Schemer. Is there a downside to this? You going into the Inkwell is going to be what my response is to Haiti the Inferno Schemer, as Diablo is gone. But now I think you got to clear these Prince Johns if you want a chance, or
oh
you
yeah.
can start trying to quest.
Yeah, I think we gotta kill these Johns, right? Like, we gotta banish the Johns. We cannot have give Zan an opportunity to draw 3 cards if he sudden chills. It's just too much backbreaking pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's really hesitant about turning this Tamatoa sideways, but I think we need to crush this John, man. I think we have to. It's tough. I know he doesn't want to lose it, but we're in a position here where, yeah, we got to get rid of these Johns.
For sure.
Okay, so not the end of the world here. We're looking good. What is this shiny card that Zan has in the play? Do you know what it is?
That I believe that is that's the other Prince John. That's the third Prince John that's kind of
Okay,
hanging
so the
out
third
there.
John. The
He's
third
bling.
John.
He's all blinged out. That was that third
Yeah.
John. You cleared 2. You got 1 left. As Zan is holding on to, is that triple sudden chill? Oh, oh, oh! As just 3
See,
cards that you
imagine
want
if
to
he
take a whole
wouldn't have
turn off.
attacked the John. It would have been dead to rights here.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go ahead and get another
Oh,
sing in.
oh, brutal.
That feels bad.
Okay, so
Boy,
that's not a third sudden chill. At least you got that going for you.
but now we got
And
Zeus.
checking out this board. I mean, this spot is still it's pretty bad. Okay, this is pretty bad for Hayes. Pretty good for Zan, but still tenable. I mean, if you get some bodacious top decks, you can kind of get back into it. As Zan is going to continue to flood the board yet again. I can't quite see what those other 2 cards look at. Robin Hood and another Diablo. You hate to see that, as we are still starting to run this race, getting up to 14. When you see Zan question with that much confidence, you have to be like, okay, I think I'm in a situation here. Another Hades is pretty great. This Bale is pretty good. So this might be
Yeah,
a way to turn it around a little bit.
all these cards are good, but we need a way to deal with these evasives, right? Like, these Diablos are gonna keep questing. That's not gonna be good. And Zan is closing in. He's at 14 here. So we don't have a lot of time left literally because
Mm-hmm.
we're at 40 seconds, but we also don't have a lot of time left on the board. Zan closing the game out pretty quickly here. And it's gonna be up to Hayes to see if he can catch up on the
How
board
much
here.
ink does Hayes have? Does he have enough to? Does he have 12? Does he have enough to go Bell
It's so
and
hard to
Hades in the same
tell.
turn? It's
3,
3,
5,
5. Does there 7 left over
9,
there?
10, 9 looks like 10 maybe?
Oh
9 or
man,
10? I think 10
that could
maybe.
that could have been a dynamic play of the Bell and Hades together, but I just don't think he got it. So you're gonna have to go for the Hades. Hades probably has to yeet this Robin Hood, I would imagine, get him out of here, and then you
Mhm.
have to just start challenging down some of these remaining characters. This Jafar really isn't doing a whole lot of much, as you'll clear the Prince John. And are you trying to set yourself up for some kind of quest? I think you got to keep clearing. Let's clear the rest of this stuff if you can. These 2 Ursulas for sure, and leaving with 2 Diablos, and we're questing.
Oh, he's
We're racing.
questing.
Okay, so you're
Okay.
putting Lorthel in play. Never mind, forget I said anything. As now
Okay.
Zan has to answer some questions here.
That's
What a
something that I catch myself doing this a lot, where I get so focused on stopping my opponent from winning that I don't
Mhm.
realize that you could just go, like,
That's
just turn sideways and put it on their court, you know? Like,
that's
I was
my
so locked in on,
exactly.
like you said, the Ursulas, like, "Oh, I gotta get rid of that, I gotta get rid of this." Mikey says, "No, I'm just gonna turn sideways, you gotta get rid of this." So, it's gonna be really interesting to see if Zan is able to maneuver here.
I like that a
Oof.
lot, and I do that all the time. I get so focused, hyper focused on what I need to do to not lose instead of
Mhm.
trying to just win. You play to win the game. Get to
Oh,
20
yeah.
and be done with it.
Happens
So
all the time.
Hayes identified that position very well and puts Zan into a conundrum. You have this Zeus, but your Singer is gone, and I guess you're gonna have to hard cast it either way. And look at
Yep.
this Hades. He's gonna acquire so many cards to clear. No
Oh,
clean from
yeah.
this guy.
Oh yeah, and this purple Jafar has been doing his thing too, questing for 2. You know,
Mhm.
I know he's kind of a meme, but he's been hanging in there, crashing into stuff, and he's presenting 2 lore right now, which is really really big. Ooh, he's got the dock, very big. Ooh, Robin Hood and
Hidden Cove.
Hidden Cove. Oh boy,
So this
what?
might be GG. What do we got to do here? So you got to send a lot of units into Hayes' board in order to continue this game. I think you got to trade everything in. It looks like as Zan is
Oof,
starting to sweat just a little bit with that
oof.
80 sitting in reserve as well.
Oh my god, what a game this game has been. I asked for this, right? I said I hope game 3, both players get to do the thing, and they both did, and it's been an absolutely phenomenal game so far. I mean, at both points, I've thought, okay, there's no way Zan wins. Oh wait, there's no way Mikey wins, and now anybody can still win, which is just those are the best kind of games for sure. So, oh gosh,
Oh,
Zan cranking it. Oh, he's thinking.
I haven't looked at the deck list, but if Zan does play a go-go here, if he had a go-go, that would be so
Oh, that
insane.
would be pretty crazy. I mean, I haven't seen him play Pete, the Pirate Pete's, which is oh,
And
Mikey
the
got
hand
it.
goes out, and here's the Bruno, little too little,
Oh my
little too late.
goodness. Mikey
Incredible
taking
match.
it down. Get
Oh my god.
hype.
Yeah.
Blurple items. Get hype, JDZ.
I'm
Are we
lit, dude.
are we is set
I am
champs ruined? Did we just ruin set champs?
is that the plug? Is your set champs destroyed?
That's it.
Oh, Blurple
Blurple just
items, new
destroyed your
best deck
set
in
champ.
Lorcana? Thoughts?
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
Wow,
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 wow, wow.
wow.
I enjoyed that
Absolutely
match a lot.
phenomenal game. Yeah, I'm so glad that we got to watch that game together because that's something you're not going to see every day for sure. Blurple items, croquet mallet, you know, just
The
all of the
lamp.
good stuff.
And I think Zan was doing a fantastic job of trying to turn the corner, getting it around. But I think Mikey Hayes did an even better job of identifying that position, knowing when to quest. Notice how he kept that Tamatoa around. He showed a lot of
Mm,
discipline there. I would have had that bad boy exerted,
yeah,
slamming in the cards much earlier, lost it, and I would end up losing my overall win condition. So that showed
discipline.
a little bit of discipline, a little bit of gamesmanship from both of those players. Clearly, 2
Lot.
players who are in touch with the game, in tune with their color combinations, and it was a spectacle to see. So Zan does go down. Hayes goes on to 3-0, playing Jafar items. Blurple. What?
Crazy. Crazy.
What?
You didn't have that on your bingo card
I
for
did
sure.
not. I did not.
That is crazy. Yeah, we're going to be cutting to an interview with Mikey in just a sec here, so I'm sure they'll push us off the screen whenever they're ready. But yeah,
I'm sorry.
absolutely incredible matchup from 2 incredible players. And yeah, I mean, when Mikey showed me the list this morning, I was like, you should have just given me your money, man. I was
Oh,
like,
you
there's no chance. I was like, there's no because he's so known for building these crazy wacky decks. So I was like, oh boy, it's just another wacky deck, and this wacky deck looks pretty good.
it's kind of popping off. Like that
It's
deck
kind
popped
of
off, especially that game
game
number
1 was
one.
actually absurd. Game 1 was like, oh my god, like he did all the things.
Yeah.
Croquet
Game
mallet, put
three,
this guy back.
he had to grind it out a little bit, but that game number one was actually ridiculous. It kind of popped all the way off game number one.
But like you
But
mentioned, patience, right? Like Zan showed an incredible amount of patience. You know, just sitting there multiple turns with a bricked hand, essentially just a bunch of uninkables, and
mhm.
just playing a hypnotize, drawing 2, playing a hypnotize, drawing 2. Like little by little, just kind of grinding it out until he almost put himself in a position to win that game. And
For
I think
sure.
if Zan didn't have like triple Diablo on Inkables, he might have been able to win that actual game. So,
I concur with that. Again, both
sure.
players showing a lot of discipline. Like a lot of times you get that one Prince John down. He's like, no, I'm gonna wait, see if I can get another Prince John, and then chain together all of these sudden chills and start questing aggressively when you did to start trying to put yourself in a position to win the game. You play
For
to
sure.
win the game, and I think he did everything he could to win the game given the circumstances that he was under. But also, again, not taking anything away from Hayes. I think he had to negotiate a lot of obstacles that Zan was presenting, and he did that. He did that quite effectively. So incredible
sure.
match all around. This is peak Lorcana action. This is what I live for. This is what I love. Players doing their thing to the best possible capability. I think that is what the game was meant to be, man. Just
Not to
that's a
cut
nice
you off,
indicator.
Mr. JD, but just so you know, Red 4 is about to start, and I wanted to get to this interview real quick. So I'm gonna
Okay.
toss it over to Gabe real quick, get a word with our boy Mikey, and then we'll be getting out to round 4, which you're more than welcome to take your break. So,
All right, I
are
will.
we skipping interviews? Oh, we're skipping interviews.
Are we skipping me? Am I out of here? Is Gabe coming back?
Gabe,
Okay.
there's Gabe right now.
All right, friends, welcome. This is going to be a quick interview because our next round is pairing up. But first of all, congratulations, Mikey. You should be very proud of yourself. Well fought games. I'll tell you right now that what we're saying on stream is you've just ruined set champ. So congratulations for that. Congratulations.
That was the goal.
Yeah. You totally messed up. You totally messed up set champs. So you got to tell us, how did you come up with the idea? How did you get there? Walk me through this.
Yeah, quite a few things. Obviously, the Sapphire Amethyst color combo has always been one of my favorites. So just trying to figure out what I could do in this meta that felt really good.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's been very popular now.
Yeah.
Shout outs to JDRR kind of making it, and Ed, those guys making it super popular. So I wanted to put my own flavor on it, and I feel like this Jafar version really helps against discard.
Yes.
Because stuff like Tamatoa can get back your draw engine,
Yeah.
and your draw engine can't get hit by Ursula. Yeah. So it's obviously a Finders Keepers and stuff like that, but this is just a lower cost version. Deck is really fun to pilot. That's the second part of this.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of crazy lines. I'm very thankful I won the die roll against Zan because he almost turned that on me at the end too. It was a crazy game 3.
Yeah.
But super fun match.
It was insane. You got a huge shout out to Croquet Mallet, huge shout out to the Lamp, and an even a larger shout out to Tamatoa for playing all those for free.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I will share with you is if you were concerned about green steel discard, we do see a lot of green steel, but not all of it's discard. So just be on the lookout for it.
I played 2 green steels so far and won both.
You've won both.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And that was historically a terrible matchup for Blurple.
Yes.
I also think it's not as bad anymore. There's some tools that have helped, but the Lamp being able to bounce an Ursula before it sings is actually what really changes it for sure.
It's nuts. I hope to see you in the top tables because I want set champs to be ruined.
Yeah.
Like I'm here for the chaos.
Yeah. It's been so far so good, but it's a long tournament. We're not even halfway through yet, so we'll see what happens for sure.
Yeah. Well, Mikey, the pairings are up.
Thank you.
Get to work. Do what you got to do. Let's see you back here in the top 8.
Shout out Freedom Gaming
Freedom
and
Gaming.
Southside.
Yeah, there you go.
Are we live right now? And I'm here sipping water, like like a guy right here.
I need you to lock in, Skinner. What are you drinking water on stream? You're not supposed to be human. What is going on right now? All right, friends.
Am I in the dojo? Am I here? Oh my bad. I was over here freaking on Discord. I thought I was gone.
No, you're supposed to be gone. It's all good. This is your bathroom time.
So
Steph is not locked in. Is what's happening.
Yeah. Steph's not locked in. Stefan's not locked in.
Stefan.
Hey, I don't take no breaks. I'm gonna be here though. I'll peace out. Have a good one. I'll be watching.
Yeah. I know. Yes, for sure. You better, because this is gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a freaking banger. It's gonna be insane.
What do we got?
So
talk to me, Gabe.
What we have out there right now, we've got. So I guess the player of note is Ryan Walker.
Okay.
Ryan Walker, who is you'll know him from
buddy of Zan.
friend of Zan.
Friend of Zan and Jeremy.
I believe Jeremy calls him almost friend of the podcast.
Almost friend of the podcast.
Yeah, not fully friend yet. I think he still has to graduate to friend. We got to talk to Jeremy about where we lie on that one.
For sure.
But yeah, so Ryan Walker is going to be playing Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, he's playing, I believe, Jafar.
Yeah. I think we're going to see the thing.
Yeah,
we're going to see the thing, which is interesting.
I think Zan passed down Jafar. He said, "I will play Green Steel, but Here, my brother, take this to the promised land."
Take us there.
So far, he is taking it to the promised land. As I'm guessing he's 3-0, right? I'm guessing we're watching a 3-0 table.
Yes, correct. That is correct.
I would imagine so. I'm just still getting over the last round. I mean, honestly, what a crazy match.
That was nuts.
It just wow. I mean, I thought Zan was going to take it at the end. To be honest, I mean, Zan was creeping back into that game so quickly, and then all of a sudden, just door closed, and Mikey was able to pull it away. Oh, look at Ryan rocking his bounty mat that he jacked from somebody.
Yep. I have to see who he got it from. I believe he got it from
Jack, I think, right?
I want to say it might have been Jack. I got to double check.
Yeah, I think it was Jack.
And people, they're so funny enough. I was out there. Hayden's like, "So Gabe, this means that if I beat Ryan, I get the bounty." I'm like, "No, I'm sorry, that's not how that works."
Yeah,
So this is Ryan's mat. Ryan will not be putting it up for grabs. Although I'll tell you, that might be a cool idea for maybe the next tournament.
Yeah, maybe we have like a mat, and then like that mat gets cycled around, and then whoever ends up at the end with the mat wins it.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be pretty
maybe
cool.
An idea for a future event. But for now, Ryan will get to hang on to his bounty mat. So congratulations, Ryan. It's a beautiful mat. I hope you enjoy it. And we will get started here as we both start with Chernabog. And Hayden's on red purple, and that's a fan favorite deck, I think.
Yes,
it used to be like the enemy, like people hated red purple,
yeah.
And then now it's somehow become like the face, right? It was like a heel deck.
Yeah, it's like John Cena.
Yeah,
people hated it, and then it went away for a long time, and then it came back, and then people liked it.
Yeah, for my wrestling peeps, it was the bad guy, but then now it's the face. Like people like red purple again because it's fun.
Yeah, and what we're seeing from Hayden's side, Hayden's doing the thing that Ruby Amethyst decks generally do. And that is put out characters early that their whole point is maybe I quest one time, maybe I quest 2 times, but eventually this will turn into a fresh card in my hand.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. And, double 1-drops on turn 2 is definitely a great way to start here as we have, wide aggression. All these cards, as you mentioned, do draw more cards. So both players starting off with a healthy way to draw some cards. And we see the lamp, which we're very familiar with. If you were here for last round, you know exactly what this card does.
Yep.
And
Ryan is indicating very heavily, I mean, the heaviest that you can indicate, that this is very clearly a Jafar wheel deck.
Yep. And Hayden just double checking the text on that, making sure he understands it.
Yeah.
And thinks about his next turn here, as we would imagine either a Jafar or a Genie will be making its debut pretty quickly here, pretty soon. And
I do want to do a quick shout. I don't know if we had a chance to do this yet, but I want to give a quick shout out to those of you that are watching us on stream. We're viewable across multiple platforms. We're on X, we're on Twitch, and I believe we're on YouTube as well. Across all 3 streams, we've broken 500 viewers, by the way.
Amazing.
So thank you all. I mean, we're only in round 4. Like generally speaking, as we move forward, it tends to get busier. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out with us. Thanks for those of you that are not maybe partaking in set champs today, deciding to spend some time with us, or maybe you're sitting in set champs right now and you're going, why am I not playing a Blurple Jafar?
Somebody's sleeving up Croquet Mallet as we speak right
Croquet now. Mallet. Somebody check TCG player, because Croquet Mallet I feel like might be on the rise.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's really it's been a fun tournament so far, and I love seeing some wacky, fun stuff get added to the mix. It's always a good time.
Oh, absolutely.
So we go over to Ryan here as Ryan figures out how he's going to deal with all this stuff on the table here. We got Pan that joined the table last turn from Hayden, and Pan's been a very big inclusion that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of today.
I know.
Pan Iago has been a combo that I've been seeing in a lot of purple decks, and just the power of being able to make a Iago with Rush.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to say Diablo, but Iago is the other bird.
And let me if I see Iago, I'm gonna giggle because I love Iago's my favorite card. This format. Iago's been so much fun, a lot of fun to play. It's like a baby. It's like a baby Maui hero to all. The Ruby Amethyst decks? There's an identity. I don't want to call it a crisis, but there's currently an identity philosophy. There's really two ways that you can build Ruby Amethyst. There's either this evasive builds that's been popular that uses the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. It uses
Maui Shark.
The Maui Half Shark. Tries to capitalize on that game plan, and then the tried and true, like the balance control, capitalizes on Madam Mims, snakes, and foxes. And then, of course, like the heavy end removal, things like Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine, Sisu.
Interesting.
Oh, is that a Cogsworth that I just
Yeah,
said?
a one-drop Cogsworth. Yeah, something you can just slam in and get some evasive going. That's pretty cool. I like that.
I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, absolutely. As we see these one-drop characters that normally draw one, draw two because of that fantastic, beautiful gift to Bell, that library.
Library, pretty good here as it draws 2 cards here for Hayden at the cost of nothing, essentially just questing, getting a lore and 2 cards.
Yes.
And then the rest of these characters will be going in as very little downside to these Diablos biting the dust here. They will give him some more cards. So
absolutely,
Hayden goes up to 5.
Yeah, I mean, there is incentive to get rid of them while they're not in the library because that 1 turns to 2 if they go to the library.
Oh,
so
for sure.
Incentive to get rid of them, which also means an incentive not to quest for Ryan. And so, Hayden trying to take advantage of the board state as it exists right now, and we'll see if he's able to hold on to this control.
Yeah, we see Jafar at the front of Ryan's hand here, which acts as a mini crab and would be able to pump up this bird big enough to allow him and the Turnabog to trade into both birds. And then he's got 2 Jafar lamps or 2 lamps in play. So if he really wants to draw 4 off the Jafar, he could. Chooses not to attack the bird here, and instead chooses to just go ahead and quest and draw himself a card.
Yeah, and we see a Jafar. This is a cool Jafar. Is this the one that gives challenger?
Yeah, that's a challenger one.
Yeah.
So he gives plus 3 challenger.
I believe we
plus
call
2
it
challenger.
Crab at home, right? This is Crab at home. No, this is actually aspiring ruler. That's the name. Yes, it's called aspiring ruler. And when you play this character, chosen character gains challenger +2 this turn. Very cool. And it quests for 2. That's really crazy.
This seems to be the deal here. I think we had a judge rule on something here. Maybe.
Oh, I missed something. What did I miss?
I don't know. You were explaining Jafar. I think he had the Diablo in a discard and then he put it back in play. I'm not sure if we missed something here. It's hard to hear what happened. Judge call. Yeah, there's a judge call. Okay, yeah.
So we'll hang tight. They're figuring something out.
So the judge is handling it here.
Yeah, so what you're seeing happening on screen here. Oh, there was a hidden information error. So something got revealed that shouldn't have been revealed, and we're making sure that...
I think he drew a card off the Diablo, and he wasn't supposed to. So now he has to put a random card back on top of the deck and shuffle it. I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you could see Ryan not happy about that mistake there as he's shaking his head and hoping that the card that he's having to put back is not a big part of his game plan here.
Yeah,
I think what happened. I missed. I'd have to see the play again, but I think what happened was he thought he was trading in the other Diablo, but I don't know what happened. Oh, because Diablo wouldn't die. That's what it is. So he used the Diablo to attack into Diablo, but Diablo would. Yeah. So he thought it was banished. He put it in the discard pile and drew a card. However, it does not take damage back. Therefore, it should have stayed in play. I understand now. Okay. Sorry, it's just when you're commentating, I have 15 screens open and the game.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm catching exactly what happened there. But yeah, it does seem to be an issue where Ryan accidentally banished his own thing and it was not supposed to be banished. So Ryan will have to pay the price here and lose a random card. Hopefully, again, not too much of a deal for him, but definitely something to keep an eye on if it does affect his game.
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly. And then we might learn more about what card it was if Ryan remembers what it is. So yeah, we'll get it figured out there. So
for sure. All right, and let me see here. Yeah, I'm looking through chat now. Yeah, everybody's saying the same. Yeah, same. What's going on, Earl Meister in the chat? What's going on? Nice to see you. Thank you guys for hanging with us.
Yeah, hey, Earl Meister, what's going on, bud?
All right, so back into the game here.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
All right, so we got this Jafar here, right? And we got these 2 lamps here, right?
Yes, I like lamp actually.
Lamp is like you're like a moth. It's like a
I like lamp.
is that
I like
like
lamp.
that the lamp thing?
It is.
All right, so let's see. Okay, we're thinking about a fox here in the inkwell. We're getting real close to Maui half shark being able to haste in here,
Yeah.
or to rush in here rather.
Exactly. Yeah, Maui half shark with rush is a serious problem. Opting to move the Peter Pan to the library. So at least if you lose the Peter Pan, if you lose the thing that would give the half shark the rush, you get a little consolation prize. You get to draw a card. Another, I can't complain about that.
For sure.
As we see Smee entering Ryan's hand, and Smee exiting Ryan's hand as it becomes ink potentially. Yep, Smee came in and left and said, actually, I'm going to go ahead and be one of these shadows.
Ooh.
Oh, it is here, folks.
We're gonna draw some cards now.
It is time to draw because I thought that was gonna be a wheel. I thought that was a wheel for a second.
Oh my god!
You
But it
scared
is
me.
friends.
It's friends. It's still not great. It's still bad
and
for
he still
Hayden.
has 2 Jafar. He still has lamps in play.
Oh, he does have lamps, and he's gonna pop them both.
I'm gonna draw 4 game 4. That's
Draw.
pretty.
Yeah. So that was 6 cards, which is 6 lore this turn so far. Added to the one that he already had.
No,
7.
2, 4, 6, and then the 1 Jafar that he quested with. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wow, it's a lot of lore and a lot of cards in Ryan's hand as he refills. And now look at them. Look at the hand he's got there. My goodness,
that is wild.
And red purple does not have a way to discard your hand or whole new world your hand or anything. So those cards are Ryan's to keep.
Yep.
And Ryan cannot be feeling bad about that one as he quests in for an extra 1 with the Diablo and passes it back. And now we have a big threat in play that definitely needs to be addressed. Thankfully, we know that there is a Maui shark on the horizon, and that does trade really nicely with this Jafar.
Yeah, I was gonna say, while Hayden can do very little about the hand, he can do a lot of things about this Jafar.
Oh yeah,
a lot of things. In fact, here it comes, and this might be the catalyst. This can start off the crazy train that Hayden's about to go on in terms of bringing back actions, starting getting that lore for playing those actions, all that kind of stuff. As we see that the shark, as you said, trades nicely because it gets to live.
Yep, it stays alive. And I saw Hayden also playing the Moana in his deck that plays that gives another character with rush +3, like it's like a challenger Moana rush.
The Moana is when it challenges a character.
It gives
you give
challenge.
another character +3 attack for the turn.
Yeah, so he is playing that, which is really cool. So we really have a lot of answers to evasives.
Yes. Yeah, which is good. And we know that Diablo is kind of like the enemy of the season, but it deals with so many things so effectively as the shark takes the time to go ahead and swim itself over to the library just in case it gets dealt with. It gets to draw extra cards.
Okay, it looks like he thought about putting it in there, but
or not. Okay, I take all that back. All that flourish I gave you, just snatch it from me.
It looked like he was swimming over to the library. Oh, not enough ink.
Oh, we're short in ink. Yeah, sorry.
Not enough ink.
We're trying to get a free library move, but we can't. So there you go.
All right. So back in Ryan's court here, as he's got a lot to think about. We have a Maui shark in play. We have Pan Shadow and Fox in a library and a whole lot of cards in Hayden's hands. So Ryan really going to have to put this together. He does thankfully have a ton of cards in hand, but he did have to lose that Jafar, which is unfortunate.
He did. Now the Pan trading for the shark is a very good value.
Yeah, it's almost like a brawl, right?
Yeah.
It's like a brawl on your shark. So
exactly,
not terrible.
And we've followed up that quasi brawl with a Smee and a Robin Hood on our side. And so what we've got is, of course, a Diablo that just needs to just keep quests until you deal with it. But in terms of board state, Ryan is looking okay. I mean, nothing too much, nothing too crazy. We see Hayden with a library. You got 2 characters in the library. We do see some other characters in hand.
And Queen of Hearts,
yeah.
which is not going to do us too much at the moment.
No,
but
not particularly.
Yeah.
We see, yep. So, in agreement with you, Skinner. Therefore, the Queen of Hearts gets to become ink to play
big Ursula.
The Sea Witch. Oh, that is kind of spicy in this build.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Red purple with, I guess, looking for a way to deal with Amber Steel, the rise of Amber Steel, and just steel in general. I mean, really green steel and otherwise. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess I would have assumed Steel Song would have been more prevalent in the meta here. We saw that list at the beginning of round 2, and we know that Steel Song is around. It's one of the top 5, but it's not top 1. So yeah, like, is this a good inclusion? Was this a good meta call? I guess we'll find out from Hayden one way or the other.
For sure. All right, so we are back on Ryan here as Ryan deciding how he wants to proceed with his turn. Like I said, he does have a lot of cards in hand. I see a Zeus at the front there,
Yep.
Which does do 5 damage to something here. However, Ursula's got 7 defense, and if you do take out something in the library, you are going to risk getting cards to Hayden. He could choose to Zeus the library, however, then he leaves 3 characters in play. So, like I said, a lot of options here for Ryan, depending on how he wants to approach this. He does decide to just take out the library, or rather, start to take out the library. I'm sure there will be something here to finish.
Yeah, you would think so. We're inking, of course, to. Okay, we shifted that little Robin Hood into the big Robin Hood, and it's a enchanted one at that. So we do love to see it. As Mr. Smee is deciding to take out that library, coming in here and just pillaging that library, saying these books. Who likes to read? Reading is for losers.
That's it. And Robin Hood comes in and cleans up the Fox, which would pull 4 damage on the Robin Hood, but gets 2 lore for Ryan. And Ryan will come in for another 1 here. Yeah. So tables are pretty close here. I mean, Hayden does have 4 lore in play, which is really tough considering you've got to imagine he's playing goats.
Yeah.
So it's a really scary position for Ryan to be in right now.
Yeah, the Sea Witch Queen also does something interesting too. Like, it forces Ryan to be less patient because when you quest with the Sea Witch Queen, you get to choose to exert a character of your choice. So why not just get the most advantage of it? Just turn your character sideways anyway, is what Sea Witch Queen ultimately does. So that's an interesting thing that we may not be giving enough credence to, as that may have influenced Ryan's decision pretty heavily.
For sure, yeah. I'm guessing we don't have Goat Bounce because we would have likely seen it very quickly.
There's that Moana.
We do have this Moana, which does have Rush because she is evasive.
And that's a big deal because that 4 can clear something. Then we can give +3 to Peter Pan, which is exactly what's happening. So now the Peter Pan is much higher value, can take out something else if it needed to. But yeah, there you go.
Okay,
all right.
Yeah, he's just playing it safe here.
Yeah, playing it safe.
Although he could have quested up, he decides, you know what, let me just keep you from winning the game, and then I'll eventually get there. But plays himself a rabbit, which is another great play here, drawing himself a deeper card. And I'm assuming this Ursula is going to get in for 3. Yep, she sure is.
Ursula will, in fact, get in where she can fit in, and so she takes 3 for that.
So we'll go to 17 here, and Hayden in a pretty good spot. Ryan obviously does have a lot of burst as well with things like Jafar, Wheel, but right now just a lonely Diablo, which is just not really going to get him where he needs to be, as Hayden is looking like he's very close to victory here. But
yeah. I mean,
nothing's settled yet, but no. I mean, it's looking like Hayden might have it in the bag here.
Yeah, Ryan is for. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, right. I was going to say Ryan's got to have very specific cards to be able to deal with his board state, and Ryan's basically saying, look, let's just save the time. Let's make sure we can get. If I need to get in the 3rd game, which Ryan will be hoping for a 3rd game at this point. Making sure you have time to do that 3rd game. So I think it's a good call here
for sure. Yeah, shout out to Hayden for great performance there. And these evasives are tricky, right? Like Ryan does have obviously the big bomb evasive Jafar, but Hayden with just so many ways to clear it. Having Pan to give rush to so many different evasives and Moana and whatnot. So it's going to be a tough matchup. This is Hayden's deck is part of the reason why I've had to stop playing Diablo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just
Thanks
so
a
many.
lot, Hayden.
Yeah, there's just it's not Hayden in general, but Hayden's deck is something that I've run into quite a lot lately.
It's
and
Hayden specifically.
Man, it makes it so difficult when you're trying to play a Diablo and your opponent just plays so many evasives, and then if you do sit around and wait, then they eventually just drop, Maui Shark on you, and then it's like, what are you supposed to do?
What do you do about that?
It's tough.
100%. It's tough, and it's funny because Ryan was in a position to basically run away with it, and having that rush half shark was a big deal in this game.
Oh yeah,
the rush evasives, because Peter Pan's existence in general was a huge tempo swing for Hayden to win this game. So if not for Peter Pan. Giving that rush to all the evasive characters, if not for having the evasive characters to take advantage of the board state, this would have been, I strongly believe, would have been a game that we've chalked away to Ryan.
Yeah, Peter Pan just putting in work, right? Like he didn't come down on turn 3 and rush into anything. he just kind of hung out, and then the next turn was able to sing friends. So essentially getting him 2 free cards, and then the rest of that game just provided Rush to a plethora of characters that were able to just come down and do work immediately. So yeah, Pan continues to be a really, really strong inclusion. I didn't see any Iagos being played by Hayden. I haven't seen a single Iago today, actually. I'm
sad.
very sad about that.
I
all
love
right.
Iago.
I haven't seen a single one, but I would imagine Hayden probably playing at least a couple copies if I had to guess, but who knows? Maybe he's not.
I've seen versions of Ruby Amethyst that is running Peter Pan that does or does. I've seen some versions that run it. I've seen versions that run Moana exclusively and not it. And I've seen versions that have done both Moana and Iago because they're both the same cost. They're both cost 4. And so there's like a decision right now out there when it comes to this build. Is it, do we split the difference? Do we give it all to one card? So yeah, so it's like a 50-50 if you'll see Iago or not.
For sure. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't see any yet, but maybe he'll make his debut. We'll find out.
I hope so, because I do love that silly spectral bird.
So Ryan going to start us off this time as he goes in there with the Diablo and passes it back. I'm going to see if Ryan's able to piece together a whole new world this game. And we did see Jafar with double lamp last game and a friends, which was a really awesome turn. But then it didn't really amount to anything, right? Ryan had a million cards in hand, but just could not stop Hayden from trucking along. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ryan's able to put a stop in his game plan, as he does play a turn 2 lamp here yet again, setting himself up for the future.
Yeah,
and gets it for 1 with Diablo.
It's funny because the biggest complaint people will generally have about Ruby Amethyst is it's too fit. What just happened?
Hayden said, can I read that again, dude? I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
can I read that twice? He's like, he already read it last game, but I want to read it again.
Let me make sure. Let's just,
Yeah, you don't see it that often, right? I mean, it's been a lot of decks lately. Thanks to Zan, it has been popping up, and Mikey and these guys that are putting lamp in their deck. But yeah, it's definitely a strong card that surprised that it's weird that these cards kind of live in the game for so long, and then nobody plays with them, and then all of a sudden somebody's like, yo, this card's nuts.
Yeah.
And then everybody's playing it, even though it's been in the game forever. Like, it's just so weird. But yeah, Lamp's a crazy card. Lamp's a crazy card, especially in Jafar, and when you have Jafar and Genie. I mean, it's just pretty crazy.
It is crazy. We do love that Lamp, and we are seeing Ryan is going to ink it. We're into Ryan's turn. Ryan inked. Ryan played that Aspiring Ruler Jafar, which again, great card. Especially in this build, I'd argue that it, along with Crab, is a pretty good time. Can deal with things like locations. Like if you think about the role that Maui plays in Ruby, being able to stack up your plus attacks on characters gives you that same capability, but you still get all the cool benefits of the color that you just chose, in this case steel. Yeah,
and also he quests for 2, right? That's not to be ignored.
Sure,
I mean,
absolutely.
He does have 2 toughness, which is a little more susceptible to removal, but being able to be, number 1, be a Jafar, which means he can be quested on or have interaction with Lamp and all these things. And, just having 2 lore and, although providing 1 less challenger than the Crab, doing a pretty good impression. So, yeah, Jafar, I really like this card. I think this card is, a little overlooked because we have Crab. But I think in a situation, especially in this kind of deck, it's actually a pretty decent card.
Yeah, and we see Genie coming down. Genie, of course, is popular for being one of the primary members of the Genie Wars,
right?
That we'll be talking about for a bit. Something else that I wanted to point out here: Library came down pretty early. Library was a big piece of the puzzle for Hayden. Scoring that one point so every so often. Didn't draw so many cards from it last game. Drew a couple cards, not a lot of cards, as a result of it, but. That library, it was a menace last game here, and it looks like Hayden's hoping to have a repeat of the value that he got from that library.
Yeah, I'm curious here. I think Ryan's racking his brain whether or not he wants to pop the lamp here. If you pop the lamp, you do get to draw 2 cards and bounce the Cusco, but you could wait around for a couple things. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna keep it. Play some patience here.
Yeah.
If he does manage to shift, obviously he could get some extra draws or some extra lore off the draws.
Exactly.
Plus, if Hayden does run out a character such as a Genie or something, that lamp will get tons of value being able to bounce back the Genie. I guess, Ryan just not seeing the value of bouncing this Cusco right now is not a threat.
Yeah.
So I'm just decided to be a little more disciplined and hang on to that lamp, not choosing to claim his wishes quite yet.
Yeah, and you have to pick and choose your battles. However, there's an alternate side of this to consider. Putting, effectively emptying this board, whether Cusco or not, it puts you so far behind, from Hayden's perspective, that Ryan may want to do it even in that case. Hayden does have ways out. Hayden has the Peter Pan, and with enough ink, Peter Pan allows you to bring out a second character that suddenly can rush. But that's later. Right now, Ryan probably I think that he should have went ahead and pushed that Cusco back to hand, gotten that value right away, and then continued forward. Now we'll see if we get that value. We'll see if Ryan actually capitalizes with his strategy in terms of being more patient.
Okay.
He's here. Everybody, watch out.
And there's the Jafar we spoke about. So yeah, great patience.
Oh, he got it.
Ooh, baby.
That is 7.
Oh, baby, a triple.
That is 7 lore, 7 fresh cards, and we know the lamp is sitting there. So we're gonna go up 9 lore total for this turn alone, not counting the questing.
Fun side story for you there, Gabe. My first DLC, my only DLC, was DLC Atlanta, the very first one. And my opponent was at 6 in round 3, and he went to 20 with wheel into wheel off Jafar to just crush me in the tournament. So I have personal PTSD with Jafar, and it's pretty abysmal. He had 5 ink up, he sings it, draws 7, and then he just plays the other one hard cast and gains 14 in one turn. So Jafar, definitely something that you cannot ignore. He's just getting all the value here. We still have Lamp in play. Jafar just shifted. We're gonna be doing stuff. We're gonna bounce stuff. Yeah, that's getting bounced. We're drawing cards. Yeah, this is a good spot for Ryan here. He's feeling real comfortable and looking much better than game 1.
Yeah, there's just no way I think Hayden reclaims this game. I think this game's over.
I mean, we do play Be Prepared, right? I wouldn't say don't say never ever, but Ryan definitely in a dominant position here, considering that he just got 7 new cards. And I mean, Hayden holding 150 cards in his hand right now. But are any of them going to help him?
Yeah. Do they do a thing that deals with an evasive or another evasive that keeps getting lore every time you draw a card? Or you can deal with the Diablo, but then you draw a card, so there's just so many. There's so many things now that Ryan has the ability to do. Ryan can sing anything in his hand because he's got that Jafar shift out. Hayden bringing out a Diablo, bringing out a Chernobog like it's turn 2, choosing to play another Diablo, just trying to gain, just putting presence on the board, putting characters on the board. Each one of these characters offering a way for Hayden to draw cards.
No, Hayden says no. Hayden, see, I respect that. Hayden says, you know what, this game's chalked. Like, I'm so far behind. Let me not kill any more time here. We got 23 minutes to play. I'm on the play next game. Just. Let's go ahead and restart here. And I think it's a good call by Hayden. Although he could have maybe grinded his way back, Ryan was just in such a dominant position and so ahead on tempo, just being able to bounce things back and draw cards and gain lore. And we don't have an immediate answer to that Jafar. So, I mean, it was pretty much the writing on the wall. So Hayden just says, I'll scoop it up and let's go again. So we'll go to game 3.
By the way, I think we found your mortal enemy in the chat. Somebody's saying that they did that to someone at Atlanta, and their name is Bubble Man. Does this name sound familiar to you?
It might have been. I remember it was somebody with a beard.
Okay.
I don't know if he was a Bubble Man, but I did that to 2 people in Atlanta. Bubble Man. It might be you, Bubble Man.
Yeah.
You might. Did you play against Mike Skinner? Do you remember? You probably wouldn't remember. I'm a nobody, but it might have been you, Mr. Bubble. So if it was you, you're living in my nightmares.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't you, you could just pretend it was anyway, because I wouldn't know.
Go into your Melee history, check the DLC Atlanta. What was it, 1st to 20? What would you?
Yeah, it would have been Skinner. I'm big tobacco in Melee, and I'm a big guy with a beard. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, we found him. FBI, send them in, FBI. We found him.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Bubble is the man of my nightmares.
Bubble Man, you're my hero. Thank you for crushing this man's dreams.
Yeah, he hit me with the double wheel, and then he's like, all right, GG's. I'm like, all right, GG's.
I love how small the world is that we found them. We found them in the chat, folks.
Yep. So Bubbles, shout out to you if it indeed was you. It sounds like you would be. Yeah. It would be you, but yeah, it's funny story.
Yeah, don't listen. You'll get an opportunity to reclaim that karma.
No, it's okay. He was the nicest guy. I couldn't even be mad. Like, he was so cool. But yeah, it was pretty devastating when somebody hits you for 14 in one turn. I'm like, all right. I guess I just lose.
Yeah. Listen, if it was, I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just dump my deck I'm gonna go ahead and jump on this plane, dump my deck in the garbage, and we'll figure it out later.
That's how I felt, but it's okay. We made it. All right, we get some fist bumps with Hayden and Ryan. We move into game 3.
There we go.
And let's see here. We got Mr. Keepers into a Chernobog, and we'll pass it back.
Yeah, which
sorry, these microphones are very sensitive. So every time I scratch my beard,
yeah,
you can guys can hear that.
Yeah, when I scratch my beard,
does
it's
that make
ASMR.
does that make you guys uncomfortable?
Here, listen closely.
Anything I do with my mouth or my lips, yeah. Don't do that, please. please don't do that ever again in my ears. Thank you.
For those of you that enjoy ASMR, please in the chat let us know you'd like us to do more of that.
No more beard scratch ASMR, please. I'm sorry, guys, if you hear any extra.
Look, here, just a little bit more.
There you go. Thank you.
Right, cool.
Appreciate it. Get it out of your system.
Thank
All
you.
right, so we have this Queen of Hearts. Very interesting choice. I know some people are high on this card, some people are low on this card. Really good crab target, right? So it swings in as a 4/4 when you play crab, and then if it survives, it sticks around as a 4/4, right? Or rather a 4/1 or whatever the toughness is, because it has damage on it, but it has 4 powers by point. So interesting card that does allow the card to trade into multiple. I think. Oh, we got Jafar here.
Ooh, there we go.
This is a Jafar that can attack into evasives.
Yep.
And we haven't seen this one in play yet, but it is yet another way for the lamp to draw some cards.
Yeah, and of note, I mean, if this deck, the deck that Ryan's playing, of course, was, as JDZ talked about, the Lucky Llama event. This thing won that, so we anticipated seeing some folks playing this, and this is a fantastic answer to something like a Diablo. So we talked earlier about Diablo kind of being not safe for this format, and that Jafar is just another prime example of why Diablo is just not safe.
Yep, there's just a million ways to deal with Diablo, and although Diablo's still very strong, we saw Zan in the last game still being able to use Diablo to his advantage.
Absolutely.
But definitely the target is on its head for sure, as many people are playing advanced answers to evasives. Both these players rather, having answers to evasives in their deck. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough world to be a bird right now. But but let's see, as Ryan, I think he's going to go ahead and claim his card here as he draws himself one deeper.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that's there for. We see a Pete show up as a result of that Chernobog's followers quest.
Okay, we can imagine our opponent next turn most likely playing a genie or so.
Yeah, and we can see it. We see in Ryan's hand the shift Jafar is sitting in there.
Yep.
And that shift Jafar is going to be scary because we see 2 friends in hand as well. So Ryan's got the heat to draw.
Oh yeah, yeah. Brian is he's got good cards in hand, as well as Hayden. Both of them right now just kind of trying to set up here. Hayden going to go ahead and crab for nothing. We're not going to have any value on the crab, but we are going to get in for 2. Right now, Hayden not playing anything super crazy, just playing like a bunch of efficient threats and just trying to get ahead on board here. Nothing super fancy.
Yeah.
No evasives, no super crazy combos, but just dudes that quest.
Yeah, dudes that turn sideways and get things.
Dudes and dudettes.
Yes, all of them. All of the Illumineers and all of the Glimmers.
All right, we're going to get a little song action here. So we're going to draw some cards.
Yeah.
2 new cards. And he does find himself yet another friends, which is always good.
That's not bad.
The more friends, the better, as they say.
The closer we get to that Jafar, the higher value that friends becomes. It puts Ryan in a position to be like, well, do I hold it for the Jafar? Do I need more tools right now? So it does put you in a position to think about it.
For sure.
If you've got nothing else to play on 3 and you got a friends in hand and not a body, friends is not a bad option to play. We like friends.
For sure. Yep. And this has definitely been a day of game 3s going down to the wire. I felt like the last set we watched Mikey pretty much have a one-sided game against Zan, and then Zan had a one-sided game against Mikey, and then we got a really good game 3.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And this seems to be kind of the same. Hayden pretty easily, dominated game 1. Ryan, pretty much dominated game 2. And now we get this back and forth, which I love to see. So could be anybody's game, as Ryan does add himself a genie to the board. We haven't seen any lamps yet, which would be really great with this Jafar and the genie.
Kidding. You're not kidding.
But it's okay. We have time. We have time to find the lamp.
Yeah.
We got to go into the Cave of Wonders and retrieve it.
We do. And Ryan, just valuing that Jafar, knowing that shift is in hand, not putting it in danger, smart play. Hayden, if he's going to get rid of that Jafar, the shift target will need to work harder than he may want to deal with it. But he will need to.
How do we not have a Cave of Wonders location?
Well, because we have the Treasure Guardian.
Treasure Guard, that doesn't count.
Yeah,
he's just the guardian, but the cave is inside.
The cave itself, like the thing that's inside of the Treasure Guardian.
Yeah, like where all the treasure's at, and where the big ruby thing that Abu touches is, and that should be a location, guys. How do we get How did we get the Snuggly Duckling before we got the Cave of Wonders?
Maybe the next set can be themed to Aladdin. Maybe we'll call it something like Reign of Jafar, and maybe we'll get something like that. Who knows?
Who knows? You know, who knows really? But just
Ravensburger,
just thinking out loud here, guys.
Ravensburger, that was a free one from Scanner. Okay, so if y'all want to go ahead and put that in your set,
brother, we got
please
the
do.
wall before we got Cave of Wonders.
First of all, don't be hitting on the wall.
All right,
okay, please keep your wall slander to yourself.
The wall. And
I love the wall.
And the Badanon and like all these these things that the Cave of Wonders, guys, come on, or Agrabah or something. Well, I guess we did get Agrabah. We did get Agrabah. Yeah. All right, never mind. I got to take it back.
Yeah, you take it back now.
All right. So we pass things over as Ryan he's in the tank here. We do have an Elsa in play now, so we do have invasive threat that could potentially be crabbed. So that's always something that you have to be, be a little cautious of.
And of note, I was talking about keeping that Jafar safe, and Ryan could not keep that Jafar safe. That Jafar was not long for the world. So we'll now need to either figure out a way to put another character that can be shifted upon to solve for the future turn, or we'll just need to wait, play that Jafar at its fair cost, and then the following turn do things to sing with it.
Yeah,
which is rough.
Ryan just needs more ink. Ryan's got so many. I mean, look at the hand. He's got so much stuff.
Yeah.
But like he can only do like one thing per turn, which I think is just like holding him back a bit here.
Yeah.
As I say that, he's going to go ahead and play this. What is he bouncing? Okay, he bounces back.
Which one was that? I missed the card that got bounced back.
Was it a Cusco? I might have missed it.
It might have been, but we do see the Fox come in. We are now at a neutral board state. Hayden sitting with 6, lore, Ryan with 1. Nobody has characters on the table. Hayden's going to get an opportunity to respond and start putting characters, and Hayden says, all right, well, let me start drawing. I'm going to put rabbits.
Yeah, Hayden doesn't look too happy with his draws. He's been kind of frowning, not frowning, but like turning his head and stuff like that. I don't know if he's just not happy with what's going on here, but so far it's pretty even, back and forth. Both players are at pretty low lore totals. We got 14 minutes to grind this out, and pretty soon we'll be seeing an explosion one way or another. I'm sure.
Yeah. And Genie, of course, starting throwing lobs at this rabbit, saying, "Hey, I'm here now."
All right, let me see here. Let's do.
All right, and so
Somebody said the queen had no damage. Which queen was that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Not sure. Oh, okay. We're gonna draw 2 here. All right. Yeah, the fox should have lived. No strength. He bounced the crab. Crab has challenger. I'm not sure, guys. Sorry, we're not at the table, but I'm sure whatever's going on there, they will take it from there. As we pass things over to Hayden, who will ink himself a Finders Keepers. That's a fun card to say.
Yeah, Finders Keepers. So if you've seen Artibax's last Articast, they actually LD showed the German translation. So the German translation of Finders Keepers, when you retranslate it back into English, it's like, if you find it, then you will keep it. It's like this really long title of a card. It was so funny.
Perfect.
Yeah. If you find it, then you will keep it.
All right. So look, they're talking to or somebody's talking to somebody here. I don't know if they're talking to a judge or what.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are talking to a judge about it. That there should be a fox in play. Yeah, the judge is trying to figure this out. Yeah. So yeah, good call from the chat, and thank you guys for catching it. And Hayden being a stand-up guy, just saying, hey, go ahead and keep your fox. Like, he's not giving him a hard time about it. But yeah, essentially the fox should not have been banished. So it is back in play.
All right, yeah, go.
So shout out to our team out there at the table for taking care of that for the integrity of the game here. Obviously, these mistakes happen, guys.
Yeah.
People are playing high stakes here. We are on camera. So these things can happen, but thankfully Hayden and Ryan both being really cool about it and just resolving it very quickly. So we'd love to see that.
Yeah, we do.
I would hate to see Ryan have to take another penalty, because he had to take a penalty earlier with the Diablo draw.
Oh, goodness
so then,
gracious,
he'd have another penalty there. So yeah, so very, very. I'd love to see the community being good sports about it. Obviously, it's not always like that.
Yeah,
So.
and you have to respect the want to beat your opponent at their best, right? Like making sure that the thing you lost to or the thing that you win to, it's for legitimate reasons. So
Sure.
you got to trust that too.
All right.
That's why they're taking. Okay, so they may be taking a look.
All right, Andrew is the table judge, and I believe he is saying it's a little too far into the game. So
Yeah. Okay.
although both players are cool with it, I think Andrew's just saying the game has progressed too far at this point, and we can't just go back.
Okay.
So I think that we will end up just keeping that Fox banished. It's unfortunate, but the game has progressed to a point. You got to be careful with those things.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to challenger and all that, and damage, and you just got to know what your characters, how much strength they have, and how much willpower they have, and very easy to catch, or very easy to miss, rather, as considering
Correct.
that we both missed it. So
yeah,
no shade on either player there, but Andrew, the head judge there at the table, does decide to just say it's been too long.
Yep.
So, Ryan will have to eat that one. Unfortunately, I'm sure he'll be kicking himself about it, but hopefully does not cost him in this situation here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to note if he loses by one lore or something to that effect. But either way, we're seeing a board state being garnered up here. We got a Pete, so no actions next turn. We've got that Jafar that gives a bonus challenger, and so we're seeing now just board state just existing here.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and ink, and then just pass it back over. We don't see any lamp or anything like that, so so no crazy shenanigans off the Jafar and Genie quite yet. I'm sure Ryan would love to see a lamp right now, but yeah, I see people in chat, like I said, about the Fox. Yeah, it is something that's unfortunate, guys, but we can't reset the whole game, so these players do have to be just a little more on top of what's going on. But yeah, definitely an unfortunate miss here that we do hate to see. But all right, and we have a Maui Shark coming in and getting value off that Cogsworth. I wonder if that's just like a one of or two of that he just has there as yet another way to rush his characters if you don't have Pan in play.
I mean, Cogsworth is good. I mean,
oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, Cogsworth basically says, "Hey, this your half shark is +1 cost to gain rush."
Right, and he comes from the hand, which is really nice because cards like Pan Shadow, or excuse me, I always want to say Pan Shadow, but Peter Pan needs to be in play. Your opponent can kind of see it, telegraph it. With the Cogsworth, it's just like a 1-2 punch. Like you just out of the sky, this shark comes from nowhere. So I think that's a really cool tech in there from Hayden, just to be able to provide rush to his shark or any other character in the deck for that matter. So yeah, really cool, and I really like that card. I think it's a great addition.
Yeah, and we see. Let's see here.
Oh, and we're singing with Pete, guys. We got to lock in here. All right, I think we need to get a judge on that one as well. Unfortunately, Stefan, if you can hear it, please before the game goes too far.
Before it goes too far. In fact, if you can tell him to pause the play.
Stefan, can you hear us?
All right. Well, let's take a look here.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to catch it in time. Guys, sorry, we're in a different room.
Yeah.
So we're not able to just tap somebody on the shoulder, unfortunately. So we can only hope that, looks like we're just going to keep on moving through the game. So this game's a little bumpy, guys. A little bumpy, a little freestyle on this one. But, just do our best to continue on here.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll take that. Yep, you just got to be more careful. I know these guys are, like I said, when you're playing on camera and whatnot, can definitely get a little tricky and a little more nerve wracking. But we're gonna go ahead and take another action here as we play a lamp to the table. Lamp will get its full benefit if he so chooses, which will be able to bounce and draw cards. Obviously, we don't want to be bouncing the rabbit or the Cogsworth, so most likely bouncing the Diablo, but does that feel good at all? I don't think so. I mean, I guess we could bounce the rabbit here, but I mean that's just not great, right? That's just going to give him another card. All right.
Yeah, so we're seeing here just kind of thinking through where we stand here. We got Hayden sitting with 9, Ryan sitting with 3, kind of deciding where. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
And so it'll be Hayden's turn.
Aiden. Gonna quest for 3 here. Go up to 12. I haven't seen any goats or anything from Hayden yet. He didn't cut goat, right?
I mean, it's possible. I've seen this build without goat.
Yeah, that's something I just noticed. Like I remember last game when he was at 18 and we just never. Okay, he's playing Pirates Life, so maybe he just doesn't play goat. That's a little crazy, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing I've seen. But B prep, we'll reset the board here. Hayden sitting at 12, Ryan at 3. And I don't know. Ryan is running low on cards here. He's got a big Jafar, and I don't think that's going to do much. We do have a Friends, which we can't even use this turn, or a Robin Hood. So, yeah, unless this Friends, if the Jafar is really good, or we draw maybe a Whole New World, would be a massive draw. Maybe hard cast Friends next turn and pray for Whole New World.
I mean, that's ultimately what we're. I mean, when we're talking about playing to your outs, that's exactly what we'd be looking for. We do know that the lamp is there. We lamp is going to give another ability to dig if we can get to the Friends, if we can get to that Whole New World. Just so many ways to do it. Now, conversely, Hayden is playing a deck that has a lot of removal options. So, will we see things like potentially a Lady Tremaine? Will we see, maybe another beep, maybe a Be Prepared or something else? But there's ways to deal with this. And let's see. Shark is definitely a way to shape that board, to warp that board, because what Half Shark basically does is puts Ryan in the unenviable position of deciding whether he wants to let Hayden grab actions for that and start to kind of collect more victory and more strength.
That Zeus is a big one. That Zeus is a very good draw. We'll give him an answer to this Maui Shark, which a moment ago he did not have. So yeah, he's thinking about how he wants to best proceed with this turn here. I mean, it's tough, right? Because you want to sing Wheel if you draw it, but then if you don't, okay, yeah, he's gonna Zeus here, and then just hard cast the Friends, I guess, and then he could always ink Wheel if he does draw the Whole New World.
Yep.
Oh, we also have Jafar, the lamp rather. So
yes, we like lamp as Jafar draws. Well, Jafar will make that lamp able to draw 2, but then because of that, Jafar will gain 2 lore as well.
Right.
And we see the Friends. That's another 2 lore. And we just drew 2 strength of a Raging Fires.
Okay.
Interesting.
So Ryan
draws.
crawling back into this game. I mean, Hayden's got nothing in play. Ryan a second ago had pretty much no options, and now he's got a grip of cards that could potentially keep him in this game. And he's up to 7 lore off those 2 cards there. So not over. Don't say it's over till it's over. I know this has been kind of an off the track game here, but it looks like both players with the opportunity to take this home.
Yeah,
so
I ain't heard no bell. I don't know about you, but I have not heard one. So and Ryan, of course, is not going to let this thing slide. Ryan's going to fight with every inch that he can.
Sure.
And we see, inking of one of those strengths that was drawn. We do know the library is in effect here, so library will garner 1 more lore. And we're going to enter into a turn where Hayden's just got so much ink, so many options. Peter Pan immediately snapped to the table. Turn. Oh, here it comes.
Here comes Maui Shark.
Here comes do. It's Shark Week, and that is a rush. Maui
you can
Shark.
see Ryan does not like that. He's not feeling great about that. And Hayden gets a card back. Potentially Be Prepared if he really needs to. Oh, he's gonna get Friends. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he's still thinking about it. It's like, what's the best card? All right, so he's gonna take a double glance at his hand.
Yeah.
Hayden just deciding, all right, what's the situation here? All right, so he does take a Friends back.
Which, I mean, Ryan lost that huge tempo swing of a Jafar for gaining lore.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Hayden's got the ability to slow the game down a little bit, and slowly get towards that 20. Of course, we're moving the characters into the library, get those characters more value in case we're able to deal with the Shark, which of course is going to be high priority target for Ryan for banishment. Choosing to quest with that Chernobog's followers, opting to use it. And what do we draw? Well, a card that he probably wish he had a turn earlier.
A little late on the Whole New World here. That's tough to see. We are getting down to the last minute and a half here of the game, so I think we should have more than enough time to close it out between this time and turns. But yeah, that's definitely a tough pill to swallow that we drew that. We could have drawn that many turns earlier. But that's the way it goes, right? This is a card game. We do have variants as we go ahead and we shift. Potential whole new world sing here. We won't get any lore off it though, so that doesn't feel great. All right, so we do manage to snipe off this Maui shark here. But now what? Are we singing? Are we questing? All right. Okay. We're going to do a little questorino.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
rather, singerino.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's 7 new cards, but I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't like it one bit, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Well, there are a lot of cards in Hayden's discard pile.
Yeah, there is. There really is. I mean, we've seen 3 half sharks in there.
Yeah, Ryan just got a full deck profile looking through that discard pile. I mean, everything that Hayden's discard rather is very stacked.
Yeah.
So let's see here. All right, we're gonna do. All right, looking through the 7. Sorry, I'm looking at both hands, trying to see what both players scooped up here. Hayden does get his hands on a Pirate's Life. I haven't seen a goat, man. I'd be very, very surprised to not see goats, but.
I mean, like I said, I've seen this build without him. I've seen this build.
That's crazy that we're in a time and place that we're cutting goats, right?
Well, if you think about it, the goats are kind of in the spot of that the Maui half shark is in, because Maui half shark's able to collect lore just for existing by playing actions. So you start to think about, well, do I need a goat if I have this?
Yeah, and you do have Pirate's Lives and stuff. I get it, but I don't know, it's still like a crazy thought to me, to my my petty, not my petty, my little amateur purple brain is like snake,
your
goat,
smooth brain,
snake, goat, rabbit, wind, fox.
Yeah, Skinner's got what we call a smooth brain.
Smooth brain.
No bumps or lumps.
My mom says I'm perfect. Okay.
No bumps or lumps.
All right, let's see here. Ryan doing a little spread out, saying, okay, how many of these? How many of those? As Maui comes down to the table, and Maui is going to come in and clean up just this Robin Hood.
How many times has Ryan seen a character come down that gets immediate use, that deals with an answer right away? I mean, just multiple times this game.
When you're playing against red purple, right? And then we see this Ursula making another appearance here. I'm curious how this card's been performing for him today. It's pretty huge here.
Yeah.
That's a cool addition. I mean, both of us being green purple players, we obviously have our own experiences with Ursula. Being able to shift her is really nice. But
I love her.
But Hayden just says, forget. I'm not even going to shift here. I'm just going to play a 7-drop Ursula.
Well, yeah.
And it seems to be doing pretty good right now.
I would agree. I mean, this is a character that can sing Be Prepared in case you want to save that 7 to potentially play other characters on a Be Prepared turn. So I mean, there's reasons to have a 7-cost character in a Ruby Amethyst deck. To be fair,
gives me flashbacks to when we used to play 8-drop Ursula. That used to just draw a card. Was it 8-drop or 7-drop Ursula? I know she was a 2/8.
Oh my goodness!
And she used to draw a card and drain a lore from your opponent or whatever.
You're asking me to recall a time from like a year ago.
I'm sure chat's yelling at me, but we're not looking at chat at the moment. So
yeah, sorry, chat. Well, I mean, we could.
We could. They're probably just telling us right now.
They're like, dude, it's this one.
Yeah, they're not telling us yet, so you could Google it. I'm sure they'll know in just a moment.
Yeah.
What is it, chat? Ursula 7-drop. There it is.
Yes.
There it is. That's the one.
You get bonus points.
It's a 2/8. That's why I got confused with the drop. It's because it's a 2/8 stat line.
Yes. You get bonus points if you can tell me the sub name of that card. There you go.
All right. I think that this train is about to crash into its final destination here, as Hayden is at 15 with Ursula. Ryan is racking his brain. He's got a lot of cards in hand, but it's going to be pretty tricky here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not kidding. Tricky is an understatement. We are in turns right now, by the way, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'm sure that we have more than enough time to wrap this up. But I would hate to see this go to a draw after all the chaos that's ensued during this series.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
These players probably don't even realize. They'll watch this back later and be like, "Oh my god, like what the hell happened?" But it's all right. Right now they're in the zone, and Ryan's trying to figure out a way to not drop this game here to Hayden.
Yeah. I mean, when we think about what can happen here, you got to think about the collection of cards in hand. When you're in turns, it is possible to still win. You got to put the things down. You got to think about what do you quest, and then sometimes you are playing not to win. when you're in turns, sometimes you're playing just not to lose.
Sure.
And so you have to identify like where are you at when you're in turns at a tournament? Are we playing for the win, or am I playing for the draw? And either one is viable.
Yep, this Jafar does pick up some rush off the Peter Pan and is able to rush in and take out the opposing Peter Pan. Hayden does get a card off the library.
Yeah.
Pan will come in and clean up the Maui, and he will get a little quest in, but Ursula plus library is 4 lore, and that will take us to 19.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
And I'm pretty sure Pirate's Life is in the hand.
Can you imagine if there was a goat too?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Pirate's Life.
Yeah,
Just
snapping the goats. Yeah, showing Ryan that the game is in fact over.
GG, red purple back better than ever. I don't know about better than ever, but back, definitely back. And yeah, that Ursula, really cool tech. I really like that from Hayden. So shout out for that, and shout out to both these guys for really putting on a great show. Obviously, little awkward there with some of the judge misses, but we will have a conversation with the judge and make sure we get all that squared away for the future and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
And thanks for standing next to me and making it look like we're taking family photos.
Yeah. Well,
am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
You guys see me? Oh, dang, dude. Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
dude, I got to put like a bell on this thing or something because I'm over here watching the thing. I'm over here in the chat, jumping in with the trolls. And we gotta clean the chat up a little bit. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Folks?
Did you bring your crowd over here? Did you bring your folks over?
Bring your people?
I think they found me. This is the energy I'm used to because it gets very volatile sometimes out there in the chat. And I just need I would ask for a little bit of reprieve. Okay, let's give a little bit of gravity to the judge and staff and everyone who is trying to put this thing on. No one is perfect, gang. Can we just remember that for a second? And it's unfortunate when things do happen and we all see it and things don't move as fast as you want it to do. Trust me, everyone is trying their best. Okay. Everyone is doing the best job they possibly can to ensure that we have fair games across the board. But please don't turn on the judges and definitely don't turn on these players because you've all been in those positions. No one's perfect. Everybody's going to make mistakes from time to time. Let's just clean it up if we can. That's all I'm saying. Please.
Absolutely.
I agree, guys. Let's not be so negative. Remember, these are all humans that are doing the best they can, and you're not sitting here under the spotlight right now. So it's just best not to make comments from your home. So
for sure.
We're doing the best we can, and we do read your comments, and we do know that there was an issue. We will be happy to address it. I know right now they're already having a conversation about it, so we're doing the best we can to try to nip it in the bud as soon as possible. But these things happen, guys. They happen all the time, and we're only watching one game out of the many, many games in the room, and you'll never know what happens in all those tables.
Correct.
So you just got to remember we have a spotlight here, and it makes it look bad on those players. But honestly, this happens all the time. Guarantee you've probably played a game where something happened and you didn't even know it happened.
No, of course. No. What are you talking about? They're perfect. Of course not. That's
So-
never happened.
And there's got to be something to it. Like, I don't want to say anything bad about Ryan. I don't want to say anything bad about Hayden. I believe not Hayden. It was Hayden. What was the other gentleman's name on the Ruby Amethyst player? I'm so terrible with names, but I don't want to say anything bad about them and what the amount
Ryan
of
and
pressure.
Hayden?
The amount of pressure that you might be under these bright lights. You have 500 600 people across multiple platforms watching this game happen to you live, and you make a simple mistake and it starts to compound and just make more and more and more mistakes. So I would just say give some empathy, man, give some compassion. I'm sure they're going to watch back this stream, they're going to read back those comments, and everyone is just being so rude. I think that it's going to be something that lasts with them forever. So let's just try to just have a little bit of open mind, man. Let's keep it positive if we can, and just think if you were in that position, how would you feel? And try to treat people according to that.
Amen to that, brother. I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate you for being positive in the situation. And I mean, for the most part, chat, I know their chat's being good, but eventually, you do get some negativity creeping in there, and gotta try to nip it in the bud. So don't be so salty, chat. Be good people, chat. We love you.
And in the reality of it too is like in most cases, some people are like, "Oh, well, you can go back," and it's like, no, actually, if you look at the rules, like, and Albert actually talked about it on Zan's podcast. The majority of times you can't go back. The majority of times it's too late,
right?
And the only thing you can do is issue a warning. So like if they play really quick, whether or not a judge is next to you, it doesn't matter. If they play two actions ahead before the judge can put a hand out and say something, it's too late, whether the judge is sitting there or not. So I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about like the role of the judge at the table or even at a tournament. There's a lot of like there's things that you want the judge to be, and there's things that the rules say the judges are.
Right.
And those two things aren't really lining up.
Katie
sure.
says she's here to be aggressively positive.
We need
Thank
that.
you,
We
Katie.
Katie, bring
need that.
We appreciate you.
Yes, we need Poglet on.
Let me tell
stream.
you, I laughed angrily the other day at Katie's tweet. I was so mad that I laughed because it was a really good joke, but it was also a really bad joke. So she's after the announcement that Worlds was going to be private, which is public information, guys. So don't put me on the stake for that. She said, "I guess it'll be a small Worlds.
It
after
will
all.
be a small world after all.
So good. So good. And let
And
me tell you,
I'm upset that I laughed out loud. But
I gotta throw some caveats in there again. Katie is a good friend of mine. We're ICL gang through and through.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's the best.
And I'm gonna let you guys know, okay? She workshopped that joke a little bit. I knew that joke was coming. And I knew it was gonna be a 10 out of 10. Because when she first dropped it, I was like, Katie, I'm so close to stealing this joke. You have no idea how hard it was for me to hold on to that joke for as long. And then she fired it off, and I was like, man, the timing.
She's so good.
Funniest person in the community,
Yeah.
I think. At least top 5. Hilarious.
I would
I'm
agree.
talking.
Yeah, she's great. She's
So
great.
good.
Yeah.
So good.
And I did get a little heads up just for those who were keep following along that warnings were issued to both players there. So
Yeah.
judges are aware of both those players. So hopefully we don't continue to have issues with those players. But both players did get a warning for just maintaining board states. So
Yeah.
I think it's fair. You know, both players made their mistakes, but just something to keep an eye on. And we appreciate you guys for being cool with everything that's happening here.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. But I did see another graphic up there. I don't know if you guys saw that at
Yeah,
home. We saw the undefeated players.
I wish we could go back.
Yeah, if we can go
sorry.
back, production. If you're able to go back,
Production. We were too busy talking.
yeah, we're here chatting it up.
Talking
chatting it up.
smack. I did see Hector and Joey as undefeateds, which are both locals here, both on Red Blue.
Yeah,
I thought I was delirious for a second. I might be full of breakfast burritos, but I thought I saw Sapphire Steel on there undefeated. What? I thought I saw a Bleen on there undefeated. What?
Let me see if I
What's
can get
going
stuff
on?
here.
Is there this thing has a nice little spread to it.
graphic.
If not now, we'll get it back up before
I'm
the
sure-
next
I'm
round
sure we'll
fires
get it
off
back,
for
but
sure.
that
We'll
is
get the graphic
insane.
back up for you. It won't be
Maybe
too
we can
difficult.
support Sky and get some of that Bleen out here on the
Oh,
streams.
the stonks on Sapphire Steel going up. Sky, I got your back. That's the goal. Let's see if we can get those stonks back up.
Let's
All
go.
right, we'll take care of it for you. You want to see those undefeateds?
There we go.
Let's
Made
take a
it
look.
happen.
Let's take a
Oh,
look.
Mikey's still cooking.
Yo.
Okay.
Oh wait, this is through round 3.
Yes. So that's not. Yeah. So through round 3. So this was not
This is
counting
before.
Yeah, this is not counting round 4.
Okay, because Ryan was
Okay.
still on there. Okay, so some of
Yes.
these some of this might be different.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is through round 3. So half of these people aren't, depending on who they paired up against, may not be.
Bro, look at this spread. So I'm kind of close. I'm not gonna say I nailed it, but look at this spread. There are 8 people undefeated as of this round. Of course, this will change, and I think that's 8 different decks. Am I missing something here?
That's it looks that way. Look at that. There's some Wayne Jotham. I'm sorry if I pronounced Jotham. I'm not sure.
Let's go with Jotham.
But that person is cooking over
Let's
there
go.
with the Bleen.
Look at that Bleen, young Bleen warrior in the building out
Young
there.
Yeah.
Bleen.
I'm gonna see if we can get young Bleen, and if he won the match, we definitely want to. Let me see if I could. Can we get young Bleen?
Young Bleen, please.
Young Bleen.
Young Bleensy.
On
Young
cam.
Bleen. This is a new code.
Young Bleen if
Oh,
still
dude.
undefeated.
Hashtag Young Bleen taking over. Jotham is now Young Bleen.
Jotham's new melee name, new Twitter name, Young Bleen.
And then
Let's
we
do
got Amber Steel, one Amber Steel. We got one green purple holding it down. Tanawin holding it down for me and Gabe as the green purple connoisseurs. Mikey, obviously, we know that he was still undefeated in round 3 with Blurple.
And Justin holding it down for. Look at that. Sapphire Steel, undefeated, holding it down.
You see
Justin.
that? Everybody said it was dead. Nobody knows anything.
Did.
Can we
Yeah.
just
Look
admit?
at this
Can we just
tournament,
admit
though, man.
nobody knows anything?
Yeah. Can we just say it right now?
Like, no, not even me. Like, nobody knows
Nobody.
anything.
Nobody.
Because everybody gets online and says, this deck lost, this deck's not good, Diablo's broken, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. Nobody knows.
Oh,
Everybody just chill.
They killed this. They killed. Nobody killed nothing.
Everybody just chill. Look at this meta. Look at this beautiful graph.
And there's no
You know, a couple weeks ago,
undefeated
this would've
Emerald
been very
Steel.
different.
There's so much Emerald Steel in the building today too. None of them
Yep.
are undefeated. They're all taking their lumps as Diablo is in a no-fly zone still.
And
I
you know
think
what
this
else
is
I
incredible.
noticed here, Mr. JD?
Yeah.
What was the most represented deck in the room today?
Emerald Steel.
Do you see any Emerald Steel on here?
I don't see a single copy of the undefeated through round number 3.
Yeah.
So we are going to round number 4. This is going to be an incredible finish to this tournament because literally anything can happen. The top tables right now are 8 different unique strategies here. You don't really see that too often. I mean, especially in the last couple of months, we all got completely demotivated with the Sapphire Spring or Sapphire Winter that we had, the coldest winter ever. And now it seems like we've blossomed into this beautiful, luscious, vibrant Arcadia Island springtime with everything is viable, everything is playable, and it's indicated by the top echelon of this tournament that you have here. So it's updated. Oh, we got Young Bleen. Take him straight to
Young Bleen.
Take him straight to Jotham City. Let's go.
Let's go, Ken.
Young Bleen. Hashtag Young Bleen.
Bleen.
My request is that the name, instead of saying Jotham, it says Young Bleen. Let's see if we can get him on board.
Can we get Jotham? Take him to Jotham City, aka Young Bleen.
Oh my god! I'm gonna laugh if it's not even how you pronounce his name. It's like Joe Tom or something like that.
Wait, hold on. I'm checking the chat. Is that Justin? Is that Justin Shaddock? No, Justin. Is that the Justin? What's his name? Justin.
The Diz dude. Could that be the Diz dude?
Is that Justin?
Not Justin Rios because he's on a different.
Not Justin Rios. The Blue Steel Justin. I can't. What's his code name? In Justin Shadows. Yes, Jack Shadows.
Justin Shadow. Oh,
Jack Shadows. That's Jack Shadows. Jack Shadows is there.
Maybe. I don't.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
It's entirely possible.
Okay. My bad. Sorry, I'm hyped.
He's geeking out right now.
I'm geeking out, man. I'm a big Jack Shadows supporter.
Damn, we got green, purple. My dream would be if we were about to see green, purple versus green, blue.
Yeah.
But
also of note here, like we talked earlier about who would make it through to top 8. Now, granted, not being undefeated doesn't mean you won't be in top 8.
For sure.
However, I think it's important to notice that the names here, these are not like, these aren't the gorillas that we were talking about earlier this morning when we said, who's going to win the quote unquote the pros,
very true,
or like somebody who represents the player base a little bit more.
No Bivens on here, no Zan on here, no Hector on here. You never know.
The field is cooking right now.
I mean, X1 is still fine. I'm sure all those players are hanging out, no problem. But it is interesting to see this list with some sleeper players coming up and trying to make themselves some money today. So,
and seeing such a small undefeated portion of the tournament through 4 rounds means that a lot of people are just going down early. So it might, an X2 could potentially slip in there, especially when you get to this next round. People might start drawing in that 6th round, 7th round. I think they might do some weird melee things in there. So there could be a potential X2 slide in there. So I think there's a lot of tournament left to be played, man. But
you're not kidding.
For sure. Yeah, we definitely got a lot of room to still make it happen. But honestly, just seeing this is making me happy because I would imagine at least a couple of these will be making their way in a top 8. So that's always good to see. I mean, any kind of variety in top 8 is always good for me. For me. So
yeah, facts.
Awesome.
Ooh, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get Justin versus Jotham City.
Young Bleen. I love that. I love that.
Ooh, we'll see. We gotta see what the plans.
I am a Justin Shadows fan. I keep getting a mix because there's a Jack Shadows and there's a Shaddox, and I'm like, okay, you guys need to split up your code names a little bit. I'm a big fan of the code name, the gamer tags over your real name.
That's like everybody screwed me up. I'm gonna come out on the record here. I was first to 20, all right. It's the set before set 1, all right. Did Gen Con, D23, all that. I was already first to 20, and then came like Attack for 2, and then came first to lore, and then
lore
came
pro.
No 20 lore. 20 lore I can understand because that that's not a complete, that's actually something different.
No, let's start some heat.
But everybody confuses me now with Attack for 2 and all this stuff, and it's like, you know what? I just want to let people know who I am. I don't want to just be blending in with the others. I want to be, people want to know who I am.
Yeah, you gotta be original. Attack for 2, that's Dave. That's Dave, another super strong player.
What if somebody came out and said, "Oh, I'm JDB and I do commentary"? And you'd be like, "No, what?"
I don't know.
I'd be upset. I'm still
Dragon John Z.
I'm still absolutely stunned that people get me mixed up with Dragon Johns because I blame you guys for one, okay? Because you guys in this booth would call him Dragon, not J.
I called him the janitor. I said Dragon Janitor
He's cleaning up
Johns
the dragon.
because he would clean up the table. He would clean them up.
No, because I think you called him J. What did you guys call him? I forget.
DJZ. I think we called him
DJZ. Yeah, you guys called him
DJZ.
DJZ.
No,
DJZ.
you guys is a lot of people. I
Yeah,
did
that's
never,
a lot of people.
never have I ever called him DJZ.
You guys
I would
called
never
him
do that to you.
DJZ, okay? And it got
I
so
would never
bad.
do that to you.
It got so bad that he had some success in the tournament, and someone's tagging me, telling me, "Hey,
You're like,
congrats, JDZ, man.
You came to
I didn't know
Florida?"
you was out here cooking like that, man. Good job, dude." And it's a picture of freaking Dragon Johns. I'm like, bro, we don't look anything the same. Come on, man. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it was a little. It got a little questionable there.
But I laughed. I thought it was funny.
It is funny. It is funny.
It was a
But
good
it's just I always think of it because every time I go into Wonder's stream, he's always like, "Is this Skinner or is Attack for Two Skinner or is first to lore Skinner? Which one is Skinner?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh,
yeah,
come on, man."
And just to give you some insight, so I just got word from production. So we have the pairings up. They're getting ready to put them up there. We're going to be seeing Young Bleen, folks. Jotham City,
Let's
Young
go.
Bleen is going to be going up against Tanawin. So we're going to get an emerald amethyst versus a sapphire.
That's a dream of mine, and
Yeah.
I believe I'm
Okay.
stepping away. So I believe it's your turn to hang out in here.
Yeah,
I think if Justin wins, we got to get a Justin feature next match. If we can support a Justin feature, win, lose or draw. I think he's gonna be on the bubble. We got to get him into the dojo as well. I'm here. I mean, I can make one request. If we can get Justin in the building at some point, I think that would
All
he'll
right,
be
Stephanie,
appreciated.
you heard it here. You heard it here first. So our production is listening in the
JDZ's
background.
calling the shots. guys.
JDZ is
If I
calling.
can't,
it.
if it's not too much trouble. I mean, if it's
No,
not
it
too
ain't
much
no trouble at all. You
Okay,
trust
okay.
me. You're
Okay.
driving the bus. We'll hang out in the back
Yeah,
seat.
absolutely.
Let's go.
All right, so
All right,
I'm
we're
gonna
taking
step
this-
away. I'm gonna leave you here,
Oh.
Gabe. Oh, no, not step away. I'm gonna stay here with you.
I need an adult, but JDZ scares me. I don't know.
JDZ.
Oh, my bad.
Don't be
I'm
scared.
here. Oh, I'm in the
He's
building.
nothing like DJZ,
Hey,
so don't worry about it.
And get all them bleen memes in there. I see Katie's out there cooking. I can see them. Okay, bleen
Yeah,
with
let's
it,
go.
rock with it.
Believe
Bleen
with it, rock with it. That's
dude, we got that
Okay,
bleen
all
in
right.
my
Give us,
cup.
guys, give us your best bleen.
Yeah. Oh, I love
Bleen meme in the chat.
the dean of Bleen. I
The
love that.
dean
This
of
is good.
bleen. The dean of mean is bleen, dude. Take him to
Give us
Jotham
your
City
best
and get bleen with it.
pun.
Oh
Bro,
my goodness.
Get them bleen plans rolling.
Bleen
dude.
with it, rock with it might be the best one though.
Justin Bleenberg. Oh, we gotta work on that one.
Justin
Soft, man.
Bleenberg.
Come on.
Insane. Just not, I mean, taking a look at this field, man, it's just crazy. Look at the undefeated field. So nuts.
And for those
All right.
asking for lists, guys, obviously we don't have the list right away because we are still watching the tournament, but all lists will be available after the event. So
Let's go.
be sure to check that out. And in the meantime, I'm gonna dip out and I'm probably gonna be watching this game from the sidelines because I'm really excited to see it. But I
Let's
hope
go.
you and Gabe enjoy it. And
Oh,
chat, I leave you in good hands.
Yes.
Goodbye.
It's gonna be a match. We got 2 4-0s, and Gabe, we got your baby.
oh my
Amethyst,
goodness.
Emerald in the building versus the big Bleen, the Bleen machine. As a lot of people, I don't know. I honestly don't know how this deck is becoming like a fan favorite deck because the deck is absolutely degenerate. I mean, it's played some of the most ridiculous cards. I hate playing against this deck. I think it is
Yeah.
one of the worst decks to play against, but
It
people
is
love
nuts.
it. I don't know why.
I mean, we talked about it earlier. You know, the card that we consider to be the most hyped card is in this color combination.
Yeah.
Will we see it? Are we going to understand finally after 2.5 months just how degenerate of a card it was? Was it worth all the hype? We might find out today for the first time in 2.5 months.
And I think I think this Bleen strategy, this blue and green, sapphire emerald strategy has multiple identities as well. They can play,
does.
I've seen the item version, which I think is very potent. I've seen the all-in on Clarabelle version, which I think is quite potent. I've also seen like an all-in like tempo version, just straight bounce back, set up these powerful bend to my will under the sea turns with music, a lot of songs. I've seen that version. So I'm excited to see what Jotham, straight from Gotham, taking the Bleen City, is about to be rocking on in here today. As I believe they won the dice roll, they're going to be on the play.
It certainly looks that way, and I'm just so I'll leave as they're figuring out their mulligans. I'm gonna spill again. I love spilling a little bit of like that behind the scenes, that backstage pass type thing. Last event that we had here was pre Hiram and Fortisphere Man. We were actively, Liam was here with us. We were actively hunting down every pairing that we could that wasn't featuring Ruby Sapphire or Sapphire Steel because it was so prevalent. It was so crazy because we knew that we got near the end, we weren't going to have a choice. Now it's just, we have not had to once figure out who needs. No, it was just we name a name, they show up, fantastic matchup. Didn't matter. So I'm loving this as as somebody who has the opportunity to be behind the screen and casting, being able to tell that story to all of you that are watching these Illumineers play Lorcana and cast these glimmers. This is just like this is a dream for me. I mean, JDZ, I don't know about you.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, as a broadcaster, I've been where you have sat because we were there too. And again, shout out to my good friend Katie who's in the chat right now. We sat there for 20 hours one weekend just doing broadcasts over multiple tournaments. And it was just a nonstop Sapphire Steel, Ruby Sapphire mirror fest for 20 hours straight. And by the end of it, I was like, dude, is this the game that I want to play? I had to start questioning my own love for the game because it was like, this can't be what we all want to do for the rest of our lives. So the Hiram thing, I think, granted, it did hurt me at first because I did enjoy some Sapphire and Steel. But now I think just looking at this tournament and the tournaments I've been covering since Hiram has been removed from the game is better, Gabe. It's significantly improved. And there's no question about it. So I think the right decision was made overall because, like you said, just looking at the amount of parity that we have in the top tables of this tournament right now, we have 8 different decks being represented and a multitude of other strategies being represented in this tournament is just an indicator that we have a very healthy metagame, which is just makes for a better game. I mean, it's open and shut there.
There's just no question about it. You can, we can look at Lorcana as like its own case study. We can look across the board across other games. We have enough history of all kinds of trading card games, and it's easy to see that the more diverse the meta is, the more different options are available for players to choose that have a real serious shot at doing some damage at a tournament or just even at locals, even on a kitchen table. Forget about at a kitchen table. That is what's going to help this game just keep moving in that right direction. And I'm just so excited about the future. And when we see that they're willing to make a change like this, granted it did hurt some people, so I do want to show some empathy there. But still, it was unnecessarily or unfairly the right thing to do, and I apologize to those that it affected. But we see a coil down on the Bleen side, so Jotham City, young Bleen inking a coil. So we're seeing some strategy here.
Absolutely, but I did get it wrong. Townowin did get on the play first, and I do enjoy the cape method on the jacket, keeping the jacket in cape mode, arms free, jacket draped over shoulders. Thoughts on that before we go on?
It's giving anime vibes, and I gotta say I love it. I'm all in. The only thing we're missing is if Tanwin leaves the table, making sure that they're running with hands behind back.
I would support that. I think that is really, really neat. I might have to encourage that. You just kind of keep the collar tucked in a little bit. Very, very cool indeed. As we garner whiff on the Ursula, but you did take a sneak peek of the hand. It looks like you're all in on this Clarabelle. You got mad ramp. Get the Clarabelle in with Vision of the Future. So you're playing this tempo Bleen, it seems, as young Bleen is going to have to try to negotiate these treacherous obstacles. And it seems like Tanawin is playing more of that your bread and butter, man. Got that mid-range super tempo deck. Let's see if who's gonna win. What do you think about this matchup, just based on the 2 hands that we've seen so far?
Oh, this is a wild matchup. Like this does it. Like when we think about like who's quote unquote favored or not favored, that's not a thing here. This really can go a number of ways. Now, when we were looking at Jotham's deck here, we're seeing a strategy that kind of requires you to run to a specific number of ink. And what happens is there's going to be a number of turns where you're just going to be down tempo because you're trying to ramp. You're playing things like Sail. You're playing cards to try to just advance your ink count, which means you're kind of having to ignore the characters. But when the characters come, boy, oh boy, is Tanawin going to be real mad. Conversely, what Tanawin wants to see with a deck like with what they're running, they want to see characters with low strength counts. They want to see characters that can see things like a kid. They want to see things that they can deal with and interact with. And if there's nothing to interact with, Tanawin's alternate strategy is going to be to just, well, then maybe I need to turn things sideways and try to win as fast as I can, and then do my best to swat away the problems if they show up, and hopefully they're not too bad.
For sure. I think that's what Tannen was taking, like this aggressive approach, bringing in just an invasive go-go threat, throwing out the Chernobog followers just to maybe exert these characters and get them loose. You can't check this Tipo. Looking at the hand, you have the Fishbone Quill as well. So maybe you might have to take another turn off, get this Fishbone Quill established, and just ramp heavy to this Clarabelle plan. I don't know 100%. If that's going to be good enough if Tannen can identify that and just aggro you out as you get to another Fishbone Quill. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, especially so Tanawin did get a chance to go first. Tanawin, and what's indicating to me that Tanawin is running is we're playing a go-go as if it was just a two-cost character to play on turn 2. You generally want to save that. You generally want to save Gogo. Gogo is great, especially if you know that you're playing into a Clarabelle. Clarabelle's got a lot of willpower. And
Hmm.
so that's an opportunity to apply a lot of strength, to apply a lot of damage onto Clarabelle, and to get like
Right.
five lore in whatever turn we get to do that. So what Tanwin is indicating to us is, well, you know what? I need to value the race. I'm running. I'm going for the gold. I'm running.
For sure. So it looks like we're all in on this Turbo Clarabelle plan, as we are doing a great job, fantastic job of bleeding our hand. So I'd like to see a flood here if Tanwan can put one together, but you can make your own Clarabelle clapback, it looks like, as we do have this light on our hooves here. You can stumble in, bust up this fishbone quill. You'll elect not to do that. Keep the tempo as high as possible and play this 4-cost genie for another card. And then you just have to figure out this Clarabelle thing on the crackback, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's value to both. If Tanwin is again indicating to us that they are valuing the race.
Hmm.
Choosing not to get rid. It doesn't. You know what? Go ahead and fishbone quill. You're not gonna be around long enough to play your Clarabelle. Is essentially what Tanwin is telling Jotham.
Right. So we'll see how that works out, because this Clarabelle is going to get some tremendous value here. And you have this Heffalumps and Woozles. Or will you take some time off and try to establish this Kit the Cloud kicker and resend some tempo back to your opponent's hand, and then do the Clarabelle play on the next turn? I'm not sure what the correct
That's
play is,
tough.
but let's see
That's tough.
what Jotham City is going to do here. Sitting
Yeah,
at 4-0, I'm sure you had to make these decisions all day long. And it's going to be a Heffalumps and Woozles on this Genie.
yeah.
That'll slow down a little bit.
I think it has to be. The problem with Kit in this matchup is that the things you're going to Kit back are things that Tanwin is not mad about getting.
Hmm.
What you're going to give? You're going to let Tanwin play another genie and draw another card. You're going to let Tanwin get the go and use it later. Like any decision that you make is not a fantastic one. There's not like a clear cut winner. Instead, though, Jotham is like, well, you race for your lore. I'm going to race for ink, and here we are. We're bringing down some hooves onto this dance floor.
And she's out there drawing two. So you are going to elect to keep that Kit Cloud kicker, getting into another one, and you're welcome. So you need to get to a Muses, I think, is your next linchpin or your next piece of the
Yeah.
puzzle that you need to get to, as Tanawin board is quite wide. And you also are setting yourself up for this nice under the sea. So I think I might have to clear this Tipo, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. I mean that's certainly part of the puzzle there. Now we know that Jotham's got that Clarabelle out. So hand size is something Tanwin is thinking about. Tanwin wants to utilize the hand.
Ooh,
Is saying, oh,
look
bounce
at
it
that.
back. Okay, there you go.
Talk
Okay,
about some tempo.
there
As
you
we got
go.
the Mother Knows Best. That's a card that this deck has been in and out of rotation, but that came up huge, as you're going to set
Yeah,
Jonathan back an entire turn as you continue to expand horizontally.
yeah.
Board's getting wide.
If Jotham plays that Clarabelle, I want you to think of it this way: that Clarabelle costs 14. Okay,
Yeah.
that's essentially what just happened.
Would
So
you pay 14 ink to draw two cards?
No, especially not because of where Tenwin's hand is right now. It does it. I mean, at this point, I'd rather establish a board because look at where Tenwin's at. Tenwin
Yeah.
is sitting 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters that can keep turning sideways. Right now, you've got a Tipo. He needs to get threats out there that can start to deal with
Hmm.
these little characters. And Clarabelle's cool, but Clarabelle doesn't have evasive. And the biggest problem right now is it's a card called Genie.
Yep.
Wish fulfilled.
Okay, so that is a little something. I think you might have to just force this Muses in, as sad as it may sound.
Yeah,
I just looking at your hand, I think you might have enough ink opportunities to keep the Muses and set up this kit to just slow your opponent down a little bit. To your point, Tanawin has just been foot acceleration mode this entire time, really showing no signs of slowing down. I think you gotta have to force him to slow down a little bit, even at the cost of a little bit of card economy. So I think you got to get the
yeah.
Muses and probably have to sing "You're Welcome" next time, which feels very miserable.
Oh, miserable is an understatement. We were showing our discard pile, just making sure that our opponent understands. Oh, okay. So Tenowin's taking a look at that Heffalumps and Woozles, is trying to understand what exactly are the limitations on that. Always
Hmm.
good to read your opponent's cards if you don't know. Don't be afraid to do it. It's a bit of a flex to your opponent might think it's a flex, and they might be like, "Yeah, cool. You don't know this card. Just read the card, okay?
Yeah, just read it. Just read it.
Just read it."
And also, I adopted this technique. A player told me that even if you do know what the card does, just take the time to read it anyway, because one, your opponent might think that you don't know what their card does,
Oh,
and feel like they have a competitive advantage over you. And two, it'll give you some time to just decompress a little bit and take a break in the game. So just even if you don't even read it, just pick it up and look at it, and just take some time to gather your thoughts a little bit. while you're in these really high stress, high pressure situations is a tip for players that people use. Maybe
That's
not
actually
like
smart.
yeah, just to kind of compose yourself a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see the kit come down. The kit chose a genie, so
Hmm.
that does represent one more card draw, but it slows Tanwin down to the point that you were making, like having to slow him down. Oh, that does it. We're taking two lore off the board for one turn, at the cost of Tanwin being given another opportunity to draw a card if that's really the best option in hand. Now we
For
do see
sure.
Kit is in hand and opting to play that genie gets a library. Okay, there you go. So library is another opportunity just to collect lore. You don't have there's not a lot of strength on your opponent's side of the board.
I'm telling you right now, if Jotham City, if Young Bling can get to that under the sea right now, you are so bike, dude. You are back like you never left. If you can just top deck that under the sea right now, the game will
Yeah.
be completely reinverted, flipped on its head, because you will take a
Oh,
tremendous swing in momentum as every single character will get shipped to the bottom of that deck,
yep.
and it will be a disaster for Tanwin. So Young Jotham's hoping Young Bling can get Bling with it. Everyone's in your Bling injury for Under the Sea if that's something you guys want to see. But I'm sure Tanwin is just trying to say, please, you got a couple turns not to do this to me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be a matter of just not letting Jotham draw as much as we can. So if we can prevent that Clarabelle from being effective, now we know that there's a You're Welcome waiting in hand. So using that You're Welcome to try to get to more tools, maybe using it on your own character, using it on a Tipo or something, just to try to
Hmm.
get to something like an Under the Sea. Now Under the Sea is only half the solution because Jotham needs characters that can sing Under the Sea, or
For
we'll
sure.
need to hardcast it too. We have muses. Muses has hit the table. This can be a big shift in the game for Jotham if done correctly.
Yeah, I think you might have to set up. As unfortunate as it sounds, you might have to hard cast as you're welcome. Give your opponent some cards, bounce too. But at this point, you're not even trying to play this card advantage game. You're just trying to play this survival. You're in survival mode, and
Yeah.
sometimes in survival mode, you just got to go ugly early, as you are going to rip this. You're welcome. Probably have to send one of these genies back to the deck. Give your opponent two cards, and have to bounce the other genie too, which is just
Yeah.
three more cards.
It's just so tough. Jotham is put in the position to play the tempo deck, which is where Emerald Amethyst generally finds itself at in this gameplay. So Jotham having to do the thing that Tanwin probably is used to doing.
Hmm.
Um, Certainly an interesting spot. Jotham would like to be drawing cards, would like to be just kind of dominating the board here with just a lot of really wonky characters. But what we've got is a Muses that presents a pretty significant threat to the board state. We've got a Tipo that's just kind of hanging out, just doing Tipo things. And then we've got a Kit who sent someone away and it's like, all right, well, I'm here to quest now. So I did the thing I needed to do. I'm going to quest.
And
What is
now
cool is if we can sing something and Muses grabs that Kit and then just keeps bouncing people, that'd be good too.
yeah, just keep resetting your own kit, get yourself set up. But looking at Tanawin's hand, it is bulky, and that
It
is
is,
also
yeah.
going to fuel that next Clarabelle that you know your opponent has. So unless you got some kind of discard or something, you want to flood your hand to prevent your opponent from setting up this robust Clarabelle on you, which you know is there because you put it there. This library is quite huge as well. Double of
Ooh,
them. Ooh, double dip
double
the chip.
library.
Ooh.
Holy moly. Yeah, this is wild. So we just went from a 10-turn clock to a 5-turn clock in just
Hmm.
three ink.
But
Crazy.
you do still have that you're welcome, so you will be able to spin these libraries back to deck and get another bounce back to your opponent's hand. But like you said, to your point, what do you really want to bounce? Do you want to put this? Do you really want to put this go-go back on your opponent's hand? Do you really want to put this Ursula back in your opponent's hand? I'm not
Exactly.
sure, but you have to clear these libraries though, because they will win the game on their own.
They certainly will. And because we had characters on board, we had glimmers on board that were dry. That clock that I talked about earlier, that 5-turn clock, actually, it's let's call it a 4.5-turn clock,
Hmm.
is what it boils down to. And of course, Tanwin's job is to shorten that clock, just to make that clock so dangerous. Jotham has really very few options here if the library is not part of if removing the library isn't part of that strategy.
For
Oh,
sure. And we have Goat Bounce is available in hand for Tanawin as well. So just
yes.
more stuff to think about as we have this a second installment of Your Welcome hitting the library. What are we bouncing? I think
Oh,
do you
yeah.
bounce the Ursula or do you bounce the Go-Go or your own kit?
I okay. So choosing. Oh, debate. There was almost a decision made to send the Go-Go back, and then uh, Jotham's kind of looking at that character that's turned sideways. Looked at that Muses and was like, "Nah, maybe no,
Maybe I don't want to do that.
maybe not that thing. Maybe something else."
quite possibly that could be a dangerous maneuver if you were to send that go-go back with 13. You know this deck can goat bounce like the best of them. You will send that go-go back to the
Oof,
hand, so
that's
you're
tough.
blade running here
That's
as Clarabelle's
tough,
going to
dude.
draw Jillian.
Yeah, because so we've got the warded character down. If okay, so yeah, we have characters down. That's fine. But look at that. Now we've already got 1 damage on characters. Now,
Mm-hmm.
granted, they're going to go away on a second one. Neither of those characters are going to survive a second damage. But that Clarabelle is a fantastic target. If we can get some damage on that thing, the Muses is not too bad. We can get up to 3 additional lore, and then to the point that you made in hand, which is kind of
No,
clumped
he
up
can't.
right now.
No, he can't. He can't. We were mistaken. He cannot go
Oh,
that
sorry.
music because it's a warded
Sorry.
character.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I don't
I
know
mean,
anything.
I'm looking at that Clarabelle. I'm looking at these other because he's got
Yeah.
0. So if you exert that
Good call.
Clarabelle, you're putting that thing's got 6 in the
Yeah.
willpower. You can definitely get a 5-piece off of that, especially
Yeah.
with this goat. So now your Clarabelle can't even quest, or you're just
Exactly.
going to lose the game immediately,
And
and
what
that is
this goat
just
does,
dangerous.
with a potential bounce character here, what this does is this makes the amount of damage that I need to put on Clarabelle less. I don't need as much damage every time I do something that gives me like a second goat, for example.
Yeah, this game is over.
This is not good. This is not good.
This game is just absolutely over, man. I think there's
Jotham City.
unless you can get to you need like a double sapphire coil. You need a sapphire coil under the sea right now. You have the ink geyser. You have the all is found. You need the sapphire coil. I think that's your missing piece, and you just do not have it.
No.
So unless you have something that can send, you have more. You're welcome. No, you don't have anything to put them back into the deck. I think the game just ends right here with that double goading, and the go-go in Loom is just a GG automatically.
Right. They're
Yeah.
goated with the sauce for sure right now. Speaking of goats, as we're seeing, just so these two leaving the board state or leaving the board with any means represents getting to 18. So we just need to figure out how do we get 2 more. If Tana can get 2 more lore, this game is over.
Yeah, he's got the go-go. He's literally holding go-go in hand. So if you can't exert anything, like you can't win if you're John, unless you get to that bend of my will. Maybe you can draw that somehow. I don't think that is a possibility unless you can figure out a way to. What are we getting here? As all is found is going to send 2 more to the inkwell.
Yep, sends characters to the inkwell. We see Jotham's thinking through what does this mean exactly? We see some options in hand. I believe
you're gonna guys up. He can guys.
We just geysered, folks.
Look at that.
Came. The game. This card is so cheating. Just flip the table. Flip the table, Tanawin. This is not a fair card. People threaten to leave the game because of this card, and it might not be wrong.
Let's go. And honestly, this actually might not be too bad because I think you inked you did ink a sapphire coil, even though you don't have the ink to deploy it. You can ink twice this turn. I don't think you've inked yet. Or you can get some of those your welcomes to spin these goats back to the deck. But again, that's going to be 2. And you're just opening yourself up for a potential double go-going next turn. Well, no, you can't get double. You can't even double go-go because you sent all your ink back.
Yep,
this might be it. Okay, that's the line. Maybe Geyser is going to be a win condition here.
Wow, if that's the case, I'll eat another egg. That's how. Let's see if Tanawin loses this game, I'm eating an egg. Let's see.
I'll eat it. I'll have to buy me an egg too. If I can get me one of my own red pickled eggs, I can do it.
I'll ship one. I mean, they're pretty well pickled. If I ship it, it should do all right. It should do well for at least a week.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. They eat like 100-year-old century eggs too. I don't know what that means, but I try a pickled egg if you can pull this one off. But I think this one still might be a bit long in the tooth with that go-go looming.
Yes.
It still might be a bit difficult as Clarabelle is preparing to sing. You gotta you're welcome the goat. That'll put you 18. You gotta you're welcome both of these goats. That'll put you 18. That'll put you to
Yep. And Jotham's identifying that. Like, look, I do not win this game if these goats stay on this board any longer than they need to. And yeah, there you go. We've got 2. Now, this is interesting. So we're gonna well, hold on. I was gonna say they should shuffle 1 back first to
let's do it 1 at a time. Let's just resolve them. Yeah, let's just
all right. I was about to run out. I was about to run to the other side of the building.
Yeah. we are the chat's already on fire, dude. Just ready to just light the whole system up, dude. Let's just take it slow. Let's resolve them 1 at a time, get all those triggers, pull Muse out of the bag, do the next one. And so we can do this the right way. Shout out to the judge for being there super quick on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We're quick to throw hate, but nobody's quick to throw love as they 100%. Fix that almost immediately.
Exactly. And so we're triggering the second one. All right. So opting for that. And yeah, I mean, at this point, Tanawin needs to have ink. So play an ink, play a goat. He's probably hoping to draw one of these goats that
No,
went
the game
in.
is the game is. I think that's library still in play. The game just might be over because he goes in
Oh
19
yeah,
with
that's
library,
right.
and then Go comes down
Library
and
is
just wins.
yeah. The shine
So
on that library made me not see it.
for sure, yeah, this game is actually over. I would have. I don't think Jotham City, aka Young Gleam, probably should have got up out of here a little bit
Yeah,
ago. But
it might be. Yeah, we might be wasting time here,
hmm
and that's okay. You know, if you think you may have the out, you wanna play it through. In Tanawin's case, of course, this is beneficial to Tanawin. Tanawin gets to see more of the deck,
for sure,
more information.
absolutely. Especially if you know you're playing a slower deck. I hate to keep talking about Scoop City, but that you knew that Go was there. It's just time. Like you can't stop it. Library gains, Go gains, and
Yeah,
you're done.
exactly.
Or what you could have done, you had two bounce options. You could have just bounced both of those damage cards back to your hand and then prevented that line of play from taking place. And then you could have potentially played on. But it is what it is. As we're going to move on into, because I don't think he used those Muse's abilities to bounce anything in that situation.
Correct. Yeah, that was either missed or chose not to. But in either case, yeah, that's where we're at. So we're gonna go into game 2. Tanawin closes down game 1. So we're seeing Jotham City. It seems as though the asylum's opened up, and we're letting them all out. And yeah, hopefully we can solve for this.
Let's go.
Let's go. Bleen man needs to figure this out, okay, and collect all these crazy. What's the word for a group of bad guys? No.
Villains.
Menagerie?
No,
Is it a
no.
menagerie?
A menagerie. Menagerie is like animals. It's like a zoo almost. Menagerie.
Well,
It's
there
a
you go.
it's a what, like a bunch of villains. What do we call a bunch of villains?
There's
A
a
league
word for it.
a league of doom. They call it Legion of Doom. I don't know.
It's gonna kill me forever.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. I'll figure it
it'll
out. And I'll
hit you.
come back and I'll come screaming it out to everybody.
It'll hit you. I'm sure
On my
it'll
stream.
just drop on you like a ton of bricks to it. You'll be
Yeah.
waking up in the middle in the shower or something like, oh
Yeah.
you get a DM at 2 a.m. like JDZ. It's all this.
I'll do a stream on SSG midnight when I finally figure it out. It'll be a 3-minute stream where I say, guys, I figured it out. This is the word. All right, you all can go back to bed now.
What? No. Like, Gabe, what are you talking about? We lost it.
Yeah, I've lost the plot at that point.
Okay.
I'll be covered in pickled eggs at that point.
He's drunk on vinegar. He's drunk on vinegar and red dye number 40. Someone get him a medic. His kidneys are failing. As we got young Bleen out here trying to go 1 for 1. Looking at the time, there's 26 minutes left. We still got 2 more potential games to play. Correct. As this game does go a bit long, the shuffles are taking place. Let's lock in as Tanawin is the protagonist here. Cape draping, curls pop, or look like the bangs are bouncing too. It looks very cool. I mean, he looks like he's built for this.
Yeah, this is. I mean, just anime vibes all day. I'm so in. I'm about to go home and watch some Devil May Cry or something like that. Loving
a little bit of maybe some Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay,
there you go.
Move type beats. I feel it. Flock of the Seagulls, says Lorcana Spins. That's quite hilarious. The haircut is fire. Okay,
yeah,
I think it's quite premeditated.
I'm jealous that I can't grow a coif quite like that. I wish I could.
Same.
Did you see what was just? Look at this. This is a big Grandma Tala. Big Grandma
rock
Tala.
with it. Oh, a little spice is in.
Oh, Jotham City.
You reach, I teach. I don't hate that. You're playing Grandma Tala's already. A little bit of shift Grandma Tala in the building. I don't hate to see that. And you're playing All Is Found. Why not?
Yeah, 100%. You know, you every time you get to ink a card, you gain a lore. I mean, we're seeing this is like Jafar, but in a different universe here.
And he got the bell in here too. So you're all, this is Clarabelle Turbo as we got read. I love it.
Special. Strange but special in this build. I love it.
You're ramp all Clarabelle all the time as we got back-to-back read as Tana was like, bro, what is even happening right now? As you're playing, you're deep into the spice bag. Another bell is in hand, and it seems like you're holding double geyser genie on the job is going to be the play. So you're running into some inkability crisis here from Jonathan.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, we do know that there's an ink geyser sitting in hand, just the looming threat of all of your ink going away all of a sudden at any moment is existing in Jotham's hand.
I like that strategy a little bit. Just all in on ramp, geyser it all back, and then try to have a Clarabelle set up and just out advantage your opponent that way. seemed like a clean cut strategy, but Tana was like, you know what? Hey, I don't care. I'm going vertical. I'm going horizontal. You catch me, and I'll meet you at the
Right.
finish line. As we're going to try to
Ooh.
slow him down again with this up tempo Kit Cloud kicker. I said it right that time.
You did. I'm very proud of you. Yeah, and when we think about that, Chatterbox followers, there's always the argument: is it worth it to keep it? Is it worth it to bounce it if there's a potential for a kit? I mean, being able to keep that thing around, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. And we see a library coming down in place on turn 3 at that 3 ink mark. That library was a problem last game.
Absolutely.
Let's see if Tenwin can keep it being a problem.
Absolutely. And just pointing out in chat, Erlmeyer says Tanawin is Tagalog for view. I knew that too. I am fluent in Tagalog. Magustang Tanawin na nang bundok. The
I'm
mountain
learning so
is
much.
good. Okay. Good view of the mountain or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Napakagandang Tanawin nang bundok. There we go. That's for all my Pinoys and Pinays out there. Take that with you in your travels. As we're going to go ahead and bring out the GOAT to be able to challenge in. So to protect your library as well.
Oh my goodness! There's goat on turn on turn 4, just immediately down, presenting the second lore of Tanowin's game. Generally speaking, when we're this early in the game, people generally will opt to ink the goat for other options to play more characters out. Tanowin is saying, you know what? Goat's pretty good. Goat's pretty good at 4. Pretty good willpower, pretty good strength. Well, let's play it.
And he kind of protects this library as well in a weird kind of way, because anytime you try to challenge into the library to clear it, Goat can actually enter into combat. You realize that Goat has that powerful 4 up there for a reason. So he can do some damage, he can clear a lot of stuff, but you're going to have to kind of force in a little bit of damage into this library because it can kind of start to pile up. And as we saw last game, it ran away with it a little bit. We will go ahead and take some self-tempo back, potentially bounce the Kit Cloud Kicker.
Yeah, maybe not. I'd be surprised if not. I mean, Kid is good in this matchup. There's a lot of characters. Yep. Okay. So just thinking about it and debating, but ultimately that is the right play to make. That's the right call to make. As we see another, it looks like Fishbone is Fishbone. Yeah, Fishbone. Let's do it.
And you don't have your win condition in hand just yet in the form of the Clarabelle. So you're trying to, maybe you can dig for it, potentially set up a Clarabelle next turn as you check. Miss. You didn't get to the big cow.
Didn't get to the cow. Yep. There will be no dancing at the club for the cow, at least not right now.
Not this time. But you will go ahead and elect to select the Grandma Tala. Maybe that'll give you 2 more reaches in to see if you can find that thing coming in. This would be a perfect time to get a Clarabelle in, but you just could not get to it. You are also holding on to that ink geyser to potentially set yourself back up in the event that you do fall behind. But Clarabelle would have been absolutely lovely there.
Yeah, and we're using this Fishbone Quill to good effect. We're just we're collecting these cards, putting them in a place where maybe eventually they'll come back to my hand, getting some use out of them. And yeah, I mean, you want to, the goal here for Jotham, we need to get to the number. I got to play to my outs. We know that we're looking for a Clarabelle. We know he's looking for that cow. Jotham's looking for that cow. So Jotham's saying, well, I don't have the cow right now, but I got to pretend like I got the cow, because if I get the cow and I can't play it, then I'm in trouble either way. So let's set that game up.
But that kind of hurts, as we do have one of the only item interaction in the format still, in the form of this Clarabelle clumsy guess, I believe her name is. She comes in and pops that Fishbone Quill, and that kind of set. I'm sure Jotham hated to see that one.
That's rough. You just spent 3. You just spent 3 ink to play a card. You got one use of. On average, I think you can get 3 or 4 in a game, and we barely got one. That's tough.
That's rough. And it came out and popped up. I'm sure you knew that was an option that they do have. They did show it last game, and it showed up in the perfect time to disrupt your Fishbone Quill play there. But you still have not gotten to your Clarabelle. You still would take it, but now your opponent is threatening a Clarabelle on you as we're playing. Talk about Genie Wars. Let's talk about Clarabelle Wars and see how that's going to work. Ink Geyser me now when I got my Clarabelle up. That would feel miserable.
Baby, ring that bell. Let's see who gets the cow out first. Holy moly, this is wild. And quick shout out. I want to do a quick shout out. So we are streaming on multiple platforms today. We're streaming across Twitch, on X as well as on YouTube. And JDZ, would you believe it? We are approaching 800 viewers across all of our platforms.
Well, let's go. Everybody, if you're watching this, make sure whatever platform you're on, hit the like or hit the follow or maybe even hit a comment and let us know that you're out here, where you're watching from, how you're digging the vibes, or if there's anything that we can change to make the production even better. Every time I watch a Southside Gaming streaming, the production increases every single time, and that's through viewer feedback, I'm sure. So make sure you let
100%.
your voice be heard. And I personally appreciate you guys being out here watching this and bringing this thing to life. I love being here with Gabe and Skinner as they're bringing this tournament to life, and it just pumps me up with so much joy just being a part of this community. So thank you guys for watching it.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
you. Speaking of having your family watch the stream, Grandma Tala hits the table. Tell your grandma about the stream too. She might love some Latana. Let's do this.
Let's go. As we do have the grandma, the goat will finally get a quest in. It's been an eternal goat. He's been on board for a minute. Never mind, he's gone. And just as quick as he came, he's gone back to the hand.
You got flying goats. Oh goodness gracious! That goat flew off that table. It couldn't be faster. We love it. We love to see it. A good goat is one that's sitting in hand. That's a good, that and a curry goat. We love curry goat too.
Sorry, I'm getting trolled in the chat. I think the JDZ Quest chat has found the Southside Gaming chat because some people are watching from their iPod Nano. Some people are watching from a window on their fridge, and some people watching from New York. Okay, thank you from Fuse from watching from NY. I like shout out to NY crew as Lyle Tiberius Rourke is back.
Yes. What? We love to see it. Lyle, I missed you. It's been so many sets. Where have you been, bud?
Oh, he's back, dude. He's back. I know that's your guy. What do you think about Lyle Tiberius Rourke? And in this, where does he fit in this game? I think anything is on the table now, Gabe.
I would agree. I mean, at this point, I mean, it's not doing a whole lot, except it's currently a body. Now, obviously, the goal here is you want to start stealing lore from your opponent. This does put the opponent in a really weird spot. I can start collecting lore. But if I then deal with your characters, I'm going to lose that lore. So it gets really, really wonky. It makes the math very crazy. I love this card. I think the general consensus on this card is that it was a little slow, that it basically resulted in people getting to draws more than wins. And there's also always the argument of, you know, like, is this a good card all the time, or is this what we call a win more card? You know, is this a card that's only good because I'm already in the lead? And you know, so that there's always arguments amongst our deck builders, our Lumineers that are building decks out there. I like it. I think it's good. I just don't. It's not something you're playing for of.
Absolutely. And I think we just had a little bit of an accidental deck leakage, so we're just triggering a shuffle here, which I think we got to figure out something better with the shuffling, especially in Lorcana. I know other TCGs. I come from Yu-Gi-Oh. I know you have a Magic background. Shuffling really doesn't matter because we have like banish piles, we have exile piles, and out of play zones and things of that sort. But in Lorcana, there's a lot of bottom of the deck effects.
Tons of them.
There's just so many of them. And a lot of the remedies to repair the game state is shuffle the deck. And I think they're just going to break the game sooner or later. I think we got to figure out something else. I don't know what that something else is. I'm just identifying the problem, not a part of the solution, which is a problem. But I really hate the shuffle the deck thing because that is going to eventually start throwing the game off. But it is what it is. And I think it's fair enough. But I personally don't like that as the fix.
Yeah, here I'll do you a favor. I'll throw a potential fix out there. What if we had like a number, like we said, hey, take the bottom, I don't know, 20 cards of your deck, separate those, right? Then do the shuffle on the top 40 cards of your deck and fix the situation. Then place that on top of that 20 cards.
I think that would be better. At least give you a chance, because if I'm playing Daisy and I send 3 Pyre's Lives to the bottom of your deck and you shuffle them joints back to the top of your deck, I'm pissed. You know, I'm royally pissed. I'm upset about that. So I don't I don't know.
Ravensburger, you know, again, we love you. Everything that you've brought to this game, to this community, you can have that one for free too. All right, go ahead and throw that into your rule book, and it's yours.
Boom. It's too easy, because eventually what's going to happen, Gabe, is people are going to start abusing it, accidentally seeing some cards to get a shuffle and to get their Pirate's Life back into play, because that will be something that occurs. As the Fox is going to come on in, and Fox will be able to, I think you're getting into this Grandma Tala, I want to say, or no, he cleared something else. No, it's Lyle clears the Grandma.
Yeah, Lyle clears Grandma.
Fox saying, I believe, Mother Knows Best.
Yeah, okay. Mother Knows Best. Yes, correct. Mother Knows Best. And we still have that goat, that ever-present goat, that flying goat. There's so many things about that goat's got so many qualities. And what we see in Tanwin's hand, double rabbits all the way across the sky.
So Young Bleen is looking very, very compromised here, and I don't even know if you're playing the Under the Sea at all at this point. We've seen a ton of
I don't
cards in
think
your
he
deck. We haven't seen a single copy of Bend in My Wheel, and we haven't seen a single copy of Under the Sea. So you might be all in on this Clarabelle Geyser strategy, and I think you're cutting yourself off from
Yeah,
a lot of opportunity that this deck could do. So um, this is this is looking pretty grim Reaper over here.
it
As we are
is.
incorrect, I think he just hard casted one of those best quests with the Fox and then challenge in with Lyle Tiberius Rourke. So game state is stable. Jotham City sitting at 0. Young Bleen needs to make something happen as Tana Win is just gazing across for the Tana win.
Oh, he did it. He did the thing. Oh, we love it. This is. Are we calling this like? Oh, here we go. We've got a Huffalumps and
Heffalumps and
Woozles
Woozles.
on a goat, and of course that's a song. So we are bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
We are bouncing, and we've got that library that's just ticking away, just ticking away.
Keep in mind, yeah, that library came out on turn 3, so we can roll back the tape to see how much lore that thing has gained. But I'm thinking it's somewhere in that 4 or 5 range. It's
Yep,
a
that sounds
lot,
all
you
right.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
1, 2, 3, 4,
there's no ramp.
5.
Yep, there is no ramp in Tenwin's deck, given the color combination. So yeah, that would be reasonable to say that there's at least 4 lore
Mm-hmm.
that was added as a result of that library.
Insane. As we're going to our 5th lore on this thing, going up to
Oof.
12. This game is looking cooked. Clarabelle did get a nice little rebate there, not even too much because that fishbone quill got sniped way early on. I think if that fishbone quill didn't get hit, you'd be way, 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 way in a better spot if you're Jotham. So I thank my lucky stars I had that clumsy guess if I'm Tana Win.
Now I got to tell you, I you know, as I've talked about, I love this. I love Tenwin's color combination. I'm a huge fan of Amethyst Emerald. I've been really low on Mother Knows Best, and I got to tell you that this game has changed my mind on that card.
That card looks
It's
like a
changed my mind.
rock star right now.
Yeah,
Holy, it's looking strong. Just sending anything back to the hand. Maybe it's just this mirror in particular or in not this mirror, but in this matchup in particular, it just looks it's looking
yeah.
really great. As Clarabelle is going to get some reckless here from Lyle. The board is expansive, and you can quest freely if you felt so inclined.
Yeah.
All the glimmers can get loose.
You absolutely can. And you think about them like you can. There's a lot of threats you can put in the role. Like if you're watching this game and you're saying, "Hey, well, it was good in this matchup," you kind of want to translate that, right? So if we're thinking about playing against Ruby, think about the half shark, being able to bounce a half shark and slowing that down a little bit. So there's a lot of these little opportunities for that. As this board state is just insane, JDZ.
This will still be a pretty decent Under the Sea. It's still not the greatest, but you don't have it.
Yeah.
You're probably not playing the card. I would have to say at this point, I think you might have to take another one of these desperation station style ink geysers and hope for the best. But that's still not even good enough. It looks like as we are going to bounce the rabbit back to hand, giving your opponent a draw potentially. You don't have to. That is not a mandatory effect. It is a May trigger. And now Tana was going to make that decision right now if that's what they want to do or not.
Exactly. It's wild because the other thing too, like you're mentioning these cards maybe not being in the deck, but to be fair, when it comes to and there's an ink geyser. When it comes to cards like Under the Sea or Bend Your Will, traditionally they're played in much lower quantities because of how high cost that they are being uninkable. They create situations that can be really, really tough for your hand when you're mid game and you're sitting with one. So it may not even be that it's not there. We might be looking at like a 1x situation,
Gotcha,
and we're just being mad unlucky and just not seeing it too. That's the rough part, and we really won't know till we see these deck lists, and everybody will see them when this event ends. So, yeah,
for sure. So we did get that bend off, and it looks like you got a ton of cards to work with. 10 minutes left in this round. So even if you can miraculously pull off a victory, I definitely don't think we're going to be able to complete this game within the time constraints.
no.
But it does still seem like you're up against a rock and a hard place. You got to start clearing some stuff. Keep in mind, I think that Clarabelle has reckless from the Lyle Tiberius Rourke situation. So either you're singing or you're challenging, or you're vibing, perhaps as Grandma Tala gets sent on down to the inkwell.
Speaking of vibing, she's glowing there, and she's which interesting place for Grandma Tala to go. As we know, Tala's theming is all around things that go into the inkwell. We've got all kinds of versions of glimmers that do things in the inkwell, and Grandma Tala, guess what? You're going to the inkwell.
She loves inkwell activities, dude. She loves kicking it down there. I think that's where the old folks' home is down in the inkwell, and that's where she likes to be more often than not. And we're going to continue to play on as you need to. Maybe I don't even know what you need. I think honestly, it's under the sea or bust, dude. At this point,
Yeah, I
is that
mean,
is that is that an under sea right there? Was
oh,
it?
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. If it is, oh,
Yeah, there it is.
oh, we got it.
Look at that.
We got it.
It's still not the best and greatest card in the world, but it's pretty good. As we're
That
going to
is a big deal, dude. That is a big deal.
that will slow Tanawin down a little bit. So
Yeah.
you're out of ink and you're out of board a little bit. So you might give yourself an opportunity to start fighting back. Checking hand contents, you should be able to get a few cards off of this Clarabelle as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. So now we're about to draw a bunch. Now, granted, Jotham has a mighty hill to climb. Tanawin is 13, going on 14 because of that library still around, not able to get rid of that library. So I believe that's the 6th time that we've been able to get a lore from that castle, or
Yeah.
from the library rather.
But
this is
if he has Go-Go,
wild.
if he has Go-Go, the game is over though. So is there Go-Go in
Yes.
there?
Oh,
The game just
ooh.
ends because you can send
see
4
Kit.
into that Clarabelle,
I
Go-Go
see
for
Cricky.
4
No,
quests.
I do not see a go-go.
Oh man.
I don't see a go-go. There's ways to get to a go-go, but we don't have enough lore to do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, you need that Fox to quest, you need the Goat to crash, put 4 ink, and then go out of here. I think that would have been GG, but I could be off. My mathematics is a little bad, but still, I still like Tanawin's spot. I think he's advanced way too far in this situation, as it looks like we're going to go Krusty Krab into the Madam Mim Fox, clearing the light on her hooves, gets to the Ursula as well. So
And
another
that's an
draw.
indicator that tells Jotham, if you had go-go, you would not be trying to clear that Clarabelle. You'd be like,
For
you'd
sure.
let that Clarabelle stick. So that definitely signaling to Jotham that go-go's not in play, at least not right now.
I would have been almost reluctant to clear that Clarabelle just for that. I would pile some damage on that Clarabelle and just held out hope that I could top deck this Go-Go. You know, you're talking about playing to your outs. That's definitely a card I know you probably play at least 2 to 3 copies of your deck, and I haven't seen one all game. And that's just an automatic win, just floating there.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. And then we went ahead and we cleared the Muses. We've got 4, so Muses is gone. So Muses is out of play. Not really a factor right now. There's not, like, with the exception of Kit. It seems as though Tanawin is kind of intentionally choosing characters that are above that 2 strength mark to try to keep down the table, in order to avoid letting things like Kit or Muses to get the value that Jotham would want them to have. That Goat though is finally out of this situation, which gives us an additional lore.
And I guess you back up to that 15. So you're still like, this is just such a dangerous terrain to be at. I know this deck, this Bleen deck can kind of really it's so slow. It's a very slow deck, and it needs complete control before it can start to execute its game plan. With 6 minutes left, I don't think that you're ever going to establish that type of control. But it's still a possibility that you could potentially put yourself in a position to turn the corner and maybe reestablish something here. I don't know. Is there a way to, unless you're playing loud, maybe you can also reduce your opponent's lore in the process, but I just don't see it. What do you think,
Exactly. Gabe? No, I think you're right. I think in this case, the one that probably wants to have the Lyle, to your point, is probably Jotham.
Yeah.
that would certainly have created a situation here where you start clawing into it. Like, we think about the power of cards outside of this matchup, things like Pirate's Life. Well, Lyle creates a similar sequence or cadence where it's like, well, you thought you were going to win. You're doing all this crazy. No, just forget it. Sorry about your brain, because the math ain't going to matter. If you keep clapping my characters, you're going to keep losing lore. And if you keep losing lore, the math suddenly gets really wonky.
Oh, for sure. And talk about a library, right? Have you seen a better library? This bad boy just went for a casual 11 real quick.
Yeah.
And it drew like 3 cards. And there's the Go-Go as well. Go-Go is in hand. The win condition is present. And I think this one just might be absolutely Jover, as we also got Cricky established. Man, this is looking rough riding for Jotham. I think this matchup seemed hard from the beginning.
It was tough. I mean, there was a lot of posturing. Like, if you think about what each of these were doing, there was moments where Tanawin was in control of the board. There was a turnover to Jotham, vice versa. A lot of posturing between both players, getting situated. We are still in a phase now where each of these players are multiple turns in, where it still doesn't feel like this board state is secure. They're still fighting for it. And that's one of the cool things about this matchup is that you're never really fully out of it. Until like you just are like until that we're in that goat bounce and we've got the goat bounce, we're at 18. At that point, it's done. But until you get to that point, there's always a chance, whether you're at 11, at 12, at 13, on either side of here. So I think that's what's cool about this matchup. That's why it's a lot of fun for me to watch, at least.
For sure. For sure, and it seemed like Jotham really never was able to get anything started. The bling strategy was not just.
No.
It just seemed like they just hit the gas pedal way too hard, and they had the ability to play the tempo game versus you. You want to play this tempo game, and they're like, well, I can play tempo as well, but also I can continue to advance with lore. And now you're sitting comfortably at 17 with a cricket, just with the go-go just established there. So you can't even quest, you can't do anything. Cricket is GG. I guess you have that Mother Gothel in hand. You can bounce the cricket back, but is that even good? As this library is continuing to pile on, the library might just solo here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we basically could have just had the library out, and that's it. And look at the reaction on both of their faces. They kind of know it, how much value they're getting. It looks like the strategy was leaning too heavily into Clarabelle, and I think what Jotham learned is that Clarabelle girl bossed a little too close to the sun today.
Yeah, and I think Tanawin recognized it almost immediately and just didn't let Clarabelle got some tremendous rips there, some good value out of there, but it just wasn't enough, man. You couldn't get to your broken cards. Like you needed to bend to my will. As Mother Gothel is going to hit the field of play, we're probably going to have to send that Cricky back to hand. We got a little bit of read over here. Or I think Mother Gothel, she got limitations, or she can send anybody, right? If you pay the full value.
Yeah, it's anybody you choose as long as you pay the value.
Okay. So sending the Cricky, that is going to take off 3 lore. We're going to clear the crab as well. Will you finally clear this library and you want that bad boy's going for
wow, that is nuts,
that's
dude.
Like,
this is so crazy.
Like 12. This library is going for 12.
Yeah,
freaking
and look
cut it
at
out.
what's in hand. So we see Gogo does exist in Tanawin's hand. All Tanawin's got to do is create a scenario where we can deal 2 damage to a character. Oh, and how might we do that, JDZ? How might we get 2 damage on the character?
I think you could just exert the Grandma Tala and just put 2 into it and just pass your turn and wait for next turn and just win.
Oh no! So
I don't think you have enough. You don't have enough to. You don't have enough to do it.
No.
So you're just sitting there. Now you got to figure out a way to kamikaze your own Grandma Tala.
Yeah, which I'm not seeing anything in hand that'll bounce it back or anything. I mean, I gotta double check and see, but I didn't see any answers. We see Geyser. Oh, you're welcome. Could get rid of it. You
can sing it. You can sing it on itself and put Grandma Tala back into your own deck. But still, you also have to deal with the other board. So you're just caught in the rock and a hard place. This is a complete vice. I think it is Scoop Central. You'll hard cast a strike a good match. Genie on the job can do something. You can bounce the Elsa there, but again, the freaking library. As we got another read. Tana was like, bro, what are these cards, dude?
What is this stuff you're playing against me, dude? What is going on right now? What are these cards? Are these cards right now? Is this real? Is this real life?
I've never seen these cards before in my life. What are you doing, big dog?
I thought we played good cards at tournaments. What's going on here? What's this?
No, strike a good match, man. That card.
It's so good.
Rules, man. I like that card.
I feel like that strike a good match is like one of the more underrated cards in this game. Like we value drawing cards but while we value drawing cards and the point of drawing cards is to give you more answers, cards like that exist in Steel and this one where you draw cards but then you discard cards, we tend to not value those as much because we're losing the number when we don't value like the fixing of the hand, which is really the most important thing here.
Absolutely. And just getting your discard set up. I think this one just might be, I think it's just trying to solve the puzzle here and just trying to get those extended reps in for the next round. I think you feel that this one might be, we're going to strike again here with Tipo is going to sing it this time, getting a You're Welcome and another strike a good match. So you can't, I think when you're playing all these strike a good match, that might afford you the opportunity to play more Bend to My Wheels and more Under the Seas to kind of clear those cards when they aren't that good. As you kick the Bend to My Will, or excuse me, as you kick the Ink Geyser onto the discard pile, holding on those double You're Welcomes. I think you got a You're Welcome to Grandma Tala. She can sing it on herself. And then you got a You're Welcome onto the Elsa to clear that. And the library just wins and the Diablo quest wins. So I think you're just done here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, there's Genie. Genie comes down. Genie on the job. I believe that's the sub name for that one. Yeah, gets to bounce into the cards. So playing the cards that Tanawin would be wanting to see and trying to get things bounced. But is it enough? Is it too late? We're singing You're Welcome. Oh, but we didn't choose the Tala. So Jotham is not anticipating the go-go. Jotham is not anticipating the
I
go-go.
mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I won't be fooled again. You
Yeah,
got
it
double
won't be.
go-go'd back to back because you go-go'd me first time, and you know it's there. You know it's going to
Yeah,
happen.
exactly. Yeah, so this marks the end. Jotham has properly been bluffed into thinking that there is no go-go, or not believing that that'll be the case, and yep, is about to eat a go-go for the loss here.
And there's probably a billion jillion go-go. What you got all kind of stuff that you could have played. I mean, you got Goat could have came in. You got all sorts of stuff you could have done here. You also
Just
playing
show it.
a
Yep,
big Ursula.
Tanawin showing the
Yep.
card. There you
Boom.
go. Boom. And that
that'll
is
get it
the end of the
done.
game.
Fist
And that
bumps
is not
all
just the end of the
around.
game. That's a 2-0. That's a 2-0 that we did not get 3-0. But here's the thing. Here's the story of that. We played 2 full games, and we needed all of the time to do it.
Literally every single second.
Every
And they weren't playing that
nanosecond.
slow. I think that's just the way that this Bleen deck likes to give it up, man. It's a grind house, and you have to you're resetting your ink well, you're resetting your hand, you're doing a lot of this and a lot of that. So I think I don't know, man. I think that's just the way that game goes. They weren't playing slow at all. They were making some tight decisions, but it's gonna be like that a portion of the time. But still, Tana win with a Tana win.
With the win, check Tana win. Yes, Tana did win. And so I mean that was a fun game. Are you kidding me?
Sure.
Like that was awesome to watch. I was glad to be here. I was glad to steal that moment from Skinner. Although to be fair, here Skinner was sitting next to me the whole time watching the match. It was just like this. Skinner was like this, like just in love with watching. There you go. Look,
there he is. Oh, more. I like this. This is my favorite part. This is my favorite part. The Skinner,
awkward dancing in the back.
The Skinner pre-game, post-game sideshow. I like what I see over here, and I did enjoy that matchup a lot. And I don't think it's been so long since I've seen a Sapphire Emerald versus Emerald Amethyst. It's just been. It doesn't happen. Okay, it just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
So
it doesn't. But
I enjoyed it.
It does in our 7.5 meta, as we've been calling it. It does in Arcasia Island, post Hiram, post Fortispear, as our clown, Bozo the Skinner over here, dancing for us. We love to see it. We love to see it. But yeah, just awesome. And I'm so excited to see what's coming up next. We are going to talk through getting. I think we wanted to get somebody on stream for
Justin? Is it Justin? Is it Justin? Can we get Justin? Can I please? I got one more. I got another rep. I know you guys about to kick me out of here. I got this is my second rep for the kick out. So I get one with Skinner. If we can get Justin, win, lose, or draw. I know he was close. We need Sapphire and Steel.
Does JDZ get no? Can we production? Can we get some stroke out here for JDZ? JDZ deserves it, all the way from the other side. I think JDZ deserves it. We're putting the request in. Give me a second while I slam this headset down and tell him.
Let's go.
We're gonna do it.
I don't listen.
Put some respect on JDZ's name.
Let's go. I don't ask for much. Okay. I don't ask for much.
You broke the
camera. I broke the camera, folks.
There you go.
What else can you do? What else?
I don't ask for much. Okay, but if I can just use any little, we got an undefeated Sapphire Steel, or maybe not undefeated, probably unless he's going into a draw. If he's taking a draw, if he's drawing in, and hey, it is what it is. Maybe we can get him in the top portion of the tournament. But
he's drawing.
If he's drawing, it is what it is.
All right, we'll find out. We're gonna try to make it happen for you, JD.
I appreciate it, man. But
I was spectating here on the sidelines. What a great series, right?
Dude, that's nuts, man. Crazy match. We didn't see. I would be interested to see what Jotham's deck is. I might actually have to find it in this thing because there's not that many Bleens out here. I'm sure I can find it relatively easy. Just to just to satiate myself.
I've seen a lot of versions of it. The thing with that deck is you have to be on a time game plan. I mean, I'm surprised. I don't want to say he's not capable of 4-0ing, but I'm surprised he's 4-0 with no draws yet because that deck, not nothing to do with the player, but that deck just does go long. I mean, the strategy is very slow, very grindy. So imagine he's playing against green purple, pretty much aggro, and we still took up all the time that we needed there. So I mean that's part of the game plan. If you're playing blue green, you have to be ready for the timer boss. But really cool to see Tanawin take it down with what looked like a set 6 green purple, very reminiscent of what I played last set champs. I mean, the Lyles and the rabbits instead of genies, and like the very old school. Amazing. I mean, amazing. He played really well. The go-go's obviously super clutch, coming down and claiming some lore. and just putting in that library. I mean, that's the most lore I've ever seen a library game in all my
Insane.
history.
Like, he put that thing out on curve on 3, and it sat there for 25 turns. It just literally didn't do it. He didn't know it. Just he'll tell you challenge it twice, and that was it. And that bad boy gained 18. Like, it just went crazy. So I don't know what. Maybe that's something is an indicator that is a supreme weakness of this deck. Just locations in general. It was just devastating, man. He couldn't do anything about it. I'm looking at the deck now. He's not playing Bend to My Will. It's not in there.
He's not playing Bend to My Will?
I'm not seeing it. It's not in the deck.
Whoa.
I'm whispering. Okay,
what's
I don't
the plan?
it's just not. It's not in there.
You just give your opponent all the cards and just pray
and let them rock with it. I love a you're welcome under the sea Bend to My Will term. Bling with it, rock with it. Just get loose and just see what happens, man.
Well, JD, I got some good news and some bad news for you.
All right, let's
the
hear
bad news is Justin did happen to lose his last round, but the good news is we're bringing him on.
Let's go.
He's going to be an
fighting for his
X1.
rights.
He's still relevant in the tournament, very much so. And that way we get some blue steel action in here, get some fun.
And
fun
this is
stuff to commentate.
this is the final. This is the final round of Swiss we're going into, right? Or no, we got one more after this.
There's one more. We have 7 rounds.
Okay,
but I imagine a lot of the X and O's are going to be drawing 6 and 7, if I had to guess.
For sure.
Yeah,
so this is actually super important. Like this is for probably getting in this round right here that we're about to play. So you got to. I love me a good little bubble blaster. I love me a little. Because this is where the struggle comes in. This is where you're like, okay, I'm fine for everything I got. I gotta make a day of it because I'm sure you play enough tournaments.
Those are the pressures. Those are the pressure games for sure. Whenever you gotta your top 8's on the line, especially $600 for top 8 just to get into top 8, 600 bones. That's 10 times your money when you pay to get in here. So that's a big game. So I'm excited to see what he plays against.
At least for me, man. When I'm in these tournaments, if I'm gonna go 0-2, 0-3, drop and get out of there, I'm fine because I can just go save my day. I don't have to worry about it. I'm gone. You know, I'm back home early. I'm doing laundry, whatever I'm going to do, saving my Saturday. But when you're right there on the cusp of greatness, that's where all these matches are so much worse in the earlier rounds because everyone is scrapping and surviving, fighting with everything they got. And I think this is cool to see Sapphire still remaining, still alive. Like how? I want to see the deck. Let me pull up his deck too. I'm not going to say anything about it.
For me, it's always best either 0-2, get to go home and enjoy my day, or win the event. You know, anything in between is like,
what am I doing?
Stayed here all day to go home with, nothing. It's like the worst. So it's one or the other. Either lose right away or win the whole thing. But losing towards the end is the worst.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, no, I'm good, brother. I appreciate you.
Literally the same thing.
I had to learn some sign language since starting doing shows. Everybody's like, food, thing. I'm like, hey, no, good.
And I'm looking. Maybe I don't see the deck. I'm not seeing it in here unless they got a different code name or something that they kind of tune this thing in with. But I'm not seeing the deck. I don't see their name. I probably didn't get it or something, but I'm certain it'll come in there. We'll find out.
It's all good. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Our Dreamborn isn't even logged in here. I just haven't wanted to bother Stefan about it. So I can't even see the deck list. I'm just enjoying the surprise as it comes.
Okay, but here's shout out to Steph. Here's shout out to you guys, man. I think this thing is just so clean, so orderly, so organized,
Trust
man.
me,
You guys' production is next level.
It's organized chaos, really, is what it is. You know, we got our system here, but every time we run a show, we have new stuff, new toys to be playing with, new things, new layouts, new something. So there's always a possibility of something breaking. But for the most part, I think we're doing all right.
For sure.
We're doing all right.
Unless Jack Shadows is in there with a code name or something, because I know sometimes people don't put their real names in there. That's a possibility. I don't know if they have like a backup name, but this deck looks a little like something I think that they would play. We're gonna find out here soon in the next round, which should be getting underway so far. But how's the energy there? Is the vibes, or is everyone still? You got that nice area between these rounds 5, 6, 7 of the tournament where everyone still has so much hope. And there's so much life in the building. Like, all I got to do is just blade running, baby. I can make it, running the numbers. What's the energy like? Can you just describe it to me as someone who is far and away right now?
For sure. Yeah. I think it's still hype. I know a lot of the lower tables have either started registering for side events, which we do have going on today. $20 win and enchanted, 8-man pods, $15 win a box, 8-man pods. So a lot of stuff to do, even if you don't happen to make it to the main event finals. But I know a lot of people have dropped and headed over to set champs. I know there's some different set champs in the area happening today, and a lot of them are looking a little slim, a little empty because of the big event here. So I think a lot of people find it in their best interest to maybe hey, dip out a little early since you didn't do good here, and try to go get yourself maybe a play mat over there. So
For sure. For sure.
so yeah, so a lot of the people that are left here, I think, are the hardcore in it to win it competitors.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces. Like I had seen Zach lose round one, and I was like, "Oh, that sucks for Zach." But then I've seen him kind of grind his way up the tables. You can kind of see based on where people are sitting, how they're doing in the tournament. So, yeah, it's been really interesting, and I haven't looked too much at the standings, to be honest. I've only barely been following the matches that we've been watching. So I'm excited to see who sneaks in the top 8 and who's locked for top 8 and all that good stuff. So,
Nice.
yeah, we're getting to it. So for now, still got a couple more rounds to play, but definitely getting towards the big reveal here and seeing how many. You said 4 different color combinations was your prediction,
That was
correct?
my prediction. In the top 8 of this tournament, I predicted at least 4 different color pairings making it into
Okay.
the top 8. I think
Okay.
I,
So if
I
it's
still
Amber
think that's
Steel,
possible.
if it's Diggy Hole and Amber Steel, that's still one pairing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
that's still one. Yeah, it's just raw color. Even if it's different
Okay.
decks, that still counts as one color. I'm talking 4 unique color groups like Amber Steel, Amber Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, whatever it's going to be. It's going to be 4 different decks into the top 8 at least.
For sure. Yeah, these
All right.
games have been a blast to commentate. I mean, it's coming from, and I'm sure you can relate, commentating, back in maybe a month ago when everything was red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue,
Mm-hmm.
blue, steel, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. I mean, I still love commentating, but you got to admit, these games have been a lot more interesting to commentate.
Yeah.
The meta is just so different. We're like reading cards and figuring out what things are and what they do, and it's very refreshing to see these different decks come out and play, and yeah, especially green
Absolutely.
purple. That's my baby. So seeing Tanowin just navigate the deck last game really gave me hope, and I might have to chat with him after the tournament and see if can get a sneak peek at that list, because that's something that I definitely am considering for set champs. So
I could
yeah.
not agree more. I think that is just like it's refreshing. It's refreshing because like you, my passion is doing broadcasting, is doing commentating. That's why I do it so much, because I
For
absolutely
sure.
love doing it. But that's
You've
a
been
gut
beasting
check.
it, man.
That makes
What
you
is it?
really look in the mirror and check, like, why is this really what I like doing? Because it's the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's like,
It's
dude, I
hard.
can't.
There's
And
only so many ways you could say the same thing over and over again, and I want to be informative, and I want to educate, and I want to do all these things that broadcasters, I feel like that's their
Mhm.
responsibility, is to like bring people in and make them excited about the game and all that. And it's just hard to do that when you're playing with decks that you just don't think are fun or interesting. Not that they're not interesting or hard to play, but it's just the same thing, the same motions, the same 7 turns. It's the same play popsicle, do this, play the high, run pop the high, play the thing.
Mhm.
It's the same motion. Nothing's different. So, yeah, definitely been enjoying. I know a lot of people are not happy with the bannings and stuff like that, but I think it really has improved the game, whether you want to admit it or not. I think
Oh,
it's undeniable that the game is in a better place. So.
much, much, much better. I'm looking at the melee right now, and it's some very interesting results coming here at the end of round number 5, or going into
Mm.
round number 6. We got a player named Kolpos who's rocking that number 1 seed. I don't know what they're playing, I don't know what their strategy are, but they're 5-0. And we have Freedom
Mm.
Gaming's Momentum is at also 5-0.
Wow,
In that,
senior. That's
in
Mikey. That's Hayes' dad.
really,
Yeah, that's his
look at
dad.
that, Daddy
Senior and
Hayes
junior, they both play, and
crushing
yeah,
it.
he's rocking that amber steel today, and
Let's
he's
go. Let's
cooking.
go. I love that. I love that. And you got
Yeah, he's cooking.
War Rub sitting at 4-1. You got any information on War Rub?
War Rub, I
Okay.
don't know that player by that name, but that's amazing that they're running good. So
And then
no, I don't know
we
anything.
just saw Jotham City over there still hanging on to that 4th overall seed at 4 and
Yep.
1. We saw
Mm.
the Bling God himself, Bling City, young Bling doing their thing. As we got
Mhm.
NVR never gonna stop at 4 and 1 as well. Versus and he also have Kaika. Ikaika at 4 and 1.
Mm.
8-5 on
Interesting.
the day.
Okay,
Justin Crum 4 and 1. And you have RMB at
Mister. I don't never heard of that guy.
RMB doing his thing at 4 and 1 as well, rounding out the top 8 so far. And like you said, there are a lot of people kicking it at that 4 and 1 ranking. And we also
Yeah,
have
it's gonna be
some 3
tight.
1 and 1s over there where Hector is kind of rounding out down there. So this thing is still super wide open, man.
It's gonna be tight. Yeah, these next couple rounds are really gonna make or break what happens for our top cut today, for sure. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
definitely nothing is set in stone. I mean, obviously, a couple players undefeated, they're feeling good about their top 8, but all the X and ones, It's tight pickings. So I mean, I wouldn't feel safe drawing quite yet if I was
No.
X and one. I'd be wanting to just double check and make sure. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see who's able to slip into this top cut, and it's like getting down to the nitty gritty. I mean,
Let's
we only
do
got
it.
a couple rounds left. So
And here we
how
go.
you feeling? You hydrated? You
I'm
feeling good?
hydrated. I'm motivated. I'm locked in. I'm laser focused. And it looks like we have some of that blue steel, sapphire steel is in the building as Jack Shadow is going to lead this thing off with a little bit of Mulan activation, change up to Calhoun. And we're back at it again with a little more Blaine City on the bubble.
And it is Mr. Jack Shadows. You called it. It is exactly as you said. It is the person you thought it was, and 4-1, and we're getting to see Jotham yet again, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Jack Shadow's hitting the ground running. It looks like he is on. It's going to be interesting to see what build he's on. It looks kind of like a Kiwi version. I am seeing Alice in hand,
Mm-hmm.
so very reminiscent of that Kiwi style aggressive list. I really love this deck, this Kiwi decks. My main concern with this deck is on the draw. I feel like it could be a little tricky, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the play, I feel like it's pretty straightforward. You just curve out. The curve is pretty nuts, and you just start protecting your guys. And before your opponent can really know what to do, the game is over. But when it comes to being on the draw, it can be a little tricky. So going to be interesting to see how Jotham's able to approach this. And obviously, Alice provides ward to characters, and
Mm-hmm.
a lot of Jotham's strategy is to be bouncing characters. So interested to see how all that plays out.
Right. And fun fact, if you don't know, for you guys at chat who may not know, that Jack Shadows is one of the inventors of this strategy. He's the one who put this deck onto the map. Like he's the one who put the hours in and testing. Him and Harlan Sweet are the co-creators of this deck,
Nice.
and that is his bread and butter. So electing to keep this deck alive for set 7. I know he's been experimenting with a lot of things, but bringing Kiwi to this tournament again. Huge shout out to Harlan Sweet as well, who also won a set championship already with this same strategy. So maybe this might be the new identity that Sapphire Steel has to go into. And I think this match could be a lot quicker than the last one, as like you said, he has that dedicated curve plan. You just lay the cards down, get them bad things exerted, and get out of there. And I think that's what Jack Shadows has been doing this entire time.
For sure. We already see the Gontu waiting in the wings here in Jack's hand. He's just trying to go 1, 2, 3, 4, right up the ladder. And this next turn, there will be a Gontu in play with Ward, which will be threatening 4 additional lore. It's going to be very scary here, especially since Jotham doesn't have a way to cleanly swing into this Alice. Oh, he actually just inks the Gontu. Interesting. Okay, so he decides to go wide rather than to go big. We can respect that. And he's going to give that extra lore over to Smi, I would imagine.
Yeah, just continuing to quest, pile it up, as just like that, Jack Shadow's sitting at 9, adding that damage on over to Smee. Is that 9 or is that 11? I believe you're gonna be sitting at 9 now.
That
Pass
is
back on
9.
over to young Jotham, young Bleen himself, who has gotta
Young
be like,
Bleen.
what is how do you match this energy? What are you gonna do here?
I mean, you've got Pete on board, right? So that's going to really already limit the options here. We see
Yeah.
Kit, but again, Kit Cloud Kicker can't kick the Alice. I mean, you can kick the Mickey, but
Who cares,
I'm not
right?
sure how I feel about that. So it's going to be tricky. Ward is definitely going to cause a lot of frustrations here for Jotham.
For sure. Ward and Pete just absolutely run
Yeah,
right through
that's the
Bleen City,
wombo.
man. Oh, shit. Forgot about that one, though. Didn't see that one coming. I didn't even see that in hand.
I don't think anybody ever sees that thing coming. Oh my gosh, that's a
Jeez
big
Louise.
grandma. Okay, so
Whew.
psych everything I said. I mean, he's just going to
Yeah.
shift in grandma, bash into this Alice, and now we got a grandma on play, guys. That's
Dang.
pretty relevant.
I didn't see it coming, as we will hit a huge docketing here as Doc goes into a Mickey food fight defender.
Yeah.
Underestimating him is a recipe for disaster, is
Yep.
his vanilla text in there.
Look at you knowing flavor text. We got a sticky Mickey, if you will. That's what they tend to call it, the sticky Mickey, because he does not fall to the normal 2 damage. He is resisting. So I would have loved to get like a full food fight playmat for such as. Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be so nice. Have all the different food fight cards in there.
Yeah, like they're all
That'd
just
be
having
sick.
a massive cafeteria food fight. I thought that would have been a really cool idea.
It's not
I'm
too
sad
late.
we didn't
Maybe that
get
could be the next name of the next SSG. Just have a whole food fight.
It's just a big food fight party. I like
I'm
it.
with it. I'm with
And
it. I fully
we'll have
support
Gabe
that.
bring the eggs and everything.
But look at Jack Shadow's hand. He's hanging on to that McDuck Manor. You saw how vicious that library was last turn. What do you think this manor's going to go? The manor can go for 50. Man, if the library can go for 30, the manor can go for 100. I mean, good
Yeah,
grief.
it's definitely possible. I mean, if he's not able to build up enough threats to punch into that manner, it definitely could be problematic. And we see he just inked one of the big ones that can actually deal damage. The Clarabelle, which that 5 power is very relevant here. But Jotham thinking about, okay, he's going to strike a good match. Interesting. Wonder
Yeah,
what he's thinking about here. He's going to be probably bouncing. I would hope not the Doc,
please don't bounce
but
that
maybe
dock. Oh my god.
One of the Mickeys.
But
All right, let's
that
see.
grandma is strong, but not strong enough to do enough damage into this manner before you will get promptly banished as you continue to send this food fight defender back
Yep.
to the hand. We'll go ahead and clear the peak with how did the peak get cleared there? Oh, grandma is going to swing on the peak.
hmm
Yeah, so
Yep.
you
So
can
Pete,
send these characters into that grandma. I believe the grandma is sitting at a 4-6. I want, or is this shit 8? Is grandma at 8?
she
Yo,
is an 8.
grandma big, bro. God
She's
dang,
a
grandma
big
thick.
grandma.
God dang.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm sure Jotham is happy to not be sitting across from Go-Go's this time around, since
Oh,
she does hold quite the weight of damage on her. But we do see Jack essentially almost emptying out the hand. He's got 1 card left, but just trying to race to the finish line here before Jotham can get his bearings underneath him here.
for
And
sure. And
yeah,
that manner is established. I think if you have a you're welcome, you might have to spend it on this manner here. And you're gonna
mm,
feel bad doing it, but you
I don't
won't
see it.
regret it.
We have a Tala possibly to peek at another card here and potentially find your welcome, or we can Heffalumps and Woozles to try to draw a card, maybe bounce a Mickey here. But yeah, it's gonna be rough. You're using a lot of your ink. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's those 2 cards are not gonna do it. That's gonna
for
be a
sure.
sail and a fishbone quill, which is unfortunately not able to take out a manor.
For sure. And this is almost I think is that I can't do basic mathematics, but you get 2 from the manor and you'll get
Mm,
2 from one of these characters unless you can sing a song.
mm.
Keep in mind that the sticky Mickey does have resist, so the muses will not be able to challenge and banish. You need to get another song off and
Yep.
keep bouncing something. Bouncing this dock though feels like misery incarnate. You do
No,
not
you
want to do that
definitely if you're bouncing dogs, you're in a bad place.
for
Um,
sure.
but
It's
let's see.
You can Heffalumps and Woozle, stop a quest, and bounce another Mickey, perhaps.
Mhm.
I think that's a heads up play.
So he's questing, choosing target. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're stopping Mickey from questing. We're
And you
bouncing the
get
other
to the you're
Mickey,
welcome here.
and we're attacking. Okay, so this Tala is doing a good job of cleaning up the board here, but we still have a giant mansion to worry about here.
Will you
And
sing it? I mean, is it too early to even consider singing this you're welcome onto this McDuck Manor?
no,
To
he
put
doesn't think so. All
okay.
right, I like it. Yeah, just save yourself the 2 lore. Obviously, stinks to give your opponent 2 cards in this situation, but it's either that or lose. So, yeah, we're
And you
gonna
can
just
bounce
go
that
down there.
Mickey, and you do bounce a Mickey as well. So this is a pretty decent spot. You will be able to stun lock the board a little bit and hope you can get into an under the sea because these
Mhm.
sticky Mickeys, you can only bounce them so many times. Don't forget to draw from turn as you can flood the board with a billion cards, perhaps. And
Oh
let's see
yeah.
if you can do that as Gardar Pluto is going to be on the far right side of Jack Shadow's hand.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, immediately, obviously having a lot more cards to work with here, right? He just a moment ago was pretty much in top deck mode, but now Jack's hand is pretty loaded up. And although Jotham's board does look pretty established, Jack may be able to just spam things in play. You just got
Hmm.
to be careful with that under the sea. You don't want to fall trap into that and just give up your whole hand to an under the sea. So, kind of have to just play tight here and make sure we continue to threaten lore without completely, giving up the whole board to some form of removal here.
For sure.
And we down discard. I almost said downloading. We're discarding the Robin Hood into the discard pile there, and here we go. We got some Mickey's back. You can only assume that those are going to be. Ooh,
Okay.
nice shot there. Okay,
And we
perfect. Takes out the
will
grandma.
yeah, we'll just go ahead and flood the board, get that 3 lore down or 3 characters down in order to fully power up your strength of raging fire, clearing the grandma Tala, the big one, the small one still hanging out tough as you'll play another one down. Can you find another song to keep
Mm,
the momentum, keep the hope alive?
yeah,
And
that's
you
pretty
cannot.
bad. Ink Geyser and Sail. He takes the inkable card, which I think is strategic.
Hmm.
Whether
You
or not he's
could
going to play
uh,
it or ink
you,
it is interesting.
you might have to just go for this sale, maybe dig another car, unless you're going to just rip an ink here. Look at that. I hate that
Mm,
maneuver. That feels bad as well because Jack Shadow's like, give me some more cards. I appreciate you fueling my
yeah,
next, funding my next operation here. I'm
Jack's
totally fine
curve
with
is
that.
just so much lower, right? So he's just going to get to do more stuff with his ink.
Hmm.
Jotham, although he will get a bunch of cards back, he did not develop a quill. So it's going to be hard for him to catch back up on ink in time before Jack can just close this game out. He's at 15.
But did you ink a song though? I think you didn't ink a song. Of course, you're not going to ink any songs in this deck. You're probably going to be playing most of your songs, and you have the opportunity to ink a second time for your Sell the Azurite
no
Sea of
songs in
Return.
hand. Yep,
Uh,
no singing happening here. So we're gonna get 3 more lore here from Jack. Oh boy, that's gonna be a tight squeeze here for Jotham.
Is there a Pete? There is no Pete active. We will put the Space Pirate, and there he is. Never, I forget I said anything. There is a Pete, and there is another Mickey Food Fight Defender, and that could potentially get it done,
Yeah,
unless you
Pete.
have I don't know what you can draw here to get. I don't know what the outs are. Kit Cloud Kicker is decent. Maybe you
Yeah,
can
but
go
he
Kit and
not
then
enough.
challenge, but uh,
It's
yeah, you
gonna be
can't. I
real
think
real tight. I mean, real tight. Yeah, he can
yeah,
potentially
you can
kit
kit
and
kit
then
the Mickey, kit the ready Mickey, and send everybody else into the rest of the board.
mhm.
But we're gonna go for a Fishbone Quill here.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know if
the
that's the maybe
now
that's the
he
way.
inks.
That's the way.
Now he inks and then he plays kit.
Yeah. So we can kit here, pop the
That's it.
Mickey, send the
Yep,
rest of the characters in on a challenge, and Pete will be able to get a nice timely quest in. But this is just almost inevitability for Jack Shadows, who is just going to be able to continue to redeploy threat after threat after threat. And Jotham's going to be on the back foot for the remainder of this game as you're going to be blade running for 1 each time.
for sure. Yeah, that Pete was a tough thing to play around, and Jotham did the best he could there to clear the board out. But feels like at this point we're just kind of delaying the inevitable. It's he's going to keep spamming these characters on the board. Even Under the Sea will not clear the Smee here if he does play
Mhm.
Under the Sea. So it's going to be pretty rough here for Jotham, unfortunately.
Okay, Jack Shadow showing a little bit of discipline, just clearing those muses to prevent some type of bounce tomfoolery, and even more challenging as Pete is going to be able to get a plus value in the process. And you did it right on time as the music. You did draw a song, and you have to establish another muses before you can play it. And this just might be let's go next situation as Jack Shadow
Mm,
comes out. Same thing, hits the gas pedal early and gets to the Dublinsky as Jotham is still trying to burn it down a little bit. Heffalumps and Woozles can't quest. I think you just got to get out of there. You can
yeah, I
bounce.
mean, I appreciate Jotham really going for it here, really trying to hang on, but
Hmm.
it's like I said, we're wasting a lot of time on the clock here. We know how it went last round. Neither of these players want to look for a draw here, so I think we just got to find an answer quickly, or just be ready to go to the next one here. But
Okay,
as for now, I mean, Jotham is hanging on. I don't want to discredit him or count him out too
for sure.
soon. But it is going to be a tough battle to stop that last 2 lore from coming through.
Absolutely. And you will kind of keep digging, and you're going to keep giving yourself turns as you're slowing it down. So maybe there's a world where you can turn the corner and just stop your adversary at 18 before they can get to that final
But can he
20.
stop this me?
Now Smee can't quest. He's got hit with the
Oh,
Heffel. He got
gotcha.
woozled. He's woozy
He's
doozy
woozled
right
up.
now. He's
Okay, he's a little woozy. Got it.
he's feeling a bit woozy.
He's a
So
little too much rum on the ship. I got you. He's a little woozled out. Okay, so
he's a
he does buy
bumbling.
himself a turn. Okay. Okay.
And
All
you
right, we're
are
back
ramping
over.
again too. So this is maybe it's attainable as you bring out
Mm,
another super
Alice
threatening
is
win
gonna
condition.
be
Alice is
yeah,
just a gut punch.
that's the warded character that quests for 2.
Under the Sea is a viable threat though, as if you get to it, you are so back. But if you're
Mm,
not, the game is over. As warded threat, Alice hits the board, questing for 2, kicking it over to Jotham, who needs to get to the Under the Sea right now.
right. So does Woozle say he has to attack or he
No,
can't
they just
challenge?
can't quest.
Or can't quest. Okay, good. So it
Hmm.
doesn't give him reckless. Okay, so Smee gets to sit around and just present himself as a potential lethal. Let's see. We got, I mean, 2 different ways to win and play. Both of them are readied. Yeah, Clarabelle and Ink Geyser are not going to do it, sir. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And that will potentially get it done. We're going to go Geyser here. Again, 35 minutes. I think I'm talking about scooping all the time and getting out of there and scooping early and all that. I think
Yeah,
if I'm Jonathan, especially what happened last round, I'm trying to save some time. And I'm like,
yeah.
okay, I see it. Let's just get out of here because
This
this one
little
might
gift
be
exchange is
unsalvageable.
cute. This little white elephant that we're doing here, handing them. Oh, here you
Yeah.
take this hand, and I'll take this hand, and but ultimately, I think it's for none here because we're gonna okay. Maybe let
Maybe
me
you
not
can dig.
talk, but
Under the
maybe
Sea
I'm
still is
just
a viable
just
thing.
yeah.
You can get to it.
No,
Maybe not.
he
And we're gonna
says
go
no.
next. Okay, so he's seen enough.
Yeah, so I mean, we definitely did a lot on that turn when I didn't think we could do much. So I mean, definitely shout out to Jotham for really, giving it his best there and trying to find a way out. But the door was just too tight.
Mhm.
Jack, with presenting warded characters there, just very difficult to deal with. And yeah, Jack will take game number 1, and Jotham will get to go first on this next one. So going to be interesting to see. As I mentioned, I really do like this Kiwi deck on the play. I'm going to be
Mhm.
interested to see how Jack handles it on the draw. Jotham's deck is a little slower to get started, which I think is in Jack's favor. But anything can happen. We'll see. I mean, it looked like at the end there, Jotham was finally starting to get his bearings, but the lore totals were just too far apart.
Right.
So
He piled it up way too fast. So
yeah,
if I'm Jack Shadows, I'm looking for those Pete's, man. I think Pete just completely annihilates this deck.
yeah,
It is
yeah.
hard on this deck. He
Oh
just
yeah.
he resists the under the sea stuff. He resists he stops your opponent from singing songs. So if you can just chain together a ton of Pete warded characters, quest, if you hit that power curve of the Mickey into the Smee, into a potentially a warded Alice, into the guard dog, into Pete, Gantu, whatever you want to do, it's going to be
Mhm.
very, very difficult for this Bleen deck to work its way around for that. But what do you think Jotham needs? I think you got to lean on those muses, man. You got to get them down early,
Yeah,
and they got to start
muses,
bouncing.
kits, all that stuff's going to be relevant. Obviously, Alice is a big problem, so hopefully finding himself a way to get rid of her. I mean, last game he did find a Tala from the top rope that
Yeah,
came
that was
down
cool to
and
see.
bashed into that Alice. I did not expect it. But yeah, it's gonna take a lot of work to make sure that Alice just does not get out of hand, because if she goes unchecked, this game will be over before it even gets started. To be honest, so
For sure.
um,
What I don't want
yeah.
to see, I don't want to see that Ink Geyser. I think Ink Geyser in this matchup is basically an unplayable card. You
I
gotta you
haven't
gotta you
seen it.
gotta freaking fishbone that thing all the way up out of here, man, because you are
I
just
haven't seen that card do much yet. Between this
not
round and last round,
yeah.
I have not been super impressed with Ink Geyser. I mean, yeah, it
Honestly,
does a
in
cool
those two
thing.
matchups, I think it's terrible because
Mhm.
you're giving the tempo players more resources to defeat you with because they need
Yep.
those low curves. They don't care about having this late game push. You're just
Right.
giving them more resources to violate you with, man. So
Yep.
I think in this matchup, I'm fishboning it. I'm discarding it. I'm what is a strike a good matching? That thing is gone, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even care if I lose. I can't win with the Ink Geyser, so I'm definitely not going to play it. I don't
No,
know.
for sure. That's a great call, and I definitely think that that's totally relevant. Like I said, these last maybe it's just the raw matchups for the card, but between this round and the last round, like it's cool. It puts a bunch of cards up in the
Mhm.
hand, and everybody, oh, cool, Ink Geyser, but then it doesn't really
Right.
do anything
If
after
my
that.
opponent has access to cards like, I don't know, Be Prepared, or if they have cards like Maui Shark, or if they have cards
Mhm.
like, I don't know, Power's Life, or things like that that require, well, not Power's Life, because you can sing together on that one. But if you have cards that have these late game high cost effects, yeah, Ink Geyser might be good because you can actually disrupt their game plan. But in this deck, Jack Shadow can pump the brakes at 5 relatively easy. I think that's the highest cost in the deck is going to be 5. You set me back to 3, I don't care because 95% of my deck is unfazed by an Ink Geyser, and you're just giving me more units there. As it looks like I'm back. I can see
Cool, yeah,
myself.
we're doing a quick judge call. I think Jack had a question for the judge.
Okay.
So we're just taking a quick BRB while we clear something up. Not sure
Okay.
what it could be, but it's between games, so hopefully not something super super relevant. Maybe just a question he needed answered. But who do you think? You think Bleen has a shot here to turn this around and bring the set back to a 1-1, or how you feeling
Sure.
about this matchup right now?
I think on the play, I do think that the excuse me, I think that the Kiwi curve or the Sapphire Steel curve is a little bit better. I think the Sapphire and Steel curve deck is a little bit better in this situation. However, I think that there's always going to be a path to victory. You're going to be on
Mm,
the play, so you obviously want to see that turn 2 ramp. You want to get a Sailor Tipo down. You want to get the
mm,
muses down immediately. Okay, they got to get down right away, and
yeah,
then you need to follow that up with another 4 cost or higher character to potentially get an under the sea. Because if your under the sea is not getting sang within the first 10 turns, then you're cooked, man. I think
yeah, you're probably already
that
lost.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's vital.
For sure. And this is definitely, I mean, this is the kind of decks that you really don't want to be running into if you are Bleen.
Mhm.
You're hoping for a slower deck. You're hoping for maybe a red purple, or maybe a red blue, like these decks that take a little more time to get their footing, where it allows you to set up and kind of get your win condition in, your setup in the zone. But when you have these decks that are just like I said, 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop, sideways,
Right.
it's really tough to really stop that from happening. It's like you're spending more time trying to stop your opponent from winning than you are trying to win the game yourself.
Yeah,
And
and that's just not a favorable spot to be. But
yeah, it's
if
tough.
there's a way you can like try to retain as much initiative as possible, if you can come out, hit a turn one, um, hit a turn one. What I don't even know what you can do on turn one in this deck. Maybe you can do a turn one. I'm not sure. Whatever.
Or
I have to look at
I don't know if he plays Clarabelle's on turn
maybe the
one.
baby Clarabelle, or you hit turn two. You're ramping on two. Your Muse is on three. Maybe even Grandma Taller on your fourth turn, and then potentially if Jack Shadows has potentially set up the board in a way, or maybe if you can get a Sapphire Coil down to kind of start reducing those Smees and such, and then get a nice timely Under the Sea. I think that's going to be the way that you can win. Because the thing about Jack Shadow's deck is that he does have the ability to draw cards in the form of Dock, and I think that's really it.
Yeah,
If you can just bleed them of resources early on, you can kind of write your own ticket and just win. But I
for
like to
sure.
see
Yeah.
that happen. I don't think it's possible. I think it's very possible, but it's not the most likely thing.
Yeah, I mean anything can happen. Obviously, yeah, this is the game of variance, and there's no winner. Or both players have to draw 7 cards and do their
Mhm.
best to win the game at the same time. So I mean, anybody could take the game. For all we know, Jack could brick and draw 4 Alices and 3
For sure.
Docks, and the
Yeah.
game's over. So anything could happen. But yeah, just being able to kind of, I think the biggest card you mentioned earlier is Pete, right? I mean, I think
Yeah.
that blue green just relies so heavily on being able to resolve their actions on their turn, and a well timed Pete just really puts essentially a stop to a turn for them. It really
Oof.
makes them essentially skip a turn, and we see we're getting right to business here as Jack goes into the
The
defense mode here. Yeah,
shift
with
Robin
Robin
Hood
Hood.
coming out early. I did
Yeah,
okay. That is
and
an option.
look at this start. I mean, he's got Calhoun and Robin Hood, which in my opinion, incredible options on the draw. Right? These
For
are
sure.
cards that you really don't want to see on the plate. You'd rather have Smee and all these guys, and Calhoun is really gonna, put her foot down if Jotham does decide to try to take care of this Robin Hood.
So
So
looking at Jotham's hand, he does have the access to the Sapphire Coil and Fishbone Quill. You can also almost even take a turn off and set both of those cards up right now and
yeah,
just hope for the best. I
the
think that
sooner the
is
better, I think,
not
because
the yeah. You're gonna run out of time if you don't do it literally right now. As you're gonna go ahead and take the quill is in, and then you can possibly get this Sapphire Coil in as well, or get the Sapphire Coil in as well, and then you could go all in on your Clarabelle scheme. Even though it's still not going to be great, you're not going to get much value out of it. But just the stats from Clarabelle, I think, are super high impact in this current juncture. As you do that, it is a low tempo turn, but I think this may pay dividends if you want a clear path to victory.
For sure. Yeah, you need to set up, right? You need to find a turn where you can squeak in your action or your items rather. And I think that was probably the most opportune turn you're going to find. Everything after this is going to be pretty much survival. So it's going to
Hmm.
be hard to find another time here. But
Mm.
this Robin Hood absolutely doing work here. And Jack, yeah, I mean, just the opportune draw. I mean, absolutely fantastic draw for his position. And you see again, waiting in the wings is a gone to.
Oh, a
Just,
freaking awarded Gantu is just
yeah, it's
terrifying.
out of hand.
Holy.
Yeah.
So this is almost looking Grim Reaper immediately. Looking at the hand, you got that Clarabelle. You can get the Clarabelle down, but you might have to take some time off and get this genie on the job up and active right now to kind of fuel your Clarabelle into the next turn. Tipo goes down to the Inkwell. Uh, yeah, you can genie on the job, bounce this Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, yeah. You're going to be giving your opponent 2 ink back, which I'm sure Jack will be happy to have. But yeah, both these cards will be bounced back to the hand, which I think is best case scenario that Jotham can do right now is just get that off the table here. What he doesn't know is, he's in for some more trouble here, since now
Hmm.
he's able to just ink this baby Robin Hood if he so chooses, and either run out of Robin Hood, okay, or he just wants to replay it. That's a possibility as well.
Yeah,
Just trying to
just
go
keep
wide on the board. Yep.
flooding. Yeah, get wide with it and fire the
Ooh,
cannons is going to be able to remove this Tipo, which is quite huge. That's going to break up your potential under the sea singing ability, which would have been a bit devastating if you can get an ink off,
not
reduce the
even
strength of one
that.
of these
It would
three.
allow. it would allow the Genie and the Tipo to attack the Alice, right?
Yeah.
And then now, Genie's got no help, so Alice will get to live another day. So that's another huge
Oh,
reason to take that Tipo down. So yeah, that's a great turn there for Jack.
beautiful. So checking out the hand here, you do have this Clarabelle is up, and you got some Heffalumps and Woozle action. I think you might have to just even. I think questing this Genie is. I don't know, man. You're gonna clear the Calhoun. I think
Yeah.
is absolutely correct, and I think you just got to go Clarabelle. Just get your 2 cards, and that just feels so
Yeah.
bad. But it's a
Yeah, I
beat
mean,
stick. The stats are
you're gonna
great.
draw 2 at least, but yeah, that's I mean, the thing is, it will Jack eventually run out of cards here, right? Like he's got some good gas in hand right now, but no ways to refill, right? So
Hmm.
if Jotham can just stick it out here and just get around, now he's got a threat that could attack the Alice, right? He's got an evasive guy in play. So he does have ways now to kind of maybe hold down the fort and hope that Jack just doesn't get into more gas, right? We don't want him
Oh,
to find a dock here. But that's gonna be a big one. So yeah,
that's
that's gonna be
huge.
gone to with Ward, and that's threatening. Oof, yeah,
So much lore, dude. Oh my goodness.
God, that's
Oh
17
man,
guaranteed, pretty much.
piling it on. You need Under the Sea here again. And you're welcome, but everybody's warded up. Gantu is warded up. The
Yeah,
Alice is warded up. The big threats.
you wanna you're welcome that Robin Hood, bro, because
Honestly,
that's
I
pretty
think as
much
crazy as it sounds, you might have to you're welcome this Smee
this me.
just to
Yeah,
dig for this Under the Sea, man. Because if you don't get Under the Sea right now, you're about to get violated, man. I think you might have to under or you might have to you're welcome your own stuff or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the correct answer is because you got to
yeah.
dig, man. You got to get this
So
under the sea here, or the
Clarabelle
game's
can
over.
attack the
Alice.
Alice. Okay, and then technically speaking, Genie could attack the Smee if
Hmm.
he needed to.
He
But
will lose him in
then,
that challenge though.
yeah, no, he would lose him. But I mean, got
What are
to
you gonna
stop
do?
the lore somehow. Even though that Gontu is still coming in for 4 next turn, no matter what. So yeah, it's
Is there
definitely not
ever
the
a
best
world?
situation. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, they've got we do love Gantu out here as Jack Shadows is a big Gantu supporter. Captain Cranky Head is on the board. Talk about a quest for 4 guy. Look at this dude.
Mm,
Just not caring about anybody around him. As you are going
okay.
to have to you're welcome this me, which feels misery incarnate. Okay, that feels bad. You do what you got to do though. Giving Jack Shadows 2 more cards in the process. You're not playing Bend to My Will, and you really can't engage with these warded up characters either. So you're going to lose your Alice. But this Gantu quest for 4 is a back breaker with 2 more cards coming your way.
Right. He can go ahead and kick Cloud Kicker here as well, which
Hmm.
will return the Robin, and then he can attack freely with the Clarabelle. But the Gontu is still still a card. So
And what do you do with this Robin Hood? Do you
yeah,
already
we
get the Robin
blast
Hood?
him
Okay,
back. Yeah, we just blast him back there,
and
and
you
then
are
ink up so we can
ramping.
draw some more cards.
Which I think that was a oh you could not Sapphire Coil the Alice anyway, so it would not have mattered. It does have Ward as Gantu is
Sure
free
does.
and cleared a quest for a nice healthy 4. As you did get some tremendous value from your Clarabelle, as Jack Shadow's hand is quite bulky. We'll
Yeah.
get that 4 piece in there, going up
When I said that
17.
Jack Shadows needed to find some gas, I didn't anticipate it would be coming from his opponent.
Yeah.
But he is definitely refilled and happy to be so. And now it's going to be tough to close the door here for Jotham as we have a bunch of new cards in here. We have
Another
another
Gantu.
Gontu. Yeah, it's crazy. Another Gontu might be blouses here for him, but we'll see.
We'll see what the hand is, and we know you do have some answers to another Gantu without Ward. You have more your welcomes. I don't think you're playing Mother Knows Best. You have is that a second Genie on the job, so you will be able to bounce it back to hand to kind of take some of that tempo away. Is that good enough? Let's stay tuned to find out. As
Mm,
you could also potentially go another Robin Hood. We're going to take a second fire to cannon here to just remove that Cloud
yeah,
Kicker,
might as
uh,
well
taking off some potential bounce.
get
And
some
we'll
cards out of your hand so Clarabelle can't just keep drawing.
Mm.
Ink out as much as possible. There you go.
Oh,
Empty
look at
the
that.
hand. Yep. Empty the hand out. Present a real big deal here because now Clarabelle is the only attacker present. And you
Mhm.
definitely don't want to lose Clarabelle, but it's not really an option at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see if I can't see what's in Jotham's hand, but it's going to be rough.
Now
Let's see.
electing to go no card negative and putting this Robin Hood up and active. If you engage with this Gantu, your Robin Hood could then clear the Clarabelle and actually
Mhm.
survive while gaining lore in the process. So Sapphire Coil coming in on the Gantu as expected. Bring him
Yep.
down by 2.
Shake him up. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Kick
And we can
Cloud
kid him.
Kicker. We'll
Look
send
at
him
that.
back. Okay. So as we can see, seems to be the story of the games here. It's like Jotham is now finding his groove here, right? But
Mm-hmm.
Jack's at 17, right? He's at 17 lore, and although Jotham's board is starting to look, pretty juicy, will he be able to hold the door shut long enough for Jack to not be able to just come in here and drop something warded here and just end the game?
For sure.
And
This
Pluto,
is what this deck wants to do. I think this is the win condition of the deck. You just bounce everything back to the hand, get
yep,
tremendous value with Clarabelle, control the board, and eventually you'll set up a quest.
yep,
And how
quest it up.
often can you do that? I think as Jack Shadows is going to continue to flood the board, this Gantu up and active again. Do you have another answer for it? Are you
Right. He
Blade
doesn't
Runner?
have muses in play. Oh, he's got double You're Welcome, which is, pretty good in this situation considering that you have Clarabelle. You can definitely You're Welcome and draw a ton of cards. However, no muses yet, right? Muses would have been a real big deal breaker here, considering that you have Sapphire Coil and muses. That's a pretty lethal combo. But we have not found muses quite yet. So we'll go ahead and do a little digging here. If we find
Mm-hmm.
a Heffalump and a Genie.
Another genie on the job. Okay, so we're probably going to discard that Tipo almost right away with
Yep.
the strike a good match, and you might be able to play this game. I think you can win this one. This one
Yeah.
might seem like you have the outs to continue to put Jack Shadows in this endless Genjutsu Tsukiyomi bounce forever type beat, man, and just get him
Yep.
out of here as you'll continue to
Absolutely.
quest in the process. This looking quite good for Jotham, aka Mr. Bleen City over here, Bleen
Mr.
Village.
Bleed. Mr. Bleed with it, rock with it.
Bling with it, rock with it, doing his
Young
bling,
Bleed.
getting
Yeah,
bleeny with it. As we're going to go ahead and hit that genie of the job, we're bouncing the Gantu back to hand again, and now
yeah.
we are kind of getting to a position where we can start to quest.
Yep. And it's starting to look a little grim for Jack here. I mean, I think he raced as far as he could here, but he doesn't have any way to burst any lore.
No,
And it's looking like Jotham is just getting a little bit too many cards um, before Jack's able to seal the deal here. So double Your Welcome still in hand.
mm-hmm.
So if any threats or any locations or anything come out, instantly dealt with. We'll continue to draw cards off this Clarabelle in addition to the You're Welcome. So is he going to sing You're Welcome here? Wait,
Sing your
okay.
welcome onto the Robin Hood potentially keep at 17. I honestly think 17 is pretty good. It's a lot better than 18. I'll tell you what, with all those Smees and Alice's rolling around, I think it'd be fine to do that because now
Okay.
if he
He
slams
just
with
quested.
Alice here, you might be in trubs. As
Yeah, he quested. He'd rather not ink away anything here. So chooses just to quest and pass it back since he does have
the
pretty good
Kagi
control.
boy, Kagi Bushin no
Ooh,
Jutsu. Oh no,
Kagi boy. That is a warded character.
he is indeed.
Oh
Oh
my
man,
goodness.
and the Kagi boy for the dub. That would be so fitting if it works out. And he's out.
Ooh, ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
As
Jotham's
Jotham
like,
shows
okay.
a little sign of tilt as that
Yeah,
warded character comes up. Now we are under the sea or bust here as we pass it back on over. The Muses won't do anything. The Eurocals won't do anything. You didn't quest the Robin Hood though. Interesting indeed. Was he able to quest? Or he was Hufflepuff. Never mind. He couldn't quest. I'm so
he
bad.
was Hufflepuffed. Yeah, so now we could theoretically. Oh, I think he has muses as well in hand, which is going to make it
Mm-hmm.
muses gonna make it tough. So now we could start playing this game. We can't get rid of the Cogsworth, but we can get rid of the other two via bounce or You're Welcome, and draw a bunch of cards off Clarabelle. It will not end the game. Jack will still get to go up to 19 rather, but after that, then what?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a very tight race here as Jotham starts to claw his way back in, but will it be enough?
Yeah, I think this is how this deck's supposed to work. And I'm telling you right now, this is not a deck that I would like to play. I mean, this is
Yeah, it's not my play
this
style.
is not my play style at all because I like to just have some kind of agency on myself where they just can't run out and get to 18. I got to play this fun-filled game of adventure as we are going to
Right.
you're welcome our own dude, our own property is getting shipped back into the deck to try to find this under the sea. I think you're
Yep.
digging for it here.
Yep,
Under the Sea
absolutely.
might be a blowout. I think Jack Shadows might lose there if Under the Sea is card coming off from this draw 2.
Okay, going back. So what do we get off that draw to?
Did he draw 2? I think he did. It's a strike a gut match,
Yeah, he
and there
did.
is a Sapphire Coil there.
I think he had the coil. It might be the fishbone coil he drew there, but either
Mm,
way,
okay.
he has both in hand. Yeah. So let's see. He has other options here to draw. Yeah, he's going to draw 2 more cards. Gives him yet another bounce, which he can use on the Mulan. So no
Okay.
more lore on Jack's table except for the cog.
I'd be very reluctant. I am getting a little bit of glitching on my end. I think I don't know if it's coming into the stream. Just a little heads up for
Yeah, it
production.
might be a little glitch. Let me see here.
It's buffing. It's buffing out. Work with us out here.
Yep.
Shout out to it's just at a very critical moment as we're digging, trying to get to that Under the Sea. We have not seen a copy of it yet. As we'll go ahead and ink 1, ink 2, play sale.
Mm,
Continuing to rid our hand of cards, just trying to get some more tremendous value from this Clarabelle. And we're going to get a nice quest, all glimmers here. You
that's a
can't
good one. Yep,
and
that's a good
pass it on
quest.
over.
Yeah, six is a real healthy quest and threatening essentially to end the game here. I mean, if Jack doesn't have a way to respond here, and Jack he's digging, but it's not no ways. We don't have any Cobras or anything in this deck that we can just burst the lore out. So Jotham might end up scooping this, not scooping rather, but taking this game to a game 3.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
it's going to be
we
tough.
do have that Strength of a Raging Fire that you can put out, and you will have to exert your cog boy to sing it to clear one of these genies, which feels miserable. I mean, I'm certain you
Yeah,
didn't want to do that. You'd much rather have this bad boy questing, but you did present lethal damage or lethal damage to your opponent and pass back on over. If they can't answer this again to you, you can kind of snatch this one as you've been fighting
but
hard. You know that there is a you're welcome there, so you
yeah,
won't be able to do it. As
yeah.
I think Jotham City is going to get to the dub here. Excuse me, and force a game number 3.
I agree. Yeah, I think so. You're welcome here. Gets us a shuffle, gets us another bounce, and I think Jack
Yeah.
already he knows what's going on here. Yep. So
Dang.
Jack with an amazing start for being on the draw. I mean, just an absolute great hand for him. But Jotham just finds his bearings, slowly puts the pieces together, and as you can see, once the machine is built, very hard to disassemble. So Jotham will take us to a game 3. However, Jack now on the play, which is going to be very beneficial for Jack, in my opinion, considering that he's trying to hit the ground running. Jotham's trying to stop that from happening and being on the play is just a big advantage when it comes to these more aggressive strategies.
Oh, for sure. I think that, but I honestly feel, and I'm not just saying this because I'm slightly biased towards Jack Shadows,
Hmm.
but I think that this Sapphire Steel Kiwi deck is one of the best on the play decks in the game. And I'm not just saying that.
I
I
would
think
agree.
when this deck is going first, when it's on the play and is able to just hit all those markers, it's very difficult to beat. So
For
Jotham
sure.
was on the play that time, and he still he hit the plays that you wanted to hit, and I really like that. That time you took off, you showed a lot of tactical patience with the Fishbone Quill. You set up the Sapphire Coil, and that is kind of where the game kind of turned on its head. And you were
Mhm.
able to kind of really get that resource train rolling and send the cards back to your opponent. Clarabelle showed out great. So the deck, we got a chance to see what the deck is designed to do. And I think it's a really cool deck. Not for me, though. I don't think I can
Yeah, it's just
personally.
complicated, right? I
Yeah,
personally don't have the brain power to do a full day of these kind
of
of
that.
decks. Like even with the red blue decks and the green blue decks, like I love me a good control deck, but I think like red purple's like the furthest I go when it comes to control, like be prepared and
Hmm.
tempo style. I can't just sit here, let my opponent get to 19 and then figure out a way to win the game. You know, it's tough. It's tough. You have to really enjoy playing under pressure if you're playing these kind of decks because for me, once my opponent's at 19, I'm already looking for, I'm looking for the
Yeah.
bathroom. I'm out of here. So
I'm looking for a way out. I'm already sculpting the story I want to tell about
yeah,
how I
yeah,
got sacked and how the world
exactly.
hates me and how my deck
Yeah,
failed me. I'm already plotting my exit though. So I don't know, but
exactly.
it looked like Jack Shadows had the McDuck Manor and elected to send it back into the deck. Probably
Okay.
afraid of the Euro welcomes, but I like the locations in this matchup, especially if I saw what. Probably you're not watching the stream, so you probably didn't see how effective that library was in the previous round. But that
I
curve.
did. I was watching and it
No,
was very
I'm talking
effective.
about Jax. I'm sure Jax didn't
Oh,
see
I got
what
you.
we saw and how that library went for
Yeah,
an
for
infinite
like
amount of lore.
16 lore. Yeah, it was pretty absurd. As we'll go ahead and get us started with a little Mulan action. Get us a little card deeper here. and we'll pass it back over after we discard our song.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, what do we have to start off here for Jotham? You notice Jotham, the game he won last game, he did not play Inkgeyser.
There
Surprise.
you go. I think he identified that card is absolutely atrocious here, and you just can't
Yeah,
do
I
it.
just
I'd rather lose
that
the game
point.
before I play it. I'd rather
Yeah.
just lose before I just make myself lose a little bit later. So I don't
Mhm.
know. I think it's unplayable in this matchup. But you have it in hand. I'll be interested to see if you try to weave it in, or will you get that thing strike a good match on into the discard pile.
For
As
sure.
Jack Shadow is out with a pretty decent curve, you probably like to have a Smee here to kind of get some heavy questing done. But Calhoun can kind of freeze dry the board a little bit, and it will resist the kit. But you have that Sapphire Coil set up again. I think Sapphire
Yep.
Coil is great in this matchup.
For sure. Yeah, definitely what you said is 100% accurate. I mean, I feel like Jack would have much rather seen this me there. Definitely
Mhm.
gonna slow down his lore by just a bit, but Calhoun's still a solid threat, something that cannot just be bounced away by Kit or anything like that, as you mentioned. And now with the support of Alice, potentially threatening to be a resist character that can provide 2 lore next turn, but we are going to shrink it down and send it back to where it came from. So
For
it will
sure.
go back to the hand, which is, to be expected. However, we're still going to get a four lore turn here
Ooh.
with Mulan and Alice, so that's still pretty good here.
And you can bring the Calhoun back in a double.
Mm,
You send one back, 2 more come into the play as Alice is going to come on in, give Ward and Quest to the Mulan, who goes all the way up to 7 now as you pass the problem set back on over to Jotham City, who's going to have to figure something out. Your hand's looking very slow as Clarabelle
yep.
is so far away from getting into the field of play. Tipo not doing much. Fishbone Quill can't do much. Grandma
Mm,
Tala, what is she really even doing? So you really
yeah,
have to think about this one because this game is spiraling. And if you can't even exert this Kit Cloud kicker, because Calhoun's going to absolutely go off the backboard, slam dunk, Kit Cloud kicker right on into the discard pile as well.
for sure. And Jotham, I think he's feeling it too. You see him put his hand down, cross his arms for a minute, take a look at the table, like what have I gotten myself into here? And as you mentioned, hand looking very slow, right? A bunch of ways to ramp,
Mm-hmm.
but ramp is not going to do it. Jack is coming in for quite a lot of lore next turn. We've got 2, 4, 5, 6 lore potentially, more if this kit turns sideways, which I doubt it will. But yeah, just a lot of lore and not a lot of time here for Jotham as he tries to quickly find the pieces here. But so far,
Yeah.
I don't see anything that's going to help him get super ahead here.
We
We
did
do
kind of
still
get
have
something
foil
going. We,
shenanigans,
we
though.
did get the grandma going with the muses a little bit, as you'll just slam the kid in just to take any lore that you can. You got the
Mm.
muses and you got a song that could be enough with the Sapphire Coil to slow Jack Shadows down a little bit.
Oh, we're
But
gonna get 2 warded characters. 3
another Allison. But
Yeah.
that Alice is singing though, which is I think
Ooh.
that's some good value as you take a little bit
I
of
like
lore
that.
off.
I
But now
like
you
that.
blast this Grandma Tala, so you break up that potential shift line. Look at that. You got shifted on shift me one, shame on you. I won't be
Yeah, Jack
shifted
said
again.
I learned my lesson on that one. He says, he saw the way that grandma transformed last time, and he's like, I don't know about that. So he's
Heads
gonna go ahead
up
and just
play
get rid of
too.
it.
Because also you break up that singer and you could have went muses, ink, sing, and do some devastating comeback, catch up tempo plays, but now you can't
Absolutely.
even do that. So this one just might be straight Jover, it looks
Great,
like.
great play by Jack. A lot of more inexperienced players may have just said, "Oh, I can't resist," questing here and
Hmm.
giving ward to this Calhoun and getting another lore in, and it's a very tasty line of play. But Jack just being able to be disciplined here and say, "All right, like you said, and if that Tala lives, there's potential for even more danger. So we're just going to sacrifice the 2 lore and just get in there and get rid of that card." So now he's got a way bigger board, which will be all warded up next turn
Hmm.
and a much harder thing to deal with for sure.
Yeah, this is just an
So,
absolute devastating situation. You keep rocking the Sapphire Coils while you can, because those things are going to
oof.
be useless next turn, as you're going to quest with a double ward everything, and this is just so much lore coming in. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 with a Robin Hood standing in the wings for
Mm,
another potential 2 lore, potentially 4 lore, 3 lore swing, as we'll continue to quest, give lore. Both Calhouns should be uh, warded up and
I was
plus
thinking
2 in
about
the
it.
lore.
One Calhoun already has the ward in the lore.
Hmm.
Okay, he does decide. He was thinking about giving it to Robin Hood potentially,
Which wouldn't
but
have
he
been
says,
bad.
yeah, he's like, I'll take my extra lore and my ward now. And yeah, this is a pretty scary predicament here. 4 warded characters. You're playing
Yeah.
a deck that relies on targeting characters. So this is going to be real tough for Jotham to get out of, and I think it might just be over here.
Yeah, we'll just throw the
There it
fist
is.
up right there, and this thing is
All right.
absolutely
Your boy
cooked.
Jack.
Just
You asked for
go.
him to be here, and he came and performed here for you. So he didn't let you down. As Jack moves on to a 5-1, should be healthy enough to potentially draw into top 8, but we shall see how that all plays out. I have not looked at the brackets, so I don't want to start
Mhm.
doing math that doesn't make sense. But yeah, we do have a great game series rather. And unfortunately, Jotham, after a great start today, 4-0, does take some 2 back-to-back
Yeah.
losses on camera. So
And
that's
that
a little rough.
might be the end of the tournament run. I think X2, but you did lose late. That's one good benefit you have going for you. So if you come out and have a nice dominant performance here in that last round, there
Yep,
is some potential. I don't
for
know.
sure.
Is my camera dying or something? Because it feels like I'm turning like 3D or something. I don't know what's.
You're turning 3D. It could be. I don't know.
I
Stefan's
don't know.
moving the screens around right now. I
Okay.
don't know what's
I
happening.
don't
I'm
know.
like
It's
shifting
all good.
around.
Maybe it's something I got on my end. Maybe I'm.
Now I'm on TikTok mode, and there's this thing over here. Stefan, what's going on, brother? Can you lock in?
Yo, Stefan's
Stefan,
cooking, man. You guys
I
got
know
to
it's
treat
getting
Stefan with
late,
some.
but can you lock in, dude?
We're
Come on,
TikTok
man.
mode. We're
There
vertical.
we go. We did it.
We're horizontal. Okay. We can get
We
like
did
a
it.
like that.
Yeah.
What's wrong
See,
with this? Can we do this?
wow.
This is
How did
fine.
we? Wow,
I like
Stefan.
this.
Why did we
Stefan.
take so long to get here?
And maybe we can put
This
like some
is
stuff at the bottom. I think we're
yeah.
here. This is
Stefan,
good.
can you lock in, dude?
I feel honestly, Gabe, or Skinner,
Lock
I feel like
in?
I can breathe. I feel like I can breathe. Like
Dude,
I feel
I
like
had to
this
tell
whole
him
time
lock
we've been
in, dude.
so constricted in the booth, but now I feel like I can digitally
Yeah,
breathe.
I could do this now, and you
I
could
can
actually
spread
see my
out.
arms.
I can
Wow.
feel it, dude. Shout out to Stefan, dude.
Wow,
I feel like a
dude.
new
It only
man.
took us 6 rounds, but we figured it out,
We
guys.
got there. We got loose, huh? I
By the way,
like that a lot.
Gabe brought me this really hot tea, and I appreciate Gabe so much.
Mhm.
Not a big tea guy. Not a big tea
Really?
guy. Had a
You
little
got to lock in.
Sipperino. Kind of tastes like cologne, but I'm gonna drink it
You got to lock in,
because
dude. What kind of what kind of teas have you tried? Okay, if you're just going to your grocery
I'm
aisle and
doing
just grabbing the
I'm
bag of
doing
Lipton's off of there.
chamomile, pretty
Cam-
flavorless.
Chamomile's time to go to bed though, big dog.
Yeah, well, I'm an anxious guy, dude. I have
Okay,
anxiety, so
yeah,
little
try.
chamomile kind of simmer me down,
Okay,
get me in the mood to
respect.
take a little napsy or something, But I don't do
Get you some
coffee.
Earl
I,
Grey or something.
Earl
Get you some.
Grey, okay.
Yeah,
I've heard of Earl Grey. I don't
it's
know what it
it's
tastes like, but
it's quite good, man. I think
I've
it's.
done some green teas and stuff. Good for
Mhm.
digestion. But I don't know what kind of tea this is. It does have a little bit of a unique taste to it, but I gotta ask Gabe when he comes back in here. But
Okay, make sure he
um,
didn't put no pickled egg juice in your tea, and it's like
that
boiled
might be why it has weird taste. It might
boiled
be.
vinegar
Let
juice
me
in
see if
your
there's some
tea.
red 40 in my
Yeah,
my
that's
tea
all it
here.
is. He's like,
No, it looks like
we worked it in there.
this is a
That's
questionable color. Honestly, questionable color.
wait a minute.
Questionable,
Hold up. Oh, hey, wait.
questionable color.
halt. Hey, halt there. Hey,
Questionable color. We're gonna
I
leave
put
that.
that
We're
down
just
to
gonna
the
let that
side
be.
because
We're gonna leave
I
that
don't
be.
know. Yeah, we'll
Oh
sit that off to
no,
the side because
I got tea on the
that
Arthur map.
might be some Sir Hiss in that tea over there. I'm not sure.
Ooh, sorry.
Some Sir Hiss is in that tea. You know what I'm saying? I
Gabe
don't know.
just gave it to me and left, so there's no telling what could have been happening here.
I don't
So
know. I hope.
yeah,
Okay.
I might
We'll
take a
see.
break. I might take a break.
We'll see.
But yeah, this was a great round. Super exciting gameplay, and
Mhm.
we'll have one more round after this, and then we are going to top 8. And it looks like we are getting ready for an interview.
Mm,
I got the heads up that it's about to head in. So
let's do it.
as soon
Don't
as
touch
they,
that now. Keep it
yeah,
locked.
as soon as they bump us out, there we go.
Are we? We're live? Oh, we're live. Hey, look at that. Thanks a lot for the warning, production. We love you. Devin, you need to come in here too, buddy? Come on in, buddy. What's going on, friends? Hey, so first of all, let's give a huge congratulations to Jack over here for the victory against Bleen. So I will tell you that, and you've been busy. You've been doing some work out here. So I want to, you wouldn't know this, but you've gotten a lot of people who are asking to see you on stream. Namely, there's one beautiful bald person who you might know by the name of JDZ Quest, who specifically was like, I don't care what their record is right now. I need Jack on stream right now. So you can thank JDZ in large part for you being on there. So I'm going to give you an opportunity first of all to talk about what your thoughts were on the meta that you were expecting to see, and why you brought what you brought, and what were you anticipating, and just talking about your deck choice and how you got there.
Yeah. Well, thanks for JDZ for having me on the stream. As far as the deck choice goes, so last weekend I had played in a charity event that Kurt Spice ran, and I was playing a more mid-range style blue steel that I was prototyping, and I'm still working on that deck, but it's got some weaknesses. So amber steel is really tough for it. Green steel is pretty tough for it. And so when I was looking at this event, frankly, there's a lot of known players down here, right? There's people that are known to play a lot of amber steel, a lot of, I was kind of anticipating seeing green, yellow dogs. And then beyond that, green steel did really well last weekend. Amber steel did really well last weekend. And so I was like, okay, I've got this mid-range deck. It's really fun, and it performed really well at this tournament, but I'm not so sure it's going to perform really well at this next one. And so when I was choosing a deck, I knew that targeting amber steel and green steel was kind of where I wanted to be at. And Alice is very, very good into that. I've got a lot of reps on the deck. I know sort of exactly what my game plan is there. Alice, Pete, Cogsworth are great cards against those particular matchups.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw that kind of in full display here. You know, game one seemed like kind of like a learning game for you. You kind of were picking up the pieces and kind of watching the wheels turn in real time. But as we saw you perform in game two and game three of this sequence, you know, there was a lot of learning, and in the methodology where you decided to go to, like choosing to go with the Alices and the Calhouns, getting that Cogsworth down. So talk to me about, you know, what you were anticipating from this matchup and what changed as you were playing game to game.
Yeah, so this matchup is not one I have a ton of experience on, just because the deck type is not super popular itself. I do have a little bit of experience, and I knew sort of going in, like, okay, they struggled to interact with Alice beyond Under the Sea, and they really struggle if you start throwing down Pete's when you're trying to finish the game. So I knew that going in. Game one, I almost threw it because I forgot that I had seen him earlier out there with the big Grammatala, and I didn't play around the shift Grammatala.
Yeah, we saw that.
And that almost lost me game one. Yeah. Which, like, shout out to him. Like, that card is super fun. I love that card. I played it a bunch in set 3. And so then in game 2, I actually think I threw in game 2. I played a little bit too safely. There was a point where I could have warded up and given a +1 lore to a Smee and quested for an extra lore, and then just forced him to have an answer for the Gantu, which I don't know if he had at the time or not. If he had the answer, then what I did was correct. But if he didn't have the answer, then I get one more lore, and then at the very end of the game, I was going to 19 with Cogsworth, or singing that strength. And then in game 3, the pieces just came together for me. I knew get rid of the little Grammatala to stop the shift line, and he really stumbled, like not you know, as a player or anything, but his deck just, he didn't have ramp on 2, and so his game plan sort of just fell apart there.
Yeah, like the variance of what happens in the course of a game kind of lined up with what you needed to have done as well, and that welcome to playing card games.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Welcome to playing card games, and those are the things that make you want to flip your table sometimes, but that's what we do here. So I want to say again, thank you very much for coming all the way down here to Southside Gaming. Thank you very much for letting us watch those games. A lot of fun to watch. I think we're going to give you some time to kind of breathe, do what you need to do, because next round is turning around really quick. But Jack, thank you so much for making it out here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, friend.
He can't see me, but we can see him.
We almost nailed. That was almost like a seamless transition. Yo, shout out to Stefan, dude. That was clean.
He's always leveling up, dude. He just got to log in. You know, sometimes
it was a little soon. It was a little bit premeditated. He was almost there with like a back to you in the booth kind of thing with like a. I love it. I like a nice, well produced series. Yo,
I like it too.
Shout out to you, Stefan. If you can see it. Boom.
Stefan, I don't know if he can see us. He's doing a lot of stuff. I don't know if they're doing another interview or not, but we'll find out.
He'll snatch us out of here. I'm certain.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if he sends in a little thing. But I'm glad we finally figured out this horizontal screen thing. It's making me feel really nice. I get to see the horizontal room.
I think next time we just get like almost like a little green screen thing where it seems like we're sitting in a virtual booth, like a command center or something, and with like a top thing with like a ticker rolling across the bottom with Melee coming in.
Any ideas?
Stefan, make this happen, okay? We get like a little digital booth, and at the bottom you got scores updating, and like Melee is coming across the bottom, a little cutaway. We can make it happen.
Have you ever seen
There it is.
maybe controversial take here, but we won't talk about the controversy. But
Mhm.
you ever seen Doctor Disrespect? You know who
I
that
have.
is?
Yeah, I do.
Have you seen the green screen stuff that he does, where he's like in
It's
the locker
insane.
room and
It's
he
so
comes up, he
good.
pulls up like in the
Yeah.
Lamborghini, and he's like
Yeah,
in
yeah,
green
yeah.
screen, and
Yeah.
yeah, we love to get on that level of like crazy
What?
production. He
I
has like a
think
green
make it
screen off
happen.
to the side, and then he just walks over,
And
and
it
then next
changes the
he's in the
whole thing.
locker, yeah, he's in the locker
Yeah.
room and stuff. Like, yeah, that
He's
would be
getting out of
really,
like elevators and stuff. I
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
that
We
would
can
be
definitely
epic.
steal that and bring that without all the other stuff. I mean, he's got
Yeah,
some other
no,
things.
that's why I said controversial, but
Yeah, leave all
again,
that, but keep all
I
the
like
cool
his
stuff.
production.
And
I don't care so much for the other
yeah,
stuff, but his
yeah,
production's
yeah,
very
yeah,
cool. By the
yeah.
way, speaking of production, I've noticed from when I started watching you, the back of your behind you's gotten it continues to grow. Like,
Oh,
what are we doing behind you? Are we
it's
just
an
gonna go until we can't go no
Oh,
more? Or
I'm
we have a
actually
strategy?
this is actually I'm in the process of moving. So I will be moving this summer. I
Mm,
have another home that I'm moving into. We're cleaning this one up. So this studio is getting
nice,
shut down, and I have an even bigger studio that I'm moving into with more wall
nice,
space and more things to put. So we're going to continue to expand the bulk. And we have boxes everywhere. I got troves for days. Look at all those troves, dude.
dude.
There's
Where'd
too
you
many
get that
troves.
giant
You know what I'm
Tinkerbell?
saying? This giant
That is
Tinkerbell right here.
sick,
I won this this queen right there in a tournament. You know, I can't get my squabbles up too from time to time. Okay.
for sure. I
I
know you
won
do.
that queen and I did win another little 1K. No big deal. You know what I'm saying? And people send in gifts to the program sometimes. Like that Goofy movie box right there that was sent
That's
in
awesome.
from Rope Big Thunder. And I do get gifts and things like that. So I try to showcase that and I just, you know, people can see it as becoming a part of the show, man. So I
We're
like
having a
it.
conversation. Don't be rude, dude.
Move over.
We were
Please
talking
bring
about how
in
you
the
gave us
ants.
pee in my freaking cup here. What type of tea is this?
So there's a tea.
You don't have a headset on.
So there's a tea. I don't know. There's like a tea spot next door.
Mm.
They're like special. It's a tea lounge. That's what it is. It's a tea lounge. So you can go in there. You can play some pool. You can relax, and they specialize in tea.
Pool and tea.
Pool
No,
and tea. So
that's an interesting combo.
I walked up to I guess a bartender, a tea tender. I don't know. I walked up to the person.
A tender. Hey.
A tender. Yeah, like a
Chicken
nuggie,
tender.
like a nuggie.
Got it.
Yeah.
Like a tendy. Anyway, so that's beside the point. So I walked up there and I said, "Hey, I'm doing something next door where I'm talking a lot. Can I please have something that'll soothe my vocal cords?" And they said, "I got you." And so they grabbed the bag of stuff, they mixed it in there, and then they asked, "Do I want agave or honey?" I said, "Let's do agave." And they put that in there, and now I got some nice warm tea so that my throat will sound
Dude.
great.
And
You're
what's in
my-
mine?
Same. It's the same thing.
Same.
Yeah,
You
man.
might be about
plus
to take a
flavor.
trip. You might be on a spirit journey here. It sounds like
I
you
was
went and
thinking,
talked.
is this
it-
kava or whatever they call it, where like you drink it and you're like in another planet,
It's
or
possible.
like
I think you might have went and spoke to someone who is a street pharmacist, and you're about to take a trip. You're about to be
He
on a
went well to a
DMT K
shaman.
hole over there, Gabe.
So
He's
I'll
like,
tell you what, I've done this every event since I've been here, and that might explain why towards the end we get a little wild. And this whole time I didn't know this thing's been spiked.
yeah,
It could
you're
be that.
spiked. Gabe's
So
like,
before you
yeah.
rudely interrupted me,
He goes to talk to someone else, but like, you went to a pool hall and bought some tea, bro. That's not tea.
Welcome,
That's illegal.
welcome to Florida, baby. Let's
That's
go.
not tea. No,
what I was
you're
what
drinking.
I was trying to find out, and I'm
Yeah,
on a
sorry.
mission to find
Go
out,
ahead.
where did you get the giant Tinkerbell?
Oh, this was a gift. This was gifted to me from a undisclosed source. Okay, I cannot
Oh.
confirm nor deny the
That is
location. in
amazing.
which-
I always
That's
see
cool.
pictures on X of people in EU with these giant cards, and like they put them in giant posters and stuff. And I'm like, where can I get me a giant card? I don't even care what card it is. It could be any card. And you happen to get a giant of the best cards.
That's my favorite card. That is literally my number one
Yeah.
draft pick. I love this
One
card.
of the
So
most iconic
I don't
cards
even
in the game.
own an Enchanted Tinkerbell in paper.
I
I just
to.
don't
I
have one.
sold it at a desperate time, unfortunately, but maybe one day I'll get it back. Yeah, I played an event that was a win and enchanted, and it was for Tinkerbell, and it was definitely one of my favorites in the game. One of my favorites in the game for sure. One of the most. I think when Lorcana is 30 years old, 20 years old, like people will remember
Yeah.
like Giant Tink as like one of the iconic like original characters.
Like how you look at like a Charizard from Pokemon,
Yep.
the original one, and the
Yep.
Venusaur and the Blastoise. That's
Yep.
going to be like one you look back at with super prestige. Those golden Mickeys are great, but granted, only a few people can get those.
Of course.
The Let It Goes and all that kind of stuff. But that Tinkerbell, I think it's very attainable, and everyone has
yeah.
access to it. So
yeah.
I
It's a
probably
cool
need to get one
design.
now and put it in a vault or something.
Such a cool design, like just her with the pirate ship and stuff. Like it's such a cool idea, and I love when Lorcana does these things where they take the characters that we already know and they just make them larger than life. Make them, in this case, literally larger than life, but just adding like these cool themes and like storylines to the character that you're like, oh, I wonder how this happened, and that's part of the beauty of Lorcana. It's really really cool.
That's really nice. The just the idea of the whole Floodborn thing, the theme of Floodborn, and like we break it down, hey, Floodborn just means you could do whatever, and that is just what they take these opportunities to just get crazy with it, like Giant Tinkerbell or just like any other Floodborn cards that you can see. Like they're always going to be doing something unique and cool, and it just pushes what characters that changing it to a whole another level. I mean, that's the inner nerd of me. I'm a rare breed in that sense. Like I like the trading card game. I love trading card games in general, but I think I like Disney more. And I think I'm in that rarefied era where you got other players who are like, and this happened to me in my own experience. Like I'm playing, and I was gonna make a skit about it. I think it'd be really funny. Like I'm playing, and I'm like, I played Bell. And I'm like, oh, that card's cool. I forgot. I like Bell. And I'm like, yeah, man. I think I sang a song or like a part of the thing about Bell, just trying to be funny. And I'm like, I don't get it. Oh, you don't know Bell? Like, what movie is that from? Where's Bell from? Like, what franchise is that in? Like, they didn't know who Bell was. Like, they've never seen Bell before. I'm like, dude, how are you? They play the game because the game is just a good game, and Disney is just who cares.
You'd be shocked to know how many known players have like only seen one Disney movie, and they're like,
a lot.
Zach Bivens is one of the. I talked to him. He doesn't know. He hasn't seen like anything. He hasn't seen Hercules, so he's always like, I like Hercules. He's only ever seen the character. He has no idea about the story.
Speaking of Zach Bivens, by the way, guess what, folks? You've been talking all this smack. Guess we're about to watch right now?
Is he in? Oh, I interviewed Zach. Yeah, he don't know anything about this, but I'm gonna have to let you guys go because I know you guys are about to cook and we're about to get it loose and get active. So stay tuned. Welcome, don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. We got Zach Bivens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and not just Zach Bivens. We got Bivens versus Mark Miller, a mainstay here at SSG, a staple, someone who's been at the top tables numerous times here. This is going to be one hell of a barn burner, my friend.
Oh yeah, we got Mark at 4-2 and Zach at 4-1-1. So both these players fighting for survival here. 4-2 is going to be a tight squeeze, but if you're playing against Zach in the last round, that could mean his tiebreakers are just really, really good. So most likely this will determine who makes it in and who does not.
Yes, this is a win and in situation. And particularly Mark needs to be able to survive this fight to make it in. So this is a big deal for Mark. To your point about Zach, it could be questionable. So this has huge implications on each of these players' journey and to their journey as we make it towards the end of Swiss here, as we're slowly approaching that phase to see whether or not they'll be making into Top Cut.
Absolutely. And fan favorite Zach Bivens joining us in his nice Southside hoodie. Love to see that. Obviously, for those who missed the announcement, Zach is part of the Southside Gaming team now. He is official. So very, very amazing acquisition and an amazing part of the team that I'm sure Southside Gaming is incredibly happy to have. And I know we are happy to have him here, hanging out with us here in South Florida. So thanks, Zach, for coming to hang with us. And let's see. He started the day a little rough. I saw him at the 0-1 table at the very beginning of the day. I was like, ooh, maybe not a great day for Zach, which does happen. But Zach bouncing back, as you would expect, and putting it all on the line here as we go into our last round of Swiss. And it's going to be a barn burner for sure.
Yeah, and we take a look at the top of the screen here. We can see the color combinations that they're both of them are playing. Zach is going to be on Amethyst Steel, which is a color combination that is not a strange one to see Zach on. Zach is known for being Zach has the ability to kind of be a chameleon a little bit, has a little bit of flexibility, a lot of flexibility when it comes to deck choices. And so we know there's like a wide wheelhouse, and this is certainly one of them, which is in Zach's favor. This allows Zach to kind of appear, even though he's known, even though he's somebody who's well respected in the community. There's still this element of surprise, like which deck will I see? Am I going to see that Steel? Am I going to see that Nala? Am I going to see what's the other card that he invented?
Gaston.
Yeah, Gaston. Or
definitely was not Wochuk. It was definitely
not
Zach
Wochuk,
who invented Nala.
I just want to call out now. Wochuk was not. That was not Nala.
It was not there.
Yeah, for sure.
He wasn't there when it happened.
No.
But yeah, Zach. Definitely, he's known for playing quite the surprise. He does have a couple different decks that he likes to go to. But Zach, I believe in interviews, he's been questioned about it, and he's always said that he likes the element of surprise. It's a big part of a tournament, I think, is coming with something your opponent's not expecting. And Zach against Amber Steel here, and I don't think there's any card in Amber Steel that will surprise Zach.
No.
I mean, Zach knows this deck inside and out, and I wonder if that's going to be a detriment for Mark here, just knowing how familiar Zach is with Amber Steel, and how the ins and outs work, what beats it, what doesn't, how do you win against it. And I think that's all very important information here as we go into our last round of Swiss.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at the hand that Zach has kind of opted to hold on to. At least that's the indicator. Like, okay, now it's filtering through, and we see Mark has made some decisions here. We're sending back what I think was 3. It looked like 3 was being sent back on Mark's side.
I believe so, yeah.
Which is an interesting choice. So now Zach is the one kind of deciding. And we see that Calhoun being an option potentially.
Yep.
It's going to be 1.
He's just sending back 1 crab, or is he just keeping 1 crab?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think he's just sending back. The kind of hand looks pretty good. Oh my. Okay, no, he's just sending 1 back. Okay. Oh my God.
What? No.
What do I know about anything? My whole life is a lie.
Yeah, we just lied. The whole life, the whole thing.
I was like, okay, he's got 1 drops. He's got this. Okay. He says, I'm going to keep crab, pitch everything else.
He's so okay.
That's why he's Zach Bivens and I'm Mike Skinner in the booth.
And you're Skinner and I'm Gabe, and we're just here talking about him playing games.
It. I would have never known. I'd be curious to hear Zach's thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Clearly looking for specific cards in this matchup, right? I'm pretty sure, he's not just looking for a curve here. He's looking for cards that are going to really help him win this match. And I didn't see who's going first, so that could also potentially be a lot of the reason why Zach sent that back. He's
true.
Looking for Calhouns and stuff. Yeah, see, okay.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense now. I thought for a moment Zach was on the play, but yeah, if Zach is on the draw, definitely will be helpful to have some of these cards like Calhoun.
Mark with a big opener. Mark landed that Daisy duck, that duck that's constantly looking for that date. Donald is holding her up, and she gets mad. Every turn she gets mad, she gives another card to the top of the deck.
How many dollars do you think Donald had to spend at the machine to get that bear for Daisy?
He was cursing that machine up, but we couldn't understand him.
Or was it like the fair where you have to like throw the ball at the bottle and then you win a big prize?
Yeah. But the thing is with Donald definitely hit the bottle, but the bottle's glued to the table, and so he's getting upset because he's realizing he's getting scammed. That's what it is.
So how did Daisy get the bear then?
He eventually gave $100+, and then they finally said, "Here's the thing."
He slid 100 under the table.
Yeah, he's
and
like,
said,
"Just
give me the bear,
dude. Just hand me the bear."
I like to think about these things. Sometimes when I look at the art and stuff, I'm like, what would this be like in a real world of fantasy? I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, I get you. If it was a real thing.
If it was a real thing, sure.
And we've got Chernobyls, we've got troubadours, and we've got all kinds of animals galore. Oh, look, and there's a human to join the party.
Calhoun coming to join, and obviously a very good card here against Daisy, considering that Calhoun plus anything could end her career.
Yeah.
So she's going a little hard to see what Mark's inking here, but ooh, Ariel, Spectacular Singer.
And we do see a song has appeared. It's hard. I guess we'll take a look and see.
Zeus.
It was Zeus. Zeus returning to the hand.
Which Troubadour can sing and will sing.
Yikes.
That's why do they allow singers?
That is so tough. That is so tough.
And then he gets to put the Zeus to the bottom.
Yep.
All right. I say I'm starting a petition, ban singer.
Ban sing. All of us
just that keyword, just ban it.
Here's the problem with that whole notion, though. Singers like the mechanic that makes Lorcana so different. So it's like
no. You could still sing songs, but you can't have singer text. Like you can't be a 1-drop that sings 10 cost cards like that.
Oh,
it's just get out of here.
I got a better idea, Skinner. How about you just get good and learn how to play against?
I could do that. You're right.
just get good.
That's not a bad idea. All right, so we go ahead and use that crab to our advantage, boost up, and swing into that troubadour, get him off the table, because that is definitely going to be one less thing here for Zach to worry about. As Mark in a pretty good spot here, as he's got Ariel in play, potentially could sing another Zeus. Does he have Zeus in hand?
I believe I see a world.
A whole new world. Okay, so we'll get a little Cobra action here.
Well, that's a trick though. It's a ploy.
Every Cobra until we go for a holy world.
Every card that Zach draws is a trick. It's a play. If we sing this song, if we sing this beautiful song,
and that's what Mark's cracking his head about right now. He's like, okay,
yeah, like, is it time? Do we take this magic carpet ride? Or
I think so. Zach's got a lot of cards in hand. We don't have a lot of cards in hand. I think we just did we already ink? Yeah, we already inked for turn, right?
opting to play the Lawrence.
Oh, and then he wheels. Interesting. Okay.
I mean,
So
Lawrence is very high value. I can see why you'd want to choose that over risking not seeing something else.
Oh, and he gets himself a Cinderella here if he wants. Or yeah, that's pretty good.
Wow, that's
Robin
a great
Hood.
combo. Yeah,
Robin Hood, I think, is what he got. Yeah, Robin Hood. Okay. And Mark going to take a look through Zach's discard here and say, what did I hit? And it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. A couple rabbits, Cobra. So not a bad hit there. And Zach's got a whole new 7 to work with here. And we're going to see if it's worth what it was worth. If it's worth the 7 new cards in hand. Let's see. It's
I mean, we're seeing some options here on Zach's side. Zach's probably not super upset about that wheel. The issue he's got is more with the board state right now. Can we do things to reduce those singers on board? Can we take out some of this just lore generation that's happening on the table? Do we deal with Daisy? All these answers and more on the next episode of Zach Bivens versus Mark Miller.
Yeah, for sure. I like this attack here. We could even potentially Zeus a Daisy or something. Oh, we got Fox.
Foxy Brown.
That's even better. So we will Fox it up and say goodbye to Daisy.
This was a good turn. We got rid of the singer, a very big singer in Ariel. We got rid of Daisy Duck. So what we've got is Robin Hood. We've got Lawrence. The question becomes, do we have the shift Robin Hood? Do we have Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood?
Yep. That's we have 7 new cards in hand, so I would imagine we most likely do have a shift in hand, and Zach, I'm sure, is thinking the same. So Zach's just figuring out which card he decides he wants to ink here before he sends it back over to Mark.
Yeah. And there's just so many choices, and we're choosing the Diablo to play a magic broom.
All right, and we pass her back. And another whole new world in the hand of Mark.
Crazy.
In addition to Storm Rage Raging Fire.
The Sherwood does make its way down. Using that Sherwood to get rid of that Fox. That Fox is a big problem. So, that's definitely a good play here. We're getting 2 lore for it. So it's not for nothing. We're getting a lot of value out of that challenge.
For sure. We've seen a lot of Robin Hoods today. Have you noticed that? A lot of Robin Hoods coming back into the meta, considering that we haven't seen Medusas as much. We were talking to JDZ earlier a little bit about that. But yeah, Robin Hood, just an absolute terror into a lot of these steel decks because it holds so much damage. And when you do finally get rid of it, it just replaces itself, which is just really, really good. And it protects the board a lot. It threatens to attack and take 2 lore away, or rather not 2 lore away, but gave you 2 lore every time. So Robin Hood, I know, was a staple for a long time, kind of fell out of favor because of the meta. And it's, as we can see, making its way back in. So lots of Robin Hoods today. And we're going to get a little, okay, that's an interesting one.
Choosing to use Strength of a Raging Fire to get rid of the Magic Room. I mean, in terms of value trading, that's not fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason why he did that, but interesting. Interesting that he valued. I mean, I really don't care if Zach's going to draw an extra card. You're about to wheel him anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a little interesting.
It is more
maybe
pressure.
He didn't want the crab. Maybe he was worried about the crab.
That's exactly what I was going to say. There's a number of things at play here. You're talking about Amethyst. Crab is probably the thing that Mark is thinking about here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose it to the crab. So hate to see him spend a resource like that on the broom, but you do what you got to do to get in the victory here.
You also have to think about the fact that the goal here is to continue to lapse your opponent in tempo. And while you might have overvalued something, or you might lose out on quote unquote the value trade here, you're gaining in additional tempo, like a percentage you can't factor in for, because Bivens is having to work his way back from 0. And working your way back from 0, trying to reestablish your board while you're sitting with 2, 3, 4 characters on the board, that actually is a huge difference maker, and does make doing a play like that make a little bit more sense.
For sure. And Zach able to recycle Pete here as he bounces it back with the Fox, gets a little trade in, and then replays the Pete to stop the actions from Mark. Pretty much predicting here that Mark most likely is looking to wheel. So essentially Mark has to just pass his turn. So Zach essentially, for my Magic people out there, just time walk, which means take an extra turn. Because Mark not able to do anything else on his turn. And now Zach will get an opportunity to play Pete again.
Yep.
And this is just buying so much time here for Zach. Zach's just getting turns to kind of figure the board out. This is going to be 2 turns now that Mark kind of just has to hang out, and that's never a good thing.
No, and there's multiple whole new worlds sitting in hand. By the way, I'm seeing at least 2. That might. I don't think that's the third one. I think it's just 2. I can't tell what that third.
Well, he's
card
already
is.
played one. No, he's got. It looks like Grab Your Swords, but I don't know if it is Grab Your Swords.
Is this the event that brings Grab Your Swords back? Is that what we're learning today?
I mean, a lot of people are scared of Diablos and stuff, but I can't tell for sure if it's Grab Your Swords. I could be totally wrong. It is a daisy, though. That is for sure.
That is a daisy. Yep.
Yeah, it's a daisy and a doozy. As you go ahead, don't laugh at me, dude. As we play this down and pass it back yet again. So yeah, Mark just understanding that he just really can't take advantage of the situation here because he cannot sing. So okay, we're gonna do a little singing.
Yep, certainly. We see. Oh! What are we grabbing? Is that a rabbit? Is that a rabbit I see?
Yeah, we do have rabbit.
We got a number. We've got
2 bogs and a Zeus. None of these cards can bounce, so Pete's games are over for the time being.
I mean, think about the value that Zach got from that. We were able to reestablish the board from nothing, from literal nothing. So you know what? I bet he wish he had that one turn earlier.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right, so we're inking out Chernobog in order to play a Zeus.
Yeah.
You have to.
I like it. Yeah, because now he's forcing either you have the Robin Hood shift line
again
to sing,
twice,
or you have to hard cast Whole New World, which that feels bad.
Yeah.
So great move here by Zach, just cleaning up that singer. Although there are still a lot of characters on board, none of these can sing Whole New World, and I think that's the most important thing right now. Zach's just trying to get a board out there before he eventually has 7 new cards in his hand.
And the question is Mark's hand bad enough to hard cast that Whole New World? Is it worth it to do it?
I don't know.
And then
man.
hope that you draw enough songs.
Oh, there's the Grab Your Sword. See,
okay. Oh yeah. So yeah, it was Grab Your Sword.
So there you go. Grab Your Sword.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Grab Your Sword is back. It's back, everybody.
Is it though? I mean, look what it did. I mean,
it's so back.
It took out me, and then I don't know. It's definitely not a bad card. I mean, Grab Your Sword does have its uses, but
it allowed Daisy Duck to trade with Pete. Okay, so it created a mathematical situation.
It's a great card, but it's just
you're looking for. Why are you so greedy? Why are you always looking for clean trades? Why can't we?
Back in my day, when we used to play one ink 2/2s every turn,
right?
All right, every opening turn. All right, Grab Your Swords was essentially a one-sided be prepared.
Well, back in my day, I played an Aladdin that was 7 costs. Okay, and it stole lore from my opponent.
Don't get me started on that card. That plus Pocket Watch was one of my darkest days ever. It was bad.
Cauldron for the win, everybody. Cauldron for the win.
Oh my gosh. So Zach gets another Pete in hand, which that's got to be pretty good for him. He's just trying to figure out what to do with the rest of his turn here, right? We could Fox and draw a card, but then you know that the Whole New World is coming, so you could potentially Fox and then Pete, maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Zach to be in. Mark is ahead on lore, choosing to get rid of the Daisy Duck, of course. Playing the turn, kind of setting up a board to put yourself in a good spot, or just trying to get characters down. A play like that, a Chernobog into a Fox, bouncing the Chernobog,
the Troubadour, maybe, and then Pete. Are we talking the Troubadour?
Oh, here we go. We got the Pete. So the Pete will slow down that potential Whole New World.
No, he's trying to think. Okay, am I taking? I mean, between Cinderella and Pete, unless he's predicting a 7-drop Cinderella coming into shift, Troubadour seems like the clear choice. Yeah. I mean, obviously, he could get totally surprised here, and Cindy could shift.
Bro. I'll stand up right now and I'll scream, bruh.
But no, it doesn't look like he has to worry about that right now.
Mark put that card down eerily close to that Cindy. I'm like, no, wait, is it? Could it be? It was not. It was
we
not.
got another strength. I always confuse the Raging cards. Raging Fire and Storm Rage On. So we have a Strength of a Raging Fire getting added to Mark's hand.
There's a lot of rage.
Yeah, I always confuse those 2 cards. And they're both in the deck, so it's like it doesn't help.
Yeah, they're great cards.
Yeah.
We're flipping through 2 cards. So notice Mark is flipping through 2 cards, just staring at them saying, do I play these? Are we in? Are we so down right now? Are we so in?
Yeah, a lot of draw go happening from Mark as this Pete's just real. You see the power of Pete here. I mean, he's just totally shutting down the game plan.
Yeah.
And he has another Fox in hand, so he could potentially Pete again. It's like 5 Pete's. This Pete can sing this Wow, this is
That's tough because if you just look at hand, we've got friends, we've got Elsa, and Elsa's cool. If Elsa could tap that aerial, and that Fox can come in and take it.
Singing.
Okay, yes. Okay, so we're singing songs. We're singing Friends. There's the Elsa. Elsa will tap it,
crash
and
into
then
Pete.
Pete will take it out nice and neat because Pete gets to survive in doing so. There's Calhoun. Oh, this board state just suddenly. Whoa!
He said,
this board
"Wheel
state
me
just
if you
shifted.
want. Wheel me if you want."
Yeah, I don't think you'll do it. You don't have the guts, but if you want to, I dare you.
Yeah, Mark's been staring at these whole new worlds for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we're finally at a spot now where oh no.
We'll get 3 damage on something here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, take advantage of that at least. I mean, that's a good card. Nothing wrong with that. That whole new world is sitting in hand like a brick. That thing is not doing.
Can you imagine if he had saved that Pete? Look, he has 2 more ways to bounce that Pete. That Pete would have been like a 10-turn Pete lock.
Yes,
essentially. So thankfully, Mark was able to get rid of that Pete and stop the shenanigans from happening. Because Zach, I mean, he got so much value out of that Pete. He was able to rebuild his whole table before Mark is even able to play a whole new world, which is still sitting in Mark's hand.
Yeah, well, at this point, playing it feels like it's at a detriment to Zach. Zach needs to figure out a way to get rid of that Gaston like that. Just like that thing that I said he needed to do.
That's a way.
He just did it because that Gaston makes that whole new world a good play. When you have to hard cast the whole new world, that makes it a bad play. Playing a whole new world fair is not what you want to do, and Zach knows that. As the person who is, some would argue a forefather of Steel songs. This is a person who knows the matchup very well.
Yep. Yeah, on the Mount Rushmore of Amber Steel, I definitely think Zach's head's up in stone there for sure. As I mentioned earlier, him just knowing the deck inside out is really helping him here because he knows exactly what Mark needs and what Mark wants, and just being able to stop that from happening is really, really helping him out. Look, I mean, we're tied up to 11-11 here.
Dude, just the catching up, like just slowly, little by little. Zach has gotten there. There's not been any huge tempo swings. Zach has been doing this just moment by moment, turn by turn, one character here, 2 characters there, and catching up. Every game, you win every game just by having a slightly better percentage in each of your turns than your opponent.
All right.
And that's what Zach
Mark,
has shown us.
Mark finally said, all right, you know I've had it for 15 turns now. So here's 7 new cards. And yep, he sees that the double wheel's in hand. So he knows what's going on. All right. Zach will lose a Fox, but gains 7 new cards. And unfortunately, Mark only has a few ink to work with here with his new 7. Let's see what he chooses here. Potentially another Ariel or a Gaston. What could it be playing? I see it here. I see Rapunzel in hand, but that's not going to help right now. Smee? Or excuse me, not Smee. Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Lawrence is good. We like Lawrence here.
Yeah, Lawrence is a good one. Zach's got 7 cards. I'm curious to see what kind of craziness he's got going, and he's got a lot of ink now.
He does. I mean, he's been prepping for this. He's been able to play Pete's multiple times, knowing that a whole new world was coming. So he's had 3 or 4 turns in this game alone, purposely strategizing on how to best maximize your hand. And knowing that, generally speaking, when you think about Amethyst Steel, they don't need that much ink. They don't need it. But if you're expecting your hand to disappear anyway, and you're playing in ways that let you maximize that, it's no wonder how Zach got to this point when it came to the ink totals.
For sure, yeah. And Zach's got a lot of options here now, right? He's the only problem with having so many cards and so much ink is you got to make a lot of more choices. So that seems like a pretty simple one. Let's just stop the actions. So we'll start there and then see what we do with the rest of our turn here.
Oh, get some more
White
reach.
Rose. Give us a little boosty. There you go.
And Smee. Okay, that locks this game up. I do believe.
Ooh.
15, 16, 17, 18. No. Yeah, that's not fantastic.
Zach doing his best Steel Song impression here with a totally different deck. Wow, this
is nuts. A Strength of a Raging Fire here, a homing missile. Just a tactical nuke of a Strength of a Raging Fire.
It reminds me, there used to be a card back in the day. You ever play Hearthstone?
Yes.
Do you remember what warriors that they used to shield up, and they used to play a card called Shield Slam?
Yes, Shield Slam was
so good. So for those who didn't know, back in the day, by the way, Zach, does pick up the game here, which is amazing because he looked like he was in a pretty bad spot, and he
Yes.
just clawed his way, card by card, turn by turn, played it so well, locked Mark out of the game with so many turns of Pete, and just was able to turn the game around completely. So shout out to Zach, amazing play, just a masterclass here of keeping it cool and being able to turn the game around. But real quick, so there was a class named Warrior, for those of you who do not know World of Warcraft, and in the game you could use an ability that would give you a shield, right? And shield was like bonus health. So you could like go past, let's say instead of being at 20 lore, you could go like to 50 lore or whatever it may be. And then there was a card that cost 1 ink, and it would deal damage equal to the amount of shield. And people would get up to like 100 shield and then just pay 1 ink and just absolutely blast something for 1 ink. And that's the very much the feeling that I just got when Zach just played all his characters out, and that was just like boom, boom, boom.
Do me a favor, move over.
No, dude,
Get it,
come
get it.
on, man,
Move,
dude,
move it. Listen, when I'm on that side, okay,
brother.
and don't you dare
No,
click that power
that's
button.
you. When you're on this side,
Don't you dare click that power button.
I'll do it. Don't tell me what to do, bro. I'll hit this button right now.
Don't you dare.
I'll
You
shut this whole operation
You
down.
better not. Stefan will come in here and kill you.
I'll shut this whole thing down.
Stefan
I'll
will
turn all the
banish you.
power off. I'll pull the fire alarm in here. We'll shut this whole operation down.
Listen, keep drinking your special tea that I
Dude,
made you. Okay,
I don't know about this. It's got a weird flavor, dude. Is this what the earth tastes like?
That's just what the earth tastes. Do you drink tea, or is that something that you don't drink?
Mm-mm.
Well, now that it's cold, it's probably no good. It was better when it was warm.
I drink a lot of water. That's like my one good healthy habit. I don't have many, but that's one of them. I drink a lot of water.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, I don't drink any soda. I've had soda maybe 5 times in my whole life.
Really?
Like I can count it on one hand for sure.
Interesting.
Like, I don't like any soda. I don't like anything carbonated except for beer.
Oh, that's the problem.
Yeah, I don't drink anything carbonated. So Sprite, get out of my face.
Yeah.
Coke, get out of my face. Even yesterday, my wife, she ordered a icy from the machines. You know,
Those
the
are
Coca-Cola
yes,
ices. Get out of my face.
What?
Get out of my face,
Oh,
dude.
you've just lost.
Don't
so
put
many-
carbonation in my ices, dude.
Skinner's opinion does not reflect that of SSG or of myself.
We gotta bring the batter back out.
Don't
Our
listen, yeah.
opinions do not reflect the opinions of SS. We're really gonna have to make that for whenever we start getting into our topics here. But anyways, Mark will start us off this time around, and he does start us off with a Robin Hood, and Zach passes it right back with the Chernobog's follower. So both players being able to play their turn 1, and Mark's just gonna try to do what he did last game, except not get locked out by Pete.
Yeah, I mean,
Mark was off to a great start last game. I don't feel like he did anything.
I would agree.
Out of nothing wrong. I mean, he had a really good hand, he could curve, but those 5 turns that Zach was just able to lock him out of a whole new world just really, really set the bar back.
Yeah, I mean, and this opening sequence that Mark is following right now, I mean, this led to some very strong play patterns. This allowed Mark to use that troubadour that was found by the aerial to Zeus away the board. It put Zach in a very bad spot. So I think I agree with you. This opening was a solid opening. We lost the plot somewhere in the middle, and let me. It wasn't even Mark's fault. Zach won the Pete war. That's what it boiled down to. Zach had the Petes and had the ability to repeat, and three-peat over the course of this game. And essentially, that was the story of this game is Pete. That was the story of this game.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how this matchup goes, right? That's definitely going to be the most impactful card, I think, for both players, right? I mean, both players here, although Zach's playing different colors, very similar strategies, right? We're trying to play these really good steal threats, play some good songs, and eventually just take over the game with the songs and being able to quest out. Although we are playing two different. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
And Mark is like, you know what? I'm not going to play games with you, Zach Bivens. We're going to get that whole new world out right now.
Yep. He's just saying, okay, I'm going to get rid of all your cards and let's start fresh here.
Which is not. I mean, if you think about it, Zach mulliganed for his hand. Zach said, "These are the cards I want. These are the cards I don't want." And what Mark is saying is, well, since you like those cards so much, Zach, I'm going to take them away from you.
Oh yeah, early wheels feel terrible for you. If you're getting wheeled. I know when we used to play a lot of queen shift into wheel right away. Like those were the most frustrating games because like you said, you just mulligan. You try to pinpoint your hand. Mulligan is such an important part of this game.
Yeah.
And Whole New World just says to hell with it. You know,
Yeah.
just like we're just resetting at random. You
It's
know,
actually
so
it's actually worse than that because what you've done is you've taken those things out of your deck.
Yep.
It's actually worse.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah. So great play by Mark. Obviously, it's always a gamble as to what cards you're going to be giving your opponent and as to what cards you're going to be getting back in return. But yeah, he's with the dominant position here, Robin Hood in play, Singer 4 in play as well. I think it's a really good move for Mark here to just go ahead and reset. And Zach's got to figure it out now with his new hand.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not too bad. Now, what I will say about Zach's deck, just about Amethyst Steel in general, the deck generally runs very low to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So Zach can have playable things. Will they be the things he needs to target Mark to deal with the problem specifically? That's a different question.
Sure.
But will Zach have things to play? Absolutely. Zach will have 3 drops and 4 drops and plenty of 2. Zach's not going to have a problem putting things down. Their effectiveness in this matchup, that's the question.
Absolutely. And yeah, like we mentioned earlier, a lot on the line here, guys. If you're just joining for some reason and you haven't been with us all day, welcome in. We are in round number 7 of our $10,000 tournament here at Margate, Florida, Southside Gaming. And if you haven't already hit that follow, be sure to follow Southside Gaming. We do a lot of events like this, so follow them on socials. It's always an amazing event here. We have Reign of Jafar release event on May the 31st. So that'll be our next big event down here at SSG. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be an amazing event, and those events always tend to set the precedent for the meta, considering that it's the first day the set's legal, and that's where Diggy Diggy Hole was born here at Brendan DeCandio. Shout out to DeCandio who brought that deck here, and it's been living here ever since. Well, not here ever since, but it's been living in the world ever since.
Yeah.
So definitely not a tournament you're going to want to miss. So May 31st, clear your calendars out. And yeah, thanks so much for you guys hanging out with us today. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
And yeah, this is our last round of Swiss before we cut to top 8, guys. So this is a big one here.
Yeah. And if you're in town, if you're nearby, please come by and see us. We've got Blossom Pods. We're doing Win-A-Boxes, Win Enchanteds, all the above.
Yep.
We'd love to see you come in.
And good luck to all you guys playing your set champs either this weekend or the coming weekends. Tell me what deck you're going to be playing. Are you going to be picking up Mikey's Blurple Jafar deck?
Blurfar.
Or are you going to be playing something a little more conventional? Let us know. But no matter what it is, I hope you guys have a great time. And I feel like there's a lot of options out there. So hope you guys have a great set champs. As Zach's trying to figure it out here. I mean, Mark's really got an overwhelming table. We know how this went last game, though. I mean, Mark had quite the overwhelming board, and then we started bouncing foxes and doing that. And then we can see Zach just cleaning it up one character at a time. Okay, so now we're back to 3 and 3. A second ago, it was like 1 to 6. Now we got 3 and 3. And little by little, Zach just starts to piece together.
Exactly. Yeah. Just small percentage increases here and there.
Yep.
It's all about, can I get just a little bit more value than my opponent does out of the ink that I have available to me?
For sure. Yeah. A big part of this this game plan is just, being able to see the board and figuring out every turn, like, okay, how do I kill everything? How do I take everything away from the board? And Zach, just the master of being able to figure that out. That's really important.
Absolutely. And we see Mark just thinking through. Mark's trying to keep, and look at that. It looks like Mark is entered into the Pete zone here with a Pete of his own.
That's great. Great heads up play from Mark, as Mark quested for quite a lot. 2, 4, 6, 8. That will put him up to 16.
It does. Yeah, it does put him up to 16. This is basically, this is a Zach must answer this question or lose this game. Essentially, we're in a very, we see an Elsa to tap the Pete. The question is, with a Pete on table, can Zach actually solve anything?
Yeah, we take out a Smee.
Yeah, so Smee's gone.
That's a good way to start.
We still need to get rid of a bunch.
We take out that. We maybe the Robin Hood. Yeah,
it's got to be the Robin Hood. Because we're still looking at
3 more lore.
3 lore. Yeah,
19.
Yeah, it had to be the Robin Hood. So we're going to 19.
The Smee will fall apart here at the end of this turn.
It says
however, another Pete.
Says you if they don't have a Rapunzel.
Yep. Zach already knows. He's like, all right, Pete. I know what that means.
Yep.
As we go to a game, sorry, I was clearing my throat. You caught me with
the
you caught me doing some weird stuff. So we got don't look at me, bro. So we got game 3 coming up, and we got Zach on the play here. Which is it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful is what it is. All right, guys. Everybody simmer down. All right. So, what is Zach looking for this game? Get that face out, bro. What is Zach looking for here? If he's on the play here now?
The answer is Pete. It's just Pete, Pete, repeat, and Pete.
Pete and songs,
Yeah.
right? Pete's, Foxes,
It's
Base
Pete
to
and
Bounce
Pete.
Pete.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. So we're just looking for a bunch of Pete's here. That's really the goal here. I think they're both looking for the same thing, you know. So we've got Mark, who's just. I mean, we're 1-1 right now. We are in the final game of the final game of this match, which is literally the final game of Swiss. And ultimately, what we're doing here is just trying to piece together. This is the winning, and this is a big deal. All right, and I want to do a shout out to those in the chat who are actually giving us the links to their decks. We love to see it. So play. We want everybody to win their set champs. And if you're at set champs right now and you're watching this, good on you.
Let me take a peek. Let me take a peek here. Somebody put their set champs. I'm playing this. All right, Jay Bush. Let me take a look, bro. Let me give you my.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do a quick deck review.
If this link would open.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully it's not a Rickroll. Like that's important too.
Hopefully I'm not downloading a virus.
Yeah, sorry, right SSG. We apologize for downloading viruses.
Somebody sent me something diabolical. Then
okay, no, it's actually a dream.
Oh, okay. Pop cycle hands. Pop cycle hands. Okay. Ooh, we got a little Nick Wild action going on.
So spice percentage is definitely high.
We love it. Jay Bush. Okay. He's got dime in here. He got swords in here.
Oh, so see, I told you, swords is real. Jay Bush, confirm, please. Swords real.
He's playing Prepare Your Bot, dude. Get botted.
Yeah, get botted. We're being asked by Katie and the keeper of Poglet and the keeper of Lore if it's a top 8 or top 16.
It is a cut to top 8, Katie.
Yep, top 8.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, it is a top 8. And Jay Bush, best of luck. I really like this list. How's Nick Wild been performing for you? Pretty good?
Yeah, seriously, let us know. We're curious how much testing you've had.
That is very cool. I love to see it. All right. Oh, somebody else posted it. I'll get to it. Oh, actually, we still got a little time here. We're still mulliganing here, guys. Let's take a look. Look at Danny 5442.
Let's do it.
Sorry, I can't put them on the stream for you guys to see, but let's double check.
You know what? We should do like a podcast where we have people send us deck lists and we just do live reviews. That'd be pretty sick.
No, I think that's a terrible idea.
Terrible. Don't do it. It's a trap.
I'm just kidding.
Ready, set, bolt.
What is this card? Is this a hey? I need to zoom in on this.
Yeah. Oh, here.
Give me the big mode. Why is this text so small?
Yeah. Just hit view.
And then that's the one. That's the one. It's Bolt.
We love Bolt. We love Bolt. We love a good pop.
Oh, because he shift Bolt. Okay. He's playing okay. So yeah, you ready him with Sven, you gain a bunch of lore. Okay, I like it. Try everything. So he's playing like a strategy where you just want to untap or ready Bolt and just gain a bunch of lore. I like it.
Yeah, and anybody who's playing a Shakira song for an action is always gonna have my heart.
For sure. And Bolt actually gets rid of illusions as well. But let's get right back into the game here. Awesome deck. Thank you guys for sending deck lists over while we were hanging out here. It's really cool. And I hope you guys have an awesome set, champs. And you know who is also having an awesome set champs right now is Mr. Zach, as he starts off with a Diablo into a Calhoun.
Yeesh.
And Calhoun is quite problematic here for Mark because you just can't storm him. It's kind of awkward. You have to wait till you play another character next turn, and then you could potentially deal with it.
That would be true, but here's the trick, though. So the trick is Mark next turn can get a third character down, sing Strength of a Raging Fire. That's three damage. That's enough to get rid of that Calhoun.
That's what I just said. Yeah,
I wasn't paying attention to you. I'm listening to me. We're not listening to you. We're listening to me right now.
I might have said Strength of a Raging Fire instead of Storm Rage on, or I don't know what I said, but I definitely meant to say what you just said.
I'll take it. So
maybe you weren't just listening, or maybe I
need
it
more of my tea. That's the problem.
Guys, it's starting to get to the later days. You know how these rounds start to go, guys.
What is life?
The quality of commentary starts to plummet.
I feel like that's the opposite. I feel like it gets better.
Yeah, you're right. It probably does.
I mean, we got like so many snippable moments. Like, I hate to break it to you, like the memes that happen after like round 6 are way better than the memes that are before round 6.
Who knows? Maybe in top 8 I'll even try an egg. Who knows?
Oh, let's do this.
We'll see. I might throw up after.
We got to do bets for eggs. Like we got to bet on people's matches, and winners and losers eat eggs.
The fact that you're using eggs as a point of like torture tells me that those eggs are not good.
I love them.
Like you would never say, "Oh, loser eats a Snickers." Like Snickers are delicious. You know, like loser eats an egg makes me concerned because that means that there's something bad about what's happening here.
Oh, absolutely not. It's a great thing. And we see there.
Ooh,
Okay, so we're choosing to deal with the cobra problem. We have an infestation of reptiles.
Yep.
That we
Cobra.
said we don't want no more.
Cobra hits the bin, and we will get in there with Smee for 2 lore. And we still have Calhoun, which can choose to eat up this Cinderella if she so chooses. And we will play a rabbit.
Yeah, that's going to certainly create some weird math. That Cinderella is not long for this earth. As Zach is thinking through, okay, what do we do here? What do we do is what Zach's thinking. And boy, oh boy, look at those options in hand. We see songs. We see Elsa. We see a goat in there as well.
Yep.
Just so many things that could be done to solve problems.
Yep. Zach's got a solid 3-card hand here. 3 cards that I think are great. Chooses not to go ahead and take out the Cindy here. Interesting.
Yeah. And well, funny enough, there's another one sitting in Mark's hand. Either way.
Yeah, that is. I'm curious. I mean, maybe if he would have attacked with this Calhoun, then the Smee would have taken it out. But then I don't know. Oh, maybe I guess he was worried about Rapunzel potentially.
Oh yeah, we are. We're kind of there. Leaving these characters sideways. Especially Calhoun with that magic number 3.
That is definitely what it was.
When you've got a Daisy sitting out there, is not the place you want to be at.
I didn't realize we were sitting at a 4 ink. Yeah, that's definitely 100% what he was playing around. He didn't want to go. Daisy could have crashed in there. It was almost like bait. You would attack into the Cinderella. Daisy attacks into Calhoun, and then Rapunzel draws 3 cards. Instead, Rapunzel had to settle for 1 card off the Smee, which is, still good, but not as good as 3 cards.
Yeah.
But we do see Lilo and Rapunzel in Mark's hands, so he's got more where that came from. And Zach, both players rather here with limited cards in hand. We're both kind of dwindling down. Zach does have a couple ways to draw cards here off the Diablo and the Rabbit, but Mark's pretty much only down to Rapunzel, so he's going to have to find a way to stack some damage here. Zach's in a tough spot because he knows 3 is the magic number. If you leave a 3 exposed, that Daisy's coming in for a hug and Rapunzel's coming right after.
Yeah, and we see Zeus. So choosing to use that rabbit is essentially Zach telling us, well, maybe you'll draw 2, but you're not. Ideally, you don't draw 3.
Right. I don't hate attacking into Smee here because you would also, you would trade your Calhoun, but at least you wouldn't leave it alive. Okay, so he chooses instead to do that. See. It's a great move.
It's tough. Yeah,
it's a great move, but he doesn't know there's a Rapunzel coming.
I mean, the problem is like how long can you wait for it? Mark is accruing a large board state. At some point, you kind of have to say like, well, you know what? Then draw 3.
Right, but again, if he would have used the Calhoun to attack into Smee, Calhoun falls. Right, she goes away, and then like Zach, he's like, oh crap.
Yeah.
We could have used the Elsa to kill the Cindy. The same thing we did. Essentially, we could have done the same thing. We would have lost Calhoun, but we would have prevented 3 cards right now. Is essentially what it would have been. But it still would have been 2 cards either way because he would have attacked the rabbit. So
exactly.
I guess he's just like, you know what? I'll keep an extra guy.
Exactly. We're talking about a difference of 1 at this point. So why not maximize that turn
for sure?
So I see it.
Just like all these micro things you have to think about, right? Like it's just. Yeah, it's just a lot of brain power. It's not just turning things sideways and attacking into stuff. Obviously, you have to really consider. Obviously, Zach does not want to give 3 cards up, but you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, but to your point, if you're going to give up 2,
might as well give up the third.
Yeah, forget it. You get 3, but I'll get some extra lore.
Yeah, for sure. But it's a tight race here as 5-4, and Zach and Mark both locked in here and trying to focus and see what is their best way to end this game. We do have a way to bounce this rabbit in play, which is nice. Bouncing a rabbit always equals a good amount of cards. But what else are we doing with our turn here? So are we just questing? Yeah, I think, okay. Yeah, we're double attacking. I like it. So we're getting rid of the Troubadour, and then we're going to bounce. Yep, attacking to Daisy. I like all this.
Yeah, getting more cards, more options.
Yep. All this all reminds me of my green-purple interactions. We've both been playing green-purple a lot.
Yes.
A lot of bouncing stuff with Fox, attacking, bounce this. Okay, Hadouken, hit that.
Ooh, look at this board state. How the tables turn, or how the turntables.
With 2 cards in hand, Zach suddenly just finds a way to disassemble the whole table. It's really impressive.
Yeah,
but Mark's got a loaded hand here, so.
Oh no. Oh no, that was a Rapunzel on Rapunzel.
Yeah.
Rapunzel attacked the fox to play a Rapunzel to heal 3 to draw 3.
When you conga line the Rapunzels, it can be quite troublesome.
It absolutely can.
Because now Mark doesn't have a lot of reason to wheel, right? He has cards in hand, Zach doesn't. So Zach can't rely on a whole new world here to just refill. Mark's going to do his best to just make this a one-sided draw, card draws. And yeah, we've had 3 Rapunzels in play this game, and that's definitely not fun. But we will draw a card off the rabbit here. Ooh, okay, not terrible. Draws us a crab. Crab's always good. Can crab into Calhoun and take out this Rapunzel. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Zach sees it.
That is a beefy Calhoun, or as JDZ calls it, a Calgoon.
Calgoon.
The goon is out.
The gooner. And unfortunately, if somehow Mark is drawn into the 4th Rapunzel, this is going to equal 3 more cards.
Which I think I saw that. I think that's exactly what I saw in hand.
Oh my gosh.
But here's the thing.
He's drawing cards, but Zach's questing.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the cards in hand now is potential power and potential lore later. Zach is actively in the throes of figuring out how we get into 20 right here in this moment.
Sure.
And so we're seeing Mark using what's available. So we see that Lawrence comes down, still got a couple more ink. It looks that, yes, we still got a little bit more ink that we can utilize. And we're choosing, 3
Pete?
more, which brings out Pete. So we're saying, hey, actions will not be happening next turn. So
for sure,
figure it out.
Yep. And solid turn there for Mark. He will even clean up a Diablo, which will give Zach an extra card here. And what is the card? It is a Turnabox follower, and he draws a Strength of a Raging Fire, which will do 3 damage as it stands. He could play a character first for potential 4 damage, which would take out a Smee. Not a Smee, Lawrence. But we could also double attack here into Rapunzel, or we could so many options. You could attack the Robin Hood, and then Crab. You could do. There's a lot of stuff.
There's a few options.
There's a few different options. Yeah, he's gonna choose to just go ahead and take out the Robin Hood.
Double attacking Rapunzel.
Bunny should have 2 damage, right? Or is she only dealing 1? Wait, Bunny should have 2 damage.
Is that a 1 or a 2?
It's a 1. Yeah, Bunny should have. I think he's gonna bounce it, but anybody on the stream? I believe Bunny traded into Robin Hood. Bunny should have 2 damage. Yeah, I think they just noticed it. Bunny should have 2 damage. Yep. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Good looking out. We caught that one.
That was us, guys. We did that. Mission accomplished.
We did it, guys, for once. All right. So grab your swords. I don't know that it would have made a huge difference there because the bunny would have died either way or banished either way. But just, if we can prevent it, why not? So, all right. So we'll do that. So that'll take it out. Okay. So suddenly, Mark in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
Yet again.
Yeah. And the main driver of that bus is named Pete, games referee. That's why we're able to ride that train, because Pete prevents a lot of craziness that happens from actions being able to get thrown down here. Now, there is no Pete here. Therefore, things can get crazy. Just like that.
Yep. Take 3 to take care of the Lawrence. And now there's only a Pete. But Mark just has a lot of cards at hand still. Well, I guess he's got not that many. 4. Considering all the Rapunzels he played, I thought he had more.
And we do see, just putting those characters down. That's a Gaston. That is an escape artist, Lilo. Just coming on down here, joining the party. We see
Zach just has
songs,
wasted bounce stuff. Gosh,
yeah,
he's gonna get to play this now.
Good. Zach needed this. Zach needs more options. Zach has not had the benefit of a whole new world this turn, and so having to make do with that, which is fine because Zach is playing things like Rabbit. Zach is bouncing that Rabbit. And we're just going to keep on bouncing.
Can you believe
Rabbit.
that people have disrespected Rabbit this whole set playing Genie? I mean, Genie's a great card, but my God, is Rabbit an insane card?
You cannot. Yeah, it's hard to argue.
God.
It's hard to argue the value when you see this line of play.
Like one Genie there would have done what? Not much, but Genie, but Rabbit Snake. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. And look at that. Look, we've got more cards in hand now than the person who drew 6, by the way, off of Rapunzel's.
Absolutely. Great point. Yep. All of a sudden, Zach in the driver's seat. But we do see a whole new world in Mark's hand. So pretty soon, both players may have 7 new ones.
Yeah, and Mark is being not just tempted. It almost feels as though he's being forced to play that whole new world because Zach is just going out of control, just with the rabbit bounce situation.
Yep. We still have that Robin Hood in play also that can sing. Zach's he's not playing around a whole new world here. He's hoping that he just doesn't have it. But yeah, that Robin Hood is definitely going to warm up those vocal cords for this next one. Turn here.
And I'm willing to bet that you want to take a wild guess which card Zach's looking for.
I would guess it starts with a P and ends with eat.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
If I had to guess,
how many more of these little guys are we going to see?
All right. So now, how do we want to play this turn out?
I mean, how do we want it to play out, or how will it play out? These are great questions.
Yep, that's a good one.
We see, so we see a song come down, strength, or rather, let the storm rage on.
Instead of the whole new world, how about we just gain 3? How about we just draw 3 on our own? 4 Rapunzels, Gabe. 4 Rapunzels.
That is 9 cards drawn from Rapunzel this game.
Quad Rapunzels.
9 cards drawn.
That's a toughie. That's a tough one. I mean, wow.
Double drop in characters, having the ink to do it with. That is a rough spot for Zach. That was a fantastic turn for Mark. Got every piece of the puzzle that was needed. Zach at this point is here trying to just sing, and then along came Zeus, dealing with Rapunzel. And yeah, we're just gonna keep bouncing for answers. We're gonna keep bouncing for answers as we see just and it comes back down. So up and down and up and down. We see this rabbit just move.
There's the Pete that we've been looking for, but not the opportune time right now. We just I guess we could still Pete, right? We have enough ink.
I mean, we have enough ink, yes. I mean, is it going to solve problems? Maybe. It might not be a bad time to play it anyway. I mean, you might just have to.
Or do we just smee here and then hope that we can hang on to the board long enough? I mean, man, Mark still has that whole new world. Yeah, so we're gonna have to just Pete it up here. And Zach's just hoping that Mark, I mean, he's got no more Rapunzels, right? So
that's correct. Yeah. So we're looking at Mark's board here. Mark has Robin Hood, Smee, Cindy, and Pete. I mean, there's all just 3 of the 4 fantastic singers of just about anything that Mark would want to deal with. We know that Zach is trying to close this gap, trying to get over the bridge. Mark questing almost immediately with the 3 of the 4 characters, deciding what he wants to do with that Cinderella, which Cindy's in a great position right now to potentially get rid of one character by singing a song and putting Zach in the seat that he needs to answer the problem.
Yep.
Oh wait, but to the point. Sorry, can't use Cindy. My apologies, because Cindy is under the effect of the game's referee.
Yes.
So we do have a Pete in play. So
absolutely. So everything you said is irrelevant.
100%. Well, that's
like usual.
Just as usual. Yeah, 100%.
I'm just kidding.
No, you're not wrong.
So we got 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning here. As we're approaching the end of the game here. I don't foresee it going longer than turns if we need to go to turns. But these next couple turns are going to be very important. This is going to be pretty much the turn that plays out here. Okay, clearing up some damage. I can't even see what the card is.
That's a Pete.
It is a Pete.
I'm sorry, not a Pete. Smee.
It is a Smee. Okay, so Smee has the damage on him. Zach's doing some math in his head. Whenever you do the finger thing, that always means like, okay, I'm counting damage here. Count 1, 2, 3, 5, 5. Carry the 1.
Yeah, interesting story about Zach. What he'll do is he'll actually take off his shoes and his socks and use his toes if he needs to.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that in action.
Yeah, he's done it to me a few times. It's kind of weird.
He's done it to me a few times. Oh goodness. All right, Zach's in the tank right now. He is like, all right, how do I get out of this predicament here? Mark is at 17. Gosh, this is a tough one. I'm just in as much concentration as Zach is here. I'm just trying to see what could it be.
I mean, there's no question about it. Zach is in the tank, thinking about what these cards can translate for him. I mean, we're at the end phase of this game. We are one turn, maybe 2 turns away from the end of this thing. We see the timer is ticking down very slowly. We're at 40.
He drew another P.
Yeah, we're approaching the 45-second mark left in this round. Not that they're going to need all 5 turns. Neither player will need all 5 turns. There will be a winner at the end of this game.
Oh, come on,
but it'll be after the timer hits 0.
Okay. So, right. So we have the Fox, the Pete. Can we play? Oh gosh.
Yeah, notice Zach just kind of like walking through the play lines that are available. I mean, I think they both understand, and they can see the time next to them.
They know it's the end.
Yeah,
I always tell but when we get like to this point to my opponent, I always tell them, "Don't worry, the game will end in the next 5 turns, so don't even stress it."
Yeah.
Sometimes people will start looking at you weird when it gets to this close to the turns. It's like, oh, well, the timer's coming. It's like, all right, this game's about to be over.
Yeah,
so.
you've got to. You're going to beat me in a turn or 2, bro.
Yeah,
let me at least pretend like I know what I'm doing.
The game's over in just a couple turns. So, perfect. Okay, so we got one less thing to worry about. Okay, but then we still have 3 lore in play, Zach. What are we doing next?
We see a Pete.
Do we just lose here?
We see a Smee.
That's 3 lore, Zach, unless you know something I don't. That's 3 lore.
Yeah.
Oh, Zach knew. I thought Zach maybe missed it or something.
No. I think Zach was going to make him turn those cards sideways.
Yeah, Zach frustrated clearly, but that's a tough break. As Mark from 4 and 2 does manage to go ahead and win. He got Zach gets down paired.
Yes,
and drops it to Mark, and that's it's unfortunate to see. That's a rough beat. What are you touching?
The audience. I want them to know I love them, that I care about them. Hey,
let's
friends.
check in with the audience. Let's see what they have to say about
What's
this.
going on, friends?
Yeah, Sing Zeus the Rabbit was the play. He needed to Zeus the Cindy.
Yeah, that was rough going.
He miscounted.
Yeah,
that was a series of major misplays. It happens. Yeah, misplay. Don't understand. Yeah, it was. He had to take out the Robin Hood. Yeah. I'm reading everything here. It was so close. Yeah, misplay. Everybody's saying misplay. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, and so as we see, that puts Zach at a 4-2-1 situation. Does that knock Zach out of this event?
Possibly.
It can. It certainly can. We'll know more once everybody's been submitted. And so if you'll do you want to go out there? They're looking to do some interviews.
You got a whiff of the tea that we were having.
Yeah. Wait, who said that? Who said that?
Who said that?
I believe you pronounced that Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk?
Yeah, let's say Kashyyyk.
JD.
Yo, oh man, dude. Hey, oh man,
don't catch you slipping like they caught me slipping.
Hey, they caught me slipping in public, man, and they got me. But I thought, hey, listen, I still thought that game was great, and everyone's being hard on Zach about the last sequence of that turn. Can we just talk about getting Rapunzel for 12 real quick, or is that something that we just that?
4 Rapunzels.
Four full value Rapunzels, and to make a game out of that, I thought was incredible, man. That last sequence, I still think there was some lines of plays in there that you could have had to potentially pull that thing back, and maybe if you clear that Robin Hood, clear that, and take out a few more lore, you probably can put yourself in a position to win that game, which is absolutely incredible. I was cheering for Zach all the way through and through.
I know Zach. I know he took his time on that turn, but I mean, he just needed to take more time. I mean, we're already going to turns. Take the time you need. Crank out the math. I know he was like digging in his head there, but I just think we needed to take a couple more minutes there. And I know it feels bad because you're watching him sit there, but the game wasn't going to go past 5 turns anyway, right? So just take the time you need, count it out, figure it out. It's unfortunate to see that. I mean, that can happen to anybody. There's fatigue involved. There's being on camera involved. There's, a million other things. It's always easy to see when you're watching a game as opposed to playing the game.
And honestly, that kind of gives a player like me some hope. If I can see a player like Zach experience the same issues that I experienced with fatigue and this is a long day. Okay, we're talking 8 hours, 9 hours of grindy Lorcana all day long.
Yeah, that's rough.
You're getting that went to a grindy game 3 into time, into Steel Song. Your opponent, managing that tilt if my opponent hits a full value opponent on me once, I'm already kind of tilting.
Brother.
Twice.
When he hit the fourth one, I was
the
like,
fourth one, I'm like, oh man, just get me out of here, dude.
this
But
game's over.
He kept playing,
But
and
he
he tried
still
to make a
had
game
it.
out of it.
He still had a shot at the end there. I mean, it's remains to be seen whether or not he would have won or not. But yeah, it's crazy that he was even in that game after 4 Rapunzels. So
And
we're gonna.
I'm certain he's gonna run this tape back and analyze what
Yeah.
went wrong and maybe find a better line of play there. And I think that's going to be good preparation for him going into the Disney Lorcana World Championship happening this summer. So hopefully he's gonna learn from that, make some mistakes, get back on the saddle. I know I did an interview with Zach Bivens as well. He came by my channel and we talked about it. And he said he's been on a hiatus, been very busy in life, hasn't been able to put those quality reps in. So now you got to crack that smelling salt, wake up call. You got to get back into the dojo and lock in and get ready for that tournament, because this is just a precursor to what you're going to see when you get there.
For sure. And speaking of interviews, I believe we have one available, which going to send it on over to Gabe, who's out there. I believe we're going to be speaking with Mark. I don't know if we'll have time to speak with Zach as well, but there's Gabe.
It is pretty good. We're live. We're live as I'm here rubbing my head. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to Southside Gaming. Mark, congratulations, buddy. That was one heck of a match. We got to see you versus Zach Bivens. First of all, congratulations on the game.
Thank you.
And on the match, I guess, right? I guess the games and match. Also, you've been here a few times, so thanks for making it out again. The question I've been asking everybody, first of all, is talk to me about your deck choice, especially considering what you were playing before.
Sure.
Talk to me about your deck choice, and what is your thesis? Like, why was Amber Steel the way to go for this event?
Yeah. Well, I was really torn between a few decks. I was going to run most likely Emerald Steel, but honestly, the determining factor was, one, I'm not a big fan of the mirror match and that, and then two is it just hadn't been running very well for me lately. And in my Steel Stongs testing, it's just been running really well, and I was like, I'm feeling comfortable with it. Vibes are good, and confidence goes a long way to making sure that you're playing well.
I don't care what anybody says. I feel like vibes is easily 60 to 70% of it.
100%.
It's got to be vibes for sure. So I mean, those were some hard fought matches.
Very.
So talk to me about some of the back and forth that happened there. Talk to me about some of the standout moments of that game. That you think were really pivotal for you. Like, where did you win those games? Where did you win that match? And what was it that did it for you?
Yeah, I think the main turning point was me trying to set up lines that forced him to make a 3 strength character available, because then I can get the Rapunzel value and trade. Bivens is an amazing player, so he knows exactly what I'm trying to do, and unless I can do everything perfect, he's not going to fall for it. And there were multiple times where I was hoping he'd quest and just make something available, but I had to go and be the aggressive person and say, all right, I'm going to give up something here, and you're going to have to trade your Calhoun in, and then we're going to do the Rapunzel and hopefully just outvalue.
Yeah. There was a moment there where he needed to do something with a 2-attack character, and when he realized that, he's like, well, I'm giving like, the vibe I got was, I'm going to give this guy 2, why not 3? And at that point, kind of turn things sideways. One of your games, you were able to Rapunzel chain pretty severely.
That was.
We're talking about 9 cards.
The turning point.
That was such a difference maker for you.
But it was still a close game because his Calhouns kept getting lore and trading well into everything. So it was, I'm like, I just have to get enough value to turn the corner, and luckily I was able to, and that made the difference.
Yeah. Now, so I'll say that when I did a poll of other players that were not involved in this event, so I specifically called out non-players, because obviously if I ask a player which deck is going to win, they're going to tell me their deck, obviously. So when I did polls of people that were not in the event, the majority of those people felt that Steel Song was going to be the most represented deck in the field. Was that your impression as well?
I thought it would most likely be Ruby Amethyst and Steel Song, and then just under that Emerald Steel, where my guess is, mainly just because I know Steel Song is so popular here in general with Wochuk and other people that bring it on a regular basis. And it's just really well positioned into a lot of the decks that are currently available. It just seemed like a good choice. So I don't
Yeah.
I don't know.
Funny enough, it was Emerald Steel that ended up being the one that's the most represented.
Yeah,
and
which
we're
was a
starting to see
little
that.
surprising.
It's surprising. Zan, well, yeah,
Yeah, Zan and his
his friends are
all
are
playing
playing
it,
a big
right?
chunk of it. So yeah, so I want to again thank you. I know we're getting ready to figure out what Top Cut looks like. Part of that, and so we're kind of giving them a little bit of how the sausage is made on camera. Part of that is there's like deck checks that are involved. So Mark is here right now, and Mark is trying to get in the zone. So Mark, thank you for while you're trying to get in the
I
zone
don't
and
know
get
if
ready.
I'm even gonna make Top Cut.
Exactly, that's my point I'm trying to make. Like you're trying to like figure that stuff out.
I was right on the bubble.
So while you're figuring that out, while you get yourself situated, and while you get a drink and all that stuff you got to do, thank you again for allowing us and allowing me the honor of casting your games and,
thank you
and
so much
commentating on them.
for having great tournaments. I love it here, and I really appreciate the hospitality. Everybody's just been awesome. So
Thank you, Mark.
I'll be here again and again if you guys keep hosting.
God willing, I'll be here too.
Sounds good.
Mark, great games.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of this event, and hopefully we'll see you in the top 8.
Yep, appreciate it.
Yo,
very cool. Spoiler.
Very well said.
We will not see him in the top 8.
R.I.P.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't know, but Dan's already done all the math here for us, and looks like, unfortunately, Bubble Boy. But still a great match that I'm glad we got to witness. Shout out to Mark for putting up a great show, and shout out to Bivens for always being amazing. I mean, so much pressure when you're a player of that caliber that people are just always expecting you to win, right? People are always expecting you to be the best, always expecting you to have the best turnouts and the best results, and it doesn't always go like that, right? That's just not reasonable. That's not a real thing. And we saw Zach. I mean, he played to the best of his ability and just kind of slipped a little bit at the end there, which can happen to anybody. And I mean, that's just part of playing games, part of being human. And I'm sure, like you said, Zach will go back and watch the tape, and he'll have a lot to study and help him for his future. Better here than at Worlds, right? So
for sure. These are all, and we mentioned this in the last stream that we did, and you just got to be out there. This game, and again, I'm not even trying to say I'm anywhere close to Zach Bivens' skill level or Zan Syed's skill level. Any of these world qualified player skill, they're clearly a cut above what I am, but I understand what it takes to get there. You have to have preparation. You have to have consistency. You got to get out there and do it. You need all these quality reps. So having Zach Bivens show up to the Southside Gaming Tournament to make this deep run, to put yourself in a position to potentially make it into the top 8, I think that is critical preparation rounds. And of course, I'm certain there are going to be some plays that he's going to want back. There's going to be some things going to want back. And there hasn't been a DLC since October, and there hasn't been a national tournament happened, so long ago as well. So there's been a long break since these, granted, not taking anything away from the Southside game, but these official sanctioned tournaments where these bright lights are the brightest. It's just been a long gap for it. So players really haven't been honing their edge like they probably should be doing. So I'm excited to see. I'm sure there's going to light a fire in him. I'm sure he's going to be very motivated to get back in here and get those quality reps in. But you're not going to make the top cut this time. But that's okay. I'm sure there'll be other times to do it.
Doesn't always happen like that. I mean, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. And shout out to Zach. He's an amazing player. I don't think anybody would take that away from him. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Sometimes it's just not the way it works out here. But it's still a great display. I mean, still amazing games to watch, neck and neck. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing either of these players in top cut. I thought it was going to be maybe the breaker there that would push him into the 8th slot there, but unfortunately a little bit shy. But still nonetheless great series and great. I'm glad we got to watch Zach on camera. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. So, I concur with that. But I'm looking at the standings right now, finishing out the top 7. I want to say we got a player named Worub again out here rocking a 6-1, finishing first in Swiss, followed by number 2, FS Foxtrot Sierra is going to be number 2, and Kolpos is going to be number 3 with FG Momentum at 5-0-2.
I can't believe my boy Momentum. I'm so happy for him. He's a
Bowser.
great dude.
It's going to be 5 with 5-1-1. Justin Crum is going to be number 6 with a 5-1-1, and our hero RMB is going to round out the top 7 seed with a 5-1-1, and E Kaika is going to be that number 8 at 5-1-1. And well, as we just said, never going to stop. It's going to be the Bubble Blaster today, getting out of here just at that 9 seed. So
my bald brethren, Mr. R&B, sneaking into the top 8 today. Okay.
And I think we might have to make another special JDZ special request. We might have to get R&B on the stream. He hasn't been on stream all day, and he's in the top portion of the tournament. That's another Golden Mickey winner. He's another player that has that pro level capability, standing on the stage, earning that golden Mickey, made it all the way to the top 16 of the national championship tournament, one win away from going to the world championship of their own. So incredible player. I'm
The
interested.
request has already been put in. The moment you said it, the request is put in. So I've left it up. I've sent it to the powers that be, and I'm hoping that we end up with R&B at our stream.
Let's do it. Let's get R&B on the freaking stream, man, and see what Maelstrom's finest is up to, what they're loading into this tournament. I have some ideas of what they're playing. I'm sure the deck lists are open and available. Do you know if the top cut of this event is going to be open deck list?
I don't know. I can find out. I don't think it is, but I've been wrong before. So let me see. Let's see.
I'm certain the players have done their duest of diligence and they know exactly what each other are going to be playing in this top 8. Maybe we can get that information out to the rest of the universe out here watching. I think he's playing a little bit of Emerald Steel. I want to say he's switched over one steel for another. One step down the color group from Sapphire over to Emerald, and that's going to be the way. And you said that Momentum is playing Amber Steel. What about Foxtrot Sierra FS? We got any idea what they're playing?
No idea what the rest of the players are playing. It's going to be a total surprise. Like I said, normally we have our deck list up and stuff, but today I've been just kind of hanging out, just winging it, enjoying it as a spectator and seeing the surprises as they come. And it's actually been nice.
Take it all in stride, man. Just be pleasantly surprised.
I'll have plenty of time with the deck list later, right? So Raymond is on red purple, but Raymond's not in, is he? No.
And I think
FS isn't in there, right?
I think we gotta normalize either people using one name. I hate the Melee, Discord, and your real name are all different. It actually pisses me off like a lot. That's my one rant. Let's get it one name. Be one name.
Can you do me a favor? Can you send me the Melee on Discord or on our chat or something?
Right
so I can take a peek.
A sneak peek. Okay, coming your way.
Yeah, because what chat are you sending it in? I gotta find.
I'm
which
sending
one.
right into the little staff chat from the stream. Coming right to you.
Boom! You're the man, dude.
Look at that. Look at that.
Instead of having to try to find it, let me see.
Yeah. That's
the okay,
Melee.
FS. Yeah, that's Ray. Okay, first place. Ray, my boy.
Is he
Ray.
first place?
His only loss today is to Zan.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and he's on red purple. He is a red purple guy. That's like his thing.
Let's go.
That's
okay.
Ray. He's actually the one who designed the mats that you're looking on stream. So,
let's go. Okay.
Yeah, Ray is the homie, and it looks like he's first seed. That's amazing.
Oh, let me. I think I got my standings wrong. Let me update my standings. I'm looking at it as something else.
Standings.
Let me refresh because I have him
Maybe
at round
I'm
7.
At it wrong.
Oh no, you're looking at it right. I just need to refresh. Okay, because all the scores weren't in when I did it. Yeah, so I have FS Ray. Okay,
Yep.
So why is he not Ray in Melee? Why is he FS in Melee? What's that all about?
You're gonna have to ask him while he's FS. And
let's lock in. Okay.
And then on Twitter, he's Flat Soda.
Okay. What about on Discord? What are you on Discord?
On Twitch, he's Demogorgon.
let's figure it out, dude. Let's clean that up. Be one thing.
To lock in, dude.
Tell him to lock the hell in and let's fix that. Let's be one thing. You can't be multiple things. You can be one thing and that's it. I don't need it. Be Ray, be FS, but you can't be both. You can't be all of it.
No, I'm with you 100% on that one. And yeah, it's exciting. So FS, I personally know, and Momentum, I personally know, and then obviously R&B. The rest are a mystery.
Okay, so I'm already three right there because you said if FS is playing Ruby Red Purple, Ruby Amethyst, and R&B is playing Emerald Steel, and you said that Momentum is playing Amber Steel. That's 3. I need one more deck, and I hit my parlay. Okay,
pretty good. Yeah, I think you're looking good, dude. You're looking. The line was 3 on. No,
it was 4. It was 4.
Well, the line was 3, and you had the over, right? Because
right.
if you had the 4, then it wouldn't make sense. So you had the over 3.
Yep.
So okay, you're looking good for the over right now. I might have to send you a little payout here.
I like that. I did lose the my field. I did pick the top. I picked pro players over the field. I got cooked there on the parlay.
Yeah, it happens. I see. I'm looking through to see who else. Hector finishing in 16th. Logan from World Class Cards 14th. We got Zan Syed at 11. Yeah, so a lot of good players here that just fell a little short. Bivens at 17. So Dylan, who won our first event here, is number 20. So yeah, I mean, a lot of great players here. Colby from Forbidden Mountain, he's number 23. So again, we had a lot of great players in the room today. Ghosty, number 27. Just kind of hazed. Oh, Hayes was so promising.
Yeah.
Hayes started so good for the day. Had me so hype.
Did you guys take a
and
lunch break?
ended up at 3-3, no lunch break. Maybe
No
he
lunch
took a
break.
lunch break, but
Maybe he took a lunch break and the wheels just fell off, dude. And he got
man,
fatigued, got lethargic, dude. After that round 3, started out 3-0 and then went 3 losses back to back to back. Got
yeah,
lethargic.
man.
Wheels fell off. I
That's
hate to
tough.
see it.
You beat Zan on stream with your croquet mallet, and then you just the wheels
Used,
fell off.
used
That's how it
way
happens.
too much chakra, dude. That's probably what it was. Facing Zan.
Too much. He was a Jinchuriki.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, he was. He couldn't take all of it. They sealed the monster within him, but he couldn't hold it.
Dang,
So
dude.
so we have a really exciting top 8 to look forward to. It looks like, why am I so big? Why am I bigger than JD? I mean, it's not. We should be equally big.
Oh, let's
There
bring
we
it
go.
back. Let's
All
bring,
right, there we go. Stefan's playing
Okay.
hopscotch over there with the keyboard.
I
don't know
kind of
what's
like
going
being
on.
a little tiny guy over here.
You like being the little tiny guy?
That kind of feels good.
Was that a Squidward? What was that? Here we go. So we got something to talk about here. Knockout bracket. Okay, so we
Okay.
got Tanawin and Hayden back. Remember they played earlier. Oh no, we saw Tanawin versus
Tanawin was versus the Bleen
purple Bleen.
Bleen City.
All right, and we did see. Yeah, we're talking about it, and then we did see Hayden as well. Earlier in the day playing red purple, so it's nice to see them coming back.
Yo,
we got Ray versus Green Steel. Okay, and by the way, it looks like your parlay looks good. We got one,
and the parlay hit big time. We
2,
got 6
3,
decks.
4, 5 decks.
5. Oh, okay. We got Amber Steel, Green Steel, Blue Steel, Red, Purple, and Ruby and Purple Green. Yeah,
Yep.
5 decks.
5 decks
parlay
in
hit,
top
dude.
8.
I like it.
Sounds like a good meta to me.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, we got Ryan over here versus Momentum, my buddy Mike. Ooh, it's gonna be a good
match. That's a good match. Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel is always a good match. It always something cool happens there.
See if we can get R&B on the. Yeah, see if we can get R&B. By our request and the man JDZ's request as well. So
also, I would like to note my other parlay hit. All my parlays hit. I said Blurple's not gonna make it. Look at where's Blurple.
Look at you, double parlay. Double parlay.
Hey y'all.
Dude,
just so you know that Ryan is R&B Ryan is the one who's in, not the Ryan we saw before.
Yeah. We got it. We know who R&B is.
Just came to tell you.
Thank you.
I like that. Did you sprint over here?
He's in the middle of doing graphics. Yeah. Well, we're next door.
Okay. I like the tenacity.
He's a room away.
Okay. I thought you came over here breaking news, and I thought you legged it over here.
Sometimes I can break news, but I could break news, but I think we could wait till next week for some of those news.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so my triple leg parlay is just going out of the park. I need I don't know how much I get off of that, but I said no blurple. There's no blurple. I said we're gonna have at least 4 decks. We got 4 decks. I think I think we're doing pretty good on the calls there.
You're batting 1,000, dude. Yeah. I should have tailed that parlay you had there. You would have made some money today. So yeah, it's looking good. It looks like we're in the process of getting Ryan and Mike. I'm hoping that could be the case here. Honestly, I'd be happy with any of these. None of them are mirror matches.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean we got a lot of spice. Green purple versus red purple interests me a lot. That's also just coming from my emerald amethyst heart. I really love that color combination. So I'd love to see that deck do well. Ray, my brother, I'd love to see him do well. R&B is tough because I love R&B, but Senior, he's a stand-up guy. Like I said, he's Hayes' dad. This is his first TCG. He plays here with us, and he's an incredibly nice dude and very deserving. I'm so happy to see him in top 8. And then Justin and Eric, we just saw Justin, aka Jack Shadows. So Jack Shadows playing against Amber Steel this time,
and he's got the deck to beat Amber Steel. So I might lose that leg of the parlay because I did pick Amber Steel to win. I do have a good odds for it to happen. There are 2 versions of that deck. Sure. I think both of them. I think the R&B versus Michael. I think that is about a 50-50 ball right there. But I like Justin's odds. It's all gonna be dice rolls, man. As you stated all day, man. Variance plays a huge part in this thing, and it can be a lot of different ways this thing can go. But depending on the build that Ikaika is playing versus FS versus Ray, if Ray, I think did we see Ray on stream today, or no, we saw Hayden?
We saw Hayden on stream.
Yeah, Hayden's got that evasive situation. He might be a little bit. I don't know, man. It could go either way. I honestly don't know anymore of how this thing can shake out.
It's tough. There's 2 green steel. There's 2 amber steel. There's 2 red purple, right? And then a blue steel and a green purple. So it could go either way. If I had to do a blind prediction right now, I know I did say Amber Steel would win the whole thing, but looking at the standings right now, if I had to pick a winner, I'd say probably red purple.
Okay.
Seeing like the spread, I think red purple. But
Okay.
again, I could be wrong. I mean, anything could happen. And by the way, I did get confirmation it is not open deckless. So
Okay.
players will be playing with no extra knowledge other than what they already know.
Okay.
So
Shout out to
so,
Southside Ghosty. He does correct me. There is no dice roll. It's all going to be seeding going first for the
yes,
remainder of
it
this
is
event.
seeding.
So
I'm sorry, I didn't
very,
catch you
very
saying
cool.
it, but yeah,
My bad.
it
My
is
bad.
seeding.
Southside Ghosty got me.
No, it's
He
all
got me.
good, brother.
I do
It
appreciate
is
that.
all
Keeping me
good.
locked in.
Yeah, so Ray will get to play first the whole top. So that's amazing.
Huge. That's
Yeah,
huge.
that's
But
amazing.
he does have to try to dodge these amber steals that are in there because I don't like as a Ruby Amethyst player, I hate playing against amber steel. It is just so annoying. Oh my
For sure.
goodness.
Yeah, but Ray is an incredible player.
Yeah.
He's like deep in the lab of red purple. Like he's among the council of red purples that they get together and they discuss how are we going to take over the world. Like Ray is very much in that conversation. He's like the Illuminati. I know we have the Illuminati, but like he's in the red purple Illuminati, right? He's at the council.
Yeah,
he's at the round table, right? He's sitting there. Super nice guy. Like I said, he designed the mats. He's a member of SSG's team. And I'm like I said, I wasn't following Melee, so I had no idea he was doing so well. So very nice surprise to see him at the top of the leaderboard, which I'm wishing him a lot of luck, but it's not going to be easy. Like I said, we have a lot of good stuff going on in top 8.
And I want to share. I don't know how much you got to share. So RMB will be going up against Michael, who is a member of Freedom Gaming.
Yep, we did this.
So did you tell him how he's related to the person?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll shut up now.
No, Gabe.
I got it covered, Gabe. No, I'm just kidding, Gabe. Yeah, but I did tell him. Yes,
Good,
and
yeah.
we were super excited. Told him it's his first TCG.
Yes.
It's Mikey's dad, and we call him Senior. He's super cool dad.
So
super cool.
He's South Florida's dad. I told him that I'm going to get rid of my dad and I'm going to have him adopt me. But
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm 40,
Okay.
so that's going to be a hard problem for me.
And we follow Freedom Gaming. They are major features in the ICL. They're doing quite well in the ICL, and we saw Dad Blast come out there and get loose, get active in the previous round that they played in. So I think that's really cool. And that's another. I know we all love this game, but that's one thing I absolutely adore about Lorcana. It's a game unlike other TCGs. This is literally for everybody. I've seen tournaments where you'll have a legit 60-year-old playing against a legit 6-year-old in the same building against each other. That is just like, where do you see that at? That won't happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! That can happen in Magic. I guess it could, but it's very unlikely.
I've seen it, but it's not. It's a very rare occasion.
Yeah. This is a very common thing where you have children, you have parents, you have a lot of women, a lot of everybody, old people, young people, and it's just something that everyone can play. There's always a way that you can do it. The social game, the drafting, the pack rushing, the constructed, whatever you want to do. I think this game is great, man. So if you guys are thinking about picking up a game, if you're not playing, if you're someone who doesn't follow the game or play the game, this is a good time to join right now and get the game on because it's a lot of fun. The community is phenomenal, and it just gives you something to do in terms of hobbies.
And we have a lot to look forward to. Obviously, Tuesday we have a big announcement coming from Ravensburger. We've heard inklings of something huge coming for the game, which we're all very excited about. And I'm hoping, I hope that they give us a little bit of a roadmap. Obviously, this is all predictions, but I'm hoping that they give us a little bit of a roadmap as to not only the game itself, but like how tournaments will be run in the future, league and things like that.
Right.
And I would love to see them at some point implement a kids league. Pokemon does it.
For sure.
They have like an age category league. And I feel like Disney IP leans itself so heavily into children. Like that's clearly, like an open opportunity for kids. Because I won't lie. Like sometimes I feel bad. Like these kids have to come in and play against these 60-year-old people or these 45-year-old people. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't mind it. I'll teach them and I'll help them. But like, it would be cool if we could just have a league where the kids can play kids, and I think that'd be a really cool opportunity. Make it fun for them. So
for sure.
I mean, imagine events where like scholarships, like Charlie's Collectible Show is doing something to that effect. They're doing like a scholarship tournament. So I'd love to see more events where kids can compete against other kids of similar ages or within an age range.
That'd be awesome.
to get them whatever they need when it comes to higher education.
I think
and
more events. Period. You right there. You could have stopped the sentence right there. I hope we see.
I'm just saying,
more events.
Yeah,
no, in
more
general.
events, but more events in general. But it's cool to think to translate.
Oh, of course.
What you could do with this for these kids.
Just give us more reasons to play. Give us more events to go to. I love DLCs, but one tournament every 3 months. You know, like
or move to South Florida. You can get one every month if you want.
Oh yeah, but not everybody lives here. You know, so I would love to see on an official level, you know, a circuit, a tournament structures, like multiple things to look forward to instead of just like a set champs and a DLC, which I love them both, but I think we all want more reasons to play Lorcana. I think that's why we're all here, right?
Yeah,
So,
can you believe it? How dare you want to play more Lorcana? How dare you want to have more fun and use the things that you've spent money on and enjoy time with your friends and family? How dare you?
How dare I?
I don't know. I agree. I agree with Katie, man. I think we need a kids league so the kids they can't beat me so bad. These kids be whooping me, doing it. It feels real bad getting clapped up by a legit
funny story.
Oh, here we go.
So there was a store that I play at PPG Pro Play Games. Obviously, everybody knows PPG. I was playing there, and there was a family that was visiting from France, and they were here. They said they visit the grandparents during the summer, so they all come, whatever. And the dad is like OG Magic, like. I mean, he says that he has his collection in a safety deposit box, right? Like is like real deal Magic the Gathering collector player, or whatever. And he's obviously a big card gamer. So he's taught his daughter. His daughter is like maybe 11. He's taught his son, who's maybe like 9 or 10, and then he taught his wife. And they all come here, right? And they're all showing up for League.
Yeah.
And I get paired into his son, who is the youngest of the bunch. And you know, I start realizing as he's playing that all the enchanteds are in the deck. Like he's got every card that's enchanted, he's got enchanted. At one point he plays Mufasa against me, and when I destroy the Mufasa, he flips over like Rockstar Stitch promo from Set Champs. And I'm just like, oh, your dad just stacked your deck out. Like he is like blinged out. And then I talked to the dad about it, and he told me that like he's a big time TCG gamer and stuff. So it was funny. But I love that he did that for his kids. You know, he made sure that their decks like are so cool that even if they lose, like it's blinged out all beyond belief. So just a lot of cool opportunities there for, you know, families to get into the game together. And I think it's really special for sure.
That's awesome.
I have a hard time getting my kids involved. I want them to play so bad, but they're just not feeling it, man. I need to get them into it. I would love to do that. Have it. I gotta train them up. I gotta spend some more time. Maybe I can get them a series or something.
Are they older, younger? If you don't mind me asking.
I have my oldest is 17, about to be 18. Okay, my second is 14, about to be 15, and my youngest is 11, about to be 12. They could be perfect. They could be perfect candidates to get in there and get. I think my youngest daughter wants to play. My oldest daughter can play, but she just doesn't like want to do the whole meta thing and crush. You know, I'm an obsessive, and my wife, she loves to pack rush. She loves to pull packs. She likes to draft, but she doesn't like to strategize and do the whole competitive aspect of it. So
I get it. Some people don't. That's a good thing about Lorcana. There's ways to play for everybody, right?
Sure,
so whether you like to compete, whether you like to just tabletop, you know, like a board game night, whether you like to just do some pack rush, you know, whatever it may be.
Or maybe you just collect, and maybe that's okay too. Like collecting is a great avenue too. It's a lot of fun.
And to that point, Gabe, like we're all like complete Disney nerds. Like we have a Disney family. We go to Disney World all the time. Like we watch all the movies. We're singing the songs. We're going on road trips. The Disney songs are on the radio. You know, like we're all in on the Disney, like the Disney adults. You know, that's my one rant. We got to take it easy on these Disney adults. People like to make fun of us.
Thank you.
And let's lock arms and let's stand up for ourselves.
There's different levels.
Okay.
Though. I'm tattooed. My whole arm is Disney, but there's still a level above where I'm at.
Right.
Like,
are you sure about that?
I mean, a Disney sleeve is kind of some next level stuff right there.
Yeah, I'm committed, but I'm just saying, like, there's people that make Disney adults look bad. Let's just say that. Like,
we got it, but I think
people
it's a
that are
PR
beyond.
I honestly think it's a PR thing. Like, we need to stop doing the TikToks. We need to get off of the TikToks. We need to stop doing some of the stuff that we do as Disney adults. And I'm saying we, because I'm collecting these people, man, as my Disney people. But we gotta relax a little bit. But everyone else need to cut us a little bit of break too, man. There's nothing wrong with liking some Disney, especially if you grew up through this, man. If you're true to this, not new to this, it's a vibe.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Disney was always my vacation when I was a kid. I grew up in Miami, Florida, obviously. So whenever we get the family together, that was where we went. Out of town to Disney. And so in my mind, it resonates with my childhood, with growing up, with being with my family, with having a good time. So I know over the years, Disney has change the ways that they operate, but to me Disney is very important with just the classics and the characters and what they mean and the storylines involved and the animators and there's just so much stuff that I love about Disney. And I mean, I think that's why we're all here, right? So
for sure.
It's amazing, for sure.
And
who's gonna be, is it you and JD for next round?
I believe so. It was you and me just now, right?
Was it you and me just now?
I don't know.
I believe it was. JD, you're just coming in, right?
I'm just coming in. I was not in the last round, so I can take this one.
So we'll do you and JD. Cool. I just want to make sure everybody gets there.
JD, I'm entering into the delusional stages of this thing. So I hope you are ready to keep me on track.
Listen, you gotta understand. I am so true to this, dude. I'm not new to this, man. I feel like I haven't.
I don't know how you operate.
You guys have been giving me breaks, dude. This is usually I'm 12 hours by my solo in this thing. This is nothing.
I know. And every time I bring you back from a break, you're sitting at your desk like watching, and I'm like, dude, get up, go do it.
Hey, I am built for this, dude.
Go sit in the pool. Go sit in the swimming pool with your phone and watch the match, and then come back. You know, you're just locked in, dude. You're locked in all the time.
Nah, we don't. We get after it, dude. We get loose and we get active. We don't waste no time. I'm all in, man. I think I'm looking forward to. I think this top 8 is going to be great. I think it's going to be some high profile action. And I know that we had, and while we have a little bit of time, I just want to pick your guys' brain. I know there's going to be a huge announcement next weekend, and May 6th, don't touch that dial. It's going to be cool. Make sure you guys tune in and see what they have to say. But there were some things that did happen, and that forced for an announcement to be given by shout out to Greg Tito, who is communications.
Super awesome.
He came out and did some stuff on Twitch, which I hope that is something that is sustained and they continue to do that. Just giving people that raw information.
That channel go live made me feel something. Even though it was for kind of somewhat negative news, like just seeing the channel go live and seeing him pop up in his studio, like I was like, oh. Finally, I've been hungry for this. Like, give me something.
It was like 5 minutes long, and I'm like, oh, give me like 2 more minutes.
Let's go.
I made a tweet about it. I was like, just this 5 minutes is all it took. 5 minutes was all it took. And it just made, I know some people didn't like the news, but it still gives me faith that they will start doing this to deliver something. Even if you can't tell us the whole message, tell us you're listening. Tell us, hey, just like they said, and we're not going to get into leaks and stuff, but they say we see the leaks. We know what you're looking at. We get it. Like, just acknowledging that, you're sympathizing with what we're going through. You're not just living in your own little planet. I thought it was incredible. Not to cut you off from what you were saying.
No. But I'm just saying, but what he did say, he did verify the dates of the World Championship, and he did give that somber news that the World Championship will be a closed off event. People will not be able to attend. I just want to pick your guys' brain. How did you feel about that? I know a lot of people are super upset about it, and I just want to see what are some ways that us as like voices of the community or leaders of the community can help kind of soften that blow, because I know a lot of people were planning on participating in that event, and it just sucks that it's not going to be able to go down that way.
I can start I'll start because I'll tell you, I've been through a range of emotions about this. I mean, I was really excited, especially I have me and Skinner have the very fortunate benefit that we're right there. We're just a hop skip away. So I was of course crushed because I didn't have to worry about flights or any of that stuff, and I was upset at first. To be fair, I had to process my feelings, I had to process my thoughts, and the more I thought about it, the more I said to myself, do I want to go to an event that Ravensburger is not prepared to hold and have potentially a miserable time because they're doing their best to do what's right, and doing an event just to have an event is not the right thing. You don't want to show up to a place that is not able to accommodate you. You don't want to show up to a place where things are not really meant for you. That would be worse than not going. And so the more I thought about it, the more I said, you know what? If Ravensburger needs more time, I will give them the time they need, because I'd rather go to an event that's really like next level, that's been thought through, that's killer, versus me showing up and saying, that's it. That's all you got. Yeah. This is it. And I had to go through that series of feelings to kind of land there and realize, like, okay, let me be reasonable here.
Yeah. I mean, I think a range of things. I mean, obviously disappointed, right? I didn't take it so hard. I thought I would take it harder. Personally, it's no surprise that the community makes this game, right? Like, look at us right here. Like, we're doing this because we love it, for no other reason other than the fact that we love this game. Ravensburger's not employing us to do this. Ravensburger's not doing any incentive for us to do it. We do this because we love it.
Yeah.
You stream 100 hours a day because you love it. You know, you eat the Uncrustables on the stream because you love it, right? Like,
Right.
like we want to be part of the community, and we have such an incredible community. I played so many card games; none of them have been this incredible. So, to me, Worlds was going to be just a big celebration of community, right? Like all of us
Yeah.
coming together, finally being in the same room. You know, I've met some people from across the United States through Lorcana, but this was going to be like the big one, right? This was going to be where everybody gets to be together, and that was
Yeah.
really exciting. So obviously I'm disappointed, and we'll get to the game just now. But just to wrap up my feelings, you know, I'd rather Ravensburger, you know,
Ravensburger. It's Ravensburger.
whatever. I'd rather that they do something when they're ready, right? I'd rather we not rush it. You know, if this was going to be too complicated, obviously we know logistically there's a lot of changes happening in the company. So obviously they didn't plan for this. They wanted to have Worlds. My only quarrel was I wish they would have just told us a little sooner.
For
For
sure.
the people that are holding off on their PTO and their vacations and whatnot. So that was my only kind of downside. Not so much the news, just how long it took for them to tell us, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm still happy to be part of the game. I'm excited to see what the future of the game looks like. And Tuesday should be a really big day for the
I
game.
cannot
And
wait for Tuesday.
and yeah, that's kind of my feels. And I don't want to go on too long because I know we're waiting here. So I'm gonna dip out here. I'm gonna leave JDZ and Gabe to run this match, and it should be a really great one. So I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll be back.
Solid take from Scanner, dude. I like that. I think he expressed the way that a lot of people around the community are feeling as we have this bald beauty. I might have to pop the head on this one because he's got that nice, clean baldy too. It almost looks like a ball cap.
And it does, and I can confirm that it's freshly shaved because we touched bald heads today. Both of us touched heads. I can confirm that it is smooth. I've gone as far as to pet it. Okay, so me and R&B are on that level. Nobody, please, people who don't know R&B on a personal level, do not touch R&B without his permission, without his consent. That's my first call out to you. I did ask for consent, and R&B and I are on very close to. We're on bald head touching terms. So
okay,
it is nice and smooth.
And you said that Mike Senior is someone's dad.
Hayes that we just saw.
That's
in
crazy.
round.
How's he look younger than Hayes? What's going on there?
Tell me about let me tell you what. Yeah, this man, I'm telling you, this man has been drinking from the fountain. I'll tell you that.
He's the fountain of youth over here, looking great, man. Got that full head of hair. He's got more hair than R&B and me and you combined.
Exactly.
Insane for the old man, Mr. Mike Senior. Everyone in South Florida's dad getting that altar phase in. Probably got a nice little Daisy Duckage that I don't know, maybe you want to keep that Daisy Duck into a potential Robin Hood shift. Let's see how much biscuit you want to risk it for.
And you know, a lot of you were asking about whether or not this was open deck list or not. You got to keep in mind too, this is a factor. There was a lot of people in this room. We were running 50 different games at any given point all across these 7 rounds, you know, or close to, because of the number of players that were here. We are not even sure if R&B knows what Mike Senior's playing and vice versa. That because of the size of this tournament, it is still very, very possible that they've never had a chance to see each other's playing.
I'm pushing big X for Dow on that one, Gabe. There is no chance that these two players haven't done their duest of diligence and research. They'd be doing themselves the biggest possible disservice. They have to know, maybe not the intimate details of the text and the choices that they're playing, but I'm certain they have to know what their main archetype is and what their main efforts of their strategies are. I don't know. Maybe there's a possibility.
I'll tell you. I can tell you from at least one side. So as we were discussing who was going to be on stream, I was out there and I went to R&B and I said, all right, R&B, it's going to be you. And it looks like you're paired up into Mike Senior. And he looked at me and his question was, what's he playing?
Oh, wow. That's fake news. Fake announcement. I don't think R&B is going out like that. There's no chance. Man,
let me tell you what, even if blind or not, R&B is not one to just roll over. Okay. R&B is going to fight to the death here. As we see Mike putting down and inking and then playing a Robin Hood.
And Robin Hood, as you guys mentioned that previous round, this dude is back and better than ever. Robin Hood stocks are going through the roof. I'd like to see what Champion and Sherwood is going to be doing after this weekend, as we've seen multiple steel strategies playing Robin Hood and the entire shift line.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, I'll tell you, thinking about, you know, Ruby decks, if you're playing Ruby right now, you've got to be looking at your folders saying, you know what, maybe this Madame Medusa, maybe this is the card I put more of instead of Lady Tremaine.
I'm going, and look at that beast. That's the first beast that we've seen into the Diablo, who is going to be revealed. You do have that Storm Rage on. You can't ink it. And that Ursula 2 is coming. You know she's going to be there. Checking R&B's hand right now. It's currently not in the set. top deck it, you're going to have to get to it to get to that Storm Rage on, and he's going to blow up your shift line if you can't do it in time.
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, and R&B, the look on R&B's face kind of tells me if I was playing against R&B, I'd be like, maybe he doesn't have the Ursula. Maybe he's kind of because that look on his face told me a little bit. I'm looking at his hand right now. I see Cove. Yeah, no, I do see an Ursula, but it's not the one he wants to see.
Not the one.
Yeah, it's a deceiver of all, not just the deceiver. Deceiver of all is too much. We need one step lower.
And you do get the Singer established, so R&B is going to have one turn to draw this Ursula Deceiver. Are you good enough to do it? And it looks like you didn't get there. So you probably mulled hard to get to that Ursula Deceiver on 2, Diablo on 1, but you just did not get there, as you're going to have to probably lose your shift line potentially, or you might save it for a potential shift Diablo. So interesting to see how Mike Sr. breaks his position down. Checking that 2 cost, you could put that Morph out there, but you're fairly certain he's going to get blasted right off the board as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so, of course, the game becomes: is it worth playing the big Diablo just to get one card in effect? And you gotta wonder. I would argue probably not, especially because Mike is playing, or not.
Oh, it is. He goes for it here.
So R&B is disagreeing with me. R&B is saying, you know what? Let's blast this thing. Let's go ahead. Let's blast this little guy. And then I started blasting.
So you will give up at least one card for the Diablo. If you storm here, you'll give Diablo another card, and maybe R&B feels that that's enough value, as you'll lose that Diablo there. So maybe you could have stalled it out a little bit longer and just kind of drug this thing into a little deeper water. Maybe you could have pulled the Storm Rage onto this space goo, but you elected to say, I'm gonna grip it and rip it, and that's what R&B decided to do. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, so it's easy to be critical, and at the same time, I'll tell you, I've made that same choice. I've decided, knowing that I'm going to get at least 2 cards worth of value. I'll say, you know what? I'm going to hope that these 2 cards take me to the promised land.
And I do know that R&B is an old school chess player too, a chess player, and like just maintaining initiative. There's something important about that too. So if you do set this play up, you're forcing your opponent's turn to be what you want it to be, and you're kind of playing their turn for them. So that's I think there's some gamesmanship to that as well. So I don't know, maybe the play is maybe not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, here's, and I agree with that. So you talk about chess. I think that factors into a lot of people who play that game. I think about poker being kind of similar in that vein. And so we're early enough in the game where Mike Sr. does not have that much of a tempo lead on R&B. So right now, that 2 cards that you're getting might be enough of a bridge gap to get you on par with tempo on Mike Sr. to then try to capitalize and move forward.
Oh,
if we're talking 4 or 5 turns, 6 turns later, maybe that's the wrong play. So it's all about opportunity cost too.
For sure. And it all kind of is a moot point at this point, because we are going to bring Naveen out sing Whole New World, and you will get a whole medley of new tunes that you can sing as the Zeus will come on in and strike down this Ursula. Do you have another jam that you can bellow out and get through this more space goo? But you do not. You'll elect to just take the lore and leave that goo alone up and active right here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want to not get discarded, if you don't want your hand to go away, a good way to do that is to play cards that keep putting 7 more cards in your hand. That's one way to get there. The problem here, though, and as we're looking at R&B's hand, Mike Sr. gave R&B 3 sudden chills. It looks like, if my counting is correct, I might be incorrect on that count, but it's more than 1 sudden chill, I believe. And I do see a Muses, which can create problems, especially against Steel Song. When you think about all the smaller characters that can sing, being able to keep those singers off board with the Muses is a big deal. Steel Song does not like Muses.
But I still think that Naveen, being that singer 6, I think he's going to be target number 1 if you can clear that Naveen. And then probably try to work this. Troubadour out of here, and then the Pete. Also, you're checking the hand though. You see, you got more medleys lined up, a lot of Jodies in the hand. So you got to start breaking down some of these singers here, or you will not be able to retain a board before. I think maybe we take a turn off and get some of these warded characters established here, as the Muses will be just that.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, you're right. I mean, getting warded characters down, things that you can't target, that's not a bad play. That's part of why Muses is so annoying, because Steel Song just has to kind of stare at it and say, okay, well, you're going to sit there until I have enough strength and I can challenge it. And here we go. We see a sudden chill enter into the field here, and
Mm-hmm.
Mike Senior's deciding, okay, well, I guess we're gonna start whittling away at this hand.
Another Diablo comes in, and you will be able to bounce that. That's two certified singers sent back to the hand, but you still have that Naveen and Pete, who are pretty capable singers. So
They
this
are.
Diablo will only get another single draw, it seems, if you elect to take it. Maybe you're trying to play around another whole new world. Did he take that draw from Diablo?
I didn't catch. I didn't.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. As it looks like we do have that Zeus. We'll go ahead and blast that bird. Two
Right.
Diablos down and total of 3 cards drawn. You typically like them Diablos to go for 5, 6, 7, as many as is possible. But against the Steel Song deck, I think that's you got to take what you can get most of the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. You gotta get in where you can fit in, and that's
Mhm.
exactly what's going on here. And we're
So
seeing, okay, we're seeing Ariel. Ariel, of course, just a complete, like one of let me the most important card in Steel Song ever. It is Ariel. There's just no question about it.
oof.
Just the ability to dig, see the top 4 cards of your deck, choose a song, and to be able to do things. Now, in terms of singers to sing the song that is grabbed by Mike Senior, we're looking at a Pete that can do something. But still, this could be a big play depending on what we see, and we do see it. We do
And
see
we
it. We
take the
see a
whole new
whole new
world
world.
here.
Yeah.
Interesting thought there. What do you think about taking that whole new world? You have your opponent who's playing the discard strategy, and they're kind of whittled down from resources, and you take the whole new world in the face of that with these Rapunzel setup. I maybe you could take that strength to just ink it and just play it as attrition game. I don't know. I think Mike
And,
Singer is way more in tune with the strategy, so possibly they know more than I.
so if I had to guess, and I don't play anywhere near as much Steel Song as my teammates or as anybody down here. This is definitely a color combination I
Mhm.
should put a little more reps in. It feels like the strategy oftentimes is flood the board, Pete, get a new hand, flood the board, Pete, get a new hand, flood the board,
Mhm.
Pete. And so, maybe that's like the autopilot that we're on right now. We're in the flood the board stage as a Pete down, and so
Mhm.
then I can whole new world to continue the flooding. Because if I'm going to trust the Steel Song, the Amber Steel Song deck to flood more effectively than an Emerald Steel deck for sure
For
every single
sure.
time.
I would concur with that, but R&B seems to kind of be back against the wall here in this scenario per se, because you're looking at that hand. It's not very active. Your board has been depleted. You have this morph Pete and strength in hand. You have
No,
a whole medley of singers on the board, and you can't really clear anybody right now. So this is a
no,
very very compromised spot
it is.
for R&B here, as Mike Senior has to be feeling quite good. The hand is also looking juice. That's why I'll be very reluctant seeing this whole new world to just redeploy more resources to R&B's possession.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the dwindling of this hand, and I'm hoping that Mike Senior is seeing this. That
Hmm.
RMB is kind of choked out for resources here, and doesn't make the mistake of firing that thing off too prematurely here. We see, yep. So we're blasting the. Well, no, we're sending back the
Yep.
Troubadour with the Muses effect.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, and no wonder I wouldn't. Yeah, we're not sending Ariel back. We do not need Ariel
No,
to keep singing
don't
more
do that.
songs. Yeah,
Do not seek the treasure. Yeah, that strength will be cash money
yeah.
strength of a raging fire right now if you had it. As world's greatest criminal mind is going to be the card off the top of the deck. That's a great
Oh,
outset. Pete Space Pirate. We'll clear the muses here, and
yep.
let's see if we elect to sing any tunes. Probably
I
not, right?
mean, I don't think you do it. I think the whole new world is a backup plan at this point. I think you
Hmm.
keep pushing forward with getting you've got stuff in your hand. You can keep control of the board. You see that R&B is running low. We put that Pete down. Keep control of this board is what Mike Senior's doing. And I think that whole new world, that grabbing that whole new world was kind of like a heads up play to say, hey, just in case, if I
Hmm.
need myself a little parachute
A
to
little
get on
escape
out of
rope.
here,
Yeah.
yeah, just a little, just in case, then I got it. I got my just in case.
Yeah, little baby escape rope, never hurt nobody. I like it. As we'll continue to flood the board with a little bit more base, a little bit more width is out there. As the sneaky, jealous manservant Lawrence is going to stand behind that Ariel. We will show the hand for Pete. I like that little token there, indicating that Pete is fresh. So now R&B is
Oh,
going to be able to. Both players got their Pete tokens. I love that. We need more Pete
love
tokens.
it. Pete tokens. Let's do it. Ravensburger, let's get some Pete tokens out there. Let's make some.
I support it. Fully support.
Yeah, I'm in. Ooh, we
And
could put that in the league kit. That'd be great.
Is it time to shift the big dog Pete? Perhaps
Oh,
I don't know if it's worth it because you can potentially lose that Pete next turn, just based on what characters you have. But this
yeah.
might be a good character that you can to turn the tides back in R&B's favor. He's thinking about that Prince John or the Pete Games referee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd have to argue that, because what that space pirate does is it prevents your opponent from being able to sing songs.
Mhm.
Do I really not want to let my opponent sing that whole new world? I don't know. So it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah. Is that a May option? Can R&B say to Mike
You
Senior,
can.
"Hey, you know what? I'm okay. I'll allow it. You can play songs this turn." I'm gonna go
Absolutely.
ahead and say no, but I'm sure he wishes that was the case.
Absolutely, man. So I thought I saw World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Did that thing get into the inkwell, or was I mistaken? Did he not
No,
have a
you did
World's
see
Greatest?
it. You did see it. I believe it went into the inkwell.
Oof.
Yeah, it was drawn at some point. It's just not there anymore.
Okay, so that might have been a regret. If I am recalling correctly, that World's Greatest Criminal Mind is a nice, clean,
Oh,
easy one for one answer to this Pete
mhm.
Space Pirate, which is hard on this deck.
Yeah,
So I think that is something you're gonna want that one back, my senior. He's like, oof. As we
yeah.
will send this manservant who can, in fact, clear the space pirate in a one for one trade.
That is very fortunate to your point because I'm sure he's probably thinking about that World's Greatest Criminal Mind and saying like, what if he does that again? I mean, he's got plenty of ink to just play another one just completely without needing to shift it. So,
Yeah.
well, at least we're going into a turn where he will be able to do that. And so you got to think about what answers are waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see, oh yeah, we see that Strength of a Raging Fire coming into play with that second aerial that hit the table. And
And
yeah, go ahead.
no, sorry, he's setting up like he's about to sing this whole new world. I think he's
Yeah,
about to do it.
I think
Oh,
he's going
requesting. Oh,
crazy.
requesting. I was about to say, whew,
Yeah.
I thought he was about to rip it. I'm like,
All
wow,
right.
that is a bold
No, I
move,
thought so
Cotton.
too. I thought Mike Senior was about to go goblin mode all over that whole new world. We don't need that. We don't need no goblin mode. You need to think about this.
I thought he was about to full send this thing as R&B is down pretty bad with this Prince John, who a lot of people have Prince John on a short list of cards that need to get removed from the game. We're talking banning. He's looking miserable right now in this situation as he can't really do anything. You could potentially get a Prince John down, maybe put a Ursula. It will strike true. If you have a Prince John and Hypnotize, Prince John, Sudden Chill, just to get some more cards flowing, and maybe you can hope to stabilize. I'm not sure what the entire deck is comprised of.
Yeah, and we can see more of that as
Mm.
these lists will come out. But there's our friend Prince John. We've got a Sudden Chill out here.
There you go. Prince John into the Sudden Chill. So you do get the cycle one card. Now, are you going to ink? I think you're fine capped out here at 5 as
Yeah,
Mike Senior is holding on to this whole new world.
yeah.
I wish
Emerald
somebody loved me the
Steel.
way he loves this whole new world. That thing has been hanging out there for a long time.
Yeah. I need some. Yeah, exactly. I need someone to hold. I need somebody to hold me how Mike Senior holds that whole new world. I need somebody to look at me the way that Dragon John Z looks at a camera at top tables as well. So, oh goodness gracious.
I mean, are you
Which
about to rip this whole new world? Are you playing it?
I mean, you get to a point where you're also choked out of options, and
Yeah.
so yep,
Yeah,
here
he's
it
sending it.
comes. With two cards in hand, the one of which you put down, and the only card in hand is a whole new world. You have to believe in yourself, JDZ. Mike Senior believes that his deck construction is better than R&B's deck construction. He's telling R&B, "Hey, if I draw 7 and you draw 7, I believe in my deck so much, you lose. Deal with it." That's what Mike Senior is telling R&B right now.
For sure. Maybe I'm just not I'm a gambler, but I don't know. That just seems like a high risk gamble. But the board is completely flooded. RMB is outmaneuvered and outflanked. Although you are added more resources into your
100%.
hand there, but this board is just so massive. And Green Steel, much like Blurple, has a very difficult time dealing with
Oh.
these super massive wide boards. As you're able to reflood the board and potentially set up a whole new world. You could probably sing it again if you felt so inclined.
You can now notice that we've put down a bunch of characters. We're turning things sideways. The card that Mike Senior was hoping to see the most was likely Pete,
Mhm.
because a Pete here essentially cements the game. We did not see a Pete, and therefore we'll see what crazy things are waiting. Oh, however, R&B did see a Pete, and
Mhm.
went ahead and put this little Cthulhu character or whatever on top of Ariel there, being really
Oof.
weird with that, but we love it.
So this could how much lore is represented there by Mike saying you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11.
I
Yeah,
think we got to shift Robin Hood here, and the game could just be over next turn unless you
exactly.
start clearing. So this might be a GG coming in. That shift Robin Hood can give you that last little piece of lore required to push you over the finish
Precisely.
line, and that is going to get us into a all important game number 2.
It will, yeah, and we see it clear as day, that champion of Sherwood sitting in hand, and the second we present that, that's going to definitely, yep, bingo, bango. This game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Question mark? I guess just to be safe, for whatever reason, we're putting more characters down. But
You always got to count. Can I
yep,
win? Can
yes.
you
Listen,
win?
I've miscounted before, so and these are certainly high stakes. We're just doing the math here. Doing the math, turning things sideways, and that is the end of the game.
That is GG. As we're going to
Yeah,
go on into a game number 2, R&B did not get a chance to demonstrate what that strategy is all about, as those Diablos did not get a chance to fly. He
no,
peeped the hand, he saw he had outs for it, forced some Diablos in, and they got plugged right from the sky almost immediately. What does
yeah.
R&B need to do this time? I like to hear from you. What do you think R&B needs to do to make this thing a little bit better going into
I mean,
round number 2 on the play?
so this R&B needed. I think R&B could have held on to the Diablo a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that Mike Senior had one song that could blow it up. Maybe throw some bait out and then have that Diablo come out later. It could have potentially netted more cards. I would have likely done the same thing that R&B did, hoping that those 2 cards would have netted me value enough to keep holding on to the tempo. So, like, while I say that, of course, I'm talking from hindsight. I want to be completely transparent about that. I'm speaking completely from hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
But likely, I think if I were sitting in R&B's chair right now, I'd say, like, maybe I should have thrown out bait and then tried to send out that Diablo later.
Right. Yeah, especially because you have to pay that shift cost. You pay the Diablo. You're getting, so if you don't get, I think you need at least 3 cards off of the Diablo to make it worth the investment. I would say, because you have to pay for the Diablo, pay for the shift, and pay for the card to discard. So, and the one Diablo went for 2 off of the storm, and the other one only really went for 1. So you lost a little bit of value there. I think you could have taken a little bit more time to see if you can get some better value out of that Diablo, but maybe it just gets worse as the game goes along, and you just
Yeah,
can't ever get him to stick, and he'll just rot in your hand as a
yeah.
uninkable brick that you can't do anything with. So
That's
better,
exactly what. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you don't. It's easy to say that from the perspective of where we're sitting, and we've been saying this all day. Like, you and I get it. You and I get it
hmm
when it comes to that. But so it's hard. It's hard, and sometimes you got to take the gamble up front, and you win sometimes when you get lucky and you make the call that might be a little bit riskier.
hmm
So there's that too. So you got to take the risk, and if you got to risk it for the biscuit, as the kids say.
That's my I live by that motto. Risk it for the biscuit. It's
Yeah.
important. If you want the biscuit, you better go risk it. And
Therefore, you must risk it.
and I think R&B also was hoping for an Ursula too, Ursula Deceiver, to come out to snatch that Storm Rage on. I almost said Storm of the Raging Fire, dude. Maybe my wheels are falling off a little bit. The Storm of the Raging Fire, the strength of a raging storm, whatever.
Yeah.
If you would have grabbed that storm there with the Ursula 2 on that curve, I think he would have been
Yeah.
okay adjacent. He would have been fine. And Diablo would have went for 4 or 5.
Yeah. Well, if you need to pick me up, JDZ, I got some pickled eggs that can put some hair in your chest.
Okay.
If you need.
Okay. I'll take the pickled eggs and a little bit of your pool house tea. Streets are saying you bought that tea from a man named Bovice in an alley.
Yeah. Bovice is a nice dude. Why are we talking poorly about Bovice?
I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just saying that's where you bought your tea from.
Good old Bovice.
Air quotes. I'm throwing air quotes up there for the tea that you bought.
The street pharmacist that helps me out. As we see the shuffling, I love the color. Like, these sleeves are very light. They're like very pastel colored. I'm really enjoying
Both
these
of them.
sleeves.
Very
Yeah.
springtime, and they fit the aesthetic of the flowers. You got the cherry blossoms over here from the Southside Gaming in juxtaposition with the periwinkle and the cerulean. What color is that? Powder blue.
Powder blue.
The mats are the same color too. It's a whole thematic situation you got going on here. Gabe.
Yeah, this is. They couldn't have crafted a better story if they wrote the script themselves. This is beautiful. And as we see, okay, so we've finalized. I didn't catch the numbers. What I'm looking at what I do see in R&B's hand is the right Ursula this time. We see a Prince John in there as well. So we see some dangerous things waiting for Mike Senior. as we know that Prince John will be coming in, and there are a number of ways to get some discard. In fact, I see the Prince John, I see the Deceiver of All Ursula, a great combination. Because then come turn, so on turn 3 you would play the Deceiver of All. On turn 4 you would play the Prince John. You would then sing Sudden Chill. That is worth 2 cards out of Mike Senior's hand. That is plus 2 cards into your own hand. So that there's a lot of value that is waiting for RMB, but RMB just needs to get to these turn milestones to get there.
For sure. And you have to figure out a way to avoid that Pete, because if you go Deceiver of All, I'm slamming Pete and then I'm ripping a whole new world next turn or something. I don't know what the lines are going to be here, but that Ursula Deceiver is down and you got to rip. So I like to see RMB just take it fast and loose. And maybe you can just put this Prince John down and sing the Sudden Chill with the Ursula 1 or Ursula Deceiver, and just not even try to risk this Deceiver Fall after seeing that Pete, especially.
Yeah, especially. I mean, we do see that Mike Senior is rocking dual. Like, so we're looking at Let the Storm Rage On in stereo here, and so that's a scary proposition for most cards. But Prince John is okay with a little Let the Storm Rage On. That Ursula Deceiver of All. I think what's cool about that is that Mike Senior would be put into a position to use both of them to clear the Deceiver of All, and maybe that's not a horrible play, forcing it. However, that is also 2 cards to Mike Senior's hand, and that's more answers you may not want to give.
So these are the tough decisions that you have to make in this Emerald Steel deck. This is why I do not like playing this deck. It is a very, very complex deck. Like, this could literally be the entire game. This ink and the card that he plays on his turn could determine the outcome of this whole game right here, right now. I think it's a very, very critical ink, because he has the Hidden Cove in hand as well. He has the Pete. He has all these cards are critical mass, man, and you really have to run, and especially with that known information of what your opponent has access to. How do you play around it all, and what is the best benefit? As you're going to lean Pete here on 3, just to stun your opponent for 1 turn and allow you to set up some other things going back in.
Yeah, you're not kidding. And it's funny because that's often said about certain types of decks. Some decks are kind of seen as being very forgiving. Others are like, well, if you make one mistake, this whole thing is just shot. Like, you're done, you're cooked. And you're right about that when it comes to this particular color combination. One wrong inking decision and your top 8 is over.
For sure.
And you got to just watch out for that.
So you're going to see if that is going to be the punish, leading with Pete here, instead of trying to set up this Prince John situation or set up that Ursula Deceiver. Even taking your play, get the Ursula Deceiver to stick, which maybe it could have, maybe it wouldn't have, but I think he could have had Ursula Deceiver down into a Prince John, into a double Sudden Chill. I think your line would have been, but it's a high risk, high reward play.
Yeah, it forces Mike Senior into using a lot of resources that could be used later on. I mean, we're talking about Emerald Steel here. There's no shortage of characters that are operating at kind of not the highest of willpowers, so it's not like those cards won't get used later on. We do see that Prince John coming down though, and what is cool is we do still have singers if we need them, and yep, that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see Singing of Sudden Chill. Interesting choice here, as Mike Senior drops one of those songs that could be used as a removal spell or removal song.
Absolutely. And he got a double Sudden Chill. So you are rewarded here by your gambit. The RM gambit takes place and you lose both of
Resilient
those
MB, baby. It's Resilient MB.
Look at that. I think it worked out quite great in that situation, as you now know that there's a Pete looming and you're trying to probably get the Pete down when they go Ursula Deceiver. But lo and behold, RMB has no more songs left in hand. And the Prince John is up in that. Think about what to put into the inkwell to continue to develop. I think you need at least 2 more inks. Beast is going to find his way down for a Hidden Cove. Look at that.
I was gonna say. I mean, in terms of what to ink, Beast is always a hard one to choose. You look at that card in your hand, you're like, do I really want to give up a card that is here because it is meant to help me draw more cards? Question mark. And sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes you got to do it.
As the hand of Pete comes down again, freeze drying the board. RMB doesn't have any actions left. This might be a good opportunity to get that Ursula Deceiver of All set up onto the board. And just like you said, play their outs. Maybe you can top deck another powerful song, or you can get to this shift Pete and just really get loose here next turn.
Yeah. That's the ticket. You always, if you know your deck, you know what's coming up. You should know what's been inked. You should know what's in your discard pile. Oh baby, we see Space Pirate hitting the table. This is a scary, scary situation. That Space Pirate takes no prisoners. as it turns sideways. Yep. Oh, yep.
Questing for
We
2.
locked it in. Lock it in. Yep. And we're going to gain that too. And that means songs cannot be sung. And pirates, which in this case is essentially that text just reads Pete space pirate, gets +1 resist.
I love it. And we have him in the hitting cove as well. So he's
Oh,
actually a
he's
bit stronger in the
with
process.
resist. He's a 6/6 with resist. What are we doing? This hurts. The space speed is sick.
This card
Oh.
is so hard on this deck, man. As you're going to continue to got to shift Robin Hood in. How good is that?
Okay, that's big. That's big for this play. Okay, yeah, that's going to be big. That gives us another singer.
And
It
you can
gives us
clear out that hidden cove, so you get a
Clear the
little
cove.
plus value. You do lose a little bit of lore potential, but just getting a +1 there and taking out that hidden cove before it can do maximum supreme damage to you. Although this Pete Space Pirate will come back at it again and be able to get some more tremendous value off the Tizzy. It's the Ursula Deceiver. Now
Yep.
she's set up. Storm goes crazy. Next turn, if you got it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any action that falls into RMB's hand is just a Gatling gun of actions here, or songs specifically, of course. But yeah, I mean, if we can get a sudden chill, that's 2. If we can get a let the storm rage on, I mean, that's 4 damage. 2 draw 2 cards. If we can get a strength of raging fire, we're looking at 6 damage. It's, so it gets crazy here. Now, interesting choice here, opting
I
not to
love
hold on
that
to
line of
sudden
play,
chill.
though.
But you got to do it. You got to do it.
I love that line of play as you slam into the Robin Hood, force a draw, then feed your sudden chill to get a draw for
Yep.
yourself with the Prince John. I thought that was really heads up maneuver. And now your opposition, Mike Senior, is in top deck mode. 39 minutes left in the round. I think we got a little time extension here in the top 8 as we're staring down this pretty bulky board. I think you got to send everything into this space power to get him off your face, too, because
This thing's a monster. This thing's just a complete terror. It's. I mean, it is the worst thing that could happen to Mike Senior is this thing keeps surviving. Like the whole game will hinge on this thing continuing to exist.
Oh, and that is just so unfortunate because I'm looking at the hand. I'm rubbing my head the same way with Mike Senior is right now, because you got the whole new world in hand, but you don't have enough ink to hard cast it, and you can't sing it. Pete Space Pirate has you jammed up right now.
It does. Yeah, everyone's throats is filled with toxic space dust as they cannot sing, and instead forced to send in 2 characters, what we call in the trading card game industry a 2-for-1. That always feels bad when you have to do it.
Well,
he
did have a shift under it too, so technically it's a 2-for-2, but it's really bad 2-for-2. That doesn't feel good. The amount of tempo that you got neutralized from your position feels terrible. As you feel confident and capable to get a nice little beefy quest in for 3, getting that Prince John exerted. Typically, that's when you want to get after him, and that's Rapunzel is looking okay adjacent. Okay, this might be something you can do as we'll get into this Ursula Deceiver. Taking back 2. You should take back 2 there. Ursula Receiver has 2. But Judge, please fix the game.
Remember that Troubadour has resist.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I'm sorry. He has resist.
Yeah,
my bad.
Has resist.
You're right. My bad. Don't fix the game. Judge cooking. Judge cooking. He has resist.
Yeah, Troubadour has. Unless there's something we're not considering, Troubadour has resist.
My bad. Okay, my bad. I just want to make sure because, hey, I can't take another chat explosion, dude. That's on me. We are 9 hours in. I'll take the heat. Send it my way. Give me the heat.
Better safe than sorry. It's okay. We appreciate you thinking about the best.
Error on the side of caution is my code name.
Yes.
Okay. These players are switched on. They're in the top 8. They know what's going down.
Yeah.
As we do get a little bit of Rapunzel value here, as we put 1 damage on that Deceiver of All, as this Beast Tragic Hero, RMB's favorite card, a little patent pending. I do know some information about the player, and
we might have heard of this guy. we might know this guy here somewhere.
Yeah.
We might know him. We got a guy here who knows a guy who knows a guy. I mean, you might have seen him at nationals. I mean, it was 1 game away and was unable, unfortunately, and the biggest hug in the world, deserved to RMB, but missed Worlds by 1 game. Poor guy.
Yeah. And that was tragic. He's on Blurple then, and now he's on Emerald Steel now. So we're going to get a nice little double sing onto the Rapunzel, giving yourself 2 cards in the process. Rapunzel's very tanky for whatever reason. We'll reveal the whole new world.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh. Do you have a way to rip it? I'd probably rip it here if I could. Pete is going to be even better than that.
I was going to say, I mean, you can rip it or you can make it stay in the hand. I mean, that's a secondary option. And RMB said, I can't rip it. However, we're gonna go ahead and make you hold it for at least one turn longer. Do a little bit of a time freeze here.
And is it time to go ahead and start exerting this beast? Because I guess you do want to win, and you
Oh,
will go up
100%.
4 lore.
I think that's exactly the place you got to be at. We need to start moving in the right direction. We've got enough characters on board where R&B is in control of the board state. Now, Mike Senior could turn this around, but guess what? There's a little Cthulhu alien character with a little holding up a sign that says, "Do not." I repeat, don't you dare put that whole new world down here. I will call on you. I will tell on you if you do that.
I like that token. I think we need to normalize using Pete tokens. Is that considered note taking? I don't care. Probably.
Right.
But
How is that any different than turning your Pete upside down to tell your
I
opponent?
think it's perfect. I honestly, I'll go even further. I'll double down, Gabe. I think we should just go ahead and allow note taking. Who are we trying to save?
Well, the timer probably.
I mean, not even like that. Not even like a straight up. You're not writing a diary, but like on your opponent's turn, you really can't make any action. So while they're making their turn, you can jot down a thing or two, or move a dice, or put a hand count or a dice. How many cards you got in your hand? I think it just makes the game a little bit cleaner and neater.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an argument for accessibility as well. Like you've got some players who, you like if you think about from an accessibility standpoint, the ability to indicate things and to show numbers of cards in hand and to see things easily. You know, what if I'm visually impaired and my opponent's kind of holding their hand clumped up? I got to ask them every 3 seconds, to see their hand. You know, and so there's reasons why things might make sense.
I would concur with that 1000%. I think it's something we might want to look into, but it's probably not going to be today or tomorrow, but definitely long term. Maybe just say, hey man, let's cut out the whole no note taking thing, as this game looks like it is completely chalked. I think if I'm Mike Senior, I'm up out of here, and we're already going to be posted up for a game number 2. Shuffling that whole new world in that Smeagol is not going to get it done. I say we just go ahead and save a little bit of time and let's pop this thing over to game number 3 before we lose this 34 minutes. We're Smee, whole new world. I mean, I guess you could rip it, but I mean, really, are you going to be able to engage with this board after you pay 5 ink?
Exactly. I mean, you're looking at what, 1 or 2 available ink after a hard casted whole new world. I mean, the answer is no. The answer, of course, is no. That's what else are you going to do? Play a Smee and say go and lose anyway? I mean, well, not lose. You'd go to 19 next turn because we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're looking at 6 lore, if I'm correct. Yeah, so we're looking at R&B going to 19 next turn. So there'd be 1 more turn to go. However, yep, and that's it. That's the indicator. We've played the card titled Scoop this game, and Mike Senior saw the writing on the wall and said, "You know what? Let's just move in to game number 3. We got 33 minutes. Let's take this one slow."
Yeah. Let's get a nice little good game number 3 happening in here. And again, I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is the Southside game. We got $10K on the line. $10,000 going home to the top 8 of this portion. I mean, both of these players have already secured their fair portion of $600 that it will be going home with. I think that's a nice little chunk of change. And then they're trying to make it up to that next rank, which I think is $1,200. So this is basically a $1,200 match, I want to say right here, right?
Your math is better than mine. I think essentially that, they're tearing up really, really significantly. These are some very, very high stake games for what you're winning at these different tiers for sure.
So that's I think just making it to the top 8, getting that 600. I think that is a good quality days of work. I mean, or turning your hobby into something that you can have that tangibility. I think that's one of the more attractive things of being a pro player. I use quotations very loosely there because you're not really. This can't be your actual job right now. Maybe in the future there could be like a pro circuit where you can do Lorcana full time, but just having some type of income to count for the amount of time that you put in, because no one is just going to get to the top 8 in one day. You don't pick up the cards and make it to the top 8 of this tournament. You have to put in a little bit of grind in order to get the skills required to make it to this point. So having a little bit of financial compensation for that, I think it's got to kind of feel good and be able to justify all the time that you put in. So shout out to both of these players for making that, and everyone else in the top 8.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, these guys they're ecstatic too. I mean, and even now, like you're kind of seeing them on screen. They're cutting it up. They're having a good time. I could hear them from the other part of the store where they're sitting in right now. That's how loud they are, just joking, having a great time. So like even though to the point that we're making the stakes are high, it's still better than when they were just a round to go, which was, will I make it in? Won't I make it in? So good on them. And I just, before we start this game, JDZ, can you believe that we're sitting at about 950 viewers across the different platforms?
No way.
We're
Let's
almost at
go.
1,000 viewers.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's
That just shows that
go.
people want to watch it, man. People are tuned in. They want to see what's happening in Lorcana. All eyes are on Southside. When the Southside is coming to town, you better pay attention because you're going to see some high profile, high quality Disney Lorcana action. So let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I'm excited to think that people care enough to hear me talk. 950 of them. I'm sure it's more the gameplay. Let me not take too much credit from these players. These are the ones doing all the work. You and I are just sitting here, just chatting it up.
Absolutely, having a good
Yeah.
time. I mean, that's
Oh,
this. I rarely ever consider this work because it's just so fun. Just be here.
oh,
I mean, this is just a vibe, man. So
Yeah.
I truly enjoy it. I'm so glad if you guys ever need some support over here at Southside, let's name it, and I'll probably do it because I am infatuated with what you guys are doing for this community. And I've said that to you offline. I've said it to
Yes.
Skinner. And I'm saying it again to everyone here. I really appreciate what you guys are doing, man. And I think you're filling a void. And I would love to see that if I had my way, I would love to see that there would be a tournament series between a DLC and a set championship,
cool.
and I like
That'd be so
this
cool.
right here that can get like on an actual with a national qualification or its own thing. I think that'd be really, really awesome.
That'd be so sick. Yeah, that'd be really cool. It's like, and of course, it's always hard to like visualize like how that would look just from a hypothetical thing. But yeah, I think to your point, something just kind of like slightly better than a set champs,
Right.
Not at the level of a deal. That'd be so sick. That'd be
Yeah,
so cool.
I think it's very possible. Like a lot of other TCGs have that. I think that's something that we're dramatically missing
Yeah.
from that. So here we go. We got the all important game number 3 though. This is it. This is for all the marbles to see who's going to make it to that all important top 4. Top 4 is going to get a little pay bump in their pay packet as we're going to start this thing off with the beautiful, enchanted, blinged out Cinderella. I got to
I
put
was
my
gonna say,
shades
Mike
on.
Senior doesn't need the money. Look, the man's rocking it in his deck. He does not need it. We're good. We got the enchanted Cindy, folks. She's here. Exactly.
Damn, beautiful
I'm
Cinderella, man. That thing is holding the value too. It is looking gorgeous, man. And this Ember Steel deck, when that thing is really, really maxed out, and I've seen them maxed out,
Oh, dude.
it looks so good, dude. Holy, they got a lot of beautiful cards in this strategy in this deck when it's completely in its blinged out capabilities, man. Look at that thing
There
shining
you
and
go.
shimmering. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, we see here. Let's see here. We see here.
RMB, just another slow turn, but maybe you have the one cost. You're just probably not trying to feed it into this chainsaw known as Cindy on 1. Very scary opening as the Smeagol is going to follow her out here for a little bit of late quest into a Bare Necessities, read it and weep as he tosses it on over to the opposition. Bare Necessities coming back in a major way, and you got a nice plethora of cards to choose from. RMB does not have turn 2 play. Oh,
No, that's tough. That is a tough place to be at. I mean, we see a ton of songs. We see those dual beats. This is rough. This is a rough place to be. R&B is not. He can't be feeling good about this. I wouldn't be. I mean, I can't imagine he feels good about this.
And I think that is just devastating. So showing what the slow start is all about. Maybe you can get that Ursula on too. You don't got it. It looks like as you get into another a sudden chill, it's going to be the card in hand. Looking at Mike Senior's hand, he's got the Ariel and he has the Whole New World and the Storm Rage on. So any character that R&B slams to the board is probably going to get a hit with some type of movement, but you have nobody to play. I think
Yeah, right. Like Mike Senior's like, hey, I'd love to play some things here. Could you put something down? Can you give me something to target, please?
he's just gonna ink a strength and pass. So 0
Oh,
tempo
this
established from the ball minutes, dude. Very, very slow out
R&B.
of the gate. And this is looking like all aces here for Mike Senior, who played that Bare Necessities, able to see what was in the hand and feeling a little bit more
Yeah.
comfortable. Let's see what Mr. Senior takes this time.
This is bad. This is just like it's rough, and you can see it on R&B's face. You know, he's resilient. I will say that about R&B. If there is a person, not just in this store, in the world that can claw out of this, it is R&B. R&B is going to have to piece together a plan. Is going to have to figure it out. Going to have to lock in order to crawl out of like just 2-3 turns of just saying ink go. Like that is not a good place to be.
And Mr. Senior takes another Whole New World off of this aerial, probably trying not to bury one and probably rather discard it. Interesting, putting that Strength of Raging Fire to the bottom of the deck, keeping second Whole New World when you already had one in hand. You could have also just not taken anything if you felt so inclined. but I
That's
definitely
true.
would take some ink there just to because right now you're going to run out of ink if you don't
Yeah.
hit an ink off the top of this deck. You're going to be in shambles over here, and R&B gets a chance to come back in.
Finally, so we have a character. R&B's on the table,
and
it's a good
he can
one.
go Pete Muse sing bounce, or he can do like a Pete situation into a Muse sing bounce. You do get to some ink, but you're going to just play the Pete on Pete. You play Pete, I play Pete. Quest the
Yeah.
Smee for 2.
They're just refereeing. They're just looking. They're pointing at each other, saying, "Don't do it. Don't play the act. I'm watching you. Don't do it." And so we see here, just R&B's going to have to figure this out. Michael had a chance to get some free lore, had a chance to just do whatever Mike needed to do, and R&B's going to say, "Hey, by the way, you may not realize this, Mike. I'm actually also playing this game with you, and I'd like some space on this table. Can you move your stuff up a little bit? I'd like to put my stuff down here if you could."
Absolutely. And he gets another Pete. So we're going Pete on Pete, just trying to regain a little bit of that tempo that you just didn't get from playing no cards within your first 2 turns, which is that can come out of the gate a bit slow. You do have this Storm Rage on, and you could probably pop this Cinderella here and take one of those singers. No, you can't. Is there
No.
who's got Pete? Everyone's in Pete.
Yeah,
So we're Pete on Pete.
Yeah, we're all Pete
Okay.
everything right now. Everything's all
Okay.
Pete everything.
Got it. There's no Pete's being deployed here. So we're going to just, or there's no songs being deployed. So now we are finally, no, we still have one more Peting here as now Mike Senior has to deal with Pete.
Exactly. Yeah. Mike's going to look for the thing he can't play. That's what he's going to do. He's going to look for a thing he can't play just yet. And oh no, is that another Holy? Is that what I'm saying?
And this one he's going to send to the bottom of the deck. So
come on, of course you got to. Of course you got to. Now the thing is, it's important to note that means that the chances of their like the 4th whole new world is anywhere between that one that we just sent down to the very top. We know that it's going to be a very long time potentially. It could be next. If it is next, Mike Senior needs to flip this table because you're going to be sitting with 3 of these little things in your hand. I don't know.
And the Ursula Deceiver comes in, and now Mike Senior looking like a genius for grabbing that second whole new world. Look at that. I have to eat some crow because I was like, why would you take a whole new world? But he's like, guess what? Ursula Deceiver hits the board, and now I got 2 whole new worlds, and you can't really do anything to stop it now, it seems. As if Adiel is going to be able to open up the pipes and blast a whole new world here through her best Jasmine impersonation.
She grabbed that seashell. She said, Ursula, I'm going to go ahead and take this back. It's my turn to get on stage, and I'm going to sing this song. Now, before we get to that point, though, before Ariel gets to go on stage, R&B is going to throw everything to the ground, like just completely vandalizing Mike Senior's side of the board, saying, "Oh, I'm just going to throw everything. You want to go ahead and sing that song? Well, I'm going to mess you up before you get a chance to get out there."
Yeah, another Pete would have just been absolutely cash money, as you are going to get to the sudden chill. So you're gonna ink it just to get the hidden cove established, moving those pieces to the hidden cove, just trying to build a very bulky board before the whole new world gets ripped. And here we go. Let's see if Mike Senior is going to do it. He did it before. He'll probably do it now.
Yes, he's had some interesting takes on when this whole new world happens, and I love seeing it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and okay. So that was a card that was ripped previously and was drawn again. And so we got another one, and we were able to use it here to put some damage on there. R&B's kind of saying, "Darn it!" So this guy, Mike Senior drew another one of these things and played it on my Pete. Are you serious? But yeah, that's the case right now. And now we're thinking, we're in the tank. JDZ.
I'm thinking we got to figure out a way to clear it. I'm all about clearing these Petes because let me tell you, a guy named Pete Space Pirate got on me last time. And he does some work, dude, against me. So before I do anything, I'm clearing as many of these Petes as I possibly can because that dude shifting off the top rope feels miserable as we are going to hit that whole new world. How much ink does Mike have?
Did you see what RB just threw away?
What is that?
That was a Space Pirate.
Let's go. And he was going to come in. So that's a good sign for Mike Senior. But I think this green steel deck, they might be on max Pirate at this point, or at least 3. He's got another one in hand right now, I think. I might be mistaken. Is there another one? Oh, that's a Diablo. I'm sorry, my vision is quite bad.
I mean, what he's got isn't horrible. I mean, he's got some things that could potentially get him back in the game if he can reclaim some. We see some ways of dealing with what's in hand. We get to see sudden chills. We see Diablos, and there it is. That's exactly what Mike Senior was hoping to get, and it happened, which is an additional song that could finish the job on that page.
And you also have that world's greatest criminal mind, which
Yeah.
is very, very good against the Pete Space Pirate, and also is pretty decent against Hidden Cove sometimes. People were reluctant or sometimes just toss characters to the Hidden Cove, and they'll go from a 4 to a 5. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but it could, and then you can
Yep.
just get those things out of there with
Oh
a
my
nice
goodness.
little, oh my, yeah,
The
this is
way
good.
that the hand was, or the way that the deck was situated, Mike Senior, after having seen 3 whole new worlds, saw another whole new world in the 7 cards that he drew for it. That the math on that, we'd have to run that through a calculator to figure out how that happened.
I think it takes the world's greatest criminal mind here. So probably trying to
Yeah.
protect your potential Pete Space Pirate if you can get to another one. Perhaps you're trying to maybe put your opponent in this awkward position to where they maybe have to sing another whole new world potentially.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is that you got to think about the inking situation too. That you're taking away an
Mhm.
ink card from Mike Senior. Mike Senior may decide to hold on to it, and I would, given what we've seen from RMB. Or it could be ink, and we know that a whole new world. If you really want to sing it, you can, but otherwise, it sits in your hand. And so
Mm,
RMB is taking note of that too, as we is that as we ink the hypnotize, and then
absolutely.
use it to move that Ursula.
All right, so you have been Peated and you have your own Pete. So there's a world or there's a universe that exists where you just slam your own Pete, kick it back on over R&B, but you see there is a space pirate in hand. And
Yep.
we are going to go ahead and hit that sudden chill as well. This is a cumbersome spot. You got that Bianca, your favorite in that Bianca. I think that's a tank over there too. Bianca might be a nice way to kind of work with this Pete space pirate as well. I'm just trying to think of all the possible outs that you can have. And Bianca's still not a very clean out. You can help tax on some damage, especially if he sets up in that Hidden Cove. You might have to slam her in there and then slam somebody else in to kind of help clear this Pete. What if they got double Pete? Oh my goodness, what do you do
Oh,
with two Pete space pirates?
why are you summoning this guy into existence right now? What, JDZ, stop it. Are you? Am I the one drinking the tea, or you?
Oh
What's
no,
happening right now?
no, not like this. As we are going to play Pete on Pete, and I think that is an okay adjacent. And you put the Bianca down into the Inkwell as you'll play another. So if you give up a Pete, you know your opponent's going to play the Pete next
Yep.
turn in the shift.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
no.
rough. I mean, I think that Mike Senior is valuing the race right now. He's saying, "Well, I'm in the race phase, and that may be a premature decision. That may be too early. It may be later than he should have." And I'm
Mhm.
sure all kinds of people will say all kinds of things in the chat about what's right and what's wrong. But Mike Senior, in his mind at least right now, it feels as though he believes he's in that racing phase as
For
he's starting
sure.
to think
I don't
through, like, how do I garner this advantage?
I don't hate that thought process at all. And you have another Pete in hand. If you can somehow if R&B goes Pete here, you can play Pete back and just keep playing these eternal Petes of a of a mind or whatever the eternal sunshine of a spotless
Yeah,
mind, something like
yeah,
that. You know the vibe.
yeah. I get you. Yeah,
You know the movie I'm
that
talking
crazy
about.
movie.
I try to work a Pete in there, but you know we're 8 hours in. It's not they're not going to be gems. Okay.
I told you. I told you. It
Yeah.
happens, bro. We're in that Delulu phase. We're working through it. We're working through it.
What's the name of the movie? You know
We're
the movie I'm
workshopping
talking
it.
about though, with Jim Carrey in it, and it's
Yes,
like a
it is such a good movie.
it's a good
So
movie.
crazy.
It's a
Yeah,
strange movie. It took me like 3 times to watch that movie before I really, really got it. Eternal
yeah, for
Sunshine
sure.
of a Spotless Mind.
That's
Whatever.
it.
Is that it?
Yeah, you got it.
I
Or
don't
the
think
chat did.
somebody got it. I didn't know. I didn't read that. I'm trying to figure out what it
Oh,
is. Maybe some Eternal Pete of a Spotless Mind. There it is, Trevlin.
there you
Thank
go.
you.
There's either eternal Pete's or there's an eternal spotlights of a Peteless mind. It could be that too. Sometimes that happens to you too.
And the space pirate has landed as Big Pete is up and
Oof.
active. And we are going to potentially put this Pete into the Hidden Cove, or maybe we just, what do? You have to exert this Pete to get maximum value from it. As double Ursula can go ahead and double dip the chip into this Daisy Duck,
Yeah,
cleaning that two lore up quite
that cove
effectively.
giving so much value. I mean, the ability to take 2 Ursulas and that be enough to clear your Daisy, where normally would take you 4. That's kind of crazy. That's a little crazy.
Hmm.
And we're seeing a 2 damage taken because of that resist on that Pete. RMB is suddenly not looking like it's too bad anymore.
For sure. I think you can almost even take another turn off. I think you just go Pete Smee as you clear the cove, and then Pete Smee, and then hope that's good enough to maintain this board as you're entering an endless summer of nonstop Pete action. Don't touch that dial, followed up by a Smee. So now RMB has another decision to be made. How many cards are in RMB's hand? Is he holding on to one?
I don't know. It looks like 0. Oh, maybe it's that one that's off to the side there.
Yeah,
Maybe
a little stack of, is that 2 or 1 piece over there? I can't quite tell, but this
I
game is
can't tell.
incredible as both players are really, really pushing each other to the absolute limit of their capabilities. You got a damaged Pete up. I don't think there's a way to remove damage in this color combination as of yet. I think RMB is holding on to 3 cards in hand. You know there's a whole new world. If RMB can play a Pete here, I think you're on your way back.
You're not kidding. I mean, on your way back, moving into the next phase of this tournament, getting yourself into the top 4, just wins on wins on wins here. If
Mhm.
RMB can figure out the puzzle, this is 100% a puzzle, and you can see it on RMB's face. He's looking at his. Okay, so we're looking at 4 cards
Oh,
in hand.
that's a
Um,
lot. But you're under Pete, so you can't play any of that stuff, and you know you're
right,
probably going to lose the next turn because you have to exert this Pete. Keep in mind, his ability only takes effect if he's exerted. Well, if he is
correct.
exerted, he's going to have to engage in combat with some of these characters that you have available, and you can't use any of your actions to remove any of that bulk off the board. So Mike Senior has a little bind around RMB, who has some incredible cards in hand, but you just can't play us. We're going to shift out this Diablo here. And look at that. So now, do you want to play a whole new world into an exerted Diablo? Be my guest, and let's see if that works out for you. As we'll go ahead
Oh
and
yeah.
send the Pete into Pete on Pete action. They're taking a little bit of lore in the process, bumping up to 4 damage total.
Yeah, I mean, it's moving closer to that point where it's going to go bye bye. The thing is, though,
Mhm.
I mean, did it do enough damage? Has it taken enough to gain value back for R&B? I don't know. I mean, it's doing a lot. It's preventing Mike Senior from singing the songs. It's kind of acting in the role of the Pete that R&B hasn't seen yet. So, but
Oh,
here we are, and yep, exactly. So whatever limitations we had are now gone.
mhm.
We do see some singing
Look
happening
at
right here.
that. Oh, I'm tilting
Yep,
right there. As you got to the Pete
R&B's
and you
R&B's
got the whole new
bad.
world, I'm tilting. I'm standing up. I'm
Yeah,
walking out of there.
you
It's
can what.
oh
So I gotta say,
man.
what I love about R&B, he's like such a good sport about it. Like he knows it's not a good spot for him right now, but he's such a good sport about it.
Oh my,
And yeah,
what a
just makes
draw.
yeah, that was a hell of a draw. That was
Oh,
lucky as all get out, and it's better to be lucky than good.
I'm
That's what I
telling
keep
you,
being told.
I'm tilting. I'm grabbing those cards and I'm walking out of the shop right now. But R&B's built a little bit different.
Yeah.
He's had his fair share of dang, my brain is dying, dude. It starts with an O. There's a word about no, adversity, not O. My English language is bad. A lot of adversity. Not adversity. What's wrong with me, Gabe? I'm losing it. A lot of
It's
he's fought through adversities before, and he's been in
yeah.
his down bad spot. But that was an incredible draw for Mike Senior there. Dang,
Yeah,
that hurt.
yeah, 100%. I mean, people will oftentimes talk about luck and luck being a factor. Well, there's value in the deck building too and trusting the ratios. So
Mhm.
that is a skill in and of itself too. So is there luck? Yes, there's luck, but that luck is weighted by the fact that Mike Senior had to go through his deck and decide at what ratios do things belong.
Correct. But still, taking nothing away. I mean, that was that was an incredible turn. I think that might have just been the deciding factor of this
Oh,
game.
yeah,
As
you're
we
not
are going
kidding.
to get the Diablo in, showing the strength, and you saw how many whole new worlds were kind of clogged up early. One got sent to the bottom of the deck. One came in, and it just so happened to be the absolute coffin nail. As we're going to play this Diablo for 1, I think
Yep.
you need to encourage some more cards onto the board here. I don't know how good that hypnotize is, but can you put some more bulk out here? I think you
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the thing. Can we get more? Can we get more of a board presence out there? I mean, we're looking on Mike Senior's side of the board. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't see what that 6th card is. It's kind of shined out. One,
I
two, yeah.
believe
So
that is that I think that's another aerial, perhaps, or is that a
4,
troubadour?
5, 6. Well, it's either 7 or 8, depending on what character that one is in
Mhm.
lore. So that'll put Mike Senior to anywhere between 15 and 16, which is 1 turn away from victory. So I think at this point, when we talk about turning the Jets on, I think you just got to turn the Jets on if you're Mike Senior.
Mhm. Just trying to slow him down a little bit by ripping that hypnotize, taking
Yep.
one from the hand, and I think you got to get these Ursulas swinging on somebody. They got to start fighting just to clear some lore off the board because you're in a scrappy fight for your life type environment. You need to be able to. Do you have any other characters that you can play?
Yeah, I mean, I think R&B's doing the math right now, just taking a look and seeing as we see a couple. There's a couple things that could go down. There's even a Muses if we can get enough songs to figure this out. Potentially, we can start bouncing some things back to Mike Senior's hand. So there's some answers sitting in R&B's hand. They're not fantastic.
Is there something he can do to engage with this ready Robin Hood? I don't think you have any actions left in your
That's
hand. So
that little guy. That guy's dead.
because you know you're about to get shifted on, and I'm sure he can sense the shift is inbound too, which feels. He saw the shift with the Diablo, and there's really nothing you can do. So you probably can't even afford to exert these Ursulas unless you're losing them here in combat. I think it might be worth it though. Just clear some lore.
It could be. I mean, if I think about a line here, right? So you play the Muses. If I didn't catch if there's an action in hand for R&B. If there's an action, you can shift the Diablo. You can sing a song if you have one, and then the Muses can bounce the Robin Hood.
No, he doesn't. So he does. I don't think he has any actions remaining in hand.
There
He
you go.
lost them all with that whole new world.
We're missing a piece of the puzzle, unfortunately. Is what it boils down to. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to tell because the hands are kind of going up and down a little bit as R&B is thinking through how this goes.
Yeah, so this is a absolute nightmare scenario as you get this really tanky and bulky Robin Hood coming down here on the shift, or you can just bring him out here natural and pay the full retail value. But you'll like to go for the shift, especially since you got this little backup minion that you can put down relatively for free, and you can hang on to that strength or you can ink it. Completely flood the board if you want it. We're going to go ahead and play it and just rid the world of one of those Diablos. Not really worried about the big guy anymore, as you'll just put the lore in position and quest all glimmers. Everyone's getting horizontal right there as you start running this race. As
Absolutely,
R&B just start to feel the writing is on the wall.
We're turning princesses and princes and turtles sideways. Whatever it takes. Everyone's going on a quest. Everyone's out hanging out, trying to find stuff, bringing back all that lore, all that precious lore that we love so much. And yeah, we are officially in that phase of the game where R&B needs to think, is this over or do I have a shot at moving forward here? I mean, R&B got here through just sheer force of will, like the work that it took for R&B to get through those 7 rounds. So R&B has a lot to be proud of in this tournament. Should be very proud of the work that he's done. Is putting up a valiant fight in this matchup as well.
Okay.
But let's see if we can garner. Let's see if we can garner.
It's not completely over. I see that there's a Bruno in hand. You have another Muses, so maybe you can go for a play the Muses, play a song, get a double bounce in. As Robin Hood is going to get sent back to hand, but you got a 50-50 ball here before you can pick out a discard. And with your luck, there's no chance you're hitting this champion of Sherwood Forest. There's a 0% chance you're definitely about to hit this little Robin Hood. And I can already tell you that's just how this game goes. Oh, he got the champion.
He just said it to your face, JD. He says, in your face, JDZ. In your face.
Look at that. And you do get a bounce in with the Muses as well. So I ain't heard no bell. You did knock the efficient amount of lore off the board. What else do you have left?
Oh, is R&B about to prove us? Is R&B about to prove the name? Is Resilient MB really it? Oh, we see a beast.
And that's the big beast. And you did kind of blow up this board a little bit. Let's see what is going to happen as we are going to go on a quest here for 1, going up to 2. The comeback starts now, says R&B, who has a pretty stable position, but this board might be a little too far gone. As you can sing for 5, 10, 15, 19 right now. Singer 19 on the board with the world's greatest criminal mind in Stowe.
Now, looking at Mike Senior's hand, not great. We're looking at 2 of the smaller Robin Hoods. We are looking at a world's greatest criminal mind. So we can bring out 2 more characters, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Not the worst thing in the world. But it's not some huge banger. It's not like I've got you. You're done. They're cooked. It's not a you're cooked moment here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And your quest, this is lethal damage in play right here. So if you quest all glimmies right now, get them loose, get them active, the guys that you can, and then just hopefully those Robin Hoods can survive. That might be good enough because you can only clear 2 characters right now. So R&B needs to get to some removal immediately, or maybe even another Muse and sing a ton of songs and just start bouncing a lot of characters here. So interesting turn coming up for R&B.
Mike Senior's understanding very perfectly the position he's in. You got to at this point, you just need to turn these things sideways, and you got to see if those 2 Robin Hoods survive this turn. It is game over, and that's essentially what we're at. We're at a point here where Mike Senior is telling R&B either you got it or you don't got it. You either got songs and you can bounce these Robin Hoods back to hand, and you can take out all my characters and just create this magical moment that everybody all around the United States and all over the world watching this right now is just going to jump up and scream at the TVs, or I'm going to win. So those are your two options. Got to figure this out.
And there is a strength. Is there a second muse? I mean, you can bring out that, I don't know, I got to see the hand a little bit more, but I think you can even bring out this Diablo and get him into combat, dude, just for the stats. I don't know. As checking the hand is Ursula, Pete, Strength, and Diablo, I think are the hands. So maybe I was incorrect on the muses, but if you had a second muses, you could be
That would be pretty
okay adjacent.
powerful. Yeah, that'd be pretty strong if you had them, because you got two characters that can sing. You still got plenty of ink left to do other things with it. Getting access to a second Pete would have been just a huge shift in the game, 100%.
Okay, as Ursula is going to come on in, and then we have. Do you have? I think you got Strength. Thinking about the discard pile here. Dang. So
yeah.
Strength can clear someone. A hard cast of Strength, because you're going to need that muse to be bouncing, and you're also going to need it challenging as well. That
Correct.
Ariel having 3 is repulsive here in this situation, because it's just able to tank just enough. You could send the muses and Diablo into one. Beast can go into one. Strength can go into one. And then you can bounce with the muses, and that's still not going to be enough. You can't get to those ready characters in the rear.
No. I think the writing's on the wall, and R&B may or may not realize it, but still going to try. So we are going to get rid of it. Okay, so we're choosing to blast one aerial, send back the other, is what I believe. No, to send back in.
Oh.
Okay. All right, yeah. So they're kind of working through the math right now.
So it looks like he's going to challenge, Strength, bounce. Okay, so that's
there you go. Okay,
we're challenge here.
Things are making sense now. Things are making sense right now. Yeah, there you go.
Gotcha. And that'll take 2 damage onto the muse.
Yep.
And now you have Beast going into the aerial. That's going to be 2 damage onto the Beast.
Okay. All right.
And then, so your Beast will take 2, and I think you still got 2 more lords you have to get through, and that's just one more. If you had one more song or something, you'd be on your way.
Yeah,
R&B goes in.
R&B was just poking one last time, saying, "Hey, kind of leading the case a little bit, trying to give Mike Senior the vibes that, like, oh, I got an answer, and then just like amp up Mike Senior for them to say, buddy, you got it, you won this game." So R&B, of course, always a good sport, always willing to, even if it hurts a little bit, kind of have a little bit of fun there. That was tough. That was a tough game 3. But that, man, boy, oh boy, was that one hell of a series.
That was an incredible match to Gabe. That was a phenomenal match. I think both of those players were putting the absolute kibosh on each other's plans. They were playing around each other's stuff, and it just came down to who had it. And you saw that top that you saw where you could physically see where the air just ripped out of the sails for R&B when he got that Strength to clear that space power, Pete to free up the whole new world. The game just turned into a completely different game. It was just so toe to toe all the way up until that moment, and that's just how it goes. This is trading card games, baby. If you want skill, go back to chess, go do something else, go play Street Fighter, Tekken.
Exactly.
That exists. You can go do that if you want pure skill. That luck aspect is the reason why we all keep coming back. So
100%.
And again, I don't want to take anything away from Mike Senior, who I think played out of his mind. I think he made some incredible plays, man. And I think he is going to be looking back, I'm very proud of the way he put those things together. So I enjoyed it a lot, coast to coast. A fantastic match.
So good. It was such a good matchup to watch. And I know both of those people. So it's tough for me because I like both of those guys. They're both swell dudes. R&B's a good person. Mike Senior's a great person. Mark Senior's having a good time. So I know it's gonna be a little bit rough for R&B. To kind of think through how that went out. We'll likely watch this match. We'll likely hear what we've said about this match. And I just want to say, R&B, first of all, we love you. Number 1. Number 2, that's a heck of a fight you put up.
Sure.
You did what you could with the things that came to you. Boy, oh boy. You sure every fight,
he made a game out of it. I mean, for having going into turn 3 with 0 tempo, no cards played. I think that is to turn it, to make it that close I
Yeah.
think is an incredible. You should be incredibly proud of yourself as we
Yeah.
are getting into the top 4, and also that's $600, man. That's your new Nintendo Switch 2. You just secured
Let's
right there
go.
for
Let's get that
doing
Nintendo
what
Switch.
you would have done anyway. So having a nice performance, making it to the top 8. But we got
All
a
right.
nice top 4 here
We
as
do.
Akaika. We haven't seen Akaika play.
We have
We've
not.
seen Justin Shadox is out.
Yeah. Jack Shadow.
Jack Shadow. I keep saying Justin Shadox, dude. Oh my god, I keep mixing these names up. My brain
That's right.
is dying, Gabe, but I love it. I
So
love it.
Justin admitted to me that he was upset because, like, he goes by Jack. That's like his name.
Mhm.
So the first time he was telling me out there that the first time that some of his friends learned that Jack isn't like his legal name, they felt
Mhm.
betrayed. I'm like, what do you mean? You're allowed to have a nickname if you want it. What do you mean they felt betrayed? He goes, yeah, they felt betrayed. I don't know what to tell you. And I'm like, all right. Well, you know what? I see. Okay, well then, yeah, that's the way they felt. But we got Tanwin, which just strong anime, that strong anime, that strong main character energy, pushed all the way through. And I got to tell you, I'm loving that, especially JDZ. You know what my favorite color combination
I
is.
know.
I love it. I love it.
You got to be over the moon, man.
I'm
Hiram
so
Band, you're
stoked.
eating good after Hiram went away, dude.
Oh
That
yes,
opened the game up for that game
it
to be
did.
back.
It didn't just open the game up. I had options. I could still do the tempo thing that I love,
Yeah.
or you know what? Let me go ahead and do this Diablo crazy stuff. Let me go ahead and
Yeah.
discard and be a Diablo deck. I had options. Crazy, absolutely insane.
Well, we do have 4 decks in the top 4 and
We do.
Sapphire Steel. Who picked Sapphire Steel in the top 4? Who picked the Kiwis are back, baby.
It's back.
Jack
Kiwis
Shadow
is back,
it's
bro.
back. I'm sorry, he's the Kiwi founder. He's one of the OG.
Yeah.
Not definitely not
Yeah.
new to this, for sure true to this. Put the Kiwi deck on the map. And that's something that and I tell him all the time, and he's a very modest, very humble person. And I'm like, dude, you could have had this whole meta. This is before the whole Metafy meta popped off. You could have had this
Yeah.
Metafy thing, because I'm telling you what, we're here right now in time. Okay. In 15,
Yeah.
20 years from now, when this game becomes the next Pokemon, becomes the next Magic the Gathering, people are going to unlock these streams and these time
Oh, yeah.
capsules of what we did right now. And then,
Yeah.
like, I remember Kiwi Birds, and he's going to be someone in the
Yeah.
history books for doing this, man. It is such an amazing thing. And now he's in
Yeah.
this tournament, back at it again, trying
I
to
can't
continue
believe
on.
it.
So,
We talk about the Mount Rushmore of like different color combinations. Of course, I think about green, purple, or rather amethyst, emerald, and we think about things like we think about the people that really make it. Think about the
Yeah.
people here, like your Harlan Sweets, right? We think about
Yeah.
R&B.
Yeah.
I mean,
as
like,
blue steel, you think when I think of amethyst, emerald, I think of artifacts every time.
yeah.
When I think of
Yeah.
ruby, amethyst, I think Ed Chu all the time. When
I
I
think
think
of Mo
of
Shamblin too. To be fair,
Yeah,
I give Mo
for sure,
Shamblin
for sure, for
his
sure.
due. But yeah, and that's always the funny. Like that's why I like to call it the Mount Rushmore, because it's always like
Mhm.
this collection of like just genius minds that came together, and maybe not together, but individually. But then
Mhm.
they were brave enough to say, "Hey, folks, you got to listen to me. I think I know a little bit about this color combination." And then the next one picks it up and takes it. It's like a marathon. I love the deck building part of this. Like, to me, it's the coolest thing. And to see Jack take this color combination that is dead, by the
Yeah.
way, let's be clear, it died, right? Everyone
It's
says
dead. Oh, it's dead. It's dead. Well, clearly it's not. It's on life support.
right. It's yeah. Well, let me tell you what. Whatever life, if somebody dumped Monster into that oxygen tank, because boy, oh boy, is it here. All right, it
And
is just fine.
he's representing it very well, and maybe he can keep going. I mean, making it to the finals, I think, would be really, really cool. But Ikaika, Ikaika, I'm not sure who Ikaika is. Tell me, do you know much about Ikaika?
I don't. I'm very interested to learn more about Ikaika, and the first thing I'd like to know is how you properly pronounce the name.
Mhm.
And so yeah, that'll be the first thing I think. If I get a chance to interview that person, I'm gonna ask them. But yeah, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. But
Okay.
even given that, I mean, I'm just
and
loving.
honestly, that's another good thing about these tournaments. And I'm so glad that these are streamed, and I'm so glad these streams
Yeah.
look nice. And I'm so glad we have these millions and millions of people all over the world tuned into this stream, because you might not know Ikaika now, but after the stream is over, you'll say, "Hey,
Yep.
I remember I was watching the Southside Gaming stream and I saw a player named Ikaika playing Emerald
Yeah.
Steel," and now you know who they are. So when they say I'm Ikaika next time, now you got a face to the name, because clearly to be in the top 4 of this event, you got to know how to put the cards down in the correct and appropriate order, and you had to have a
Right.
good day. So
Sequencing.
I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in this top 4. Anything go down.
It's going to be wild, JD. It's going to be
Mm-hmm.
wild. I mean, it's been it's not been as long of a day as our previous events. We've had just slightly less players. We were able to get into 7 rounds, but it's just, like I just want to, my favorite time is in this moment when we're kind of waiting between these rounds. Just like the love, the passion of every player, every sponsored player here, Devin, the entire staff. We got Justin, who's the TO, who's supporting this event as well. You've got production, Stefan running production. You've got Jason Levine, who you saw in here a little bit ago. For those of you who don't know, just known if you've ever played a board game, you probably know who he is. He's on the Dice Tower. We have like just a bunch of people here who are just driven solely by their passion and their love for, yes, the game, but primarily, if I'm being completely honest, the community and the people around that. And so, yeah, it's so much love. It's just so much positive vibes. You go out there, you're hugging everybody, you're feeling great about life, you're feeling awesome. So I just want to do a huge shout out to everybody that is in the store, everybody the 1,000 people that weren't able to make it because, listen, I know you got lives. Flying to places is expensive and coming out can be expensive, but you still said, hey, I want to watch you. I want to watch JDZ talk about some of these crazy decks that we're going to see. I want to see Skinner and Gabe talk about these things. And I want to learn because I got set champs, and boy, oh boy, do you have tons of options that you can choose from after you watch this stream. Let me tell you what.
For sure. I have a set champ that I was gonna play tomorrow, and I was gonna roll. I still don't even know what deck I'm gonna play. I think I might just roll in there and just take something right out of the headlines and just take it in because I like to be a little bit spicy. I kind of want to play red blue. I think I'm gonna play a red blue deck, but I want to play Maui Whale and Maui Fish Hook, dude. For some reason, I don't know why.
Well, can I introduce you to a friend of mine? So there's a friend of mine in the chat. Although I don't know if he'll claim it right now, but I saw Dragon John Z in the chat. Talking about blue red. I don't know if he's still playing it or not. Unfortunately, Dragon John Z was not able to make it. For those of you who don't know the lore of Dragon John Z, as I've tweeted to him before, he is consistently second at these events, but he's always number one in my heart. I love Dragon John Z.
He gets second. I thought he would be there today. And can he finally break the curse and win one of these things?
I love him. I wish he was. Yeah, DJZ. Thank you. Not JDZ. That's a different guy. Okay, don't create any problems for me. All right. There's DJs. It's Dragon John Z.
Dragon John Z, JDZ, and DJZ. Okay, just because we got two brothers, okay, we can't mix this up. Let's keep the separation. All right, it's not a lot of us out here. All right, let's keep it a full buck nasty Bane. All right, he's him. Yeah. I'm me. Okay, we're two different people. All right, I might be playing a little bit of red blue myself, but it's a different person. Okay, that's it.
Oh, Jeremy's in the chat too. Jeremy, we wish you were here as well. I know you're out there at the Renaissance Festival making fun of all kinds of people getting tomatoes thrown at you. I don't know if that's actually better than having to sit here and eat pickled eggs with me.
Oh, is that Mox Jeremy? Is that the Jeremy Bertione?
Oh, I loved your pronunciation, and I'm sure Jeremy does too.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm such a fan, dude. I am a fan, okay, of him. We don't know each other, and I've never met this Illumineer, but I'm telling you what, he has some kind of things to say about me, and I love his energy.
Is that all it takes, JDZ?
That's it.
Someone just got to say a good thing about you. You love him. I love it.
And that's it. Okay, just say a couple kind words and just be a real one. Be true to this, not new to this. That's all I need. I don't need no geeks off the street. Okay, no scrubs. No people that's light it, but not about that activity. Okay. I like Jeremy. I like the cut of his jib. Okay. I like his attitude. I like his delivery. I think that podcast is great. I like the juxtaposition between him and Zan together. I think that it's just so funny that they are such good friends because their personalities are so different of what it appears, So I really enjoy. I watch it every week, and also tune into the spaces that he does on Twitter there. And when I'm working out in the gym, I like to wake up to that on Mondays. So shout out to him. Shout out to the Ren Fair. Shout out to the Club Lorcana podcast and everything involved with that.
Absolutely.
We got on here.
Again, another part of the community, like every little piece of the puzzle comes together. And so with that, I'm going to step out. We've got our friend Skinner who will be jumping back in.
Yo.
Boom. So here you go.
We back.
I can't believe y'all going to kick me out on the finals. I hate y'all. I'll never forgive y'all for this. But it is what it is. The way it worked out. Okay. I'll do what everybody wants me to do. I'm not going to freak out. Y'all kick me out of the booth in the finals. I see what y'all doing.
Gabe, go interview R&B his deck profile.
Okay.
I knocked out a few, but it's your turn.
I see how
It's
y'all
fine.
do me, but we have Jack Shadows in here, one of the co-founders of the Kiwi Bird Strategy,
Oh
versus
yeah.
Kaika, who is playing Emerald and Steel in the top 4. Oh, what is the prize split again? Is there a way, production, we can pull that up one more time to see what
Prize
that take-home
split.
cash is going to be?
I believe it's on the melee as well. Let me see. Let me see. How'd you guys like that last round? Pretty
Oh,
spicy, huh?
that was a fantastic match of Lorcana.
There we
I
go.
enjoyed
There
it
it is.
vigorously.
There it is. Third and fourth, 1,200 apiece.
Huh?
3K, 2,200, 600. We did
So
all right.
they're playing for some big money right here.
We did okay.
This is some big money right here. This is, I mean, when you anything over, I would say anything over $500 is like, okay, let's lock the hell in, because I'm
For
trying to.
$60 entry, heck yeah.
I think at a certain point it's kind of gambling and it doesn't matter. I think we talk a couple thousand. I think it starts to matter. I'm like, okay, this is some real.
It's gambling, so it doesn't matter. It always matters, JD. It
I mean,
always matters.
at a certain point, it's gambling. Like when you just say, I got $20, I can win $40. Whatever, dude. I don't tell you. I go to locals, I pay $10 and I could probably win $30 store credit. Who cares, right? Because it's literally just gambling. But this is like, okay, let me lock the hell in, because
you better.
This is basically a prize, at this point. It's not gambling anymore. Anyway, all right.
Sure.
So
I just interviewed both red purple players outside. I got their deck profiles. So Ray and oh my god, I'm gonna forget his name right now. I just wrote it down. I just spoke to him.
Dude.
I'm a bad professional. Hayden, our buddy Hayden that was on stream earlier.
Yeah.
Hayden and Ray unfortunately bit the dust. No red purple will be making it into the finals. So that's a little sad to see. Obviously, we did see Senior take out RMB.
Yeah.
So we are narrowing it down. We got Amber Steel, and now we got this blue steel and green steel. So steel is looking pretty prevalent here. And
I might need Senior to win to hit my 5th leg on this parlay, dude. Because if Amber still wins, I'm going home. Hey, Devin owes me huge, dude. This 5th leg on this parlay is about to hit, and I'm going to be rich, dude. I'm never going to work again.
You see that? That's it. That's it. I wish you could bet on Lorcana. That would be really cool. I don't never allow it, but it would
please
be cool.
don't. Oh my goodness.
It would be really cool though.
Dude, this 5th leg on this parlay is going to hit, and I'm never going to have to work again, big dog. As Jack Shadow, look at that face. Look at that intensity. He's in the zone there.
He's dead face, like ready to go.
I don't think I've ever seen this Illumineer that serious, man. He is locked in. A little smile there cracks in as we throw the handshake out.
You better be, and it's gonna be a crazy one here. Green Steel continues to rock it in as we go on to our top 4 here. As we start us off with the Robin Hood, and as we know, Justin, aka Jack Shadows, is playing a Kiwi version. Very similar to. I was gonna say very similar to Harlan's list, but him and Harlan actually are some of the originators of the list.
For sure.
I believe Jack Shadows, Harlan said online that he was the originator. So I don't know who did what, but I know that they're both a very integral part of the list.
Yeah, I think it's like one of those Apple or Facebook situations. I don't know, but like not as litigious, I would say. I think it's more of a Wozniak type Steve Jobs beat, maybe, perhaps. Something like
For
that.
sure. Yeah, well, either way, incredible minds together to create this deck and performing very well in a world that everybody told me that blue steel was gone, JD. Everybody told me blue steel wasn't a deck anymore. I don't know what happened.
I live in that world, but I think Jack Shadows is built a little bit different. He's on a different wavelength there. As we got the Kagi boy is up and active. We do have that shift line, and I don't know if you can break it up just based on the hand that Ikaika is hanging on to right now. Currently, that Robin Hood is looking clean, free, and clear to get shifted on, as we're going to pay 2, go for the SME, and pump 1 lore in, as the Robin Hood is not afraid to quest in this situation.
For sure. Yeah, he's not worried about any kind of interactions here. We know Ikaika's not playing Tramp or anything like super out of the ordinary here. So he feels safe to go ahead and take that quest. And Ikaika, with all full perfect knowledge here, will have to kind of come up with a game plan on how he's going to go ahead and take out Justin. As we know, Justin, not too worried about having no cards in hand, since a quick dock can easily refill it. So maybe not so worried about losing the whole hand here, but I know we watched Justin play earlier, and his warded characters really came in handy against these steel decks. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to find. We already saw Cogsworth, but will he be able to find Alice and Company, essentially. Alice in Chains, if you will.
I like some Alice in Chains myself up here in the
Love that. Love
Pacific
that.
Northwest. As we will play Ursula on 2 just to check, because sometimes people like to get a little cheeky and sneaky with
Mm.
that draw a song after playing the Diablo, but we will fulfill the prophecy and get a shift in on this Robin and get a nice quest for 2. So you're
Gosh.
sitting here at 4. Robin Hood's not a captain. Smee will take full damage, packs back on over Ikaika. I think you can maybe take a chance to set up this morph space goo, perhaps. Now you're feeling a little bit more confident. And I think that shift Tinkerbell coming in on 4, and you could probably sting this board. That might be a
Yep.
great play.
Absolutely. I agree. We do know Justin plays Fire the Cannons, obviously not in hand at the moment, but with something that could definitely deal with more for Diablo in this matchup. So definitely a card Justin's going to be leaning on here if he is able to find it. But in the meantime, as you mentioned, Akaika, trying to find the best way here to start getting in the zone. Okay, he's going to go ahead and run out that upside down Pete, and no actions will be taken here. But Robin Hood continues to be just an absolute monster here. Just not able to be dealt with right away until Akaika potentially finds a talk about Bruno or something like that. In the meantime, this Robin Hood is going to continue to quest, and if that Pete turns sideways for any reason, Robin Hood's going to be coming to collect.
For
So
sure.
we're
And
double Peating up right now.
And honestly, if we had to roll back, I would say Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood Forest, has been the card of the day. This
Yep.
guy has been looking spectacular all day long in all the different steel decks, and I think he's back in a major way. And I know you and Gabe mentioned that. If I'm Ruby, I'm looking at those Medusas, and I'm really thinking about taking those bad girls out of the binder and putting them back into the 60 card strategy, because Robin has been all over the place, and it's been running through this tournament in a rampant fashion. So I'll be
Absolutely.
interested to see how people react to that, as the meta is
Yep.
always evolving.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think this has been the card I've seen the most on the table today. It's a card that's gone down in value because people have been, like I said, like you mentioned, just kind of doom and gloom about it. It's always losing to Medusa, things like that. But with the decline in red and Medusa in general, even the red purple decks are not playing her anymore. Robin Hood is free to do what he wants. So yeah, he's been all over the place today. I've seen him so many times, and oh my gosh, now having a Cogsworth in addition to his already huge beefy behind, he is now a resisted Robin Hood, which is going to be very problematic for Akaika here, considering that most of his removal is steel removal.
And it comes a bit too late. So now you are kind of punished for not setting up that shift Tinkerbell turn a bit earlier, as that cog boy is going to be able to resist the Tinkerbell splash, and your Ana even gets worse. So if you'd have did that whole thing just a turn earlier, you'd be on your way. But now the punishment has been set and the trap has been snarled. Let's see how Ikaika can bounce back from this. Do you still go shift here, or do you try to wait?
It's tough to say. I mean, this Tinkerbell's not going to do a whole lot. I mean, it could come down, potentially attack into this Pete. But yeah, I think I like this better. We'll just go ahead and get this Pete with resist and stop any songs from happening, which I think is potentially a better idea here. This Robin Hood will not be able to crack back into the Pete because Pete has resist as well. So I think this is a little bit of a safer play. Although Tinkerbell would have been good, not really going to be able to do much with that extra 2 damage, right? So
For sure.
yeah, it's a little rough. And another card that's been seeing some play, again, is Cogsworth. Right? We don't have so many Sisus running around, which I know was a major problem for playing Cogsworth. So just like this feels like, as much as this deck is quote unquote dead, feels like it's in a great position. It's playing a lot of cards that people are just ignoring at this point. Like nobody's respecting Cogsworth and nobody's respecting Robin Hood. So you're playing a deck with both. I think that's
I think that's very, very accurate. So I did misspeak. That is not an Onnit. I think that's a Basil that you have in hand. I think that's a Floodborn Basil, the guy that when you ink, you can force a discard. So interesting tech included in the deck. I know that Del Bolito, Emerald Steel Icon has been playing that card as well. This mid-range shift everything, more Floodborn Green Steel discard deck, which I think is a very cool way to play the strategy. So let's see how we do here. I think getting this morph off the board, I think, is vital. I think getting him upgraded to something. Even the Tinkerbell is still quite good. It will do no damage except for 1 to the Cogsworth.
Yep. The clock will take 1, but everybody else is just hanging out. And okay, so we're coming in for 5, but only deals 4. Oh, wait.
No,
should be
you
4.
do get a resist, so we'll go 4. There you go.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, don't scare me. All right, and now we'll deal with it, and that's going to take 1 damage. Okay.
And
all right.
Jack
So
will get a draw in the process, and this board you're fighting for everything. You're still sitting at 12 in the lore total as you get to the fire the cannons, which is a clean answer to the Pete. For
yep,
a 1 cost ink, I always got to do this resist math because it always throws me off every single
I'm the
time.
same way. I've lost many games to resist math. I'm just like, it's gone, right? And they're like, no, it's not.
And now this
Well,
champion of Sherwood can probably get into this Tinkerbell. The resist is killing me, bro. It's literally
yeah,
driving me insane. But I think you should be able to clear this Tinkerbell free and clear
he
and
sure can.
survive. You'll take back 3, go up to
Yep,
4, okay, and you'll gain 2 lore in the process. Bro, I got a brain
beautiful,
blast trying to do that math.
beautiful brain blast. Blast that brain. We are in top 4. Lock in, JD.
I'm locked in, baby. And
Lock in,
oh,
bro. You've
look
been
at
up
the
since
I'm
5 in the
still
morning.
here. 1 turn too late on the I'm still here. F's in the
Mm,
chat for Ikaika as lore full damage is in play. And we're going to shift it right on into an early game number 2. Jack
oof.
Shadows come out early, storming to a dub. Oh
Wow.
man.
And Jack had really no cards left. I mean, he just had, sorry, I'm you can tell that I'm watching the screen up top. I'm like looking over here like I'm in the IMAX theater. Yeah, I mean, Jack was pretty much out of gas. I mean, he only had a couple cards in hand, but Akaika just realizing that I can't get out of double Robin Hood into Cogsworth. I
Hmm.
just don't have the answer. And then after that clean board clear there with the fire of the cannons, Akaika just saying, all right, that's not going to be anything I could come back from. So let's go ahead and just get over to game 2.
For
And
sure.
again, we've talked a lot about that today. Just understanding when the writing's on the wall, like but knowing your deck in and out, knowing there's no outs here, and we're just delaying the inevitable. So let's just get on with it, and we'll move on to game 2, where Akaika will get to go first.
Absolutely. And then what do you think he needs here? I don't like this matchup. I think Cogsworth is really still good into
Yeah,
steel. Go figure, right?
yeah.
Blue,
With
the
all these
Sapphire
steel
has some
decks
good
running
cards.
around, that's absolutely one of the best cards against steel.
Hmm.
It's just a lot of people have been discounting it just because blue steel has been on the decline. So a lot of people just not respecting Cogsworth, and I think Justin, aka Jack, just really showing why it still needs to be respected. Put some respect on that
Hmm.
clock's name
You better.
because he's coming.
This hand curve is looking significantly worse, but fortunately for Jack, there is a very forgiving alter phase in this game. As you're able to send a ton of cards back into the deck. Let's see if you can fulfill that curve a little bit more. You're looking for that Cogsworth again. I don't know how many you play, but I'd like to have that guy coming in on my 5th ink turn to help stun this board just again.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think that's definitely something he's looking for, right? He wants anything with Ward in this matchup. It's going to be very good. And obviously, Resist is another absolute bomb in this matchup. So Cogsworth meets both those criterias, gives you a warded character and gives
Hmm.
resist to your board. We already talked about Robin Hood and how beneficial that is for being a 3/6 body that just answers Smeeze and all these other characters so cleanly, and then just draws you a card if you do manage to deal with it. So very powerful, very very strong, and Justin off to a great start here. And again, we talked about this earlier about winning on the player of the draw with this deck, but if anybody knows how to maneuver it, it's going to be Justin. So I have faith in him.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And just being if you can and winning being that number 1 seed is super valuable. Like I said, this deck on the play is one of the most consistent on the play decks. On the draw, it can falter sometimes,
Hmm.
especially when it doesn't hit the ability to because it doesn't really engage with the board too well.
That's right.
But on the draw, man, this thing is super consistent and is able to just play all these cards and hit that curve every single time. A lot of resist, get Cogsworth up, get the Alice going, and you just blast the game wide open right off the rails, man. So uh,
Yeah.
Ursula coming in on 2. Let's see if we play another one. There we go.
Let's see what
As
we
we have a
got
trick
here.
hand.
Here's the spread. Oh, we got a little lag here. Okay, no song. So that's going to be a miss. So Justin will not lose a card here. Akaika,
Hmm.
unfortunately, getting to stare down his future here, which is going to be Alice and Cogsworth,
Yeah.
which I'm sure he's not too excited about, but he might have the proper discard tools to deal with it. But as of right now, he whiffs on the first discard, and Justin gets to take his next turn.
And that curve looks alive and well as we're thinking about hanging on to this Chi and Po. We'll ink one of the Smee, play a Smee. So you can go for a Smee into Alice, into a potential John Silver and Robin Hood into the Cogsworth. Vibrate magnificently. I think is the plan here. But you're going to have to get some discard going to kind of break up this curve. Because if you can obstruct that hand a little bit and just slow this Kiwi Bird deck down, it kind of can falter a bit if you can take them off their timeline.
For sure. Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting turn here for Justin. Obviously, we have the Ursula set up here. I don't know that Justin has an immediate way to deal with this Ursula, since we do not have we cannot kill with fire the cannons rather.
Hmm.
And if we do play a third character, we will not have the ink for for Strength of the Raging Fire or anything like that. So this Ursula most likely is going to stick around for another turn, and that could be bad news if he is able to sing. It looks like he has. I'm trying to see the songs at hand. Strength of Storm Rage. Oh, no, not Storm Rage. I'm sorry. Strength of a Raging Fire.
Is there a sudden chill in there? If he top decks his sudden chill, this might be a win condition on this Ursula, as we will be able to go ahead and remove that Ursula Deceiver, at least break up a potential another sing a song that you could potentially sing there. But if you top deck, play Prince John, play sudden chill, maybe that's too strong. You'll be able to rip a lot of cards from that hand, or you could just double strength here and take out the Mickey and potentially the Smee, perhaps.
Yeah, we do see, as you mentioned, Prince John is in the hand there, and most likely will be joining the party shortly. But he's going to go ahead and start with double
Mm,
storm. Okay, so what are we targeting here? I got this, and then the
okay.
Mickey is the only other target, and he's going to absorb one.
He'll eat that. We'll tank that. Mickey does
All right,
tank
Mickey,
here.
to the chest.
Just eat that.
He's gonna eat that
He just bodied that storm, bro. Look at that little mouse, bro. Just straight tanks the
with his
storm rage
ketchup
on.
bottle. He just get that out of here. Get out of my face with that
Out.
storm. So
Cool.
Mickey will survive. So, but 2 cards will be drawn here for Akaika, which I'm sure he's happy about. And yeah, that's probably the best part about this whole situation is just getting to draw 2 more cards
Mm-hmm.
for free. And now he's going to go ahead and add a Pluto to
Card. Look at that.
protect his Ursula.
So who's the
Okay.
Kiwi now? You talk about who's the beatdown. Who's the Kiwi? As usually the Kiwi deck is the one playing this Pluto guard dog on 4, but you're going to guard dog your own Ursula Deceiver, and I love that because now you're able to protect that Ursula, and she already got a song off. If she gets 2 song offs, you can't win. You can't lose, is the rules from what I understand.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Hidden rules, hidden secrets. If Ursula sings twice, you can't lose. That is just a rule to the house. I don't make it up. But unfortunately for you, your board will be warded completely. So Ursula really doesn't have those viable targets, it appears.
Okay, so I think he chooses to do Mickey instead. Yeah, he was thinking about what he wanted to
Hmm.
target here. Interesting choice here. He is going to be giving up this Alice to the Pluto if Pluto so chooses,
Hmm.
which is interesting that he's willing to offer up his Alice for the Pluto. But I'm guessing that he just wants to get in with this lore here and decided that this is the opportunity for him to do so. However, it's going to be a pretty big turn here for Akaika. He's got can't challenge. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, great call out. Yeah, so cannot challenge. I
Because
always
of
get the can't
the John
challenge.
Silver.
I always get the can't challenge and the can't quest
Yeah.
confused.
They're gonna.
'Cause
I guarantee you,
Hufflepuff and
they're gonna
Woozles-
print another card that's like a Heffalumps and Woozle on the body, like a John Silver on the body, and it's gonna really
Some
really
cards
confuse a
get
lot of people.
reckless. Some cards you can't attack. Some cards
Yeah.
you can't quest. Some cards you can't sing.
You
Like
can't challenge. It's
I
they're
can't.
gonna
I
print. They're
can't.
gonna print. It's probably gonna be a John Silver too. John Silver tax adjuster. Your opponent can't quest next turn. It's gonna be a
I
3
used
cost 3/3 as well, and we're gonna
I used
all
to
just
play
be
the old
confused.
school. Shut up, Chuck. Get out of my chat, bro. I used to play the old school John Silver 6 drop. That would give something reckless every turn. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of John Silver stuff. Okay, so
Okay.
Pluto will go ahead and clean up that silver.
He
Yeah,
can't. He
we
can't
got it,
challenge, but he
guys.
can
Sorry.
quest,
Yeah,
and we will
Pluto
go ahead
can't
and take.
challenge. We got
And
it. We got it.
we're taking out the Mickey Mouse Defender as well, putting 1 damage onto this Ursula. Your hand is quite bulky. You're going to this 5 ink turn, but the Hidden Cove will help thwart some of the resist that you have that Cogsworth can give you. So very interesting turn for Jack. You can get double Coggy Boy if you really, really wanted to get loose with it, and the Chien Po. If you can play all these cards in enough time, I think you're going to be on your way. Diablo, who cares?
All
And
right.
you.
I'm sorry. I was reading chat here. No, he did. He actually provided ward to the Mickey guys. So yeah.
Mhm.
So it was all good.
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
Chuck is gonna get banned out of my chat, bro. I would have strength with the opponent's hand, making them discard 3. Exactly. Good strat. Good strat.
Hey, even watching too much of that old school Yu-Gi-Oh, man. They could just do stuff like that, make up their own rules on the fly on the
That's
anime.
it. That's
Not
it.
attack the moon. Hey, that you can't do that. No, you can't do that. We're not doing that over here. You
No,
cannot.
we're not attacking the moon. Oh, that is funny. That is
Oh,
funny.
So
All right. So Akaika thinking out his turn here. We're gonna add John, and you can see this game just playing out a lot differently than the first, right? So Akaika slowly putting the pieces together here. Justin only at 6 lore this time around. And as we mentioned, this is my quarrel with this deck. Very good on the play, but on the draw, it could get a little shaky, right?
I mean, you better have them loaded dice. You better start winning some dice rolls. I'll be interested to see what Justin's dice spread was throughout the entire day, as you could just keep sending these warded characters out there and hope that's good enough. A double Kagi might be hard to overcome. You do have this Ursula Prince John combination set up, which is a heinous maneuver that you have to deal with. Or you can get this Chi and Po loose active, ward up the Chi and Po, and just start questing, and see if that's going to be good enough for you. So
Yeah.
thoughts abound. Let's see how Jack Shadows break this one down.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, if there's anybody who can get out of the situation, Justin would definitely know what's going on. But it's going to be tough, right? We have Diablo in play. That needs to be dealt with quite immediately. We could just try to race here. I mean, that is a possibility. Yeah. It looks like that might be what he's going for. So he's just going to race. He's going to say, Chimpo has ward. So good luck. And
the whole board is warded up.
Or total discrepancy or something. Let me see what's going on here.
Dude, is Chi and Po back? His stocks are through the roof. Are they exploding right now? Is Jack Shadow adjusting the market? Stay tuned to find out. Market watch on TCG Player and see if Chi and Po's stocks are jumping off the charts.
2 top 8 decks played Chiempo because the Mufasa deck that we saw round 1 earlier today also top 8'd, and that was also playing Chiempo, and then he's playing Chiempo. So Chiempo stocks going up, guys. So.
And look at this hand. Is Chi and Po actually doing some serious heavy lifting? I guess you can put this Pluto Guard Dog into the Hidden Cove, slamming into this Chi and Po if you want. But this Quaggy boy Nasty is looking strong. Maybe you can, I don't know what you do, put more guys into the Cove. Because if you got to clear this board right now, because the idea of a second Cogsworth coming down beside another Cogsworth and a big Chi and Po and a Warded Alice would just send a sudden chill up my own spine. I'd hate that.
Of course. Yeah, but what are your options here? You're just gonna slam your whole board into this
I don't know,
bodyguard.
Man.
This guy, he's massive.
Know.
This guy,
he's huge.
He is the gorilla versus the 100 people right now. He is just a massive dude. And he's got resist as well. So like if it wasn't ward resist, Champo is just what a demon.
he's doing it too. You're taking back 1.
Give me 1 damage.
Dude, Cogsworth is putting him through the ringer, dude.
No, he's doing the thing you did. He's like, oh crap, resist math. Hold on.
Bro, yeah, Cogsworth is putting him through it, bro. It's rough. It's cold out here, and it's cold in the D, dude. It's cold out here in these city streets. Get Diablo involved too.
The worst is when you start attacking somebody and then you realize halfway through your attacks that like, oh wait, I don't have enough to kill this thing. But now you've wasted an attack, so now you're like stuck.
Because what I do, I count it all up in my head, and then I just minus the resist. I'm like, okay, so he's resist 1, and then it just doesn't work because it's resist every single challenge instead of just the overall resist. So the math is getting out of hand as we send in the farm. We sent the Diablo in too. Everybody goes in.
He stuck with everybody. I know everybody's calling. He shouldn't take it back. He did. He kept with it, guys. He kept with it. Everybody chill. Everybody breathe. All right. So there is no more Chempo, but I think he did more than enough of what he was supposed to. He literally bodied the whole team here, and everybody just got in there and got a piece of him. He took on all the 100, and oh my goodness, another Kagi boy.
That's I want to see the visuals on that and what that looked like of what a Chi and Po versus like I would love to see like a graphic artist or some type of someone who can draw really well, like actually draw what just went down, like one Chi and Po like beating up Ursula, beating up Diablo, beating up a guard dog and just surviving. I think that'd be you're not taking me to jail kind of thing, like he's getting carried off. I think that'd be really funny. As we are continuing to quest, as Jack Shadows has presented Lords of Damage again with a heavily warded and resisted board, this looks miserable. Oh my goodness.
JD, what happened? A minute ago, I was saying Justin's losing. I was talking about how Justin only had a couple things in play, and this Champo just put up enough sauce to just get in the way and get us in there. And now we're at 15.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story.
Characters.
Let me tell you a story about a keyword named Ward. Once upon a time, Ward. The end. Okay.
You ever heard about Ward double resist? You ever heard about that one?
Get wrecked. I mean, there's not much you could do. As you're looking at that storm rage on, you're like, bro, just throw it in the garbage. You look at this Pluto guard dog, throw him in the garbage. Throw Prince John in the garbage. Hidden Cove, throw it in the garbage. Throw your whole deck in the garbage, man. Double cocky is get out of there. We're going next.
So crazy. This is so crazy. Yeah, Justin doesn't have a bunch of cards in hand either. He's just slamming his every turn. He's just slamming a dude in there, and it's just good enough. Like you mentioned, we don't have a lot of ways to interact with our opponent, but we don't need to. They got to interact with us.
For sure.
So it's gonna
That's
be. You
you're
see a Kaika like, oh crap, how am I gonna get out of this situation here?
you send 4, 5. You're going to the Alice here, which is interesting. We got resist too. You got to really focus in on this mathematics.
It's like
Go after the Cogsworth. He points to
he's
2 cards right here.
he's telling him no.
No, dude, the mathematics is terrible. No.
Oh,
And we've
Kaika.
all been there. Double Coggy is a mess, dude.
Yeah, he's like, I have Cove, and then Justin's like, yeah,
I
but
don't
I have
care.
2 clocks. So,
Dude, we've all been
oh
there.
yeah,
And I'm telling you, we've all been to that. You throw the hand up on the forehead, like, oh my God, it's a long day.
oh
As
yeah,
we
he
just
knows it.
extend
He
the
knows
hand.
it. Yeah, he's like,
Mm.
okay, well, I goofed. All right, and Justin from the draw. Look at that. Look at that. After all that, not that I didn't trust Justin. I did say he was the one that would be capable to do it if anybody could. But let me tell you, oh, here I go again with my look like I fell
You're
asleep.
so chilling, dude.
Dude, if you saw the screen I'm looking at, it looks like the
Massive.
stock market like screens that go like way up to the sky. It's crazy. It's like a space station in here.
Mhm.
And I'm watching all the way at the top. But anyways, absolutely masterclass there from Jack as he shows why why he's the creator of the deck. He knew the deck inside and out, and in a position where I was like, oof. His opponent's got Diablo. His opponent's got Beast. His opponent's got Ursula. What are we gonna do here? He says, you know what? I'm just gonna slam this bodyguard, Burger King eating, Chinaman into play, and he's just gonna block. He's gonna just block everything. He's just
You
like,
talk
I'm
about an
done.
ally. This dude's got a big body, nice sideline and sideline speed, great draft pick coming in defensive end from the state of
Insane.
Kentucky, University of Kentucky, defensive end, Chi Po being the first round draft pick coming in, nice sideline
Absolutely.
and sideline speed, great 40 time, bench press 700 pounds, absolute unit. And he saved the day
Absolute
there.
unit. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, absolute unit. And literally just carrying the game there, just putting a body in play that not only had resist, but had ward as well. And just an absolute impossible character to deal with. And then as you see, the resist math got a little too complicated. Once we had double clock,
Yeah.
we're turning sideways with Alice. Alice is giving people lore. It
You're
quickly get out of hand.
and
quickly get out of hand.
I'm not taking anything away from Ikala either, because I'm trying to tell you, you're talking 9 hours into this thing, 10 hours into this thing of high profile, high contact, full contact, Lorcana action. And you expect me to do Cogsworth math on the fly under the bright lights? We got 7,000 people all across the world watching this
Yep.
thing. Ain't no
To make
way.
it into the
Okay?
finals of this 10K, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure for sure.
It is. It is.
And Akaika, like I said, he looked like he was in a great position there. I mean, he was starting to get it together. His Ursula sang Storm twice. He played Diablo. He went in the Co. I was like, okay, he's doing it. He's doing the thing. But it was not enough. Yeah, I mean, Jack just said, I'm going to race you and see you at the finish line. And clearly he got there first. So momentum update, please. Yeah, I'm here with you, Chaotic. I'm also wondering what's going on. Let me pull up the melee and see if anybody's reported yet. But yeah, that was a very exciting. Whoever wins the match between Momentum and whoever he's playing, which I believe is Green Purple, that we did watch earlier. So it'll either be Green Purple versus Blue Steel or Amber Steel versus Blue Steel in the finals. So I'm rooting for Mike Senior because he's the homie. As much as I want Green Purple to win because that's my colors, my identity. Yeah, Mike Senior couldn't be a more humble and deserving person. So I'm hoping to see him in the finals, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Well, we'll see how it goes, because I love me some Jack Shadows. Okay, I think he deserves he deserves to win in the finals. But Mike Senior is playing the color that I picked in the parlay. Okay, so I didn't know Jack Shadows was even at the tournament when I made that parlay pick. But I'm telling you, we're talking 20,001 over here, and I'm in deep. And I'm telling you, if this parlay don't hit, I might not be able to go home tonight. All right, so I'm in over my head, Skinner. I need this thing to pay out.
Dude, you got this, dude. You got this, dude. You only bet the house, dude. It's not a big
deal. I bet
deal.
everything, man. I'm telling you, dude. They're coming after my legs, dude. I need this one to hit. And come on, so close.
I always joke about that. On the way up here, I drive by a giant Hard Rock casino with a giant guitar hotel, and I'm always like, man, maybe I just just put the paycheck on one hand of blackjack. Maybe just let it all let it all hang out. And either I don't come home, my wife never sees me again, or we go on a cruise.
Hey,
right?
run the warning again. This is not South. We need the
giving
warning. Okay,
not financial advice.
we are
please.
not financial advice. This is not. We are non-fiduciary. Please do not take this advice. This is not representative of Southside. Please don't put the whole check on one hand and let it ride. Put it on a 5-leg parlay into a tournament and see if it pays out. I'm sweating here because we're close.
We're gonna get prize picks for Lorcana coming soon. So, all right. So yeah, it looks like they haven't reported yet. So we still are in the dark about green purple versus amber steel. So we will see what that looks like. But I am very excited to see who ends up in the finals versus Jack Shadows. And will Blue Steel shake up the whole day? Will Blue Steel come in here after all the talk, after all the hearsay, and say, I am here and I won the 10K? Will it happen? Would that be the most Lorcana thing that's ever happened? I mean, everybody talks about how a deck is dead, and then that deck wins the tournament. Does that sound like Lorcana in a nutshell?
That'll be such a fitting end to this tournament. I think, and it's just, and we mentioned that early in the preamble of this stream. All those hours ago, feels like I've been doing this for 20 minutes. That's how short this feels. But all those hours ago, it's like, hey, it could be anything. Anything is possible. Anything does include Sapphire and Steel. It might be dead, but it is not. It is not over. And Jack Shadows has proven that. Maybe this is the new identity. They have to play this Kiwi game, this Cogsworth resist. Is there a deck that does that, like a resist ward deck, and just do that? And this is the deck that can do it the best. So this is
the one.
In a steel meta, I go with this. I like it.
And like I said, just dodging so many things. Like you don't have to worry about running into Sisus all day anymore. Where they just take out all your Cogsworths, and that's a bad matchup. You don't have to worry about like Medusas anymore, where they take out all your Robin Hoods. Bad matchup. Like all these cards that are initially keeping Blue Steel pushed down are just falling out of favor, right? Because nobody's expecting Blue Steel. So in a way, Blue Steel was a genius idea to bring, because if nobody's expecting it, everybody thinks the deck is dead, and clearly it's not. And there you go. Now you're in the finals.
Yeah, and I think also just to go on with that, even if you're playing against the Amethyst stuff, you got those Cogsworth. It throw your Amethyst math off a lot of the time. You have the
Steel
and the resist. Just Cogsworth is so strong right now against all these steel decks that could be coming around. So I don't know. Maybe it's a solid pick, strong pick, and but still, you see Jack Shadows not just playing it like a normal player. He's making these intelligent reads, these alterings. And the deck is kind of doing its thing, and you are the number one seed. I want to say you're seeded quite highly. So just going first is also critically important with this strategy. So
absolutely. And just props to him for knowing when to turn it. Like we mentioned earlier, like sometimes I get so locked in on trying to stop my opponent from winning the game and from, and getting everything off the board because, he's at 17. I don't realize that, like, if I just turn my guy sideways, like, my opponent needs to deal with me now, and finding that time and knowing when it's okay to hit that U-turn and stop from being the defensive guy to being the offensive guy. I think that's a big part of this game in general. And just clearly understanding that both of you and I were locked in on, okay, how's he going to take care of that character? How's he going to take care of this one? And then he's just like, slam Champo, we're going sideways. We're going sideways. And ended up being the winning line and took him all the way to the end. So, just amazing in general. And really, really excited to see how he performs in the finals against potentially Amber Steel or Green Purple. What do you think? If you had to guess right now, who's going to be meeting him in the finals? What is? I know you need Michael for your parlay, right?
Okay,
so you're probably going to take Mike.
But parlay. I'm gonna put my parlay to the side. But I think that historically, the Amber Steel deck has been really, really hard on this Amethyst and Amethyst and Emerald deck. It's a tough out, especially when you're not using those. I don't think he's playing the Prince Philip. The warded guys in there. I don't think he's playing like the low to the ground aspect. He's playing like a deeper one, and I think he had Ursula in there, that big one. So maybe if you can drag it out and get that Ursula set up, you get some value out of your Lyle Tiberius Rourke, because he's playing that like that retro, almost set 5, set 6 version of the strategy. From what we saw.
I might have some news for you.
Okay,
what's up, Jason? Talk to us.
If they're about to go to it looks like they're going to go to a third match in there, a third game, and if so, we're gonna give you the coverage of it live.
Sweet. So, JD, we might have some
backup.
We might have some more speaking to do here.
I'm down.
Get your vocal cords ready.
I'm out of water. Let me text one of my Let me text one of my production teams, see if they could bring me a little bev or something. Because I'm out of fluids. I've drank both.
You can
I'm out
get
of
up.
Spendies. I'm out
You
of
know,
coffee.
you're not on the. You can get up. You know, I
No,
can hang out for
we're
a moment.
locked in. Okay, locked in
I
means
know you're
locked
locked
in.
in.
The door is locked. The seat is locked. I'm locked. That's what locked in means. Okay.
Everybody's locked.
Okay. If
You need to teach me how you convince your wife to let you be in your room all day. I need that tip. I need that metaphor.
Okay. If my wife knows I'm locked in. She gets it. Okay. I don't think you're understanding what
My
locked
wife
in
doesn't
means.
know I'm locked.
If
My
your
wife doesn't get locked in. She's about to lock me in a dungeon if I don't get out this damn.
You gotta be locked in and laser focused. Okay. You can't just get out when you're locked in because you're in. You're not locked out. You're in.
I think Katie's got the real reason. You can't stand up because you're probably sitting in your boxers right now.
That's
so you don't want to give us your thighs, which I'm sure they're beautiful thighs, but
they are. I definitely have the short shorts on right now for sure. I cannot get up. You know, that is a fact. Katie knows me all too well. You know,
I was also thinking I'm gonna run it by Gabe. I don't think he's gonna have any objections, but do you want to just kick it during the finals? We'll do just 3-man, and
I'd love that.
We just
I want to understand. I'll just flavor this thing. I'll just ooh you know.
No, I think we're all polite enough to let each other speak and not speak over each other. I think that'd be fun. We've all worked all day. We all deserve it. So I don't want to kick you out of the booth. I had no intention of, kicking you out of the finals. It's just the way this kind of happened. But I would love to have you in the finals, JD. You've been amazing. You've been rocking it since 5:30 this morning. I texted you and said, I was fake texting you as if I was Gabe and saying weird stuff, and you were just like, "Oh, you got hacked." So you identified that at 5 in the morning. That's pretty good. Pretty good. You're sharp. I was just trying to see if you were locked in, and you were.
There you go. You get it. You get it. Now you get it. Okay, because we're always locked in. We're locked in. 5 a.m. You text me. I'm up. Okay, and I'm active, moving around the cabin. Turn the camera on. I'm right here.
I'm thinking I'm up early. I forget you're in the other end of the United States. You're up early. I thought I was the one up early. So
people say West Coast is the best coast. I don't think I subscribe to that. Shout out to the West Coast and all.
Never been to the West Coast. Only ever East Coast my whole life.
Really? I mean, you're not missing too much. I think you got to come
a lot. Actually, I don't do much traveling. I've only really been. I've been to New York once. I've been to Tennessee a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia's right above us, so that doesn't really count. The Carolinas, but that's pretty much it. I don't get out much. I did go on a cruise, and that's my only cruise I've been on last year for my honeymoon, and that's pretty much the only time I've gotten to see any of the world. I have pretty much been.
What kind of cruise did you take? Where did you go?
It was a Norwegian cruise.
Nice.
It was a lot of fun. We went to Mexico, Honduras, Belize, and I think I forgot somewhere else. Somewhere else we went.
Somewhere in Central America there? That sounds fun.
Yeah,
I've never been on a cruise.
Oh, you never been?
I've never been on a cruise.
Brother. I had never been until this time. It is, man, let me tell you. 10 out of 10 recommend.
Really?
10 out of 10 recommend. Dude, you don't have to drive. You don't have to worry. You just go down to the bar. We had the drink package, so you just go down. I literally walk in. I said, "Hey, can I have an IPA?" Oh, thanks. I walk out of the room.
Out of there.
Just walk anywhere on the cruise. I walk around with my beer. They got a buffet upstairs. You want to get pizza? You want to get food right now? You want to go have some Uncrusties? Just go up any time of the night. 3 a.m. You want an Uncrustable?
And all expenses paid.
All expenses you paid up front. You pay, and it is, it's not cheap.
It's not cheap.
You pay it, and then there's no worry. Tips are included. Everything's paid off. You just vibe the whole week.
I'm gonna try.
Vibe out, eat when you want, drink when you want, sleep when you want.
I think I'm gonna start doing it. I think because I'm getting to the point. Like I said, my kids are getting old. All right, they're getting to the point where they're like, okay, you guys can get out of my face for a time, and I want to start doing that. Just my wife and I just go on a cruise and just vibrate magnificently. That might be a vibe, man.
Cruises are lit. Let me tell you. Like I said, I've only been on one. I'm not a cruise expert, but my one cruise. If you got to get used to the rocking of the boat, right? I don't know how you are on boats. That is a little annoying when you're trying to sleep. It just feels like everything's moving, so that could be a little frustrating. But you can get over that. Everything else about being on a cruise is absolutely incredible.
I do it.
Like I said, no drinking and drive, no DUIs, no nothing like that. You can party, do whatever you want, drink, hang out, and you're safe. You just walk to your cabin and you just go to sleep. And that's it.
Okay,
you're on the boat.
You're selling me. I know Disney does Disney cruises, and I heard those are really cool too.
Those are incredible.
Disney nerd here, so I might be able to.
Oh, me as well. Significantly more expensive experience, but I'm sure just absolutely incredible. I know your kids are older, but if you had younger kids, they have like this area where you could drop them off, and they give you like a little wristband where they can call you when they're ready for you, and there's people there just playing with the kids for you and just watching the kids, and you can go be an adult and come back when you're ready. And
I love
the
that.
kids are like begging to stay because they're just like having so much fun. I know your kids are older now, so it's probably not relevant there, but for people that have kids, you know, it's supposed to be really, really nice. And Disney has their own private island. Do it. Trust me.
I think Disney got it figured out, man. And I mentioned that before on another stream.
And renting a hotel, and then renting a car, and then paying for the expenses of where you're going, and then you got to go out to dinner every night. All that adds up. Do the expenses. Trust me, cruise is the way to go.
You're selling me on cruise.
When you go on your first cruise, hit me up and be like, Skinner, thank you. It was amazing. It was a great time.
I think cruise meta might be the way to go. And Disney, like you said, Disney got it all figured out, man. They found out a way to bottle up happiness and just sell it for this much. And me, I'm like, however much you're willing to charge, I'm willing to pay because I just like being happy. I love laughing. I love feeling good. I love smiling and having a good time. And Disney has found out a way to say, hey, happiness costs this much for this long. Sign me up. Take my money, dude. I'll do it. I'll get more money. Money will come. Money comes and goes. I'll get more. But I can't get more happiness unless I don't know. It's a weird happiness to
of course. And time's something you'll never get back. You got to spend that time with your family, and like I said, cruises are sweet. I mean, I love vacationing in general, but cruises was just like a one-stop shop. I didn't have to worry about anything. It's just once I was on the boat, I was good to go until I got back. So it was a really cool experience. So, and it looks like people in chat agree with me. It looks like everybody's vouching that cruises are lit indeed. So I hope you get to find yourself a little cruise eventually. That'd be really nice. Maybe we'll do Worlds on a cruise.
Southside Gaming Cruise Tournament.
Let's do Cruise Worlds next year.
I think we got to start small. We got to go small scale. I think a Southside Gaming on a cruise out into uncharted waters, and then really get loose with some Lorcana. International waters.
International waters. That's where the real Lorcana happens.
That's where and you can really get loose. Play your own cards or something, change the rules or something. I don't know. It could be interesting.
Hey, I am all about it. Never say never, I will say. So, Worlds is small. Catalina wine mixer.
Let's go.
Are we seeing that? Yeah, Tanawin versus Michael. I know, guys. I know you're like, why are these guys talking about cruises? Where's my Lorcana? I'm also waiting, guys. I'm impatient like you. I'm waiting too. I'm like, what's going on? Lock in, Stephen or Stefan. Get me a match to watch. You know, but
was that Stefan that said, hey, that was Stefan right there, right? That said,
that was Jason.
That was Jason. Okay,
that was Jason.
Okay,
yeah, he helps us out with graphics and stuff like that, and he's been a great help to our team for production and things like that. So. All right,
dude. I got production to bring one of my crewmates over here talking about a cruise.
One of my
crew members right there just brought me a nice little spindy. About to get loose with it. Tokyo Drift down the hatch. Here we go.
What's this for?
Sheesh.
Oh yeah, we showed them earlier, but we'll show off again, guys.
Let's go.
If you guys haven't already, this is Ray. This is not Ray, but Ray's the one who did this. Ray was also the top seed today. Unfortunately, he did lose in top 8, but guys, check out this mat. Isn't that not sick?
That is awesome.
With the little bling on the eyes and the bling on the crown. Yeah, it was really slick.
Oh, dude.
And the bounty mats. Bounty mats were a hit today. People really like the Fox mats. Really cool mats.
I like those mats a lot. I like the mattified mats with the foiling, and I like how it's not like too overdone. It's always just very subtle and just so clean how they do it.
Yeah, like the whole mat's not just blinged out. Like it has little touches on certain accents and stuff. Yeah, look, there he is, mattified. Shout out, mattified.
Oh, mattified in the building.
The building. Yeah, I've seen a lot of mattified mats today. We saw World Class Cards. They had their mats. Those are mattified. I saw Maelstrom, R&B rocking the Maelstrom mat. Those are mattified. We had these mats as well. Those are mattified.
We have some new mats they're going to show you here in a second.
Which ones?
The special SSG ones that we have.
These here in my hand?
No, a different one.
The bounty ones?
No, they're different. You'll see it very shortly because guess what? We're going to a third game in that match. Tanawin won the first one. Michael won the second, and they're about to get on to play the third one with Tanawin starting off.
All right.
Let's go. All important game number 3.
So we're gonna get some footage shortly.
Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. We got a bonus feature match right here.
Bonus.
See who's going to the finals for all the marbles.
Those are the new mats. Oh, those are the new mats. Yeah, those are pretty sexy. Love that.
Those are really.
Those are also mattified mats. Shout out.
Those are
got
really
the little
nice
bling
too.
on the pedals like that. Really nice, really nice.
I need to get a mattified mat, man. Mattified. What do I got to do? Who do I gotta What do I got to do, man? I feel so unmatified because I'm not
Dude,
gonna
get
win
with it,
one.
dude.
I
I
gotta
saw, like I
win.
said,
I
I
gotta
saw
get into the
world class
dojo.
cards rocking them. I saw Maelstrom rocking them. SSG was rocking them. Matified. If you're not
Hit
rocking
me
a
up.
Matified, are you even really playing Lorcana?
No, I feel like a loser, dude. I'm gonna hit up Matified after this.
Yeah, you
Just hit
better
me
hit
up.
him up.
Okay.
Yeah, you better.
Give me
You
an
better, dude.
uncrustable Matified
You
mat. I'll take
get
whatever
your
I can get.
I want a Matified mat of you, like the screenshot of you scarfing the Uncrustable in your mouth, and
I'm
then
down.
we'll do foiling on the Uncrustable. By the way, JDZ and I spoke. What do you think about a little 3-man for the finals?
I was actually going to make the same recommendation.
No, I was gonna say you could sit out because I don't like you as much as JD, but I was like, I'll be nice, I guess. Yeah, Gabe.
Let's go.
All right. So this is not the finals yet. We're still watching. This is this is game 3. But then when we get to the finals, after you do your little interview, we'll rock it 3-man.
Oh, but
We'll
Tanawin
take it
is
down.
back at it again with the anime protagonist cape on. I love this setup. I'm gonna start doing this too. I like to see people's drip and people's swag they got going on, and I like to just try to steal it. Do a little bit of swag jack, dude.
To
You know,
Anowin, he's rocking it. He's been so friendly. You can see him laughing it up right now.
got the hat
I went
backwards
out to him
on
and
though.
told him, I'm rooting for you. You got the green purple. He's like, thank you. I'm trying. He's such a nice dude. Just so happy to be here. And then, as I mentioned, Mike Sr., just the absolute sweetest dude you'll ever meet in your life. Just such a nice guy. Yeah, call him daddy. I've never seen him, and then an angry bone in his body. He's just such a friendly guy. So I really looking forward to this game 3. This is going to be a big one.
Dude,
I'm curious who's on the play here.
That is actually amazing, and I truly feel that Amber Steel versus the Emerald Amethyst strategy. I think Amber Steel is in the advantage. I'm interested that I'm excited. There's a game 3, so
For sure.
Tanawin did what they needed to do to force this game number 3. I'm not sure who won game number 2 though.
Yeah, we'll find out in a moment with whoever starts off. But yeah, worth noting, both players undefeated all day. Right, this is whoever loses here. That will be their first loss of the day. And it's coming in top 4. So that's, both these players, absolute monsters and having an absolute run today, no matter what happens here. So, but yeah, both 6-0-2. And this is going to be for all the marbles to put us into the finals where Jack is awaiting in the wings. So,
And they both already made a nice sum of money, but this is pushing you up to that $2,200 bracket, I believe. I think that's what the cost is to go from 3rd to 2nd. So this is playing for a lot of money in this position. Looking at Tanawin's hand, I think thankfully he got an alter phase here because that hand is looking a little bit slow and stagnant just from what I'm seeing. But checking out Mike Senior's hand, you got a quick alter there.
Yep, absolutely. And from what I've been told, the Tanawin's rocking Mo's list. So shout out to Mo. I'm sure we all know who Mo is.
Yeah.
Another Golden Mickey winner and finalist at the Arkansas tournament, the Lucky Llama tournament, and absolutely sensational dude. I mean, I never met him in person, but he seems like somebody I would love to be friends with. He's a very, very cool dude. Yeah, Tanawin rocking his list and obviously having a lot of success. So shout out to Mo as a deck builder because that just goes to show when you can play good, it's one thing, but when you can hand your list off to somebody else and they also perform well, it's definitely a testament to the deck builder. So shout out to Mo for giving Tanawin the sauce and bringing him all the way to top 4 essentially.
For sure. And I did get a chance to meet Mo and the whole Inkfinity team down there in that region. That's their region. That's their stomping ground in that,
so
in that area.
Hayden, who was here earlier. He flew in from Arkansas. He says he's good friends with Mo. Yeah, so
it's
funny.
really happening, dude, man. Him and his wife. His wife was doing the interviews during that tournament. Very, very lovely people. Just kind, sweet, just amazing group of people down there. And I think they're a great representation of what Lorcana should and could potentially be.
Awesome. Yeah, he seems like a great guy. Hopefully I get to cross paths with him at an event here or there. But yeah, he seems like a really cool dude. So and we're off to the races. So it looks like Mike Sr. must have won game 2 because we are starting off with Tanawin, which is it's going to be really interesting. Obviously, Green Purple feeling really good on the play, but Mike Sr. with the perfect turn 1 counter of the Cinderella, which we know could get quite problematic for these aggro decks if she does start to sing her songs pretty early. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I can't really tell how many songs Mike's got his hand. He looks like he does have at least Raging Fire. But we're going to get in with this Diablo and start the party.
you do have some songs to sing as you grab another whole new world from the deck. So the bricking has begun. You do have another singer set up in the form of this troubadour as well. So finding another tough ink, I think Robin Hood is not long for this world finding its way down into the ink well as we'll set up this troubadour. Would you sing here? Probably not, or just challenge.
Yeah, singing would be kind of rough. I mean, you don't want to waste a song on a Diablo, right? I mean, they're just going to draw a card and it's going to feel pretty bad. So
Mhm.
yeah, Mike agrees here, just passes it back and decides he's going to save it for something a little more important.
Roger.
He also
Showing
does
some
not want to give up anybody to a crab,
for
which is a
sure.
great call. So
As Crab is going to find its way down into the inkwell and one onto the field. So showing some discipline, not exerting this Cinderella, just
mhm.
trying to out bulk your board to make your storm, or excuse me, your strength just a little bit more effective as you'll still go ahead and quest in with these Diablos for free of charge, essentially, as you'll pass
Yep.
back on over to Mike Sr., who gets another whole new world. Holy moly,
Oh
deck
no.
shuffler as the
Yeah, and
tilt is coming
you
in.
can see his face when he drew that. It's I feel like every time I see Amber Steel, fall apart, it's to itself, as we
Hmm.
mentioned earlier. It's these bricks, these clunky draws. Look, no song on that.
Oh, I guess my
It's
parlay, dude. My part's going out the window.
a parlay.
My parlay,
Oh
please. Come
no, it's
on.
falling apart in front of you.
Please, Mike. I got a family.
Oh
Okay.
no, not the
My
parlay.
knees. All right, I gotta call Big Tony. Big Tony. Big Tony, please stall me out. Okay. Big Tony, please.
Oh
Oh,
no.
my
Well, it's not
parlay is
over
falling
yet.
apart.
We could whole new world into 7 new cards, and maybe they're the best cards ever. So
It's not
it's
over.
not quite over. Like we got Genie in Tanowin's hand. So we can
Mm.
imagine one of those is coming out to play.
And this just feels bad. Yeah, we got the evasive threat genie who will replace itself for the Ursula is going to be in hand now, and you can still keep questing with these little Diablos, or you can leave them ready. And I think you do that. You'll just leave them ready here. And now you have the world's greatest. But finally, I think you just gotta rip the band-aid off. Sing these
Yeah,
songs and just get it out of here. And let's go ugly early. It's not gonna get any better as
yeah.
you'll blast the crab here.
Yep. Crab Blast, and then we are going for I don't know, magic carpet. 3 whole new
Oh.
worlds. And you see Tanowin's face. He's like, oh my gosh, 3 whole new worlds. I feel like a whole new world is either like chained perfectly into each other or all at once. Like there's no in between. Like
Absolutely not.
it's either one into another one, or like 4 in your opening hand.
But you still can kind of reflood this board a little bit. You haven't used your ink yet this turn, and you can go for the Zeus to blast this genie. So just like that, your spot's not too compromised. Maybe you
No,
can set up this Pete. I know he's not going to stop much in his deck, but just having them statistics out there on the board isn't going to be the worst thing. Or you can put 2 more characters out. I can't quite see
yeah.
what all the cards in hand are.
I told you we're not dead. We're not out of the water yet. Just a little wheel. We got all our ink available. We're gonna just throw some more stuff out there, troubadours and smees, and we're gonna pass it back to Tanowin. Tanowin does have a nice juicy new hand, but yeah, so does Mike. And Mike, he is working with songs in the deck, so it's not to say
Yeah.
it is over quite yet.
But typically, I think, especially since you already use these Diablos, I do know that Mo list. I don't think they play that many one cost characters. You have that Clarabelle Clarabelle clumsy guest, and these Diablos are your one cost bounties. So you really don't have a lot of ways to flood this board and get the maximum use out of your new plethora of cards. But in Mike's disappointment, you did just blast all your whole new world. So you can't chain those things together to get these high profile plays that this Amber Steel deck likes to make. So,
Yep, for sure. We're gonna have to rely on Rapunzel's now, and I'm
mhm.
sure Tanowin knows that as well. So he'll be able to kind of play freely, knowing there's only one potential whole new world in the deck, and most likely, we'll be able to play around that one. So let me see here. So now we've suddenly unclogged ourselves, right? Like
Mhm.
now we're cooking with grease. Now we're just churning through here. We're gonna find a Zeus, I believe, is on the front there on his thumb. Yeah. So the
Yeah.
Zeus with the troubadour offers another way to dispose of whatever he like, which I would assume will be this goat,
Yeah.
if he so chooses.
And I think, do you have another song in hand? You don't, but you can go ahead and Zeus. Yeah, Goat is
Boom.
a nice target there. You'll give up a lore in the process, but before you starts bouncing it back, I think you'll take that. And the
Yep.
Goat can engage in Mortal Kombat, clearing up some of these
Exactly.
exerted characters. I think that's probably the biggest benefit. As Smee comes in, Rapunzel is going to be hanging out besides this Smee, and this board is looking bogey. This is looking good. My parlay might be
Yeah.
intact.
Oh, I'm telling you, your parlay is coming back together here. You never know. But yeah, that's a tough one there. I mean, just being able to quest out here pretty much. If Tynowin does decide he wants to attack in, most likely we'll have to give up his Chernabog or something here.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's a great position here for Mike as he ticks away and just starts climbing up the ladder here.
A Cricky off the top would have been a blowout there if he had the Cricky
Ooh,
here to
that would
really
have been a
charge
big
up
one.
these characters, inspire them, and rush into all these other dudes that you have set up. But it is in fact not. It is going to be that rabbit. So this board is starting to fall apart. If you have Cricky in the deck, maybe you can turn a bog into a Cricky, perhaps.
Yep, definitely a possibility. He's just going to go ahead and trade in this me, which I think is a very valuable trade there. Get that 2 lore off the table. And we will play an Elsa, which we've been seeing lots of that card today. Turns out
Mhm.
that card is pretty good. And we'll go ahead and get rid of that Cinderella just to avoid any kind of mishaps in the future. And
Mhm.
these 2 Diablos still just hanging out, to birds of a feather, just hanging out together, and they're just questing. They're just
They've been
questing away.
questing. They've been getting their lore. They didn't quest this time, so you're just trying to
No, no, they're taking a break, but they've been getting in there. They've been getting in there.
keep their
And
bodies up and
Clarabelle now,
active.
yep,
And
Clarabelle now making her way to the table, which we know. I'm sure Mike knows as well. If he does not answer this Clarabelle, very very high chance of a big cow coming down in the next turn here.
Mhm.
So
But
Mike
you have to
currently
be
with no removals, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to string together something here.
You have to be careful though. That world's greatest criminal mind. You saw it have so much effect in your previous round. I know you saw one going to the Inkwell, and that's
Hmm.
another card that comes in pairs. So you bring that Clarabelle out, get no draws, and then get world's greatest out of this thing. It'll be hard, but I think it's worth it. It's worth the risk. Or do you go in for this Ursula? Is that the big queen, the Sea Witch?
The Sea Witch, yes,
Ah,
absolutely, and she does not have a shift target at the moment, but we're getting up to 7 ink, and pretty soon that's going to be an absolute bomb
mm-hmm.
against Mike Senior. Definitely not a card he's going to want to see, but we'll see if we get there in time, because right
Yeah.
now Mike's he's chugging away, and he's up to 10 already, so we're at the 50-yard line, and remains to
Okay.
be seen if he's going to be able to close this out.
Yeah, I think you might not have enough time to get to it. As you are going to the 7 ink turn, I
Hmm.
think you have the ability to pay 5, shift onto this other Clarabelle, start whacking somebody. Do you have enough ink to then play the cloud kicker? I don't think you do. As we are going to go ahead and send the Elsa into the Smee, you almost
Hmm.
have to, clearing
Yep,
him. 2 more lore coming off the board. These
yep,
Diablos
yep.
are really not doing anything, man. They're just kind of sitting there now.
Right now, I would just quest them in and just cash them out, But
Hmm.
like you mentioned, Cricky is a pretty big one, so I mean, potentially keeping it around in case he does resolve that Cricky. But so far, Cricky has just not been coming out. So I would maybe take the opportunity to get some cards out of these Diablos, but we shall see. And we'll take out one of the aerials here.
Okay, so that is going to take a little bit of the lore off. You are threatening 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 15 if you send all your glimmers exerted. And this does play around a Rapunzel trap. There is no trap available. Even with that Lawrence, it will falter in the face of the Clarabelle. So Rapunzel's not even going to be able to get any value out of this thing. This could be where you can kind of turn the tides. I want my parlay. Please don't turn the tides. My parlay. My precious
Think about
parlay.
the parlay, though. Think about the parlay. Well, this could go either way still. I mean, we're very close here. Clarabelle is a big threat, but easily can be answered if we draw the right song here.
Hmm.
I didn't see he has Rapunzel and okay,
I'm gonna
Bare
play the
Necessities.
bare necessity, and that will
Oof.
be a neg, just a waste
That
of
is
the
a
ink.
Whifferino.
Oof, oof.
Yep. That is a Whifferino. And now he sees the danger that's coming his way. As not
Yeah.
only a cloud kicker, which is pretty good here, but the Ursula, who will inevitably come down and stop all singing from happening. She's just not a fan of karaoke at all. So
Hmm.
it's gonna be tough
So it's
if
like
she comes
it's
down.
like Pete Space Pirate, but cannot exert
But
it in
meaner.
any way, and it
Meaner.
quests for 3. And when she does quest, she forced a little bit of exertion in there too. So that card is action packed with a lot of text that does some really cool stuff.
Oh
She
yeah.
is quite bulky. Getting her into the field of play is a challenge from time to time, but when she sticks, she goes hard, man. She gets
Oh
out and
yeah.
gets loose and active in the paint.
She sure does. And I talked a little bit with Hayden earlier about that card because he was playing it in his red purple list. And he said she was just so good. You just slam
Yeah.
her even on 7. And, green steel, blue steel, all these steel decks, just they have no way to sing. And
Hmm.
she's just, absolutely a monster at that. So we're at 15, JD. We're at 15.
We're quest,
Oh
and
my
that
goodness.
is a lot. So you have to start board fighting vigorously here. I think you did get it. So you have a kit. You can bounce back the troubadour. You can clear another. Oh man, that Lawrence is a absolute mess over there, and you're going to
Mm,
start losing your Elsa as well. So your combat power is falling by the wayside as you're
yep,
having to challenge and banish in the process. A Bale here would be really nice to be able to heal. I'm not sure if you're playing it, but this is a very compromised spot for Tanawin as Mike Senior is protecting my parlay with style.
for sure. You see Mike Senior putting his hands together, yeah, giving a little prayer. Please, Tanawin, do not have the answers, and it's pretty much out of his hands at this point. I believe he's got no cards left in hand.
I think
Um,
before I send some ink though, I'm sending one of these Diablos in, and I'm fishing for a cricket before I do anything. And
possibly he's
if
gonna
you draw a cricket
do.
here, I'm quitting. Oh, it's the Elsa. Ooh.
Yeah, well, the Elsa could have been good too, had he
Yeah,
thrown the Cricky in. So, or
I've
had he
thrown
thrown
it
the Diablo in?
for
Yeah,
sure. I think I've sent
yeah.
one of those out. Just a fish for a chance at that cricky. Because now your turn is kind of telling itself you will be able to get this Kit Cloud Kicker down. Bouncing the Rapunzel feels miserably incarnate as well.
hmm I mean, great for this turn because it's going to get two lore off the table, but obviously could have some drawbacks in the future if he does decide to allow damage to get onto any of these characters that Mike has, potentially
Hmm.
giving him more gas, which he is currently out of. But yeah, Tanawin, he's got a big quest here if he chooses just a quest, but he's at 7 and Mike's at 15, so I don't think we can race here. I think we just got to give up a lot of our board, unfortunately. So Lawrence will take a punch here, and we'll get finished off by the
Hmm.
Clarabelle. So Clarabelle will send him away, and
And
oof, it's going to
is
be
there
tight. It's going to
is
be
there a
tight,
world where
JD.
you ink? Is there a world where you ink this Ursula? How many cards do you have in hand? Or just one? I think it's just that just the Rapunzel
Yep.
in hand. So you're electing to keep the Sea Witch Queen in hand, and now you're staring down this board, and you're so close. Strength
Ooh,
is so
strength.
strength is quite good
That's a good
too.
one.
Holy.
It does. Oh, does it take care of the Clarabelle? No, it doesn't. Clarabelle's got 2 damage.
Yeah, it does. It will. It
Oh, but he
will.
does play the extra character. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
For
Oh
sure, dude.
boy.
Talk to me about Mike Senior and those strength of rage and fire. That's back-to-back games
Talk
we've
to
seen on
me.
stream. And
Talk to
them
me
strength
nice.
he's been gripping and ripping those strengths like an absolute pro. I love to see it. My parlay likes it a little bit better. As we have this Madam Mim Fox is going to be the draw. Elsa, do you have enough ink to go for an Elsa and a Fox play? You do. How you gonna break it
Oof.
down though?
Oof, 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 oof. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. We got an Elsa, which could potentially exert this Rapunzel, but we just have to. We just don't have enough to punch everything. These
Sure.
Diablos right now are just, as much as they provided to this game, are not offering any attack power, which is really coming to bite us right now.
I might check him for another card here. I'm sending him in and see if I can get something. Because
Just
I've been holding my breath for this cricket. I'm not even sure if you
messenger
have a
Ravens.
cricket in the deck.
You
I'm
just messenger. You're just sending them in to go see if you can find a card. Go
just
find something.
get,
Get
get,
in there and go
get out
find
of my
something.
face, you guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's tough. It's tough because you don't want to give up the lore, right? But you also need to find something, right? So it's
All right, so we have to. You have to clear. You can clear this board. I think you can quest the kit cloud kicker. You can bounce the kit back to hand, Madam Mim into somebody, bring the kit back in, bounce the Rapunzel again.
mhm.
Rabbit can go into nobody. Never mind. Check that. We need Kit. Nah, no, we need Kit back in hand. Who can he hit? He can hit. Okay. Kit can hit the Troubadour, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Rabbit hit the Troubadour. No, that's stupid. I'm losing,
Doesn't do
dude.
nothing. No, it's not
We're
gonna
getting
help us.
nowhere, dude. We're getting nothing done there.
We're getting nowhere, dude.
We're getting nothing done there. Okay. New plan. New
I'm telling
plan.
you, resist is nuts. These
It's
troubadours are just so
insane.
dumb.
Oh, we're
What a
going
dumb
Elsa.
card. Oh,
Okay. And
okay.
Elsa
So
coming
we
in on
mentioned
5. And is that going to be good enough? Who are
now
we
we
trying
gotta
to
just
clear here?
punch stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, what are we doing with this?
Yeah, and we'll send
Okay.
2.
Yeah, he's gonna bounce. He's gonna ink and bounce it with the crab or with the fox rather. And yeah, okay, and take
Okay.
out.
I
Yeah,
like it.
we're
Okay,
gonna,
this
we're
line
gonna
is
take out
great.
the
This
Rapunzel.
10 wins locked in. Okay. Oh, my line was very bad. Okay, but this one looks but still you got to clear more stuff. And
You
I
were
don't
still
think this
doing
is enough.
resist math. Okay. Okay,
And,
she's out. We
and
did
now you can
that.
clear the Ariel as well. So Ariel can go and that'll leave you at 2. And Rapunzel's coming back in hand. So you kind of just prolong the game state a little bit. Slam
Oof.
these Diablos, man. Get them out of my face, please. Get them in. Get them cashed in. Unless you got that cricket coming in. You got to play to your outs, I suppose, as we'll
So
keep
senior,
questing
no
along
cards
as
in
well.
hand, right? No cards in hand for senior.
He's got that Rapunzel still. I think it just got
No,
Rapunzel's down. Rapunzel's down. No
Rapunzel's
cards in
down.
hand. Top deck central here.
Rapunzel's down.
Oof,
Oh,
what
what
is
is that? Is it
He
Robin
slammed
Hood?
it so fast. Is it Pete? What is
Is
that?
it Robin Hood or Pete? I think it's
That card down
5-drop
so
Robin Hood.
quick. It's 5-drop Robin Hood. Holy.
It's because he tapped 5 ink, so
Yeah, he did.
I'm
It is
almost
the Champion of
positive.
Sherwood. The card of the
Oh
day.
my
As we
god.
said, that card has been cooking all day
Oh
long.
my god. How poetic would this be? Look at Mike. He's just praying right now. He's just like,
Double
please.
kit, cloud
Double
kicker.
kit is not gonna do
Straight
it.
into Diablos,
Oh
man. I've
my
been
god.
screaming that. Get him out here. Here we go.
Yeah, now
Look
he's
at
doing your strat. Get in there,
and it's the
Raven.
Lyle. Look at the Lyle.
Ooh,
The
Lyle is a
Lyle is
big
good.
one.
It would have
Lyle's a
been
big
good.
one. Yes, he could trade Lyle into a bunch of stuff.
And he gets reckless. This is
Ooh.
huge, actually. What a game. My parlay, but what a game.
But
As he's-
reckless could be potentially dangerous. He has to be careful here on who he turns sideways.
I'm sending
Because reckless
Diablo
can
in.
still give him two lore if he doesn't be careful.
You could send in the Diablo again, lose a lore, go down to 18. That won't do much.
Yeah, and that's
you
pretty
can-
much where it
Or
ends.
check it out. You can send the rabbit and the Diablo in and lose 2 lore, go down to 17, which is comfortable. And then you can quest the evasive Elsa,
And then
clear.
lose.
No, that's dumb. I forgot that's anything. There we go.
Said anything.
There we go.
All right, so yeah, he's gonna lose 1. Okay.
Let's go. And this is going to be down to 18. So that's 18 for Mike Senior, losing a lore.
All right. So now, but he
I'm
can
afraid,
trade in.
I'm afraid to raise up and raise that with the judges. But keep in mind,
Oh.
Mike Senior should be at 18 now.
18. All right. Remember, we got to go backwards, guys. 18. If Stefan, if you're listening, make sure we're going down in lore.
Okay.
Lock in. Make sure we're going down.
There it is. Okay.
All right. There we go.
Now another kit. Kit comes in.
Oh
Bounce
my
truths.
God. Oh my
And
god, this game.
you can't quest this fox. This is dangerous city air. And now you're also representing an outside Lorthal shot. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coming back, putting you at 18. So now this is kind of looking good here for Tana Win, who is in top deck country.
Lyle Rourke, Tiberius Rourke, my friend. What a draw. If that Lyle doesn't come down, I'm pretty sure we're scooping it up.
Yeah.
That Lyle was such a big deal.
Game winner, Lyle. You can just flood here. Put everything out there. Bianca, come in. Play the yonk, dude. Let's get yonky with it. And she's out here at the Tonka truck. Bianca is going to be representing Lorthal.
5, 6 on Tanowin's side.
Franz is crazy here off the tizzy. Are you singing it or are you questing? What are you doing? You might
I have my hands up in the air. I don't even know what's going on here. This is like a finals worthy match right now. This is absolutely crazy.
I think you might have to sing this to hope for some more bounce, to exert somebody to slam more dudes in. Hey, yo, no pause to get that Lyle rocking and rolling. And we're going to hard play it though. Okay.
Oof,
check 2.
oof.
And the Ursula
and Bog. Nothing
happening there.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Can it be?
What a game. My
Can it be?
It's saved.
Can
Sorry, Tana Win. What a match, dude.
It be?
Holy. What
Can
a freaking
it be? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Sr. has locked it up.
What can you do?
Mikey must be so happy. His son must be jumping up and down out there. Yeah, he misplayed not turning rabbit sideways. I agree 100%. He should have traded the rabbit, putting himself a little lower. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a
Still
lot
taking
of
it away. It's a phenomenal game.
Oh
GG's.
my goodness.
Can't extend it. There it is. And it's
Mike Money Sr., baby. Let's go. Money Mike. Into the finals. Oh my God. What an awesome game. I'm so glad we got to watch that.
Man, I agree. I
Parlay
agree.
Parlay save, baby. Let's go, baby. We're still in this, baby. Let's go.
Big Tony's not going to break my legs. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Let's go.
Look at Mikey in the chat saying, never been so proud. A very cool moment, man. If you guys, trust me, guys, if you knew Mike Sr., you would know how awesome this is. He is such a cool dude, such a nice guy. Really been trying to improve his game. First TCG ever. What a performance. Absolutely awesome play. He played very well. He held back when he needed to, quested when he needed to, played around things when he needed to. And Tanawin absolutely took it to him. I mean, the game could have went either way, like 3
sure.
turns in a row. And Mike
Incredible
takes
match.
it down. What a game! Wow, what
Yeah,
an
there
amazing.
was some. I think there's some discussion in the chat saying if he could have got that Robin Hood exerted, you needed to lure your opponent into. He was reckless, so you had to give him somebody. He had to swing, or he
Yeah.
had to become exerted. So you could have just kept crashing your characters, get your lore low
Yep.
enough
If he
to
quests with the
resist.
rabbit there,
Yeah,
you're forcing him to trade into the rabbit, so you lose the lore. But then he gains 2 lore,
he
right?
gains 2, which it's still you still were low enough to you would have been up to like 19, or you've been up to back up to
Yeah,
18
it would have
in
been
that
tough.
case.
It would have been
So
tough.
that would
Did you
have
see
been
that?
good, and then you could have had somebody to just slam all your guys into to help lower.
Did you watch that, sir?
I saw every second of that game 3. That was insane.
Great match, man.
I want to see what everybody's saying in the chat here.
Katie said Illuminati's daddy.
Illuminati's, yes, he is my daddy. I'm okay with calling him daddy. Okay, that's the only man that's close to my age that I'm going to call that. It's okay. But boy, oh boy, did you, Tanawin, when he watches back that match, there was an opportunity for him to win that thing.
Yeah,
and he's likely to be upset with himself.
For sure.
It happens.
But it happens. I think that there's lessons to be learned from that. But Tanawin was on a tear. Let me tell you what, I am so excited to sleeve up that deck and play that thing. Oh, Tanawin, man,
what a performance!
He had some really incredible lines up until that moment. And it's just
he really
and we
did.
were talking about that, man. It's a bend but don't break kind of attitude. How far can you go? One little slight miss sequence, one little slight thing, and how many games have we seen come to just that? One little small little sequencing thing, and that's what causes you to
bouncing the Rapunzel multiple turns and
Yeah.
keeping him off that, and then the Robin Hood comes down, but then he draws the Lyle, he's got the Reckless, and then he's trading into the things, and he's losing lore. I'm like, oh no, oh man, I want to watch that match again. Huh?
Is Lyle back? Is Lyle real?
Dude, Lyle's been back, dude. He was just on vacation.
Dude. Lyle never left.
He was on a cruise. JDZ and I were talking about. He's back. He's well rested.
He's so back, bro.
Yeah, that was a sick match, man. That was a really fun match. So
Lyle never left.
So we are going to the finals, and it will be Amber Steel versus Blue Steel, Sapphire Steel, and this should be a barn burner. I think Cogsworth going to be a huge part of this matchup. We saw earlier what Cogsworth and warded characters were able to do against these steel decks, and I think it's going to be a very big problem for Mike Senior. So it's going to be interesting to see if he could overcome that, because that's definitely a Steel's nightmare to see Cogsworth. But yeah, Mike's done the impossible already. So what's one more, right?
Let's roll it back. Let's roll it back, folks. Let's do it again.
And I don't know. There are with that ward and that resist. I think it kind of is going to go hard on this Steel Song deck a little bit.
Yeah,
but I'll be interested to see if you can maybe get that whole new world going extremely early. I think if your whole new world comes any millisecond after a turn number 3, don't play it. I think that's where it's at. I think it becomes, you got to scrap it, because this Kiwi deck, it hits those markers so consistently, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. So I don't think you can lean on the whole new world plan. I don't know, but what do I know? Michael's been cooking all day, but I do think there are a ton of dead cards in this strategy in this matchup.
What a beautiful bracket we had today, guys. Look at that top 8. Look at those colors. Look at those colors. We got a whole Skittles bag in the top 8. We got all the flavors, all the colors, and it comes down to just 3 colors technically. JDZ, you got one more game to hit your parlay, sir. And but you're betting against your boy Justin. So you're
you know what? If I gotta lose my parlay and both my kneecaps to Big Tony from the Stumptown Scaramouche mob over here, who I'm deep. Okay, I'm in Gabe. I'm in Skinner. I'm in over my head, man.
You're the knock on your door.
The Tillamook mob is on my knees, man. I'm in over my head. I made this parlay, dude, and I just
no wonder you're moving to a new place, dude. You gotta hide. You gotta get out of that house ASAP.
I need one more hit, but I can't. If I gotta lose my kneecaps for Justin to get this all important Sapphire Steel dub, you can have my knees, man. I'll be all right.
We got amazing stories either way, right? We either got Mike Senior taking it down, who is an absolute legend, or we have the creator himself of Kiwi coming in here and cleaning up with his own creation when everybody said that deck was dead. Everybody said Blue Steel's not a deck.
Yeah.
Blue Steel doesn't work anymore. Hiram's dead. no, nothing can be blue anymore, and clearly not the case.
I mean, look at the representation. It didn't even get a block on the thing. It just got other. It was other. It was
it
like
just got other,
it's like how many blue steels showed up? Other
other,
amount. Not
other amount.
who cares amount of blue steel showed up. So having the
Absolutely.
confidence to bring this deck, and it's a good meta call, man. I think the meta was right for it, and it worked out great, man. And
Oh yeah, oh
he's been
yeah.
hitting
It's
it
all
all
about
day.
matchups as well, right? Like I was
Mhm.
talking to Hayden earlier when I was doing his deck profile, and I'm like, "Oh, how many green steals did you play?" He's like, "None." I'm like, "Wow." Sometimes your pairings just don't line up for what you think you're going to play against.
Mhm.
So as even though it was the most represented deck in the room, sometimes you just don't play against that deck. And I don't know what Justin's pairings were today, but clearly they lined up for him. He played well. We saw a game that I felt like was his to lose, and he turned it around with Chenpo steroided up to 1,000. And he was just juiced up on Celsius and and I don't know what and pre workouts and all sorts of stuff. He was just hanging out there. So and now we're in the finals. So who knew?
Okay. Okay.
Who knew?
I like to see it, man. Just people doing their thing, and making some headway. We had a very, like you said, very diverse, a lot of parity in the top 8 of the tournament. And as a broadcaster, I think that's great. And someone who is a fan of the game, I think that's great. And we did mention we've been talking about that all day long. If you have a strategy that you are dedicated to, and you put in the time, and you put in the rehearsals and the practice hours and the theater crafting, and you're talking to people, you're on the internet, it can work. I really do feel that. I mean, maybe not everything, but definitely most things in this meta that we have. I think anything can beat anything, and I just think that's very, very good. A good thing for the game, a good thing for
Sure.
the players to express themselves in deck building, as well as meta analysis, as well as your craft, your gamesmanship. So sharpening your craft, I think, is the way to go.
100%. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, just shows the time you put into something. I know Mikey mentioned in the chat his dad's been grinding his butt off, trying to improve at the game, trying to make sure he does well at this tournament. And yeah, I mean, and obviously Justin doing exactly the same. Putting in all the time on this deck list, putting in the time to craft it. It's easy to go with what the haters are saying, right? It's easy to go online and be like, yeah, I guess Blue Steel is dead, right? So I'll just play something else. But
Mhm.
just knowing that no, like I'm going to stick with it. I know better than the rest of the internet, and I'm going to show it. And coming in here today with a deck that definitely was not on anybody's radar, and just cleaning house, and that's amazing to see. And a room full of, like I said, a room full of incredibly good players. This is not some like 5-person locals here with
Yeah.
mom and dad, and this is a serious 70 something person tournament with a bunch of players that have golden Mickeys and
Yep.
qualified for all these events and all this stuff. And so it was a very big event. And yeah, I love to see. We talked about earlier, and you brought this up, and you were right. You said the 5 pros or whatever, the 5 known players
Yeah.
versus the rest of the field. Who do you take? I was wrong. I
Yeah.
said I would take the pro players, but guess what?
Yeah. The
You know,
field, they represent it, and
the field
I
wins.
think that's what Gabe said. Like, this is not like Southside Gaming. You guys got something in the water down there. There's a lot of strong players that swim in those waters, and they were able to defend the base quite well. I think I'm getting to the point where I'm considering Justin a pro. Granted, he just doesn't do the Twitter. He doesn't do the YouTube. He doesn't
It's
do the
it's hard for me to
Metafy.
call anybody a pro if you want me to be
For sure.
honest. Like, I mean, I think there's incredibly obvious great players in the game that are essentially on a professional level. But I use that word very lightly. I don't think there's like, I would say there's probably maybe 5-10 pros in this game.
Mm.
And until we have worlds, until we have another year in the game, it's like it's hard to say we have professional players. But definitely,
I think it'll be. I think the way our definition, the way we define it as, because if you say if this is your profession, like something you do for money as your primary source of
sure.
income, I don't think
Okay.
anyone fits that description. There's just
Right.
not enough money in the game yet. But when I say
If
pro,
you're selling
I'm
your
talking.
golden Mickeys, maybe, but other than that, yeah.
When I say pro, I'm mainly talking about people's approach to the game. How much time do you dedicate? Do you treat it like a job?
Right.
Do you practice your craft? Are you studying all the time? Are you like, if you're a professional athlete? Granted, in the NFL you're making millions of dollars, but you don't just show up and play in the NFL and make $1 million. No, you have to practice. You have to treat your body right. You have to study. You have to get better. And that's what I consider players who are these pro players who are showing up to all these tournaments. Like, I consider Zan a pro player because he's
Sure.
traveling the country,
I do
going from
too.
place to place to place, playing in all these tournaments and studying all the time and dedicating so much time to the craft. Whereas and there are a ton of other players. I think I would put it maybe about 30 or 40. Definitely, I would put it more than 10 because just the amount of time and research that goes into your preparation. I think some players have set themselves apart from the rest of the field at large, and that's why because I don't throw that term around loosely when I say pro player. I think people
Right.
who it's a
And the
mindset.
definition is, like you said, it's kind of a gray area. I would agree with your definition in the terms of doing it for a living, like that's your career. That would make you a pro. Um, I think there's a lot of people with golden Mickeys that are not pros. I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
people that did really well at a DLC, and some of those players are, I would consider, pro level. People like Ed, people like Bivens, people like
Yeah.
Zan, people like Wander. These people that like they live and eat and breathe this game. And then there's people that are just really good players and
Yeah.
also are capable of getting Mickeys and also capable of topping great events, but just don't do it for a living. So I agree with you. And yeah, in general, I think we have an amazing community with a lot of really great players. It's just a matter of what you consider to be like, what is a
Mhm.
pro? What do you think is a Lorcana pro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your definition was very good though.
For sure. And I mean that's something that you could probably have a 2-hour podcast on just that topic alone of what this because it can get to semantics and you can bust out the thesaurus and the definition or dictionary
Yeah, for sure.
and really kind of nickel and dime it. But I think that is are they making these players put new sleeves on? Is this a coordinated effort or what's happening here with these sleeves? It's just because this is the second time that this has happened, and that is
Are we
just
re-sleeving, dude? I hear them laughing out there. What's going on out there? We re-sleeving?
is that
No.
because are these sleeves matching these mats? That's the second time that has happened, and I think that is just serendipitous. Okay, once coincidence, and two is a plot. Okay, this conspiracy. One is coincidence, two is a conspiracy. I don't know. It looks cool though. I like it a lot. As we got the
For
Southside
sure.
gaming mat, beautiful mattified mat there. As we are
Yeah,
in
modified
the
it. He
finals.
killed it on that one. Absolutely killed it. Yeah, it's very clean, very simple, but really pops and really looks nice. I love it. All
Mhm.
right, so we're laughing it up. It's all fun and games, but we're getting ready for battle, guys.
I'm
Mike
so ready
Sr.
for it.
has not dropped a set today, guys.
Woo! Let's go.
Justin, as on fire as he is, did lose a set, right? So, not taking anything away from him, he's in the finals. But to be noted, Mike Sr. has not dropped a single set today. So, will this be the first set he drops, or will he go undefeated the whole day? What will it be? What will it be?
Mhm.
We're going to find out.
We're-
It's going to be interesting. And I'm curious who's paired or who's a higher seed here. I think Mike Sr. might be the higher seed. I didn't look
Yeah,
at the.
I think Mike just because of that no loss situation, I think that would put
Yeah.
him a bit over the top as a higher seed. So I would assume he would be going first, unless I don't know, man. Challenge or melee can just get really weird sometimes.
Yeah,
I'd be,
no. You're right. It should definitely be Mike Sr. I was almost positive he was, but I just wasn't 100% certain. But yeah,
Mhm.
that would make sense. And that's a big deal, right? Because Justin, although we did see him win on the draw, we definitely would rather have him on the play if he wants to, boost his chances here. But we're gonna find out. Mike Senior gonna have to deal with some coggy boys and some Alice's.
and Alice get a complete little warded board over here, and Chi and Po one man. What is your take on the one gorilla versus 100 men? What's your thoughts on that?
Don't get me started. I think the gorilla's taking it, but I have seen some pretty convincing arguments for the humans, about fatigue and like strategy and rotation and things like that. Like people have really done a deep dive here. But I think somebody did bring up a really interesting fact about fatigue. Like the first 50 people are getting bodied probably, but then after that,
I
the
don't
ape
think the
is
gorilla's
good.
going to get tired.
You don't think the gorilla is going to gas at
No,
all?
no,
Dude,
no
you think he can
chance.
body 50 people and just be
Because
just
like he
chilling?
picks the. Do you know how strong a gorilla is and how weak a human is? I
Yeah.
think it would be like me picking up this can and crushing it. I could do that all day. It cost me nothing. It would be
All
nothing.
right. I again, I'm team gorilla, but like I said, I have heard some decently convincing arguments for humans.
Okay.
But I'm still somebody showed a gorilla skull next to a human skull, and he's like, dude, this guy would headbutt your head, literally crush your head off your body with the headbutt. So yeah,
I guess it would depend on like the how mad the gorilla was. Like if he's
Sure.
very pissed, like if he's raging out and the humans are like in a confined area, it's GG's, man. There's no
And it
re.
also depends on what kind of humans, right? Are we talking 100 JDZs? Are we talking 100 mics? Are we talking, 100 regular dudes? Are we talking like, swole daddies and
Put me
like,
in it. 1v1 versus gorilla. You better help the gorilla, okay? Because I'm taking him down.
You are the gorilla. You're
I'm
taking
taking him down,
everybody
dude.
out.
I'm the danger. He's in here with me. I'm not in here with him, dude. No, I'm kidding. I'm running, bro.
Zero says, wherever I go, I can't avoid this 100 men versus a gorilla argument. It's
Oh, my bad.
everywhere.
It's done. It's done. We're off it. We're off. I just want to hear it, man. Hear from you guys. A 1 man versus a 100 men versus a gorilla. How did that even come up? Yeah, I love
Some
the
people even
internet.
simulated it. I mean, I've seen a bunch of like what ifs. My buddy's always texting me that kind of stuff. My buddy, for the record, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs. He just has weird thoughts, and he's always like, "Hey, man, which Naruto character would win in a fight?" He'll like send me like a bunch of. I'm just like, dude, this is the stuff that you're thinking about on your free time. Like, what would happen in this situational imaginary world? Who would win? And it does make for some of the best conversations. So
For sure.
I can't
Those are
blame
always
him.
the best. I agree.
sure.
I agree. As it looks like you're going to ink the Robin Hood, bring out the Daisy Duck on 1. And if I'm Jax, I'm like, dude, quest this Daisy. I don't care. Continue to fuel my operation. I don't mind, as we will go ahead and reveal the Mulan who can kick out the Alice. Interesting throw the Alice there.
For sure. Yeah, the Alice is I guess he's just content with he has more than one in hand. It looks like he's got 3 in hand. He had 3 in hand. So he's definitely content with getting rid of an uninkable here. I think that's the biggest thing here. So
For
yeah, it does
sure.
look kind of unfortunate to toss the Alice, but we've got 2 more. Oh, our boy's
Speaking of
back.
the gorilla, the
Our
gorilla's
There's the gorilla himself.
and you draw the straight right
Chenpo.
after.
100 men versus Chenpo. Who's winning, dude? I think it's Chenpo.
I'm
Dude.
putting the money on
Oh, he's
Champo
getting
as
inked. He's
he's
getting
going to
inked.
find himself down into the inkwell as the Calgoon is going to be up to kind of freeze lock this board a little bit. We are going into this 3rd ink turn as this Troubadour is going to be able to blast off this Mulan here. So maybe Jax might just send this Mulan in now and try to get some damage in before you can get it blasted with this strength as the singer's established. He won't do it. You know, he thought about it.
He did. He definitely thought about it. And somebody else gave me a very interesting question in the chat. They said, better question, 100 daisies versus JDZ. Who would win? I think Jay-Z could body at least 200 daisies, to be honest.
Dude, I
don't think it's even close.
I think I love Daisy Duck, but if we ever were able to get into the octagon, I'm putting everything I got to just finish Daisy as quick and expertly as I possibly could. I cannot stand Daisy Duck.
100 daisies.
If I was there, I'd snatch that bear right out of her hand and I'd kick her right into her kidney, dude. I'd chop her right in the back of the neck and I'd be eating foie gras, dude, before this thing is over. I'd have her spit roasted and just sitting out there frying in the frying pan. I can't stand Daisy Duck. I hate that card so much.
Yeah, the card is pretty obnoxious to sit across from, but Justin's been seeing a lot of it today and seems to be doing all right. So hopefully he could find himself a little piece of an answer here, as he did lose his secondary attacker, which I'm sure he was hoping to hang on to that Mulan so that he can attack with the Calhoun and the Mulan. However, we didn't work out like that. So now, are we going to run out this Alice here, or are we picking maybe a Pete? What is the plan here?
You could potentially go into this Pete just to try to ward yourself off from this strength play coming in, because you need this Calhoun to stick around for a little bit longer. Calhoun has not had an opportunity to really do anything just yet. So I would love to see maybe Pete come down, and that way you can get loose and active onto this Daisy next turn and get some value out of your Calgoon before she perishes into the Shadow Realm, probably in this next turn. But maybe you're trying to save your Pete until a potential whole new world turn. Never mind, Pete's coming out.
Okay, so yeah, as we were saying there, Pete is coming down to try to just hold the fort down. We don't want any crazy songs from the Troubadour. That guy, that let me tell you, man, that turtle, that guy's been the bane of my existence. The whole Steel deck in general is the bane of my existence, to be honest. Like, it's my number one, like, most rage bait deck. Like, I just hate playing against
the whole thing. The whole thing.
The whole thing is just cracked beyond belief. But yeah, so we're gonna get in here for 5, guys. 5 lore is quite big.
Oh, and you whiff as I'm tilting there, as you play a ton of characters in this deck, and you just happen to hit one of the non-characters, Daisy Duck. Every time I just want to punch somebody, dude. I get so violent with the Daisy Ducks. But I'm like you. I'm like you, and I cannot stand Ruby Sapphire, but I love when Ruby Sapphire was just dunking on Amber Steel. Couldn't get enough.
Amber Steel, man. Just something about playing 8 cards for free and then still having all your ink available is just
that seems fair.
Just really tickles my jimmies, or whatever you want to call it.
That sounds so fair. We love that. We love that for us.
What's up, Gabe? Welcome back. Dude.
Welcome, friend. Sorry, I was out there talking to my buddy Tanawin.
Oh, how did Tanawin do?
Awesome.
Well, I know how he did, but
yeah, we know how he did.
Yeah.
I made him show me the deck so that I could rebuild it. That's what I did.
Gabe, you have access to the deck list. You could just rip it out of the drive there.
Yeah, but I also have Tanwin right there, and he can tell me what I would do wrong. And so it was perfect. It was awesome.
Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was
That's
great.
awesome. That's awesome.
But
Well,
yeah,
welcome, Gabe. We're
thank
talking
you.
about punching Daisy in the throat.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and leave on that note. Things are getting weird.
Yeah, we were talking about how many daisies could JDZ fight. This you can tell it's the finals because
Yeah.
we're having
Is
whenever we're having like obscure like deranged conversations. Usually it's the finals of an SSG
We're
event.
talking one Daisy versus 100 JDZs. Is that what we're talking?
No, we're saying
100 JDZs. We're taking so many days to do it. It's gonna be no problem.
100 JDZs is that's unstoppable for. That's like the Avengers, dude. There's no way.
As
We
you
ain't
are
stopping
going to
it. We ain't
float some
stopping it.
damage here. Thoughts on there? You're floating damage into this Daisy, and with Rapunzel coming active, you're just going to set it up. Interesting indeed. Interesting indeed. And you are immediately
You're
followed up with
punished.
the punishment there.
Go to your room. Go to your room for what you just
You're
did.
grounded.
You're grounded. And for that, I'm gonna draw 3 cards.
I guess you had to do it though, because the Rapunzel trap was already set with this Pete, and you just had to force him to have it. I guess you could have kept but Pete already exerted himself just to sing that song. So we've been getting some maximum Rapunzel value into the freaking zoo. So Calhoun really didn't get a chance to gain any lore or do anything. Hate to see it for Jack Shadow.
It's crazy. I mean, seeing this current board state, I mean, it still seems like we're in a pretty stable spot here. They're both kind of trying to figure out where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a big one. So we'll take that happily as we take another Pete to hand, which could potentially be problematic in a little bit. But right now, we're at 13, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We are at 13. In case you missed it.
As we're continuing to ink, and you put another, so you got 2 more. How much are you threatening here? It's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's GG's on board. You have to start clearing here, and you have the ability to do so. Fire the cannons would have been great yesterday, says Jack Shadows, as he has that 1 cost due to damage
Still
card.
good. You can still use it to hit a SME here. I think it's fine value. But the thing is, what do you do with the rest of your ink here, right? It's going to be interesting to see if he's able to not only clear stuff, but also add to the board. Okay, Chempo hitting the inkwell. That's 2 Chempos in the inkwell. It's not where we want to see him, but okay. Got a Pete, no actions.
And you can start firing off this fire the cannon, and then you can start doing some board activity, potentially clearing something or questing. No, you're going to clear the Daisy, and then you can't even take out this Troubadour, as Smee is just going to be looking silly. Quest for 2, going up to 2, leaving those 3 lore still in play, going up to 16 potentially.
Yeah, and it's a risky move here. I mean, obviously, if this Rapunzel does decide to cash in and get another Rapunzel, which you can see is in his hand. So that's troublesome, but we'll see what else he's able to do here with his turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point in this matchup that there's like a handful of cards that come down, 1 card that comes down that just completely changes the complexity of this for Jack, and we got to think about what's out there, right? So things that Mike doesn't want to see. Likely, Cogsworth is probably something we doesn't want to see. So we're considering where we're at when it comes to this. We see that Rapunzel taking some pot shots here, challenging things, because as we know, Rapunzel versus Rapunzel on Rapunzel action gives us 3 more cards.
Yep. Last time we saw Rapunzel, she drew 12 cards in a game. So we saw 4 Rapunzels chain into each other. So let's see.
In that Bivens match, that was repulsive. And let's see if we can break the record here.
That was disgusting.
So Mike Senior's well on his way. He's 2 deep here, and handful of cards. We see Ariel, a couple whole new worlds. So I mean, still chilling at 13 lore, potentially 14 lore here.
Yeah, we're singing songs.
Okay, we're singing. Nope, no song.
Gotcha. Good reminder.
So he just quest there. We'll give him the Mickey Mouse hand so he knows.
Yep.
So we're questing instead? Oh no, we're not questing. Okay, he says never mind.
JK, bro.
I'll take it back.
Mike Senior said JK. JK. Just kidding.
And we'll just continue to keep adding threats into the field of play. This is lethal damage again. Exacxes on the board as we pass back on over. We got the Pete. You got to do some heavy lifting already, and Jack Shadows is running out of resources. Double full value Rapunzel, almost impossible to beat. You have these Allison chains sitting in hand all day, along with the Smee. I think you just might have to punt this one over and get another game in. You can clear though. I think you can fight here. It's not completely over.
Last time we got into the situation, Justin played a Chempo and turned everything sideways and somehow won the game.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're in that position here. I think that he's playing defense right now, and as we know, this deck doesn't play great defense. I mean, he is definitely building up a giant board here. So if he's not able to win the game here, Justin will close the door. But right now, he is trading in, so he's happy to go ahead and just. Okay, I like it. We're going to 5.
Yeah. We're moving in the direction. We're moving the needle in the right direction here when it comes to the lore. But I mean, take a look at the board state for Mike Senior. Right, we've got that Rapunzel. We've got that Troubadour. I mean, is this the time to turn the Jets on? Is
you
that
can go to
where we're at?
19 here, right, guys?
Yeah.
Is that a smooth play?
I'm questing, dude. I'm running this race as we are going to send the Rapunzel out here looking for another song. You do find a second Zeus. I'm still just questing all glimmers and hoping for the best here. If I'm Mike Senior, just getting loose, getting active, going up to 19 and just say, deal with me, baby, and see if that's what you want to do.
Deal with me, baby.
Let's do it.
That's what I say to my opponent and see what they do. They probably jump up and slap me, dude. And I deserve
Deal with it, baby.
If you jump up to your opponent and say, deal with it, baby, deal with me, baby, you deserve to get slapped, especially if somebody you don't really know like that.
You might catch hands in the parking lot for sure.
Yeah, that's like an automatic. Like the cops give you an automatic pass. So they're like, wait, what did your opponent say? No, forget. You're good.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, release on all charge. Matter of fact, we're taking this guy to jail. Get him out of here.
Singing. Oh, we're singing
Just
again.
go home.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're really just trying to stomp out here instead of just running that race. You're saying I'm gonna keep playing the slow game and try to control this board a little bit. And
he just wants to make sure that Justin can't just suddenly just run past him in the race here. So
yeah, and Alice is good for that. Like if there's a deck combination to be worried about that, it's probably one that's sitting with an Alice. So I don't fully blame him for doing that. But ultimately,
Mike Senior,
the local hero, Illuminati's daddy, as everybody's been saying, Mike Senior,
and Justin's hand to start there. I don't know if you guys saw Justin's hand to start this thing off with. It was quite abysmal. It did not line up. He didn't get that power curve. He had to ink some of his top end cards. That Cogsworth went down early. We saw 2 Chin Pos going early, and it was just very, very awkward situation there for Jack Shadows to start this thing off, especially on the draw. Mike Senior came out hitting full throttle, doing exactly what you want to do, and you get double full value Rapunzel. You're probably winning a lot of those games, at least in my experience.
Yes, Wonder, that was game 1. We are going into game numero 2.
That's right.
Justin will be on the play here. Gonna try to crack back. Senior was on the play, Wonderland. Senior has been he's been the top seed and well, not in the whole tournament, but in this event, in this game.
He hasn't lost. Like you said, he has not lost a match all day long. He's been rocking and rolling. The heart of the cards has been with him, and he's been playing lights out, man. The deck is moving and grooving as well. So I like to see it. And let's see if Jack Shadows can break serve here and then put one back in the win column, or will Mike Senior save my kneecaps? Let's stay tuned to find out if I hit this parlay, as those whole new worlds are coming in.
I'm sorry. Did I miss a parlay where there's violence being wished upon Judy? What did I miss?
There's always violence when it comes to a parlay, dude.
Yeah, I'm in. Gabe, I'm in over my head. Okay, I'm in over my head to the Tillamook mob over here, and they said if I gotta win this. I'm in too deep, man. I'm over my head, and I need this parlay to hit. So I need Mike to finish the deal, man, because that was my last leg is coming true.
Yeah, shout out to Wink in the chat. Wink, who said I would never say his name. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna acknowledge Wink. How you doing, buddy? I miss you. Long time no see.
That's a big mistake.
Oh,
Nuggets crushed the Clippers. Oh, that's a good feeling. I like that. Wonderland lost in the finals. I don't like that. I'm sorry to hear that, Wonder. But I hope you had a great set, champs. I'm sorry you didn't get your mat, but we still love you anyway.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Hey, Luke, did you play that deck that you posted? What was the final version? Can you post the deck that you played? Because I might just play what you played. Because I was supposed to play what R&B played, but R&B didn't play what said he was going to play. So
I thought you were going to play Blurple Jafar items with Croquet Mallet. What happened?
After that, if he would have kept it going, but shout out to Hayes, he started off strong. Wheels fell off, dude.
If you guys were not here earlier, definitely go back and watch the VOD later. Incredible game. It was Zan versus Mikey. Mikey playing blue-purple items with Jafar and Croquet Mallet, all right?
And it popped all the way off.
So just go back and watch that if you haven't. Unfortunately, Mikey did go 3-3. He went 3-0 and then just fell off the wagon, but absolutely incredible games to watch today. It was just a phenomenal showing.
Yeah,
hold up, Luke. You're not supposed to share it in chat. My ops might be out here watching, dude. They're gonna be sniping me, man.
I'm clicking the link. I don't care.
I'm already sleeping it up.
I'm clicking.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
it's sleeves, brother. We're sleeves. We got you, Luke. We
Dang,
got you.
my ops might be out here, Luke. Dang.
That's too bad. That's your problem, JDZ. This is my deck now.
Okay.
That's your problem, bro.
Oh, Luke's on the Hoffman challenge. I can't play this deck, man. I'm not good enough to play this deck. Luke, I can't
Oh,
do
he's
this,
on the
man.
Oh, he's
Hoffman.
running
It's a
Hoffman.
Hoffman challenge. Okay,
Oh.
okay. It looks cool.
You said wait till they see the
Bruh.
list.
Yeah, Luke's running like 50 cards, 51 ups.
Yeah, we're not playing EDH here, dude. Get that out of here, bro.
Luke
Yeah,
is on the
seriously.
Hoffman challenge. Okay, shout out to LD. Shout out to the Hoffman challenge, and he
Absolutely.
issued that. I think that's a really cool thing, and hopefully more people participate in that. As we are hitting a very optimal curve this time, as we got the Mickey into the Smee, into the Alice, into the vibrational harmonic resonance, and we will banish the Daisy Duck here. Smee takes 2 damage quickly. Alice should be a captain.
And shout out to LD in the chat. What's up, buddy?
LD. What's
Whoa,
up, brother?
yo, LD out here. We were just talking about LD, man, in the Hoffman challenge. I think that's
Say
really,
his
really
name
neat.
and he appears.
Let's go.
Say his name and he appears.
But I'm not talented enough to play that deck, Luke. I gotta get my weight up, dude. That's a DLC champion type deck. I need to get something a little more regular. I'm not ready for that.
Folks, Luke said it here first. Swords is real. Luke just said it. Swords is real.
Swords is real. We saw it today. Swords has been a card. We saw it today, dude. Where have you been?
That's what I've been saying it the whole time. I've been saying it the whole time.
It's a card.
Off.
All right. And speaking of real, Alice is real right now, just doing the things, and we are going just 4 characters wide here on Justin's side here. It is crazy to see how quick the control is being lost here. Can Mike Sr. reclaim some control, or is this too far gone?
And Mike Senior with these bundled up whole new worlds again for like the 19th jillion time in a row. And Captain John Silver, he looks like he's got a frying pan and an axe in his hand, but he's still a captain. Okay, so respect his authority as he protects his Smee from being banished.
For sure. Yeah, and like you said, Mike Senior needs to do a little bit of a shuffle on his deck a little bit because he just continues to draw these clump whole new worlds together. They're like stuck together in the deck.
Yeah,
but, it's going to be interesting. It's tough.
His hand is super uninkable too. Look at that thing. It's uninkability over there. As you are just going to hard blast it. I hate that for you. I hate that that's your reality of what you needed to do to continue this game. Parlay is slipping away. Don't know.
We said this last time he whole new worlded and he ended up winning, dude. So just woo-saw. We got a whole nother game after this if we go to game 3.
Okay.
I believe, dude. I believe.
All right, if you guys don't see me, man, it's been real. Okay, I need to go to. No, I'm kidding. I need to stop joking before people think I'm serious. I do not
JDC,
gamble.
blink twice. Blink twice if you need help, bro. Blink twice.
We can't see you, but all right. Well, Justin's going to continue to just go wide here as Mike Senior tries to match and just play some dudes out. Try to stop the bodies here, but it's looking like Justin.
We got the Coggy boy. Is that time? Is it Cogsworth time? You might have to just get this Cogsworth up and just get loose. I think it might be time to play the boy. I don't know if Jack's is going to agree. You could go Pete here, flood the board into a Pete, and then Cogsworth next turn into a Chien Po. I think that's a vibe as well. Just put a bunch of lore into the moment, into the energy, and Chien Po is out in bodyguard mode.
Chien Po is here. Just the biggest boy that could ever be. As we see, just at this point, under the protection of Chien Po, you can do just about anything you want, and that includes turning everybody sideways.
Yeah, I think this might be blouses here for Senior because this Chien Po is just going to be impossible
to get through with
impossible.
Yeah.
We already talked about this. Chien Po versus 100 men, dude. It's not not even close.
Look at his body. I mean, I just realized that the Chien Po picture has legs on it because they're so small. I've looked at Chien Po so many times, and I always thought that his legs were off the picture, but his legs are completely visible. They're just really
legs
small.
are on fire, dude.
They are
so flaming,
literally on fire. Literally on fire.
This guy's just an Elden Ring boss. He's just insane.
Just crushing people, dude. And the world's greatest criminal mind just staring back at you. Can't even do anything with it because he has that tactical 4. You hate to see it as you have to put that thing into the inkwell very reluctantly. Chien Po, too strong,
but not strong enough at the same time. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's perfect. Actually, I take it all back. It's all perfect.
Yeah,
he's got that Goldilocks belt, the Earth type level strength. Not too bad. Never mind. I've been watching a lot of space stuff. You have to excuse me. I do apologize for that.
Okay, space stuff is cool. I love space,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Space is sick.
We're looking at the top 4 for the aerial and saying that we failed to find something.
The Whifferino.
We failed. No, we failed to find. What are you talking about?
Failed to find.
Yeah, we failed to find it. Like, listen, I got all the songs in my hand, and I don't want the ones that I see here, so I'm gonna put them back.
And I guess you could just blast this whole new world again if you're feeling really loose. You will lose that Coggy boy again, but you're not really putting the energy into this board. You might have to send it though. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you're at 2 lore. And this thing is getting away from me as another 2-piece chicken. Making it 4, 5, 6 pieces coming your way next turn, as it currently stands.
Yeah, Justin at 13 is just a little too far out of reach, I think, here for Senior to try to turn this around. I mean, he's definitely not completely out of it yet, but is giving him 7 new cards really going to make a difference here?
Yeah, this is giving something, all right. It's
even if we draw songs, like what are we going to do with our songs? Like we can't hit the Alice, potentially can't hit the Chempo after this turn again.
You know what does get to the Alice chain? Grab your sword.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore. Not any freaking more with this resist Mickey up here, and you get quest. Oh my goodness, Alice into the Chien-Po +2 quest ward broken.
Yikes!
Big quest, and we're out of here.
Yeah, let's wrap it up, folks.
I respect Mike for even writing his characters here because this is
I'm gone. Like, over. I wouldn't waste time drawing that Cindy just to be pissed. Just get it out of here. Let's just get it out of here.
Why are you gonna give yourself that heartburn, bro?
He's like, let me shift and then scoop him up.
It's
rough.
I'm gone, dude. You never give up, never surrender.
This deck on the play is just monstrous. I mean, it just curves out, slams a bodyguard, and then I mean, what can you do?
Do something.
Yeah, exactly that.
And we're still going for it.
Oh my god, we're still playing this game.
I mean, they got all the time in the world, so why not? Let's do it.
He's like, let me see the rest of your deck here.
Oh, you're about to be mad, Mike Senior. You're about to be upset with yourself. You're gonna say, man, why couldn't I get this before?
For sure, you are absolutely finished here, and there's really, I mean, let's just send the whole squad into this Chien-Po. You need everybody.
Yeah,
you got to go straight up Thanos Avengers Endgame into this Chien-Po, dude.
On Ariel's left, bro. We're on Ariel's left.
All the portals are opening up. All the characters are popping in to try to stop Chien-Po. He's too strong, dude. He's got the gauntlet,
buff, man, and he's gonna take everybody out except for this Robin Hood in the process. So you're about to lose your whole board.
1 Chien-Po versus 100 glimmers, bro.
He's got Ward. Let's put it back.
He's got Ward, brother. Why are we in the... And he's like, oh yeah, well I scooped then. Yeah, like yeah.
Scoop it.
Once he realized it had Ward, he was like, oh wait.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, you cut it out.
Mike's response was, "Why didn't you tell me before?" And of course, Jack's like, "Bro, it's on the card. What are you doing? Let's do this." It's on the card, bro.
Hector's like, let him enjoy his finals appearance. I'm not hating, bro. I've been the biggest Mike Senior stan all day. All right, so don't come in here with your negativity. All right, all right. Hector,
I'm a stan too, but I have a very Mike Senior might be slightly older than I am. Okay, just a little bit. And I'm telling you, my mental faculties are starting to slip. I wonder what kind of regimen he's on. Maybe he's on some ginkgo, some fish oil, some type of mental clarity pills. I don't know what he's taking, but at this point in the day, my mental faculties would have completely lost me. And I'm not about to burn precious reserves of brain mass to play a lost game. I'm getting out of there. I'm scooping way earlier than there.
Well, if he wins this, maybe you can have him on your show and ask him exactly what his regimen is.
I would like to know.
Mental focus here.
Yeah. It's got to be some. It's got to be some magnesium. I bet there's some magnesium, some ginkgo, fish oil, a lot of walks, water, maybe some soda water. I don't know.
There's probably some tea from a street pharmacist too. Maybe we do come to the same spot to play card games. To be fair,
let me tell you, the tea made me feel worse, dude. I don't know what you put in that tea, but
your throat felt better, right?
No.
Hey, yo,
it doesn't feel any different. But thank you. I think it was just a placebo effect. Like, yeah, this will make your throat feel great. It's just water with some earth in it.
Earth water.
Just some dirt that they found out in the yard.
All right, listen, if placebos are good, all right, placebos help. Just do it. And Corey, thank you for shout out. We need to get JDZ a legal permit for penguin eating at some point. We got to figure out how to figure that out.
We're not going down that road again, guys. I'm giving you the Pete stop on that one.
Right?
No, I'm putting out the hands, blowing the whistle. We're not getting into eating it.
How about this? How about this? A small penguin cheese dip or a whole tub of those red eggs that Gabe has.
No, I'll take the dip all day. Give me 2 dips. I'll take 2 dips
There's
before I eat
one
those
small
damn eggs.
cracker of penguin cheese dip, marinade by or cooked by
Guys,
one of the world class chefs.
if Senior wins this, I will eat a red egg.
Let's go,
Senior. Let's go.
my
If I Senior
parlay,
eat,
and I can
will
see
eat
Gabe.
the red egg on stream. On stream,
Let's
I'll
go.
eat the red egg, dude.
Let's do it. Yes, we all for the love of the egg.
I might vomit right after, but I will eat the red egg for Senior.
For the love of the egg.
Ooh,
We love it.
Pickled eggs are delicious, guys. All you pickled. Okay, all right, how do I ban people in this chat?
Where's the moderator button?
How do I ban everybody that says pickled eggs are delicious?
No, you ban them. I'm going to turn them into moderators. Okay, that's the opposite.
Dude,
what they deserve.
It says in big letters, red 40 on the bottle. Give me just regular eggs. I don't need red 40 in my eggs, dude. What are you doing?
They put the red 40 in there for no reason. It doesn't need to be red. Like what?
Literally no reason at all, just to make them red.
It can be clear, and it's fine to be clear.
Weird,
Why does it
dude.
need to be red?
Weird, dude.
That's insane.
Unnecessary.
Luke, you're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong.
Unnecessary.
For no reason. But it's all good. As Cindy, I love how you ended up skipping that turn 1 as Calhoun is going to get a card. We'll get a little bit of resist 1 there.
Proving the goon status is large and in charge right here.
Look at that hand. Oh, man, that thing. Talk about uninkable. My parlay is falling apart. Come on, Mike Singer, shuffle that deck, please. Oh, my God.
Dude, it doesn't shuffle, dude. We need to get him an auto shuffler for sure.
Are first edition cards weighted heavier than other cards?
No, man, but he hasn't drawn an inkable card for years. Please shuffle your deck, man. Come on, man. Come on, baby.
Come on. We want
Senior lock in,
we
dude.
want to see a competitive game, and we can't if there's no ink.
Oh, he's hand to mouth in this ink though, so he's going to be able to put the Robin Hood in, and he's going to be able to hard cast his Zeus on whatever Jack Shadows can play, unless we get a Pete here on 3.
Is that a Naveen he has in hand? Is that what he's playing? I can't tell what that third card is. Naveen would be amazing. I don't know if he's playing
sick.
But I think Naveen is still. Oh my God!
Are you kidding me? We are bricked right now, bro. We are so bricked. This is crazy.
Oh, Naveen is good. He's got Naveen on 4. He's got enough, but he can't play his song.
But no, that's because Pete. You're right. Because Pete.
But he can sing it next turn. He can
Next
sing
turn, he can be good. And then you need to figure out a
Oh
way.
my
If he
God.
can go character up tempo, this strength onto this Naveen, that's going to be a backbreaker. You are brick mode central. And we got 2 characters. Pete can sing strength onto the Naveen, and we're back in this thing. And now we're uphill for Mike Senior.
No.
That's a backbreaking strength of a raging fire. That is not what Mike wanted to say.
Get off my back, dude. Ugh.
Please, not holding the world. Oh, it is a Pete. Okay, so you do get some ink. You can't continue to.
We have another
develop.
Naveen. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. We have Naveen. We still have Naveen in hand.
Where'd that other Naveen go? Did he go to the discard? Did he just add that Naveen back to hand?
No, he's dead. He's in the yard.
Yeah, he's
in the glare.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the upside. He's in the upside down. He's at the other side that we talk about in Friends on the other side.
Okay. Here we go. All right, Mike, cook.
Let him cook.
Cooking.
Okay. I still need Jack Shadows to win though, because he is the homie. But my parlay though.
No disrespect.
I just want a good game.
I just want a good game. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
I'm just hyped right now because he's got a pure uninkable hand and he's somehow unclogging his way through this game. Okay.
Are going to go ahead and get that Robin